In the shinobi world, it was the aftermath of the Nine Tails calamity. The fourth Hokage had fallen and the third Hokage once again presided over Konoha. The Uchiha clan had been assigned by the Hokage to a remote corner of the village. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? These existential questions echoed endlessly within Lin's mind. He only remembered that he had been watching Boruto, the sequel to Naruto, and had fainted from anger. When he woke up, he found himself here. Linjez, you're awake! At that moment, a slightly younger girl ran in joyfully. She had delicate, refined features and looked about 12 years old. Long, glossy black hair cascaded down her back, and her large, bright eyes were full of spirit. She wore gray clothes bearing the Uchiha clan crest on the back, paired with a gray skirt and black stockings on her legs, making her look especially cute. Suddenly, a fragment of memory surfaced in Lin's mind. He was Uchiha Rin, an orphan whose parents had died in the Third Great Ninja War while saving the parents of Uchiha Ime. He had been raised by Ime's parents. Rin was now 13, and had just become a genin, having sworn to become the leader of the Uchiha clan. During a recent mission, he had been gravely injured and had remained unconscious until now. Meanwhile, another soul had entered and taken over Lin's body. Since I've taken over your body, I will fulfill your dream in your stead. From this moment on, I am Uchiha Rin. Linjez, are you alright? I'm fine, thank you for your concern, Ime. Linjez, wait here. I'll go find father and mother right away. With that, she dashed out of the room. Lin sat up from the bed and walked to the mirror. He was about 1.50 m with a slight, thin frame. His face was handsome and his hair was a medium chestnut brown. He wore a Konoha forehead protector, his slightly long hair parted down the middle. His skin was rather fair, and from years of practicing hand seals his fingers had become slender and nimble. Gazing at his own appearance, Lin could not help but think narcissistically, I'm quite the handsome guy now. Just as Lin was indulging in his self-admiration, a burly man in his 30s and a beautiful woman walked in. From his memories, Lin knew that they were Ime's father Uchiha Hua and her mother Uchiha Nan. Xiao Lin, are you alright now? These past few days you've worried us to death. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Hua. I'm already fine now. Lin and Uchiha Hua slowly began to chat. From this conversation, Lin learned how the original soul had died. While Lin and his teammates were on a mission, they were originally only supposed to deal with some mountain bandits, but unexpectedly encountered other shinobi midway. Provoked by the other side, conflict broke out. In the end, only Lin managed to escape, all the others were killed. It was then that Lin truly understood the cruelty of the shinobi world. He could not help feeling anxious. His mind retained only important memories, many ordinary details were missing. After asking carefully, he learned them one by one. Upon learning that Uchiha Itachi had already joined Anbu and that Uchiha Shisui had been in Anbu for quite some time, Lin sank into despair. The night of the clan's annihilation would soon begin. Uchiha Hua noticed his expression. Xiao Lin, what's wrong? Lin forced a bitter smile. Thank you, uncle, I'm just a little tired. I'd like to be alone for a while. Uchiha Hua offered a few more words of concern, then left with his wife and daughter. It's over, it's over. The night of the clan massacre is almost here. What should I do? A notification appeared. The simulator was currently binding. Binding complete. A system, damn. I knew every transmigrator would get a system. What functions do you have, system? System. After calling out to the system countless times, he confirmed it had no self-awareness. Lin then began to study it slowly. After about half an hour, Lin finally figured it out. This system was called the Transmigration Simulator. Each day he could simulate his life starting from that day onward. He could perform one simulation for free each day. Further simulations required simulation coins. Depending on the simulated time span, the cooldown varied. For each simulation, 3 talents could be chosen. Talents were ranked black, white, blue, purple, red, and gold. After each simulation, the system would give a rating. Simulation coins would be awarded based on the evaluation. Coins could also be earned by completing missions. Each day, 1 talent could be permanently locked in, but different talents required different amounts of simulation coins. At present, the simulator only had 3 functions available: attribute panel, simulation, and missions. All subsequent functions remained locked in black. With eager anticipation, Lin opened his attribute panel. Host Uchiha Rin. Chakra attribute fire. Chakra level genin, rank civilian genin, chunin, jonin, elite jonin, cage level super kage, 6 paths. Skills: great fireball technique, clone technique, substitution technique, transformation technique. Tools: kunai shuriken. Kekiai genkai sharingan, single tomo. Evaluation: inferior even to cannon fodder in the shinobi world. Seeing this evaluation, Lin cursed in agitation. After swearing for several minutes and finding no one to retort, he finally stopped. Life has no intestines, the large intestine wraps the small. Just as Lin was about to begin a simulation, several glaring red words popped up on the system panel. According to the system's detection, only 2 months remained until the night of the clan massacre. This made Lin even more desperate, leaving him with no choice but to pin all his hopes on the simulator. Talents disabled, you have no left leg. Child with a crippled left leg, black. Chubby superhuman, you eat an extraordinary amount but your strength grows with it. The more you eat the stronger you become, blue. Ordinary and unremarkable, you are utterly average in every respect, nothing special at all, white. Combat talent, your fighting skills will be refined and enhanced, purple. I can take on 10 at once. Purple. As Lin was about to sink into despair, a streak of red suddenly appeared. Illusion prodigy, you possess an outstanding talent for genjutsu, and the power and speed of your illusions far surpass those of others, red. After thinking for a while, Lin chose illusion prodigy, you possess an outstanding talent for genjutsu, and the power and speed of your illusions far surpass those of others, red. Combat talent, your fighting skills will be refined and enhanced. I can take on 10 at once. Purple. Good fortune upon good fortune, you will be far more lucky than others, the star of luck shines on your side, purple. With high expectations, Lin started his very first simulation. Day 1, you come to recognize the cruelty of the shinobi world and begin training diligently. You seek out Uchiha, hoping to obtain ninjutsu scrolls. Uchiha readily agrees. You return home and examine the ninjutsu scrolls, discovering that only the genjutsu can be understood while the rest are completely incomprehensible. Day 2, you go to find Uchiha again. You ask him to teach you ninjutsu and Uchiha agrees. He does not begin training you that day, instead telling you to rest well and that hellish training will start tomorrow. Day 3, you begin training ninjutsu under Uchiha. Within a single day you master 1 genjutsu. Your taijutsu is decent but your ninjutsu progresses extremely slowly. Day 4, your genjutsu talent astonishes Uchiha, who begins focusing on teaching you illusions, and the clan also starts to value you. Day 7, after 3 days of study you can already use 2 crank genjutsu with proficiency. Day 10, the 3rd Hokage assigns you new teammates and a new sensei. They appear extremely hostile toward you and try to exclude you from the team. Day 14, on your way back to the village after completing a mission you encounter Root. They capture you. Day 15, you die. Evaluation, you didn't even survive a month after transmigrating, undeniably a side character. This simulation earns you 15 simulation coins. Damn it, it seems that Danzo, that old dog, has already begun conducting experiments with Orochimaru. What should I do? For now, staying within the Uchiha clan is relatively safe. I absolutely cannot afford to be too high profile. If Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen discover that I possess the Sharingan, I will undoubtedly die. Moreover, this person who wields the Sharingan values the Uchiha clan more than Konoha itself. Most importantly, I am an orphan. If I were to suddenly disappear, it would mean almost nothing to the Uchiha clan as a whole. With my current strength, as a mere genin, I am far from capable of confronting them. In this brutal shinobi world, one must possess sufficient power to survive. When Lin glanced at the system again, he saw new lines appear before his eyes. The first simulation comes with a free fixed talent. Subsequent simulations will require different amounts of simulation coins. Lin pondered slowly. My current strength is exceedingly weak. This red illusion talent is extremely important to me. Judging by this system's refresh rate, having a red talent appear even once out of 10 draws is already like being blessed by the heavens. With that thought, Lin locked in the red illusion prodigy talent. He closed his eyes and focused carefully. A warm current flowed slowly through his body. After a long while, Lin did not notice any change in his body. When he finally opened his eyes, his vision had become far clearer. As he activated his Sharingan, even the tiniest details around him came into sharp focus. However, his chakra began to drain at an alarming rate. The Sharingan is an incredible power, but its chakra consumption is far too intense. With my genin level chakra, I can at most maintain it for 10 minutes. There is also a 15-minute cooldown afterward. I should first go find Uncle Hua and ask him for some genjutsu scrolls. Uchiha Hua is a jonin of the Uchiha clan who has awakened the 3-Demo Sharingan, while Uchiha Nan is a chunin with the 2-Demo Sharingan. They should at least possess some crank illusion scrolls. Uchiha Ime's home is very close to Lin's, right next door to his own house. When Lin arrived at Ime's home, her father was sitting on the sofa, while her mother was busy cooking. Seeing Lin, Ime immediately ran over to him. Linjej, you're here. Come play with me. Ime shook both of Lin's hands as she spoke. Just as Lin was at a loss for what to do, Ime's father walked over. Little Lin, didn't I tell you to rest properly? Why have you come over? Thank you for your concern, uncle. I've come to ask if you could give me some genjutsu scrolls. Genjutsu scrolls. Uchiha Rin repeated, then turned and walked into his bedroom. After about 10 minutes he came out holding 3 scrolls in his hand. With your current strength you cannot handle high-level genjutsu. These are a few basic techniques. Once you master them I'll give you more advanced ones. If there is anything you don't understand you can come to me, he added. Thank you, Uncle Hu, these scrolls are more than enough, Lin replied. After chatting briefly with Uchiha Rin, Lin took his leave and went home. Once back home, Lin impatiently unrolled the scrolls. The first was Demonic Illusion Mirror Heaven and Earth Change, an ability of the Sharingan that dispels the enemy's illusion cast upon the user and completely reflects the technique's effects back onto the opponent. Crank Genjutsu Hell Viewing Technique, an ordinary illusion that forces the target to witness the image they fear most, striking directly at their psyche. Crank Genjutsu Demonic Illusion False Surroundings Technique, an illusion that makes the victim mistake one location for an entirely different place. These genjutsu were precisely what Lin needed at the moment. High-level illusions would be nearly impossible for him to master within 15 days, but with his fixed illusion prodigy talent he should be able to learn at least one crank genjutsu in that time. Just as Lin was hesitating, the simulator's cooldown ended. When he looked toward the simulator interface he saw that the first simulation of the day now required 10 simulation coins. The second would cost 20 simulation coins, the third 30, and so on. By the time he completed the 5th simulation, the 6th would already cost 100 simulation coins. The 7th would be 200, continuing in that pattern. At midnight everything would reset. This completely shattered Lin's idea of endlessly running simulations. With the simulation coins I have now I can at most simulate 5 times a day. Any more than that and I simply won't be able to afford it, Lin sighed inwardly. Then he noticed a tab labeled Quests. There's even a quest interface. When Lin clicked it open, the daily routine tasks appeared: 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, a 10-kilometer run, and 500 squats. A note read: the daily tasks represent the current physical limit that the host's body can withstand. As the host grows stronger, the routine tasks will also change. Reward: 100 simulation coins. Under ordinary quests it displayed Drank, Practice Fire, Release Ninjutsu 010. Reward: 10 simulation coins. Drank, Practice Water, Release Ninjutsu 010. Reward: 10 simulation coins. Drank, Learn a Crank Ninjutsu Taijutsu or Genjutsu, Progress 13. Reward: 50 simulation coins. Crank, Kill 10 Genin, Progress 010. Reward: 50 simulation coins. Crank, Practice Fire, Release Ninjutsu 0100. Reward: 100 simulation coins. Ordinary quests will disappear after completion and refresh once a month. Under achievements it showed Awaken a single Tomo Sharingan. Reward: 500 simulation coins. Reward: 500 simulation coins, completed. Awaken a double Tomo Sharingan. Reward: 1000 simulation coins. Dominate the Shinobi World. Reward: 1 million simulation coins. Upon completion the achievements will disappear. With my current strength I can only realistically complete Drank quests, Lin judged. Lin thought for a moment. I'll finish this round of simulation first, then tackle the daily and Drank quests. The talents displayed were Animal Protector. Animals will naturally be drawn to you. Blue Rarity. Optimistic little boy, you will become particularly optimistic. No matter what difficulties you encounter you will face them with a smile. White Rarity. Lucky Break. When you step in dog droppings your luck will improve. Blue Rarity. Saintly Heart. You will possess a lofty, compassionate heart. White Rarity. Lin examined this round's talents carefully. This time the talents were not as good as the first draw. They were all white and blue with not a single purple in sight. Previously chosen talents included Illusion Prodigy, Red Rarity. Animal Protector. Animals will naturally be drawn to you, Blue Rarity. Sharp Ears. Your hearing becomes extraordinarily keen, Blue Rarity. Single-minded focus. You will devote yourself wholly to one task until that task is complete. You will not turn your thoughts to anything else, Blue Rarity. Simulation begins Day 1. Day 1 you begin to complete your daily tasks. You possess a remarkable talent for illusions. On the first day you learned a clever illusion. As you walk down the street you observe the disdain others have for the Uchiha clan, and you can't help but feel a surge of anger within yourself. Yet you feel powerless. Day 2 you persist in your daily training. However you remain very low-key, concealing your talent from others. You bury your anger deep within and continue to cultivate. Day 10 you have already become proficient in using 2 clever illusions. Your body technique and ninjutsu have greatly improved. You are just one step away from becoming a Chunin, and Sarutobi Hiruzen has arranged new teammates for you. These new teammates do not harbor any particular disdain for you and you gradually begin to accept them. Day 11 you start executing missions. Your first crank mission involves dealing with bandits harassing a village. The bandits are not ninjas and you quickly resolve the situation. You begin to develop a fondness for them. Day 13. After completing the mission you return to Konoha having concealed your talent. Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen did not kill you either. Day 14. You start training day after day. You have mastered all 3 illusions that Uchiha Itachi gave you. Day 30. Thanks to your talent for illusions you become a Chunin. You also unlock the 2-Tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku learns about your activation of the 2-Tomo Sharingan allowing you to gain more resources, but you are very worried that Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen will eliminate you. However, this time they seem to overlook you, merely placing someone to monitor you. Day 59. The day before the massacre. Under intense stimulus you unlock the 3-Tomo Sharingan and begin to work even harder. Day 60. The night of the massacre begins. You feel extremely anxious. When you see Uchiha Itachi you want to resist, but you are effortlessly defeated. This simulation has a cooldown time of 60 minutes. This simulation's currency 60. It seems that after 60 days of training with your current talent you are still insufficient to contend with Uchiha Itachi. Continuing the simulation yields no results. If your strength is inadequate the simulation will yield the same result. Lin thinks to himself that he still has 2 months left. Time is still ample. First complete the daily tasks. Although the Uchiha clan has fallen into decline their strength cannot be underestimated and they still have dedicated training grounds. Lin arrives at the Uchiha's dedicated training ground, looks around at the Uchiha clan members and moves to a corner of the training area to start his daily tasks. After completing each task Lin takes a break. When he practices up to 10 kilometers he is already gasping for breath. After resting for a while Lin starts to run around Konoha. Halfway through his run he sees a young man in a green bodysuit with a watermelon hairstyle in his 20s. Lin immediately recognizes him as the man who stands shoulder to shoulder with the divine Might Guy. He is also one of the few people in Konoha without ulterior motives. Lin speeds up to run in front of Might Guy, bows and says, "Teacher Guy, I wish to learn body techniques from you. I hope you can agree." Might Guy did not expect this Uchiha would ask to be his student, as the Uchiha he had encountered before had been somewhat arrogant. After thinking for a moment he decided to test whether Lin could keep up with him. "Sure, but you need to match my speed." Lin understands that this is Guy's way of testing him and assessing his body technique. "I understand, Teacher Guy. I will do my best to keep up." Thus Might Guy runs ahead while Lin chases behind. When Lin can no longer keep up, Guy slows down. They run for about 10 kilometers, which is Lin's limit. Lin sits down on the ground panting heavily. The time has also reached the afternoon. Normally Might Guy would not need this much time, he mostly waits for Lin to catch his breath. "Lin, it's getting late today, and you don't have any energy left. Starting from tomorrow afternoon I will teach you body techniques." After saying that he gives a thumbs up, revealing his shining teeth. "Thank you, Teacher Guy. I will definitely arrive on time tomorrow." After returning home Lin collects his simulation currency, and immediately lies down on his bed to sleep. A day's training has left Lin exhausted, but it has also improved his stamina. When Lin wakes up it is already noon. Lin opens the simulation panel. Host Uchiha Lin. Chakra Genin. Chakra Attribute Fire. Ninjutsu Shadow Clone Technique Body Replacement Technique. Items Kunai Shuriken. Talent Illusion Genius. Simulation Currency 665 500 for unlocking Sharingan, 100 for daily tasks, 15 for the first simulation, 60 for the second simulation, 10. Evaluation in the Ninja World War. Even cannon fodder is better than you. Lin casually washed up and went out to eat something. When he returned home he couldn't wait to open the simulator. Lin thought of a good idea before sleeping last night. In addition to the free simulation you can simulate 6 times in total, each time lasting 60 days. You can earn 210 simulation currency daily plus 100 from daily tasks. Drank task once a month, receive 10 simulation currency. Learn a body technique from Teacher Guy. Study an illusion technique from the scroll given by Uchiha Itachi to complete the ninjutsu learning task and gain 50 simulation currency. This task is quite simple. As long as you can release it, it doesn't need to be particularly proficient. Thus today you can earn a total of 370 simulation currency, bringing your total to 1035. Today you can secure a relatively poor red talent. Although it is inferior, it is still better than a purple talent. After each day of simulation you can choose one talent to carry over to the next simulation. But every time he thinks of this he recalls losing 100 simulation currency yesterday, and feels heartbroken. Lin organizes his thoughts, and with excitement begins the simulation. Talent Stubborn. You possess a mindset of never giving up on a target, yet in some respects you are too stubborn. Summoning Technique Random. This is a completely random talent, and each use may summon different summoning beasts. It can range from black to gold. This time, although red did not appear, a talent not below red still emerged. Summoning technique random. This is a completely random talent, and each use may summon different summoning beasts. It can range from black to gold. Hold sister, kill a member of the opposite sex in your arms will develop a strong fondness for you. Close to nature. Energy from roaming in nature will be very close to you and you will feel as if you are one with nature. Purple simulation begins day 1. On the first day you acquired the talent of the summoning technique filled with anticipation. This is also the crucial moment to determine whether this talent is golden as you arrive at a secluded corner of the Uchiha training grounds. You utilized the summoning technique and a slug appeared on the ground. In an instant you understood that this is the Slug Sage from one of the 3 great holy lands. The Slug Sage brought you to the Reborn forest, one of the 3 great holy lands. You began to practice sage techniques with the Slug Sage, and due to your affinity with nature, mastering these techniques came easier to you than to most. On the second day, completing your daily tasks meant condensing sage chakra. On the 30th day you successfully condensed sage chakra. Though your affinity with nature was merely purple talent, you needed the Slug Sage's assistance for your sage mode, which was still a low-quality version. Your strength reached the level of a chunin, and under the enhancement of sage mode even ordinary jonin were no match for you. On the 31st day you returned to the Uchiha clan and faced an interrogation. You knew that ordinary excuses would not convince them and could lead to being labeled a spy, so you told them the truth. You also met Uchiha Shisui, reminding him to be cautious of Danzo. On the 32nd day news of your mastery of the Reborn forest sage mode spread throughout Konoha. You encountered Sarutobi Hiruzen and pretended to be a loyal follower of the will of fire, narrowly escaping disaster. On the 33rd day you heard the news of Uchiha Shisui's death. On the 40th day you and Aimie became a couple and her parents agreed. You felt that your strength was still insufficient to save Aimie and her parents. You wouldn't take Aimie and her parents to the Reborn forest unless it was absolutely necessary. You went to the Reborn forest to continue learning sage techniques with the Slug Sage. On the 58th day you performed a final check. You went to Aimee's house that night to explain the situation, and by dawn you summoned the slug to help Aimie and the others while you activated sage mode with the slug's assistance. On the 59th day the night of the massacre began. This time it was not Uchiha Itachi but Uchiha Obito. You hurriedly used the summoning technique to reach the Reborn forest. Congratulations, host, on surviving the night of the massacre. You have received a gift package. As long as you survive the night of the massacre you will receive 60 simulation coins. Lin, being a genius of the Uchiha clan in this simulation, gathered a lot of information. Now only the fixed summoning technique talent can ensure survival through the night of the massacre, but this outcome is not what Lin desired. Lin believed that seeing Uchiha Obito summoning was the best choice. If it were Uchiha Itachi, Lin believed that his sage mode combined with the Slug Sage's assistance could defeat Uchiha Itachi. The Slug Sage could awaken him from Itachi's ordinary genjutsu. With his talent in genjutsu for the past 59 days, even ordinary jonin couldn't evade his genjutsu. As long as he didn't look into Itachi's eyes he wouldn't fall for Tsukuyomi, though Amaterasu could be troublesome. Though his taijutsu and ninjutsu may not match Uchiha Itachi's with the slug's healing and chakra, he could still hold his ground. Most importantly, Uchiha Itachi had only activated his Mangekyo Sharingan for less than a month. Even if he was a genius he could at most manifest a skeletal Susanoo, by which time he could summon larger slug clones. However, there was nothing Lin could do against Uchiha Obito's Kamui and would release. With only 32 days left until Uchiha Shisui's death, if he saved him would Uchiha Itachi be unable to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan. In his past life Lin was quite fond of Uchiha Shisui and did not want him to die. And I actually ended up with Aimie. Thinking back, she is quite adorable. Ugh, what am I saying? I'm an outstanding youth of the 22nd century, how could I be in a premature romance? Lin said he didn't want it, but deep down he felt it was quite delightful. While pondering he noticed a gift package appeared on the simulator. Shaking off his thoughts he opened the gift package. Congratulations host, you have received Talent Conversion Red 1. Talent Conversion. After use you can select a talent to convert into a red talent before the simulation. Wow! This is a great item, I can use it when I can't obtain a red talent someday. Lin took a long time to calm down, and remembered that his current goal was to fix the summoning technique talent. The summoning technique talent has also changed to summoning technique Slug Sage Red, requiring 1000 simulation coins to fix. Seeing this Lin felt relieved, fearing he might miss it. Lin also began his daily tasks, determined to fix this talent before tomorrow. After completing his daily tasks Lin had simulated 4 times, but during this period he hadn't obtained any good talents. Lin discovered a very serious problem. After losing the first affinity with nature talent he could not cultivate sage mode. He tested it 3 times, and even with the slug's assistance, he could not condense Sage chakra. Lin could only hope to obtain a nature talent in tomorrow's simulation. Arriving at the agreed time with Might Guy, Lin was already waiting there early. First he warmed up, then learned techniques with Might Guy. As the sun set, Lin hurried home eager to open the Genjutsu scroll. Finally he learned the Genjutsu before dawn. Today was truly a fulfilling day. Lin opened his simulator. Host Uchiha Lin. Chakra attribute fire. Chakra genin. Ninjutsu Genjutsu Naraka Path Taijutsu Leaf Whirlwind Fire Release Great Fireball Technique. Items Kunai Shuriken. Bloodline Limit Sharingan Single Tomo. Talent Genjutsu Genius Red. Simulation Coins 1025. After reviewing the attribute panel, Lin nodded and activated the remaining simulation for the day. Lin intended to test something in this simulation. No good talents appeared. Genjutsu Genius. Red. Summoning Technique Slug Sage. Red. Creative idea. Occasionally there will be some unusual thoughts. Blue. On the first day you followed Might Guy to learn taijutsu and practice genjutsu at home. On the 31st day, due to your talent in genjutsu and your Totemo Sharingan, you gained the family's attention. You informed the Uchiha higher-ups about the news of Uchiha Shisui being targeted for assassination by Danzo, but they did not take it seriously. On the 32nd day, Uchiha Shisui's death led the Uchiha higher-ups to believe your words, and your status within the Uchiha clan rose. On the 58th day you informed the higher-ups excluding Uchiha Itachi that Konoha would eliminate the Uchiha clan at dawn, with the infiltrator being Uchiha Itachi. With Uchiha Shisui's experience they believed you and began to prepare for the great battle. On the 59th day the Uchiha clan was prepared, but Konoha, upon seeing this, deployed Root and Umbu. The Uchiha clan was outmatched but still managed to inflict significant damage on Konoha. You escaped with Aimie and her parents using the summoning technique. Simulation ended. You received 60 simulation coins. Although Lin's thoughts were as he had anticipated, it was still evident that the Konoha higher-ups were determined to eradicate the Uchiha clan. After receiving the simulation coins, Lin fixed the summoning technique talent. In the training ground of the Uchiha clan, a 13-year-old boy swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, "Summoning technique!" The moment his palm touched the ground, a large circle of black runes spread outwards from his center. The boy is none other than the beloved protagonist, Uchiha Rin. Lin muttered to himself, "My seal formation speed is too slow, only 2 seals per second, while Uchiha Itachi can do 5. I need to practice more." Looking down he saw a palm-sized slug appear on the ground. Lin didn't use much chakra, so the slug was very small. But Lin wouldn't look down on it just because it was small. Its true form was much larger than Konoha. "Hello, Slug Sage, I am Uchiha Rin of the Uchiha clan." The slug moved its 2 tentacles and spoke in a gentle tone. "I am not the sage, just a clone of the sage. I know you, Linkun, follow me, the sage wants to see you." Lin was momentarily confused. "Slug, can't you share thoughts with the sage? And what does the sage want to see me for?" "I split from the sage and became an independent entity like a newborn. I have a connection with the sage, but it's not very strong, so I also don't know much about the sage's matters." Lin followed the slug to the wet bone forest. All around mushrooms were growing, the smallest only 1 or 2 meters tall, while the largest could reach over 100 meters. The place was filled with natural energy, almost liquid in form. Lin wasn't deliberately absorbing it, but his body was gradually strengthening. At that moment a slug 5 meters long and several meters wide came over, munching on mushrooms. "Linkun, hop on, I'll take you to meet the sage." Lin sat on the slug's head, taking in the scenery surrounded by countless summoning beasts of various kinds. Seeing the slugs around eating mushrooms, Lin asked the slug, "Slug Sage, why are there so many slugs around?" "That's because the sage is too large to come out and eat. Although he can absorb natural energy to sustain himself. But that would be too wasteful, so the sage sends out clones to eat these mushrooms. After eating they secrete a special seed that will mature naturally over the years." Lin and the slug chatted as they approached the sage. When Lin saw the Slug Sage he realized how naive his previous thoughts had been. The true form of the Slug Sage was at least dozens if not hundreds of times larger than Konoha. "Slug Sage, hello, may I ask why you called for me?" The Slug Sage spoke, his voice sounding particularly gentle, like that of a soft-spoken girl. Even the most irritable person would feel calm upon hearing this voice. "Linkun, although I don't know how you formed the summoning contract with the Wet Bone Forest, I can sense that you harbor no malice and yearn for peace. This alone is enough. I brought you here for 2 reasons. First, to help you strengthen your body here. Although we in the Wet Bone Forest advocate for peace, one must not fall behind in strength. Practicing here can yield twice the result with half the effort. From now on you should spend 5 hours here each day. The second reason is to see if you are the prophesied child of the Toad Sage. Now that this purpose has been fulfilled, I will send a small slug to assist you in your training. During your time here, focus on training your physical strength. You can refine chakra but do not absorb natural energy. Although the sage mode of our wet bone forest is relatively gentle, it is still beyond what your current physique can handle. I will soon fall into a deep sleep. If there are no important matters, do not wake me. With that, the slug sage fell into a slumber, and a palm-sized slug came to rest on Lin's shoulder. Linku and I look forward to working with you in the future. I will rely on you, little slug. Lin began his daily tasks in the wet bone forest. After completing his daily tasks and exercising for 5 hours in the wet bone forest, Lin returned to the ninja world. At that moment, the small slug on Lin's shoulder said, Lin-kun, you've arrived in the ninja world. I must return now. If you need anything, summon me. Goodbye. Before Lin could respond with a loud bang, the slug transformed into a puff of white mist and returned to the wet bone forest. Lin's 5 hours of training in the wet bone forest was nearly equivalent to 5 days of training in the ninja world. Lin's physical condition was also nearing the level of a chunin. As he walked home, he spotted Aimee. Aimee hopped over to Lin's side. Lina Nicken, my father is looking for you. Come with me. With that, she grabbed Lin's hand and ran home. Arriving at Aimee's doorstep, they found Uchiha Fire waiting there for quite some time. Aimee left to find friends after bringing Lin here. Hello, Uncle Ka, what brings you here? Since you asked, I won't keep you in suspense, he said as he took out a letter, a knife, and a scroll from behind him. These items were left for you by your father. They were originally meant to be given to you when you became a genin, but after what happened, it's not too late to give them to you now. With that, he placed the letter, knife, and scroll on the table and returned home. Lin snapped back to reality. Thank you, Uncle Ka. He didn't want to linger and picked up the items, heading home. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ka was murmuring to himself at home, holding a red piece of paper. Brother Lu Lin, your child has grown up. But I still don't feel comfortable handing Aimee over to him. Let's wait a bit longer. Lin was of course unaware of these matters. Lin returned home and heavily opened the letter. Although he wasn't the same Uchiha Lin as before, he still retained some of Uchiha Lin's emotions. Lin, upon seeing this letter, I know you've grown up. There are some things I must tell you. My name is Uchiha Lu Lin, but your mother is named Otsutsuki Mei Sure. Your mother was hunted by her family. She came to the ninja world and met me, thus giving birth to you. After having you fearing that the Otsutsuki clan would implicate you, I entrusted my brother Uchiha Ka with your upbringing. We began our path of escape, and I have nothing left to give you. That knife was brought by your mother. All we know is that it contains immense power. Even we couldn't fully unlock the seal on that knife. When we left, we resealed it, and you will have to unlock it step by step on your own. The scroll contains 3 items. The first is to teach you how to activate the Otsutsuki bloodline within your body. The second is a jade pendant. When you are in mortal danger, the pendant will protect you from attacks below the 6 paths level, but only 5 times. It can withstand a 6 paths level attack only once. The third is a collection of ninjutsu scrolls, which include all the ninjutsu that I and your mother learned in our lifetime. Everything from here on out will depend on you. These are all I wanted to say. Lastly, I want to tell you your father and mother will always love you. Lin was already in tears after reading the letter, filled with astonishment. The blade was adorned with engravings of plants, the hilt a deep crimson. Drawing the sword from its black sheath revealed a blade capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud, with a slight groove running along its length. Surrounding it were fine grooves, giving the whole sword an impression of fragility. Lin took the sword into the yard and swung it casually a few times despite its sharpness. Yet Lin did not sense any unusual power within the sword. He infused the blade with chakra, and immediately the grooves seemed to be filled by an unknown force. They turned blood red. Lin felt his chakra draining rapidly, and quickly tossed the sword away, sitting on the ground and gasping for breath. In just that brief moment, the sword had siphoned off 2/3 of his chakra. Lin worked on restoring his depleted chakra. Once he had regained most of his chakra, he cautiously picked up the sword again, feeling no further abnormalities. Lin let out a sigh of relief. After a moment's thought, Lin decided to store the sword away, planning to test it again when he reached the wet bone forest, primarily out of fear that any unusual phenomena arising from the sword would attract the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. Lin took out a scroll and examined its contents. To his shock, the upper left corner of the scroll was piled high with scrolls. Hovering in the center was a piece of paper and a jade pendant. Lin disregarded the scrolls and retrieved the paper and jade pendant. The pendant was green on the outside and white in the center. The front of the pendant bore an engraving of a tree, while the back was blood red, inscribed with a pair of open Rinnegan eyes. This was an item that could protect Lin's life, and he decided to keep it close. Lin glanced at the piece of paper which contained only 2 lines he could comprehend, the rest was too blurry to read. It read, according to the research conducted by me and your mother, it has been discovered that there are many abilities within you that have yet to awaken. To fully awaken your Otsutsuki bloodline, you need to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan, implant the Hyuga bloodline, and use it to awaken the Byakugan within you. You must also implant the Uzumaki bloodline and cells from Hashirama Senju to further purify your Senju bloodline. Through the fusion of your Uchiha bloodline and Senju bloodline, you can develop the Rinnegan and Sage body, as well as implant the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan from the moon. You will then obtain the reincarnation eye. This way your Otsutsuki bloodline will be both pure and perfect. Upon reading this, Lin felt an overwhelming sense of despair. This was no different from saying nothing at all, yet from the contents above Lin understood that only those who possess both a pure Uchiha bloodline and a pure Senju bloodline while having an Otsutsuki bloodline can attain the Sage Eye and Sage Body. Those who are implanted can only activate and evolve their own bloodlines. In other words, Lin was now the only one in the ninja world capable of simultaneously awakening the Sage Eye and Sage Body. Furthermore, the Uzumaki and Senju bloodlines would evolve further, making the Sage Body even more powerful. But this was still too far for Lin at present. He looked back at the scroll and discovered a peculiar feature. He found he could enter and exit the scroll freely. Upon entering the scroll, Lin found it to be vast, roughly the size of half of Konoha. In the left corner there was a large pile of scrolls. They were sorted into categories: crank, rank, rank, secret techniques, and 6 paths ninjutsu, totaling 6 sections. The first 5 sections were further divided into genjutsu, taijutsu, and ninjutsu based on different chakra attributes. This arrangement allowed Lin to quickly locate the ninjutsu he needed. Lin decided to first learn the genjutsu of the Uchiha clan while he would study taijutsu tomorrow in the Wetbone Forest. As for ninjutsu, he resolved to enhance his ninjutsu talent before starting. His talent for ninjutsu was quite poor. Lin exited the scroll space and lay on his bed contemplating today's events. First, he visited the Wetbone Forest and met with the Slug Sage. During his training, Lin had utilized the simulator but had failed to find any good talents after 6 attempts. It ended there. Next, he learned about his lineage and established a goal in his heart. He wanted to meet his parents. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Lin simulated again, seeing no promising talents, and summoned a small slug. He asked it to take him to the Wetbone Forest. Lin decided to keep the slug with him at all times except at night. 27 days later, it had been a month since Lin arrived in this world. During this month, Lin had either been in the Wetbone Forest or learning taijutsu from Might Guy. In the Wetbone Forest, he murmured to himself while lying atop a slug, "In 4 days Uchiha Shisui will die." "Lin-kun, what are you worried about?" Over the month at the Wetbone Forest, Lin had become close friends with the slugs here. This was mainly due to the slug's gentle demeanor. "It's nothing, little slug. Can you take me to see the Slug Sage? I need its help." "Sure, Lin-kun, hold on tight." Upon reaching the place where the Slug Sage was sleeping, Lin called out, "Slug Sage, wake up. I need your help." Hearing Lin's call, the Slug Sage awoke. "Lin-kun, what do you need from me?" Lin took out his space scroll and retrieved the blood fragment blade, a name he had given it, saying, "Slug Sage, have you seen this sword?" The Slug Sage raised its tentacles to take a look. "I haven't seen it, but this sword is sealed with powerful forces. I can only release part of its power, and that part won't be beneficial for you. You'll have to rely on yourself." Upon hearing the Slug Sage's words, Lin abandoned the idea of relying on someone else's power to unseal it. Over the month, Lin's chakra had reached the level of a chunin and was about to attain the level of a jonin. He could still use the sword for some basic techniques, such as infusing chakra to enhance its attack power or adding fire chakra to produce flame attacks. The system panel had also been improved during this month. At this moment, Lin opened the system panel. Host Uchiha Lin chakra attributes: Fire In chakra level, Chunin Ninjutsu Chunin level, Summoning technique, Fire Release, Great Fireball technique, Fire Release, Great Fire Extinguishing technique, Fire Release. Taijutsu Jonin level, Fire Moon / attaching fire chakra to the sword for slashing, Leaf Whirlwind, Fire Moon continuous / attaching fire chakra to the sword for consecutive slashes. Genjutsu Jonin level, Hell Viewing technique, Illusion Magic Mirror, Heaven and Earth turn illusion. This place is not this place. Bloodline Limit Double Tomo Sharingan. Talent Genjutsu Genius Red Summoning technique, Slug Red, Fire Release Genius Purple will have a 20 higher comprehension ability for ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu related to fire release. The use of fire release ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu will also receive a 5 boost. Overall strength Jonin. Simulation coins 6269. In this month, Lin only fixed 1 purple talent without a single red one. This was either because there were no red talents, or he lacked sufficient simulation coins for red talents. Regarding the simulations over the month, Lin attempted various methods but failed each time, with only himself, Ime, and her parents surviving. But today Lin thought of a method that could save the Uchiha clan. Today Lin had only completed his daily tasks and hadn't yet conducted the simulation for the day. The daily tasks were taking increasingly more of his time. Lin opened the simulation panel. Now the daily tasks require Lin to spend more time. Lin feels quite helpless. Lin offered a prayer and opened the simulation panel. Dog nose acquired the sense of smell similar to a dog. Able to detect faint scents. Blue healing, use this ability when there are injuries within a certain range. Can restore to full state. Can only be used once. Purple, suddenly the simulation panel erupted with dazzling golden light. Lin jumped up in joy. System, I love you. Invisibility, using it makes the body transparent. Neither attacking nor being attacked will reveal the original form. Unless actively deactivated, it can also make objects or people touched by the host invisible. Once the host's touch is lost, invisibility will vanish. With the host's physical quality, it can be used 3 times a day, each time for 40 minutes. Golden. Lin thought for a moment and chose these 3 talents. Invisibility, using it makes the body transparent. Neither attacking nor being attacked will reveal the original form. Unless actively deactivated, it can also make people and objects touched by the host invisible. Once the touch is lost, invisibility will vanish. With the host's physical quality, it can be used 3 times a day, each time for 40 minutes. Golden healing, use this ability when injuries occur within a certain range. Can restore to full state. Can only be used once. Purple flight wings can grow from the back for flying. Can be used once a day. For 30 minutes. Simulation begins. Day 1, you return to the Uchiha clan, starting preparations to save Uchiha Shisui on Day 3. Day 3, you activate invisibility at night to follow Uchiha Shisui and invite him to meet Danzo at the route. You used your invisibility ability to rescue Uchiha Shisui, explaining your thoughts to him. You urged him to hide. Day 27, you conveyed your ideas to the high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan, and after a brief discussion they decided to implement your method. Day 28, you began to take action to realize your ideas. Day 30, you met with Sarutobi Hiruzen and greeted him. Using the hidden slug, you summoned it to the wet bone forest. When Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the Uchiha clan, he found it already deserted. Congratulations, you perfectly passed the massacre night. A reward package has been issued. Simulation panel updated. You can fix one of the 3 talents for free. Lin calmed himself down. It must be fixing the golden talent. This golden talent is the lowest level, only costing 5,100 simulation coins. When Lin wanted to open the package, he found he had to wait for the update to finish. He could only give up. Lin thought for a moment. It seemed his method was feasible. Then the next step is implementation. 3 days later, in these 3 days, Lin felt the most speechless. During the system update, no functions could be used. Fortunately, the talents could still be used. As the sun set, Lin changed into a black robe and put on a mask with a blood fragment blade strapped to his back. Lin knew Uchiha Shisui was summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, the Uchiha clan meeting was about to begin, so he would definitely encounter Uchiha Shisui on this road. When Lin arrived on this road, he used invisibility immediately before Uchiha Shisui could look over. Uchiha Shisui looked over but found no one. I clearly sensed someone here just now. Did I sense it wrong? Uchiha Shisui saw no one and returned to continue his training. Lin felt a bit uneasy at this moment. Indeed, as expected of Uchiha Shisui, if it weren't for the invisibility talent, I would have been discovered just now. After a while, people from the route arrived. A few leaves fell and 4 masked individuals appeared in front of Uchiha Shisui, exuding a chilling aura. Uchiha Shisui, Lord Danzo requests your presence. Uchiha Shisui looked around. Okay, I understand, lead the way. What is it, Lord Danzo? The meeting time is approaching. If you use your Sharingan to persuade Uchiha Fugaku and the Uchiha clan members but the village doesn't change, what will you do? The Hokage has promised me that there will definitely be a change, Uchiha Shisui said, his eyes devoid of doubt. Even if the 3rd Hokage tries to persuade them now, the villagers' suspicion towards you won't easily disappear. I understand. However, as long as we take more time. Before Uchiha Shisui could finish, Danzo interrupted. Furthermore, someone as suspicious as me won't easily change my mind. What will you do then? But Lord Danzo, at that time will you also use your Kodama Tsukumi on me? Danzo tossed aside his cane, speaking heavily. Before Uchiha Shisui could react, he extended his hand. I've accepted your Sharingan. I'm sorry. After saying this, Shisui used the genjutsu to immobilize Danzo and grabbed his hand that was reaching for his Sharingan with his other hand. Just a simple genjutsu, he will wake up soon. After Uchiha Shisui finished speaking, he left. But at that moment Danzo used his Inagi and delivered a combo to Uchiha Shisui. Just as Danzo was about to take Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan body flicker technique, a shadow flashed and stabbed Danzo from behind. Saved Uchiha Shisui. Lin ran out of the village with Uchiha Shisui. After running for a while, Lin's invisibility ability disappeared. Damn, the invisibility time is up! Danzo yelled angrily while covering his wound. Don't you hurry up and chase! 10 root members disappeared all at once. They rushed towards Lin's direction. Damn, they caught up! I should have let the little slug set up the reverse summoning technique earlier. Lin's physical skills were still those of an ordinary jounin and couldn't compete with these root members. Lin stopped and guarded Uchiha Shisui against the surroundings. Surrounded by 10 root members, but they did not attack. After a while Danzo arrived. Uchiha Shisui and that masked one, I advise you to surrender. Old dog Danzo, how is that possible? Uchiha Shisui, cover me. All of you go. Capture that masked one alive. Summoning technique. 4 slugs appeared beside Lin. 3 small slugs and one that was 3 meters tall. Lin still needed to use chakra to fight, so he didn't summon a particularly large slug. He divided one small slug to Uchiha Shisui and whispered to another slug beside him. You go back to the wet bone forest. As long as the slug beside me returns to the wet bone forest, you will use the reverse summoning technique. I've been here for a month, finally able to have a proper fight. Lin summoned the slug, shocking Danzo, but he continued to attack. Lin drew the blade from his back, facing the 3 root members before him. The large slug dealt with the 4 root members, while Uchiha Shisui confronted the 3 root members and Danzo. Lin drew the knife from his back, infusing it with fire attribute chakra, and activated his own Mangekyo Sharingan. Sword Moon Slash. 3 fire attribute chakra slashes flew towards the 3 individuals at the base. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. A person wearing a yellow coat used Earth Release to block Lin's attack, while another person wearing a fox mask launched a fire attack, and yet another rushed in wielding a kunai. Lin dodged the fire attack and engaged in combat with the kunai-wielding opponent. His taijutsu was not at a disadvantage, and he attacked fiercely. Ignoring his own injuries, the minor wounds on Lin's body healed quickly with the help of the slug. The other 2 sensed danger, and one of them wielding a kunai formed a Tonon situation. The other person beside him used fire release to continuously disrupt Lin. Lin could only keep using body flicker technique. In his attempt to dodge, he was hit by a fire attack and had to quickly evade a critical strike. As the opponent used fire release again, Lin also unleashed a fire release that created a large amount of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Lin stood there already panting heavily. The 2 opponents charged forward. Lin could not dodge in time and was struck by 2 kunai. The individuals at the base also let down their guard, and suddenly Lin in front of them transformed into smoke. A stone at his feet transformed back into Lin. It turned out that in the smoke, Lin had used shadow clone technique to create a clone, while his real body transformed into a stone. Once transformed back, Lin quickly activated his Sharingan to enhance his genjutsu. Genjutsu Naraku's View. As the 2 were ensnared by Lin's genjutsu, he raised the knife in his hand and swiftly struck at their throats. At that moment, the root member also reached Lin's side. Seeing this, Lin realized he was outmatched and hurriedly used body flicker technique. He appeared next to Uchiha Shisui. Bang! He vanished into the smoke. Damn it! Let them escape. Immediately send out news of Uchiha Shisui's defection. Danzo's face turned pale as he instructed the nearby root members. Wet Bone Forest. While using transformation technique, Lin sent the slug back to Wet Bone Forest, while he appeared beside Uchiha Shisui and stored him in his space scroll. The returning slug used reverse summoning technique to summon Lin to Wet Bone Forest. Where is this? Who are you? Uchiha Shisui, upon being released from the space scroll, stood on guard with his knife. He also looked at the masked man in front of him. I am Uchiha Lin, a fellow Uchiha clansman, and this is one of the 3 great sanctuaries. As he spoke, Lin removed his mask, revealing his Mangekyo Sharingan. Upon seeing Lin's Sharingan, Uchiha Shisui lowered his knife. Yet he remained wary of Lin. Then why did you save me? Lin looked at Uchiha Shisui with a gaze that seemed to say, are you an idiot? Both of us are Uchiha, and you are a key figure in the Uchiha clan. I need your strength to resist Konoha. I will not condone actions that harm Konoha. Uchiha Shisui replied, drawing his knife again. I know you want to protect Konoha. But do you wish to protect Konoha for everyone or only for the higher-ups? Uchiha Shisui's eyes flickered with uncertainty. No matter what you say, I will protect Konoha. Lin was utterly speechless. Konoha has already decayed. Listen to me explain a few things before you tell me your choice. Do you know Kakashi's father? Yes, the famous Tsukumo Hatake from Konoha. Do you know how he died? Wasn't it suicide? Of course not. At that time it was during the selection of the fourth Hokage. Danzo wanted to become Hokage, but Tsukumo Hatake's achievements and influence far surpassed Danzo's, so Danzo used rumors to cause Tsukumo's death. And then there's Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the fourth Hokage. The higher-ups of Konoha must know. So why don't they announce it? Instead they let him suffer alone. This. Lin saw his expression and spoke his thoughts. I have thought of a way. It can preserve Konoha without destroying it and also protect the Uchiha clan. What method? Let the Uchiha clan escape from Konoha. Uchiha clan South Shrine. A meeting regarding the survival of the Uchiha clan was being held here. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Teiho, Uchiha Hakudai, Uchiha Inaho, Uchiha Itachi and other high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan were present. Uchiha Fugaku asked. Our contradictions with Konoha are growing larger. What should we do? After speaking, Uchiha Fugaku sighed. We should rebel against Konoha. If Konoha makes us suffer, they shouldn't expect to have it easy either. Uchiha Teiho was the first to respond. I think we should endure for now, countered the person sitting opposite Uchiha Teiho. The topic of discussion quickly shifted and the peace faction and the revolutionary faction began to argue. Uchiha Fugaku was about to intervene when a voice came from the entrance. We should escape from Konoha. The seated members were about to retort, but upon seeing Uchiha Shisui beside them they closed their mouths. Uchiha Fugaku on the high seat asked. Who is he? Uchiha Shisui. Fugaku clan leader, his name is Uchiha Rin, he just saved me from Danzo. Konoha has already attacked you. Sigh. Tell us your plan. Lin stepped forward and said. I can see the future. In 27 days at dawn the Uchiha clan will face the night of annihilation. As soon as Lin finished speaking the members seated began to stir. How do we know it's true? Exactly, we can't trust your words. Lin continued. Whether you believe it or not is your business. I can reveal a secret you all don't know. Upon hearing this the people around nodded and conversations began to murmur. It was still Uchiha Fugaku who spoke. Alright, go ahead and share. What secret? Lin smiled and looked at Uchiha Itachi beside Uchiha Fugaku saying. Konoha sent you to monitor the Uchiha, didn't they? Uchiha Itachi. At that moment Uchiha Itachi also showed a surprised expression. The surrounding people looked at Uchiha Itachi's astonished face and understood that this was indeed true. Uchiha Itachi Shisui has already chosen to help the Uchiha, not the higher-ups of Konoha. What is your choice? Uchiha Itachi fell into deep thought. He looked at Uchiha Shisui beside him. Brother Shisui. Shisui glanced at Uchiha Itachi and said, I choose to help not the Uchiha but Konoha. Uchiha Itachi seemed somewhat bewildered. What he means is, what I choose is not the higher-ups of Konoha nor a specific person or family within Konoha. What I choose to protect is Konoha for everyone. Uncle Hai, what did you call me for? Lin sat across from Uchiha Hai utterly bewildered with Ayami seated beside him. After attending the Uchiha clan meeting, Lin had finally returned home and indulged in a rare leisurely morning sleep, only to be visited the very next dawn by Uchiha Hai and Ayami. I have something to show you. With that he produced a crimson sheet of paper. As Lin unfolded it he froze, stunned into silence. An engagement contract. Between Ayami and me. Yes. Your parents arranged this childhood betrothal long ago. Out of respect for your father I have consented. Now the choice rests with you. No, it can't be right. Lin had never been in a romantic relationship, not in his past life nor in this one. To be told out of the blue that he'd borne a binding engagement since infancy left him reeling. Overwhelmed, Lin flushed deeply and glanced sideways at Ayami, who in turn blushed furiously and lowered her head. From the moment Lin first awakened in this world he had felt drawn to this girl. A month of shared days had deepened his understanding of her, and she embodied precisely the kind of person he cherished. Compounded by the lingering emotions of his predecessor's soul, his affection only intensified. Ayami, what do you think? I must ask for your own will. Her blush deepened further, and she whispered so softly only she could hear. I love Brother Lin. Yet in this world of shinobi such a whisper was unmistakable. Lin, take this marriage document, it is yours. I retain a duplicate. Ayami shall remain here tonight. Uncle Hai, let me walk you out. Lin rose, but Hai gently barred his path. Stay and spend time with Ayami. Lin and Ayami sat side by side on the sofa in silence. 10 minutes passed before Lin broke the stillness. Ayami, have you eaten? Not yet, I came straight to Brother Lin's house this morning. Then I'll cook for you. As the old saying goes, to win a heart first win the stomach. In his past life living alone, Lin had mastered the art of cooking. Here you go, my finest egg noodles. The rich savory aroma filled the air. Ayami swallowed reflexively. Thank you, Brother Lin, I'll begin. After the meal they strolled along the sun-dappled streets of Konoha, watching villagers pass, merchants, genin, elders, children, each moving with quiet purpose. A quiet awe settled over Lin. Only now did he grasp their reality, not figments of imagination, not scripted avatars, but living, breathing people, each carrying dreams, sorrows, and histories as real as his own. Brother Lin, what's wrong? Ayami noticed his distant gaze lingering far beyond the horizon and asked, voice laced with concern. I'm fine. Don't you adore dango, the tricolored kind? I'll buy some for you. For the first time since his arrival, Lin smiled, a genuine, unguarded smile. Until now he had treated this world like a game, obsessing over how to survive the clan massacre night, never once allowing himself true joy or ease. Now he understood every soul here possessed depth, warmth, and feeling. He was not alone. He had Ayami, and her parents, the Slug Sage Tsunade Might Guy, and the steadfast support of the Uchiha clan. That evening in Lin's home. Ayami, please, wait. We're still minors. Lin sat on the floor while Ayami lay beneath the covers, bare and unself-conscious. After a full day together, Lin had intended to escort Ayami home, but Uchiha Hai spoke quietly to her, then stepped aside without another word. Before Lin could speak, Hai declared, Ayami's bed is broken, she'll stay here tonight. Lin recognized the flimsy pretext instantly, yet before he could object, Hai cut him off. Go on, get her settled now. And with a light kick to Lin's backside, Hai ushered them inside. Lin tried to assign Ayami to the spare room, but upon returning from his bath he found her already nestled in his bed. What does minor mean? It means we're still too young for this. But we're not so young anymore, are we? Lin hesitated. He recalled the shinobi world's grim reality. Average lifespans rarely exceeded 35 years, and during wartime barely 25. Age mattered little when survival demanded maturity. Yet Lin, shaped by 9 years of formal education, could not reconcile himself with such haste. I mean, we're still too young. Let's wait until we're older, all right. Okay, but tonight I'll sleep with Brother Lin. That night Lin held Ayami close. Do not ask why. He faced a naked girl in his bed. Holding her gently was restraint itself. Ayami, do you love the me of before, or the me of now? Ayami paused, thoughtful. I love the Brother Lin of now more. Before you never looked my way, rarely smiled. Now, though we see each other less often, every meeting brings kindness, care. You still don't smile much, but today you smiled more than ever before. And it has been the happiest day of my life. Lin sat up, withdrew a spatial scroll, and retrieved a jade pendant, then placed it tenderly into Ayami's hands. Ayami, on the day we wed, I will prepare a grand ceremony, one worthy of making you the most radiant, cherished woman in all the world. This pendant belonged to my parents. Let it serve as our solemn vow. Ayami accepted it with delight. Thank you, Brother Lin. We promise, no lies, no breaking faith. He's accepted me. Is this an engagement token? But we're already betrothed. Oh, how embarrassing. She ducked under the covers, leaving only her eyes and the top of her head visible. Lin couldn't fathom Ayami's thoughts, but she didn't know this once activated the pendant would resonate with him. Worn passively, it remained silent. Lin chose to honor her privacy, keeping that truth to himself. Lin lay beside her, gazing at Ayami. Ayami. He faltered, words suspended. She sensed his hesitation. What is it, Brother Lin? Nothing, just rest well. Good night. Good night, Brother Lin. He held his secret close, unspoken, sealed within his heart. Ayami, I will protect you, always. The next morning Lin rose early, prepared breakfast for Ayami, then headed out for morning training, though the system remained offline for updates. Daily tasks were unavailable, yet Lin moved through his routine effortlessly. Another day unfolded in laughter and companionship with Ayami, until evening when she returned home, leaving Lin standing quietly speechless. He walked home alone, shoulders heavy with quiet solitude. Back at the Uchiha residence, Hai noticed a jade pendant resting against Ayami's waist. Where did this come from? Ayami blinked, puzzled, then replied. Brother Lin gave it to me. He said it belonged to his parents. Others might have dismissed it as mere ornament, but Hai knew its significance. His approval of Lin as a son-in-law deepened. Very well, I understand. Since Lin entrusted it to you, treasure it well. After May returned home, Lin also went home. However, while walking halfway, Lin felt like something was on his mind, but he couldn't remember what it was. After thinking for a while and being unable to recall anything, he simply decided not to think about it. Upon returning home, he fell asleep. In the middle of the night, a dark shadow swept across Lin's house. The shadow approached Lin's bedside, saying, "It seems you are ready." Lin was suddenly awakened by a strong, pungent smell of blood. He exclaimed, "Why is there a smell of blood?" As Lin stepped outside, he was greeted by the sight of a red moon, and the bodies of the fallen scattered around, all sharing the common trait of being from the Uchiha clan. "What's going on? Isn't the night of the clan extermination still a month away? Moreover, Uchiha Itachi had chosen to trust the Uchiha clan." Lin looked around in confusion. "Right, Ime." He hurriedly rushed to Imai's house. There he saw Uchiha Hua and Uchiha Nan lying in a pool of blood. "Uncle Hua and Nan." "Ime, where are you?" Lin entered Imai's room and found her gasping for breath, a knife stabbed in her chest. He rushed to her side. "Ime, don't die. We still have our promise. I still want to hold a grand wedding for you. You can't die." Lin knelt before Ime, tears streaming down his face. Cough. Cough. "Brother Lin. I can't hold on anymore. Even though I can't fulfill our promise. These past few days have been the happiest days of my life. Brother Lin. Goodbye. I will love you forever." After finishing her words, Ime died before Lin's eyes. "Ah. This must be a dream, it can't be real." As he said this, he took out a kunai and stabbed it into his arm. Blood flowed down. The sharp pain in his arm shattered Lin's illusion. "Ah. Why?" Lin's Tutamo Sharingan emerged, spinning continuously until it formed a 3-Tomo Sharingan, and it did not stop until it became a Mangekyo Sharingan. Lin's Mangekyo Sharingan looked very similar to Kagaya Otsutsuki's Rinnegan. However, Kagaya's Rinnegan had 3 circles while Lin only had 2. The first circle formed 3 tomo. The second circle also had 3 tomo, but with an addition of 3 small black triangles. This was Lin's Mangekyo Sharingan. Because Lin possessed the bloodline of the Otsutsuki, his Mangekyo Sharingan resembled the Rinnegan closely. Lin's ocular power far exceeded that of an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan. With his current ocular power, he could activate a complete Susanoo. Although it could only last for 5 hours, it was still terrifying. Moreover, Lin's ocular power would gradually recover. In 5 years, he could fully restore his ocular power from none. This meant that as long as Lin did not activate a complete Susanoo, and used his abilities sparingly, he would not go blind. Lin's Susanoo was white. Lin's Susanoo also had a divine weapon, which was the armor of Susanoo, granting a 25 damage immunity. By infusing enough chakra into the armor, its immunity could be raised to a maximum of 50. The most crucial point was that if the Susanoo was shattered, the armor would explode. It was roughly equivalent to a tailed beast bomb. After the armor shattered, it could recondense in 5 days. The first ocular technique could summon a floating white orb on his shoulder. It looked like a truth-seeking ball but was not as sturdy. It was called Guardian Cloud. It could transform into various weapons, attached to weapons, and endow weapons with its properties. Guardian Cloud could absorb ninjutsu released by others and reflect it back. It could also mix with Lin's own chakra and release it back out at double the strength. It was very similar to the Uchiha fan. It could also make weapons sturdier and sharper. It could also attach to Lin's body, greatly enhancing his defensive capabilities and increasing his strength. It could only attach to Lin, it could not attach to others. The most important point about Guardian Cloud was that when Lin summoned it, its presence did not consume Lin's ocular power. Only when it was shattered or Lin allowed it to disappear and summoned it again would it consume Lin's ocular power. Currently, Lin could summon a maximum of 3 orbs, and it would take half a year to recover the ocular power consumed by each. The second ocular technique, size manipulation, could freely change the size of the touched object but not the size of a person. He could also freely change his own size. However, the ocular power consumed was 10 times that of the object's size. The smallest he could shrink to was the size of an ant, and the largest could reach the size of a complete Susanoo. The more drastic the change, the greater the ocular power consumption. The ocular techniques of the Mangekyo Sharingan evolved based on the aspects that caused the stimulation. For example, Uchiha Shisui awakened Kotohama Tsukumi to stop the war between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Obito believed that this world was fake, thus awakening Kamui. Lin, on the other hand, wished to protect Ime and possessed the strength to guard her, leading to the awakening of Guardian Cloud and size manipulation. Just as Lin was holding Ime in sorrow, he suddenly sat up from the bed. So this was a dream. But why is my Mangekyo Sharingan still here? As Lin was puzzled, a fragment of memory surfaced in his mind. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi stood before him. It turned out that during these past few days Lin had been thinking about how to evolve his Sharingan into Mangekyo. The evolution of the Sharingan required the death of a loved one, something Lin could not bear. Although Uchiha Shisui did not die at the clan meeting, Lin mentioned that Uchiha Itachi was guided by Konoha and that Danzo threatened Uchiha Sasuke. When the entire clan was slaughtered, he activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. Lin did not mention Uchiha Obito. This matter concerned many things. Thus, after Uchiha Itachi activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, Lin sought him out, wanting him to use Tsukuyomi on him where he could feel pain. It felt very real. Lin also found a technique in the scroll left by his parents that sealed half of his memories. Thus Lin sealed Uchiha Itachi's memories, allowing himself to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan again. Lin just got out of bed and didn't care that it was still nighttime. With Uchiha Itachi beside him, he hurried to Imai's house. Upon seeing Imai, Lin finally felt relieved, saying, "Imai, I will protect you well." With the consent of Uncle Hua and Aunt Nan, Imai would now live with Lin. After making arrangements for Imai, Lin encountered Uchiha Itachi in the courtyard. "Thank you, Itachi. This little help is nothing. I should thank you for saving Shisui." After a brief conversation, Itachi left. Back in the living room, Lin understood his ocular techniques better. Feeling good about it, he took out 3 guardian clouds from the space scroll. As he headed to Imai's house, Lin felt several small orbs following him. Although it was nighttime, the presence of the umbu and root was too conspicuous. Thus Lin put the orbs back into the space scroll, thought for a moment, and attached one to a blood-stained blade. Numerous orbs could attach to one object, but only one would be effective. The other 2 were attached to his hands. Lin nodded, a lewd smile on his face as he walked toward the bedroom. What was he thinking? Just simple sleep. Anyone with inappropriate thoughts, go reflect on it. The night of the clan's annihilation has finally begun. Lin sighed. Let's proceed according to the plan. Lin, along with Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi, arrived at the entrance of the Uchiha clan facing Konoha. All 4 possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. This is based on the anime original, not the manga. I personally feel that the leader of the Uchiha, who is also the father of Itachi and Sasuke, should have the Mangekyo. The 4 activated their Mangekyo Sharingan. Lin's abilities Guardian Cloud and Future Sight were revealed to the Uchiha clan. Shisui wielded Kodo Amatsukami, while Itachi had Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. Fugaku possessed Amaterasu and Yang Release, which significantly enhances his fire release techniques, and Amaterasu can also be enhanced. "Come out," Lin coldly stated, glancing around. A dense crowd of approximately 40 people emerged. Danzo also stepped forward, a cold smile on his face. The Uchiha truly hide the depths. They have 4 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. Today I'm taking your Sharingan. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, is this your choice? Even if you have 40 people, you cannot stop us from leaving. Lin smirked mockingly. Shisui revealed a determined look. Indeed, this is my choice. Under the leadership of your high-ranking officials, Konoha will only become more corrupt. I understand. Even if you manage to escape, what about the other Uchiha clan members behind you? At that moment, a root ninja used body flicker technique to reach Danzo's side. Lord Danzo, there are no Uchiha clan members inside. Danzo was taken aback. Impossible. How did you manage to let so many people escape right under our noses? Lin became intrigued. Do you still remember me? Danzo then realized. You're the one who saved Shisui. That's right. Do you remember my reverse summoning technique? We transformed into ordinary Uchiha clan members using basic shadow clone and transformation jutsu. The real clan members are with me in the wet bone forest, and we are here to let Konoha know that we Uchiha are not to be trifled with. Even if they escaped, what does it matter? 4 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan attack. The root members around surged forward at Danzo's command. Lin used Blood Shatter Blade, continuously attacking. Any unavoidable strikes were blocked by Guardian Cloud. The number of root members pouring in increased, and more scouting root ninjas were approaching. Lin and the others exchanged glances, and the 4 different colored Susanoo began to rise. Lin's was white, Itachi's was orange, Shisui's was green, and Fugaku's was red. Lin and Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo donned an additional layer of armor, while Uchiha Shisui's Susanoo wore a half layer of armor. The 4 Susanoo were unstoppable. Ordinary numbers posed no threat. Seeing this, Danzo could only join the battle himself. He revealed the Sharingan in his right eye, and just as he was about to summon a summon beast, Lin pulled the 3 into a space scroll. Using Guardian Cloud from 1,000 miles away, they vanished instantly. Lin and the others were merely here to show off. There was no need to fight to the death. After making a show, they would flee and he wouldn't be able to catch them. How infuriating. That was the mindset Lin desired. Lin arrived at the wet bone forest and released the 3. As soon as they arrived, they were surrounded by Uchiha members, and Aimie hurried over asking, "How is it, Brother Lin? Are you injured? Are you okay? Oh, there's someone else here." Aimie blushed and hid behind him after glancing around. Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward. "Ahem. Let me say a few words. We Uchiha managed to escape from Konoha. Lin's contributions are indispensable. I now announce that Lin is the clan leader from this moment on." Lin hurriedly stepped forward. "No way. I'm still too young to take on this position. We managed to escape thanks to clan leader Lin, so this position is rightfully yours." "Yes, yes." The surrounding Uchiha clan members cheered. I'm still too young for this. Let's let Uncle Fugaku lead for now. When I grow up, he'll take over this position." Seeing Lin not wanting to take the position, Uchiha Fugaku said, "Let's do it this way for now. You can be a high-ranking member of the Uchiha clan, and when you grow up you can take my position." After discussing some developments, they decided to set up houses on the outskirts of the Wetbone Forest. Lin had already discussed with Sage of Slugs about the Uchiha clan temporarily residing here before the Night of Annihilation. The Sage of Slugs agreed. Lin quickly returned to the makeshift hut established in the Wetbone Forest. He heard the system update completion prompt and hurriedly opened the system. The task panel disappeared. Open the host panel. Host Uchiha Lin. Chakra Jonin Fire. Ninjutsu Jonin. Taijutsu Elite Jonin Konoha Whirlwind Sword Moon Slash. Genjutsu Elite Jonin. Bloodline Limit Mangekyo Sharingan. Item Space Scroll Blood Shatter Blade Gift Pack 1. Talent Genjutsu Genius Red Summoning Techniques Slug Red Fire Release Genius Purple Invisibility Gold. Overall Strength Kage Level. Simulation Coins 10000. Lin couldn't help but exclaim that the system was quite generous. After the update, the simulation coins given by the system plus the original amount totaled exactly 10000. Lin opened the simulation panel and studied it for 10 minutes. Wow, this is quite a scam. Now the simulation panel included a feature for crossing worlds. Crossing requires a crossing card. After using the crossing card, you can use simulation coins to travel back and forth between two worlds, with the first time being free. The simulator was also updated. You can only simulate once a month. You can choose a world, must be a world the host has been to. It is no longer a simulation of Lin's life. Instead, it simulates from birth to the end. You can only choose one talent at a time. You can use 1000 simulation coins to refresh the talent. After completion, you can purchase abilities from the simulated life with simulation coins. You can also earn more simulation coins. Lin was unsure if this was an enhancement or a weakening. It had enhanced the simulation to once a month. It was a weakening, but you could go to other worlds. At this moment, Lin saw the gift pack. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a random world crossing card. One random item from this world. Lin looked at it and prayed that it would not be the Doluo world. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a one-piece world crossing card. You have obtained the nature-type Thunderfruit. Side effects have been removed. The next day, Lin told Uchiha Fugaku that he had something important to discuss. Lin informed the higher-ups of the Uchiha clan that his Mangekyo Sharingan had gained a new ability. It could traverse to a new world. The others exchanged glances, and even Uchiha Fugaku showed a look of disbelief. At this moment, Lin expressed his thoughts. Everything is true. Now Konoha will surely issue a bounty on us, and other ninja villages are also watching us closely. We cannot stay in the ninja world, so I want to take a few people to the new world to find a territory where we can live, and after gaining strong power we can return. This suggestion is acceptable. I second that. Lin reminded them, I have learned about that world. When I go to the new world, let the Uchiha people practice their taijutsu more in the Wetbone Forest. In that world they won't have ninjutsu, but taijutsu is very powerful. In that world we will try to use taijutsu. After Lin finished speaking, he began to prepare. Currently Lin brought Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and 15 elite jonin into the portal. A flash of white light passed and Lin arrived at a small island located in the first half of the Grand Line named Rylet Island, where most of the villagers lived. However, today was destined to be extraordinary. A pirate ship was floating on the sea belonging to a pirate with a bounty of 20 million. Lin was troubled about how to find a ship, and here it was delivered to him. Let's go, we want that ship. When Lin and his group arrived, the pirate ship had already docked. You brats, come on this island. Kill them, charge. A group of pirates rushed over and Lin revealed a cold smile. Finally, I can use my new ability. I'll handle them, you guys don't need to come over. Activate your Sharingan to observe our movements so you can see the abilities of this world. After saying this, the other Uchiha clan members activated their Sharingan. Ha ha ha, are they scared, silly? Just one person is coming. Ha! As the pirates mocked, Lin had already walked up to them. One of the pirates sneered, "Fool." After saying that, he raised his gun and shot at Lin. However, the bullet passed through Lin's body. Around Lin's body, arcs of electricity swirled. The pirate leader saw this scene and exclaimed, "A Logia devil fruit." After saying that, he quietly ran away. Lightning dragon. Lin shouted, and a dragon made of lightning charged into the group of pirates, paralyzing them all. "Where do you think you're going?" Lin, along with the Uchiha people, surrounded the pirate leader. "Please, don't kill me, I'll give you all my money," the pirate leader pleaded on his knees. "Let's go, don't kill him for now, take him with us." Lin walked towards the group of pirates' ship. The villagers nearby approached, and the leading elder said, "My lord, thank you for taking care of these pirates." "Thank you very much." The villagers handed Lin and his group eggs and vegetables. "May I ask, what is your name, benefactor?" We are from the Uchiha clan." As Lin turned to leave, he suddenly realized the problem: he didn't know the way. "Elder, could you tell me where the nearest navy base is?" "Navy base." The elder took out a log pointer from his pocket. "The nearest navy base is on Tenaya Island. This log pointer can guide you." Lin took the pointer and said, "Thank you, elder, we are leaving now." Lin took the Uchiha clan members onto the ship and instructed 5 Uchiha members to navigate the ship using the log pointer. "Hey pirate leader, what year is it in the sea circle? Is there any major event happening?" The pirate trembled as he approached. "Sir, it is currently the year 1517 in the sea circle, and there is one major event. Supernova Ace rejected the world government's invitation to become a Shichibukai." Lin pondered for a moment. "Alright, take him below deck." Lin called all the Uchiha members to the deck. In this world there is no ninjutsu, the focus is on physical strength and numbers. The meat here contains a large amount of energy. Therefore, practicing taijutsu here is very effective. This world is divided into 4 seas: the Grand Line and the New World. It has pirates, the world government, and revolutionary armies, with the world government comprising the Shichibukai. And the Shichibukai is what we aim for. With the identity of the Shichibukai, we can survive here safely as long as we do not provoke particularly powerful beings. "Chief, are there people stronger than you here?" "Yes, there are 4 emperors residing in the New World. With my current strength, I am unable to defeat them. There is also a spiral fruit here known as the devil fruit. They are divided into paramecia, zoan, and logia types. Eating a paramecia fruit grants a special power, while zoan can transform into animals. Logia allows one to use elements and become elemental. Elemental beings cannot be harmed by ordinary attacks, only those enhanced with haki can hit them. But there are side effects. Contact with seawater will lead to loss of mobility, as will sea prism stone. Now from this point on, we will train our taijutsu on the way to the navy base. We can use ninjutsu occasionally, but not too frequently, as it might raise the suspicions of the world government." After Lin finished speaking, the others dispersed. Lin felt that the energy of this world could greatly enhance one's taijutsu. Lin also practiced taijutsu with the Uchiha people. On their way to the navy base, they encountered 2 waves of pirates. They were worth tens of millions. Lin had the Uchiha members handle them, and during the training, Lin and the Uchiha clan members' taijutsu were greatly enhanced. Dealing with this group of pirates was effortless. After about 4 days, Lin arrived at the navy base. "Colonel, a pirate crew has come outside." A navy soldier rushed into the office in a panic. "What?" "Quickly get the entire army ready," Colonel Scott said, and ran out. At the port of the navy base, Lin saw 21 people disembarking from the pirate ship. There were also 3 people who were tied up. Lin approached the navy base. "Is this the navy base?" "We are here to exchange for bounties." Hearing this, Colonel Scott was relieved. "Oh, so you are here to exchange bounties. Ensign Elite, go check how much those pirates are worth." A navy soldier next to Scott entered the barracks with the bounty list. "Yes, Colonel." Lin watched as they compared the bounty lists. He stood by silently without speaking. After the navy soldier finished comparing, he handed 3 bounty lists to Scott. "Colonel, these 3 pirates are from the Hungry Wolf Pirates, the Full Cat Pirates. The captains of the Iron Fist Pirates have bounties of 20 million for the first one and 40 million for the others." Scott was extremely shocked after reading these bounties. He didn't expect that just 18 people could subdue several pirate crews worth millions. "Sir, I will go prepare your bounty right away." Lin nodded. It seemed that most of the navy was still honest and did not embezzle his bounty. "Okay, you prepare it." "Colonel Wright, I have a few things I want to discuss with you. Here is a breakdown of combat power. A genin has a bounty of 1 to 5 million, equivalent to a navy ensign to lieutenant. A chunin has a bounty of 5 to 50 million, equivalent to a captain to major. A jonin has a bounty of 50 million to 200 million, equivalent to a navy lieutenant colonel to colonel. An elite jonin has a bounty of 200 million to 600 million, equivalent to a Navy brigadier general. A Kage level has a bounty of 600 million to 1.5 billion, equivalent to a Navy major general or rear admiral. A super Kage has a bounty of over 1.5 billion, equivalent to an admiral and fleet admiral. The differentiation of levels in these two worlds is something I devised myself. Different worlds will certainly have different distinctions. Colonel, is it? Yes, sir. What is it? Do you have the phone number of the warlord? Well, sir, I do, but what is it regarding? Scott said tremulously. Forget about the rest, just tell him I have something to discuss. All right then. Scott shook his head with a bitter smile. After a while, Scott brought a telephone bug. Warlord. Are you the one Scott mentioned? Hurry up and tell me what you want. Then I won't waste any more words. I want to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. What do you want to be a warlord for? Seeing that the warlord didn't outright refuse, Lin knew there was still hope. We are a hidden family, and having the title of warlord will make some things more convenient for us. The warlord frowned and said, you know, the 7 warlords are not just anyone. Hearing the warlord say this, Lin knew the position of warlord was secure. I can capture 3 pirates, with bounties exceeding 100 million to exchange for this position. 5. 3 is too few. How about this? One of the pirates has a bounty over 300 million, is that acceptable? That works. When you bring the pirates, the warlord position will be yours. And what family are you from? We are a family that specializes in ninjutsu, the Uchiha clan. Lin smiled after hanging up the phone. Seeing the money had arrived, Lin requested several bounty information and wanted posters for pirates with bounties over 100 million, then set off with the Uchiha clan members. After they left, Scott said, finally got rid of these troublemakers. Navy headquarters. The warlord put down the telephone bug, rubbing his head. Kapu, seeing the warlord like this, leisurely ate some rice crackers, laughing heartily. Warlord, what's wrong? The warlord, upon seeing him like this, snatched the rice crackers and devoured them all. Kapu, unfazed, took out another bag from behind, and the warlord snatched that as well. Crane watched the 2 old fools and shook her head helplessly. Still, let's talk about what happened, warlord. Hearing Crane's words, the warlord and Kapu stopped their antics. Just now someone wanted to join the 7 warlords of the sea. It's not that simple, is it? He said they are a family that specializes in a technique called ninjutsu known as the Uchiha clan. Crane said ninjutsu, even the ninjas from Wano country use ninjutsu. That kind of ninjutsu isn't very strong. But this family is worth considering. I wonder how many people there are. The warlord shook his head. No, Scott has reported to me. According to the pirates they captured, they can spew fire. Even with devil fruit it wouldn't be possible to have so much fire. So I suspect their ninjutsu is different from that of Wano country. At this point Crane also understood the importance of the matter. This is not easy. Warlord, you agreed. No, I told him to capture 3 pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million in exchange for the warlord position. This way we can also see the strength of this Uchiha clan and observe what kind of ninjutsu they use. Crane nodded in agreement. I guess that's the only way. Lin sat in the captain's cabin opening the simulation panel. Lin thought about coming to the pirate world for simulation, but it had been busy along the way and only now had time. The talent panel was still the same, it just had a bit more. The colors of the pirate and Naruto world. Talent: strong physique, unusually strong from a young age. Very strong. Blue: family strength, you were born into a family with abundant resources. Blue. No good talents, only the last one came out in gold. Innate: devil fruit, when you turn 10 you will randomly encounter a devil fruit. Gold. Lin looked and chose the last talent. Talent: innate devil fruit, when you turn 10 you will randomly encounter a devil fruit. Only the selected talent is effective each time. Other talents are invalid. The second talent requires task completion. Upon seeing the system prompt, Lin could only express speechlessness. Simulation begins. Rebirth world, pirate world. You were born on an island in the first half of the Grand Line. Your parents cared for you greatly. At 10 years old a group of pirates arrived on the island you lived. The pirates slaughtered your parents. Only you hid in a wooden barrel, surviving by a stroke of luck. You drifted to another island where you ate a strange fruit, a devil fruit. This fruit is called the ancient species saber-toothed tiger devil fruit. You settled on this island. You did not forget the pirates who slaughtered your parents. You began training on the island. At 18 you have lived on the island for 8 years. Now you are comparable to a pirate worth 50 million. You discovered a warship on the shore of the island. It turned out to be a naval officer named Zifa training the Navy, and you joined the Navy. With the devil fruit and the strength you had trained, you entered the Navy's rookie training camp. At 23 your efforts you learned the 6 styles of the Navy. You successfully graduated from the training camp and were assigned under Vice Admiral Enigmo. At 25 you learned Haki armament and observation. You also personally eliminated your enemies and successfully advanced to the rank of Lieutenant Commander in the Navy. At 30 your armament and observation Haki became even more proficient. You also successfully promoted to Colonel. You feel this is your limit. You and Zifa take this batch of students to the Grand Line to hunt pirates. You encountered Whitebeard 2 Evil here. You died. The host completed the simulation for the first time. You can obtain one ability for free, the second will be charged normally. The host gained 6,000 simulation coins. The host's strength during survival determines the simulation coins. Second Lieutenant 1,000, Lieutenant 2,000, Captain 3,000. Major 4,000, Lieutenant Colonel 5,000, Colonel 6,000, Rear Admiral 7,000, Commodore 8,000, Admiral 9,000, Fleet Admiral 10,000. Regardless of the position, it is based on average strength. The host can choose abilities: Intermediate Armament Haki 5,000 simulation coins, Beginner Observation Haki 2,000 simulation coins, Ancient Species Saber-Tooth Tiger Devil Fruit 3,000 simulation coins. Appearing as the form of the Devil Fruit. Navy 6 Styles Intermediate 3,000 simulation coins. Lin looked at the first 4 abilities. For himself now they are very good. Lin bought all 4 abilities. With one free opportunity, it just happened to be 8,000 simulation coins. Still left with 8,000 simulation coins. It's just that this talent cannot be purchased, which disappointed Lin greatly. Lin exited the simulation panel and before him appeared a spiral-shaped fruit. He felt a warm current flowing through his body. Instinctively he would use several skills. Lin took out the Guardian Cloud from his left hand, extended it, and shouted softly, "Armament Haki!" Black luster wrapped around Lin's left hand as he drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, slashing it across his left hand, producing a sound and sparking. Yet his left hand suffered no harm. Seeing such power, Lin speculated about its nature. The basic armament Haki is wrapping while the intermediate level is hardening. The advanced armament Haki is external projection, while the top-level armament Haki is internal destruction. Lin then drew the blood fragment blade from his left waist, slicing across the Guardian Cloud. Releasing his armament Haki, Lin saw a cut open on his arm. Although small, it still dripped with blood. Lin used Healing Palm technique to mend it. Lin attached the Guardian Cloud back onto his left hand. After applying armament Haki, he slashed with the knife. This time it remained unscathed. Lin repeated many experiments. Lin concluded that he could attach armament Haki to the blood fragment blade and also apply armament Haki to the Guardian Cloud. This would make the Guardian Cloud more solid and sharp, and it could also store armament Haki. Armament Haki is not limitless. Once exhausted, it must be gathered again. Lin could store it within the Guardian Cloud. When there is no Haki, the stored Haki from the Guardian Cloud would enter Lin's body, replenishing his armament Haki. Moreover, whether attaching the Guardian Cloud first or applying armament Haki first, both methods yielded the same increase in attack and defense. The Guardian Cloud could also be attached to the intangible observation Haki. Lin did not understand how this worked, but merely activated the observation Haki. Then he let the Guardian Cloud attach to the observation Haki. The Guardian Cloud vanished, and the observation Haki was enhanced likely to the intermediate level. Lin thought since both armament Haki and observation Haki could be attached to the Guardian Cloud, could Conqueror's Haki do the same? But Lin had no proof. He could only hope for the next simulation. Lin tested whether the Guardian Cloud could attach to the Devil Fruit. The result was clear: it could not. "Chief, it's time to eat!" Uchiha Shisui shouted to Lin from outside the captain's cabin. "I know he'll be there shortly." Lin shook his head. Although he had not yet become the chief, everyone around called him that, which made Lin feel quite helpless. Lin stored the Devil Fruit in the scroll space and went to the deck. Since the ship had no dining room, they could only eat on the deck. They were having fish caught from the sea. "By the way, Chief, where are we headed?" Uchiha Shisui could not help but ask at that moment. At that moment Lin recalled that after going to the deck he had returned to the captain's cabin. Cough, cough. "Let's go to the nearest island first. We need to purchase a record pointer to Water 7. First we will create a ship we need at Water 7. We need money to eliminate any pirates we encounter along the way. Chief, practicing physical techniques here indeed yields twice the result with half the effort. The fish here are rich in energy." Lin nodded in agreement. After eating, Lin called all the Uchiha clan members to the deck. "You all activate your Sharingan and closely observe my movements. This is a basic technique from the Navy 6 styles, but under certain circumstances it is very useful." Hearing this, the Uchiha clan members activated their Sharingan. Lin stood at the front. "Soru! His feet rapidly touched the ground dozens of times. Using the reaction force, he instantly moved forward several dozen meters. Because the ship was not large enough, Lin dared not use his full power. The Uchiha clan members nodded repeatedly at this method. They did not expect physical techniques to have such utility. Arashaishi. A wind blade shot from Lin's foot, exploding on the sea. Jeppo. Lin stepped on the air with both feet continuously flying in the sky. Such a scene made the Uchiha clan members exclaim in amazement. This could compensate for the fact that some ninjas could not fly. Although they could only fly for a limited time, it still mitigated some of the ninjas' shortcomings. Tekai. Lin pointed at the thick railing in front of him, piercing it through. Uchiha Shisui, come and slash at me with your knife, Lin said to Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui swung the knife towards Lin. The Shino blade seemed to glide past Lin's body. After finishing, Lin said to them, "Alright, that's all. I will first teach Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. You can also come to learn." At that moment, Uchiha Itachi asked, "Shouldn't the Navy's 6 styles have 6 styles? Why are there only 5? Lin found this question quite amusing. CP9 members were defeated by a block of iron. There were even ruthless ones. One block of iron directly received a punch from Zephyr's armament hockey. "I won't demonstrate the other one, it's just standing around waiting to die." "Don't ever learn that," Lin said exaggeratedly, as if using it would lead to instant defeat. Cough cough. "Let's not talk about this. You all should practice hard. Aside from Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, the first one among you to master these 5 techniques will receive my reward. Now let's head to the nearest island." During these 15 days of training, the Uchiha clan members could say they had basically learned one style. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui even learned 2 styles. However, they had not fully mastered them. They could barely release them, and sometimes they could not release them at all. Throughout these 15 days, the Uchiha clan resounded across the sea. Lin and the others had already captured 5 or 6 million pirates. It was said that the Uchiha clan members were very ruthless. Only the captain survived while the rest all perished. Those who survived did not even want to go to sea anymore. Lin sat on the deck today sunbathing and bought a newspaper. The front page reported that the Uchiha family was completely annihilated yesterday by the bounty of 100 million against the evil tiger pirates. It was said that their chief did not even fight, only 3 people were dispatched. It also mentioned that they had a deal with the Navy as long as they handed over 2 pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million and another with a bounty over 300 million, they could grant the Uchiha family the title of Warlords of the Sea. Lin smiled as he looked at the report. "It seems these people have very good intelligence. They know about such matters. But it has nothing to do with me." Lin looked at Uchiha Tetsuhiko, who was steering the ship, and asked, "How long until we reach Water 7? Uchiha Tetsuhiko turned around and said, "Chief, it will take about 2 more hours to arrive." After hearing this, Lin let out a slight sigh. "The performance of this ship is too poor. Remember to wake me when we arrive." Lin then continued to sleep. The City of 7 Waters. "The Patriarch has arrived at the City of 7 Waters," shouted Uchiha Tieho the boatman. Lin groggily sat up from the chair on the deck. "We have finally arrived. Let's go buy a new ship first." Lin and the Uchiha clan walked along the street surrounded by whispers. "They are the Uchiha clan. I heard they specialize in capturing pirates." "Yes, they are good people." "Not at all, I heard they kill without batting an eye." Lin walked towards the city center, oblivious to the discussions around him. They arrived at the largest shipyard and informed them that they wanted a ship, and they said it would be ready in 5 days. Lin went to the best hotel to book a room and said to the Uchiha members, "Alright, each of you go to Uchiha Shisui to get 1000000 berries. Go out and have a look in groups of 3. The berries obtained would all be managed by Uchiha Shisui. As Lin walked down the street, others kept their distance from him. While walking, he was surrounded by a group of people. "As the Patriarch of the Uchiha today, I will avenge my brother. I just want to ask, how much is your bounty?" "I am a pirate with a bounty of 320 million berries." Lin smiled, realizing that pirates were coming to him. "Since you came to me, don't blame me. I will take your head to the Navy to exchange for the title of Warlord of the Sea." Lin glanced around and noticed that some Navy officers were already holding transponder snails. He thought for a moment, realizing they wanted to know his fighting style. Lin smiled at the group of pirates ahead. "You are fortunate to witness my strength." As he spoke, Lin's eyes changed. 3 Tomo's Sharingan. After 3 months of relentless spinning, it finally transformed into the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Susanoo. A half-body Susanoo rose from the ground. Approximately 20 meters tall, Lin enhanced his ocular power, and the Susanoo donned armor. Lin did not want to end it like this. He wanted to showcase his absolute power to the world to prove that the Uchiha clan was not to be trifled with. The Susanoo continued to rise, ultimately forming a complete body Susanoo that stood 300 meters tall, clad in armor with a pair of white wings on its back. A sword was sheathed at its waist. Lin saw that the intimidation was complete. He drew the sword from his waist and with one slash eliminated that group of pirates. After resolving the situation, Lin closed the complete body Susanoo, as it was too exhausting. He didn't dare keep it activated for too long. But his goal had already been achieved. Lin approached a dazed Navy officer with the bounty of 320 million berries. "Hey, can you help me exchange this pirate for the bounty?" The Navy officer, upon hearing Lin's voice, finally responded, trembling, as he said, "Okay. Well, bring the bounty tomorrow." "Forget it, I will capture another pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries to give you as well. You can go back and tell Sengoku that I have fulfilled the conditions." After saying this, Lin took out the transponder snail and called Uchiha Itachi. "Itachi, go capture another pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries." "I already have one with a bounty of 320 million. Just capture another, and we can secure the position of Warlord of the Sea." "Yes, Patriarch." Lin hung up the phone and waited nearby. After about 3 hours, Uchiha Itachi arrived holding several heads. "Patriarch," he said, producing several heads. "These all have bounties. I took them all in one go." Good." Lin handed the bounties to the Navy officer. "All right, remember what we said, I'm leaving now." Lin and Itachi left without looking back. The next morning, Lin bought a newspaper. The headline read that Uchiha Rin was to become a warlord of the sea. The second article stated that Uchiha Rin had defeated a pirate with a bounty of 320 million berries in one strike. There were also several pictures of Lin's complete body Susanoo. Seeing this, Lin laughed heartily. "I didn't expect them to be so discerning. They captured me so handsomely. Ha!" Meanwhile, across the world, on the Moby, Marco ran to Whitebeard with a newspaper in hand. "Old man, another newcomer has appeared and he has become a warlord of the sea. Gururururu, I didn't expect another interesting newcomer to show up. Let's go meet this newcomer who dares to challenge me." Whitebeard was naturally referring to Ace. On Onigashima, Kaido was drinking. Looking at the newspaper, he said, "Is this newcomer a mythical Zoan type? I originally planned to recruit him, but now he has become a warlord of the sea. Forget it, I won't think about it. Let's keep drinking." On Cake Island, Big Mom was enjoying desserts. A niece handed her the newspaper. "Mama, another new warlord of the sea has appeared and he's quite strong." "What does that have to do with me? I'll just keep eating desserts." After saying this, Big Mom ignored it and continued to eat her desserts. On an island in the New World, Shanks was hosting a banquet while reading the newspaper. "It seems another interesting newcomer has emerged." Beside him, Jesus Burgess asked Shanks, "Captain, what are you looking at? Hurry up and start the banquet." Red-haired Shanks looked up happy as he said, "Let's start the banquet." At Marine Headquarters Marineford, many people were gathered in the conference room. Most of the vice admirals and admirals were present. A person held up Lin's photo and said, "Uchiha Rin, known as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, but we do not know how many people are in this clan. The people he brought should be the clan's top powers, but they should not be underestimated either." After finishing, he looked at Lin's complete body Susanoo. Such strength is already quite terrifying. Moreover, he has a clan. His current goal is to become a warlord of the sea, and he has already fulfilled the conditions set by the Navy. After pondering, the Navy officer added, "The most crucial point. They did not harm civilians and will not rob from the common people." After saying this, the officer looked at Sengoku. Sengoku nodded and said, "That's still this matter. The first point is that he is a clan rather than an individual. He has the support of others behind him. But this also exposes his weaknesses. The second point is that his personal strength is also very terrifying. The third point is that the Navy has already made a promise to him. If we do not give him the position of warlord of the sea, he is very likely to become a pirate, which is something we do not want to see. It's better to have more allies than enemies." The fourth point. They did not bully civilians, which indicates they still have a sense of justice unlike those pirates. Therefore we will grant him the position of warlord of the sea. In the city of Seven Waters, Lin gazed at the ship before him, feeling satisfied. He addressed the nearby Navy officer saying, "Let's go, the warlord must be anxious by now." Lin and the members of the Uchiha clan boarded the ship following the Navy towards Marineford. After several days of effort, Lin finally arrived at Marineford. Along with him was Moonlight Moria. Moonlight Moria also looked over and remarked, "Isn't that the renowned leader of the Uchiha clan?" Lin ignored him and continued walking forward. Moonlight Moria's expression darkened instantly, but he dared not voice his displeasure. Moonlight Moria knew he couldn't defeat Lin. However, Lin was formulating a plan regarding Moonlight Moria and his ship. With that ship, the Uchiha clan could relocate. Lin whispered to Uchiha Itachi, "Wait a moment, use your Tsukuyami on that person and tell him I can offer him the shadow of a strong ally. He must be made to serve me. If he refuses to listen, force him until he does. That ship is crucial, with it the Uchiha can move over. If he still disagrees, tell him I can help him defeat Kaido." Uchiha Itachi nodded in understanding, aware of the matter's significance. Approaching Moonlight Moria, he asked, "What do you need?" Without hesitation, Itachi activated his Sharingan and used Tsukuyami on Moonlight Moria's eyes. Moonlight Moria felt darkness engulf him and found himself in a red space. "Where is this?" Itachi replied, "This is my Tsukuyami realm. In here, time and space are under my control. 3 days here equate to just a second outside." Moonlight Moria's expression revealed his astonishment. "Our clan leader commands you to submit to him, promising to provide you with the shadow of a powerful ally." Moonlight Moria smirked unkindly at this. "I don't believe in such nonsense." As he spoke, darkness enveloped him again, and he found himself bound to a pillar. He was stabbed repeatedly with a knife, feeling utterly powerless. After a day of torment, Itachi asked, "So what do you think? Can you reconsider? Our clan leader also promises to help you defeat Kaido." Moonlight Moria intended to refuse, but was taken aback by the last statement. "How does your clan leader know about this? It seems there are many things I am unaware of." Moonlight Moria pondered for a moment. He addressed Itachi, "Could you tell me about your clan's strength?" Itachi thought for a moment, and then shared the information. Itachi noted that Moonlight Moria seemed to agree. "Our clan consists of 789 members. We have 389 ninjas with 96 genin, 204 chunin, 60 jonin, and 25 elite jonin. There are 4 individuals of Kage level: myself, the clan leader, my brother Shisui, and the former clan leader, my father. The rest are mostly like ordinary people." Moonlight Moria hesitated for a moment, and asked, "I only understood the last part. What do jonin and chunin mean?" Itachi suddenly remembered that this was not the ninja world. He explained the classifications as Lin had told him. Genin are generally worth 5 to 10 million in bounty. Chunin are worth 10 to 50 million. Jonin are valued at 50 million to 100 million. Elite jonin are around 100 million to 400 million, while Kage level is from 400 million to 1 billion. Moonlight Moria finally understood. "Your clan is indeed filled with talent," he said without hesitation. "I agree to join you, but you must not go back on your word. You must help me defeat Kaido. So what do you need me to do?" Itachi wasted no time and said, "Our clan leader requires your ship to establish our base." Moonlight Moria thought for a moment, and gladly agreed, saying, "All right. After the ceremony for the 7 warlords of the sea, you can follow me." Itachi nodded, releasing the Tsukuyami realm. Blood tears flowed from his eyes, but it was not a significant issue. He approached Lin and said, "Clan leader, it's done." Lin nodded and glanced at Moonlight Moria, continuing forward. He thought to himself, "It seems I still need the cells of Hashirama, otherwise the side effects of the Sharingan are too great for them." He wondered if they could endure this. When relocating the Uchiha clan, he still had to find Orochimaru in the ninja world. Lost in thought, the Navy led Lin to the warlord's presence. After Marineford settled Moonlight Moria and Lin, Sengoku began, "From today onward you are the warlords of the sea under the world government." Hearing this from Sengoku, Lin understood it was a warning not to overstep their bounds. Sengoku did not look at Lin's expression and continued speaking. He spoke for several hours before pausing. This reminded Lin of the leader's speeches during school, though this time they were seated. Once finished, there was no formal ceremony, merely a discussion with them. Lin suggested to Sengoku, "How about having the Navy spar with our Uchiha clan to enhance friendship?" Lin's idea aimed to utilize the Navy to promote the Uchiha clan and also to humble some of the members, encouraging them to abandon their arrogance. Sengoku was aware of Lin's intentions but had his own plans. In recent days, the Uchiha clan had been in the spotlight. In the public's perception, their popularity was on the rise. If the Navy won, it would greatly benefit their promotion. Sengoku nodded in agreement. "All right, a month from now we will start the competition at Marineford. Since it's a competition, there must be some stakes. If you lose, you will give me your ninjutsu training methods. If we lose, we will give you 4 devil fruits." Lin contemplated and felt that this proposal was decent. Although he believed they would lose, he still had some hope. However, he was dissatisfied with the reward. Let's revise that we will provide you with the methods for chakra refinement, the shadow clone technique, and crank ninjutsu. If you lose, you will give us 10 warships. Also the methods for hockey and observation hockey. Sengoku frowned at Lin's proposal. Well, only buy you 6 ships, and we can only provide you with basic training methods for hockey and observation hockey. We cannot offer anything more advanced. And what exactly is the shadow clone technique? What is chakra? Lin nodded, understanding that basic training in hockey and observation hockey was sufficient. 6 ships were already more than enough. Even if they acquired crank ninjutsu, it would not diminish the Uchiha clan's status. Chakra is what you need to perform ninjutsu. All ninjutsu requires chakra. Chakra can also enhance physical skills. Lin had already inquired about this during his arrival. The people here could refine chakra. Although Lin did not fully understand it, he continued. The shadow clone technique is a fundamental ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. He then stood up and performed the technique, causing a perfect copy of himself to appear. Sengoku was taken aback and threw a punch, but it dissipated into smoke upon contact. Lin then demonstrated the transformation technique, transforming into an exact replica of Sengoku. This left Sengoku in awe, and he fell into deep contemplation. Lin glanced at Uchiha Itachi, who immediately threw a shuriken. Lin performed the body replacement technique, disappearing from his spot as a piece of wood appeared in his place while Lin stood unharmed beside it. Sengoku extended his hand, saying, "We welcome the Uchiha to spar a month from now." Lin smiled and shook Sengoku's hand. Uchiha Lin and Sengoku had agreed on the competition time, and then followed Moonlight Moria to his territory, where Lin nodded upon seeing the ship as large as an island. Currently there were no zombies on the island, just a normal island, which reassured Lin a lot, though there were no houses here, only a castle in the center. While exploring the area, Lin discovered that there were only Moonlight Moria and Perona present. Upon arriving at the castle, Lin looked at Moonlight Moria and said to the Uchiha clan members, "Let's go, we should bring them over." Lin stepped forward and opened a portal using 1,000 simulation coins. Moonlight Moria saw a white door which was open, but nothing could be seen inside. "Let's go." Lin stepped in first, followed closely by the Uchiha clan members. Moonlight Moria glanced at them and followed as well. As Moonlight Moria felt a flash of white light, he found himself in a place full of mushrooms. Lin looked around and realized it was the place they had teleported to earlier. At that moment someone came over. Seeing Lin and the others, he joyfully said to the people nearby, "The clan leader has returned, hurry and notify the former clan leader." Hearing his words, the person hurriedly ran towards the Uchiha clan's residence. After a while, Uchiha Fugaku arrived with a group of Uchiha. At this time, Aimie joyfully leaped into Lin's embrace. "Brother Lin, why did you only return now? I missed you." Lin, seeing this scene, patted Aimee's head and said, "Let me discuss some matters with Uncle Fugaku first, and after we're done I'll accompany you." Aimee obediently nodded, leaving Lin's embrace and holding his hand. Lin then spoke to Uchiha Fugaku. "Uncle Fugaku, the matters over there have been handled, and we found a place to live. We can move in today. Has anything happened in the past few days?" "Nothing major has happened. I'll notify the clan members right away." Lin nodded and said, "Well, set off in 2 hours." Lin then looked at Moonlight Moria, who had been looking around curiously since they arrived. "Moonlight Moria, why don't you explore around here for a bit? Wait a moment, I'll take you to the ninja world to have a look." "Uchiha Lin, you really opened my eyes." Lin said nothing and followed Aimee while reminiscing. After 2 hours, all the Uchiha clan members gathered here. Lin opened the portal and led them to the pirate world. "Clan leader Lin, why does the person you brought look so strange?" Lin smiled and replied, "Many people in the pirate world look like this. No need to take it to heart. The rest will trouble Uncle Fugaku. I need to go to the ninja world to find Orochimaru." Uchiha Fugaku asked, "Why does the person you brought look so strange?" Lin laughed heartily, "Many people in their world look like this. Don't mind it. There are also other races like fishmen, dwarves, and giants." Lin and Fugaku arrived in the pirate world. The portal can remain open for an hour. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the island and asked, "Is this the island we will be living on next?" Lin smiled and said, "This is not an island, it's a ship." Uchiha Fugaku was very shocked and exclaimed, "This is a ship?" Lin said to Uchiha Fugaku, "Alright, I need to return to the ninja world to find Orochimaru. Everything here is up to you. I'll give you a recording pointer. Try to control this island with your Sharingan to drag it near Sabaody Archipelago. Remember, as long as you declare the Uchiha clan's name in the first half of the Grand Line, there won't be any problems. But don't let them go too far." Lin then walked towards the portal with Moonlight Moria. After a moment's thought, Lin added, "By the way, next month we'll have a training battle with the Navy. Let the Uchiha clan train well." After speaking, Lin took Moonlight Moria to the ninja world. Lin looked at Moonlight Moria and assessed his appearance. Before long they were spotted by people from other countries. Lin said to Moonlight Moria, "I'll use ninjutsu on you to change our appearances. Otherwise your appearance is too eye-catching." Moonlight Moria did not refuse. Lin first took Moonlight Moria to find the Sage of Slugs, observing the sage's physique. Moonlight Moria was also very shocked. "Sage of Slugs, wake up. I need your help." The Sage of Slugs raised his two antennae. Seeing that it was Uchiha Lin, he asked, "Oh, it's Lin-kun. Long time no see. What brings you here?" Lin slightly bowed to the Sage of Slugs, saying, "I would like you to take a look at this person next to me. Is there any problem?" The Sage of Slugs also looked at Moonlight Moria beside him, and noticed his very peculiar appearance. "I've never seen someone like him before. But I can sense him." Saying this, the Sage of Slugs placed his antennae on Moonlight Moria. After sensing for a while, he said he has a type of energy within him that does not belong to chakra. It can enhance the physical body. The energy within him is also greater than that of the people in the ninja world. His Bodhis healing ability is also very powerful. There is also a peculiar mental energy in his mind. Lin thought for a moment, and understood. It's the armament haki and observation haki. Lin then asked, "Do people in the ninja world possess this power?" The Sage of Slugs thought for a moment, and said ninjas also have this power within them, but awakening it requires a strong body and strong spirit. This is something ninjas cannot possess. Ninjas' bodies are too fragile. To possess it, a robust body is required. Lin pondered that it seems people in the ninja world could still cultivate armament haki. A strong body, that issue can be resolved. After all, in the pirate world the energy within Sea Kings is no joke. Even in an ordinary body there is still a strong energy. Even the energy in that world can quickly heal injuries within the human body. Lin thought for a moment, and said, "Thank you, Sage of Slugs. I have one last question. Can he cultivate chakra?" The Sage of Slugs thought for a moment, and replied, "Yes, he can. However, the chakra he cultivates will contain some impurities compared to ours, which will slightly reduce the effectiveness of ninjutsu. But it won't be reduced too much, and the control over chakra will also decrease. However, these won't be issues once he becomes proficient." Lin nodded. "Thank you, Sage of Slugs." He then took out several pieces of Sea King meat from his spatial ring. "This is meat I collected from that world rich in energy. This may help you, Sage of Slugs." The Sage of Slugs accepted the meat and said, "Thank you, Lin-kun. I can already feel the rich energy within it." Lin and Moonlight Moria set off towards the land of rice. Lin did not expect that the entrance to the wet bone forest would be located at the border between the land of rivers and Konoha village. To reach the land of rice they had to cross the land of fire from the land of rivers. On their way, Lin and Moonlight Moria encountered some rogue ninjas who were captured and exchanged for bounty. Lin took Moonlight Moria to Konoha village. "This is the village where we once lived. But now we have defected like those rogue ninjas we encountered before." Moonlight Moria said nothing, merely surveying his surroundings. Lin arrived at the entrance of Konoha. He was then asked by Steel to fill out some forms. Lin walked along the streets of Konoha observing its unchanged appearance, when a thought struck him. Lin had never eaten at Ichiraku ramen. Following Moonlight Moria they arrived at a commercial street filled with various snacks. "Moonlight Moria, today you are in for a treat. I will take you to eat the best Ichiraku ramen. Oh, then I am very much looking forward to it." Lin led Moonlight Moria to the entrance of Ichiraku ramen, where he spotted a boy with yellow hair. The people around were glaring at him with disdain. They were also trying to drive him away. Lin recognized at once that this was Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Lin turned to Moonlight Moria and said, "Wait a moment, help me with something. Take down all the ninjas that come around. You can collect 1 or 2 shadows, but don't overdo it. It's best if you can capture 1 or 2 ninjas." At that moment Moonlight Moria's eyes lit up. He had been planning this for a long time, but he didn't dare to act while Lin was by his side. Now, with Lin's permission, Moonlight Moria licked his lips. "I understand, I will help you. I am also very interested in their shadows." Lin observed him and said, "This time we need to find a scientist. Collect the shadows first, don't use them. He can utilize them better. This way the maximum value of these shadows can be realized." Moonlight Moria became even more eager about the person they were looking for. Lin quietly released the Guardian Cloud and created a shadow clone which used the invisibility technique, and headed towards the Konoha building. The Guardian Cloud set off towards the land of rice. The clone can use any talent of the main body. Lin walked up to Naruto Uzumaki. Suddenly Lin noticed that many gazes were focused on him. He smiled coldly and patting Naruto on the head said, "Why are you here all alone, kid?" Naruto looked up at Lin and said, "I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Who are you?" Lin replied with a smile. I'm Jingtian Lin, you can call me Brother Lin. Do you want to eat ramen? It's on me. Naruto looked at Lin and then at Ichiraku Ramen, finally saying, Thank you, Brother Lin. Lin took Moonlight Moria and Naruto into the shop. The owner of Ichiraku greeted Naruto warmly upon seeing him arrive. At this time Lin ordered a seafood chashu ramen. Moonlight Moria and Naruto ordered completely different dishes. After a while Lin looked at the ramen in front of him, and inhaled the enticing aroma knowing it would be delicious. He devoured the food voraciously. After finishing Lin paid the bill. He strolled along the street with Naruto and Moonlight Moria. Suddenly 5 Umbu appeared and surrounded them. The leader of the Umbu addressed Lin saying, Which village are you from? They wanted to take advantage of the Ninetales in their village. Upon hearing their words Lin's expression suddenly darkened. In a low voice he replied, We don't belong to any village. The Umbu clearly did not believe him and continued to question. Which village are you from? Lin kept a calm face and stored Naruto away in the scroll space. The Umbu facing them did not dare to act recklessly as they were certain that these two possessed immense strength. Lin continued, We are from the Uchiha clan of the former Konoha village. After saying this Lin opened his Mangekyo Sharingan. The people across from him were shocked to see Lin's Sharingan. Lin showed no intention of attacking. He said to Moonlight Moria beside him, Capture 3 and you can take all the other shadows. Moonlight Moria initially wanted to refuse but did not hide upon hearing Lin's words. He released his clone revealing his towering height of 6 meters. Shadow Sorcerer. His shadow from his past life also materialized. Shadow Spear, launched 5 sharp spikes towards the 5 Umbu. The 5 Umbu reacted swiftly using Earth Release for defense and attacking Moonlight Moria with Shuriken and Kunai. Moonlight Moria showed no fear of these projectiles utilizing armament haki to cover certain parts of his body. The sounds of clanging rang out as all the projectiles were blocked. Lin observed Moonlight Moria's armament haki and his previously predicted observation haki, realizing that Moonlight Moria was not weak. Without armament haki and observation haki he could have been a warlord of the sea. It seemed that the warlords who fought with Luffy had all been weakened. At this moment Moonlight Moria also used his shadow to appear in front of one of the Umbu, delivering a heavy punch enhanced with armament haki. The ground within a 5-meter radius was smashed into a deep pit. Soil was sent flying and the bystanders had long fled when the Umbu appeared. 4 of the 5 Umbu escaped the attack range, but still suffered collateral damage. The last one managed to evade at least by using a body double but lost an arm in the process. Although elite Jonin can rival pirates with bounties of 100 million to 400 million, most ninjas have high damage but low defense. With such a frail body, if they were caught off guard and struck by someone with a similar bounty, they would either die or be severely injured. The other 4 ninjas also realized they couldn't let Moria get close. They quickly distanced themselves and launched ninjutsu attacks. Moonlight Moria used observation haki to dodge the ninjas' attacks. If he couldn't avoid it, he would harden with armament haki. Finding an opportunity, he used his shadow to appear in front of one of the ninjas, grabbing him with one hand. Shadow cut. Moonlight Moria used scissors to cut off the ninja's shadow. After cutting off the person's shadow, Moonlight Moria stored it and tossed the ninja away. Before the person could struggle. As he encountered sunlight, white smoke erupted from his body, and he slowly disappeared under the sun. Scatterbats. Moonlight Moria transformed into a bat, and flew towards the remaining 3 Umbu, incessantly biting at the Umbu members. One of them was surrounded by bats. Shadow Box formed a box around the Umbu member. The box continued to constrict. In the end, only a pool of blood was left, and the bats flew towards the other 2. At this moment, Moonlight Moria seized the injured Umbu member and cut off his shadow. The Umbu member turned to ashes in the sunlight. Moonlight Moria then cut off the shadow of another Umbu member. Just as Moonlight Moria was about to cut off the last person's shadow, a figure wielding lightning and a Sharingan charged at Moria's head. Moonlight Moria had no choice but to abandon that person, using the Shadow Dancer technique to swap positions with his shadow to avoid damage. The Umbu also managed to survive. In the village of Konoha within the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen was handling matters in his office when he suddenly noticed a towering figure 6 meters tall appearing in the commercial district of Konoha. Dressed entirely in black, the figure was Moonlight Moria. What is going on? At that moment, a member of the Umbu appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Umbu respectfully bowed and reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Report, Hokage-sama. A member of the Uchiha clan has appeared in the commercial district. They summoned a monster standing 6 meters tall and took the Ninetales Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up exclaiming, What did you say? After saying this, he immediately took out his combat gear and began to change. The Ninetales Jinchuriki is a great asset to our village. If Konoha loses him, other countries will surely attack us. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly considered the disaster that could ensue. What is the situation now? The Umbu replied. Ninjas from Konoha have been dispatched to the area. Currently the Uchiha has not shown any intentions of attack, merely observing. However, it is known that he possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. The monster stands 6 meters tall with extremely strong defenses. Ordinary shurikens cannot harm it at all. Its physical strength is immensely powerful. Moreover, it can transform its shadow into a human with the shadow possessing identical strength. If the shadow is destroyed, it can reconstitute itself. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood the implications of facing 2 identical monsters at once, needing to defeat the original first. Does it have any other attack methods? In ninja combat, information is crucial. Yes, it can swap places with its shadow to evade attacks and launch counterattacks. It can also draw a pair of scissors to sever a person's shadow. A person whose shadow is cut will disintegrate upon exposure to sunlight. The shadow can be transformed into bats to attack. Additionally, the bats can encircle a person, forming a box that continuously compresses. These are the abilities it has demonstrated so far. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, having formed a plan. Dressed in his combat gear, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to the nearby Umbu and ordered, "Evacuate all genin, chunin, and ordinary civilians. The jonin will be responsible for their protection. All remaining elite jonin follow me." The Umbu immediately departed to relay the order, while Sarutobi Hiruzen hurried towards the scene. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow quietly slipped into the Hokage's database. Meanwhile, Moonlight Moria was experiencing some difficulties as the opposition figured out his attack patterns. However, with Moonlight Moria's recovery speed and the slug on him, he quickly healed. Though the ninjas were able to evade attacks with their agility, a few of them still fell victim. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived, initiating a confrontation. He addressed Uchiha Rin across from him, saying, "We have already allowed you to leave Konoha. What more do the Uchiha want?" Rin replied with a cold smile. "Of course I want to keep you the Hokage on edge." Rin, despite having received 9 years of compulsory education in his past life, thought, "You're still trying to kill me. How can I let you live in peace?" Rin has always been this way, playful and mischievous in front of his brother, yet serious when it comes to important matters, repaying kindness and seeking vengeance. Rin turned to the nearby Moonlight Moria and said, "You should have seen the energy within that person. Give it your all. Whether you can acquire that person's shadow depends on you. I will help you fend off the others." At this moment, Rin pulled out his blood shard blade, which was attached to the Guardian Cloud. Thus Rin could control it to fly at will. Uchiha Barrier. 4 red beams of light formed a shield enclosing Moonlight Moria, Rin, and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Other ninjas attempting to approach the barrier were repelled by the blood shard blade. At this time, Moonlight Moria looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, resembling a delicious meal. Moonlight Moria scattered his shadow into bats, sending them towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, while he moved forward under the cover of the bats. Fire Release Fire Dragon Bullet Technique unleashed a surge of flames, scattering the bats that Moonlight Moria had sent out. Moonlight Moria, utilizing his observation haki, dodged Sarutobi Hiruzen's attack, closing in on him, while Sarutobi Hiruzen rapidly summoned the Monkey King, transforming it into a golden staff for defense. Moonlight Moria delivered a punch imbued with armament haki. However, that punch sent Sarutobi Hiruzen flying. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also quite surprised, never expecting the opponent to possess such strength. Earth Release Earth Swamp instantly transformed the ground into a swamp, binding Moonlight Moria's movements. Earth Release Earth Dragon Technique and Fire Release Great Flame Arrow. The earth and fire combined charged towards Moonlight Moria. Moonlight Moria hastily swapped places with his shadow to evade. While dodging, he quickly used Shadowhorn Spear to launch sharp spikes from his shadow. Earth Release Earth Flow Wall. But the wall was punctured almost immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly dodged, though his arm was still pierced. "I was careless. I didn't expect this attack to be so sharp," Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, creating 2 shadow clones. One threw shurikens using Shuriken Shadow Clone. Countless shurikens flew towards Moonlight Moria. Moonlight Moria didn't care and withstood the attack using armament haki. The other clone protected the original, while Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered how to defeat Moonlight Moria. Shadow Revolution. Moonlight Moria's shadow arm suddenly elongated, swiftly reaching for Sarutobi Hiruzen's original body. Sarutobi Hiruzen's clone hurriedly defended but was still shattered. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowly escaped the disaster. Water Release Great Waterfall Technique. He unleashed a torrent of water covering all areas of the barrier. Lightning Release Earth Walk. The lightning traveled along the water, affecting all areas within the barrier. With no place to evade, Moonlight Moria quickly utilized armament hockey and shadow gathering ground to absorb 200 shadows to withstand the attack. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen also discovered his weakness. His size was too large, and he had too few long-range attack methods. Although the Shadow Horn Spear had high damage, its speed was too slow, making it easy to dodge with minimal attention. Moonlight Moria could only unleash his strength when his shadows were close. He used wide-range ninjutsu to gradually wear down the opponent. Only then could he defeat Moonlight Moria. Just as he was about to act, Rin struck him away using Susan. Rin could see that Sarutobi Hiruzen had already grasped Moonlight Moria's weaknesses. Continuing to fight would greatly increase the chances of Moonlight Moria's defeat. An even more significant reason was that Rin had given the other Guardian Cloud to his clone to retrieve the sealing scroll containing Konoha's intelligence and techniques, and stored them in the scroll space for the Guardian Cloud to bring over. Now that the Guardian Cloud had returned, although Rin's scroll space contained many techniques, it was still far less than what Konoha had. Most of it consisted of the Otsutsuki clan's techniques, but Rin had not awakened the Otsutsuki bloodline and could not utilize them. Thus he could only set his sights on Konoha. Now that he had obtained the items, he had no intention of staying any longer. Rin stored Moonlight Moria into the scroll space and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "We will meet again." Lin and Moonlight Moria escaped from the Hidden Leaf Village and were teleported to a place guarded by Yun. The guardian Yun had already reached the border of the Land of Rice. After disguising themselves, Lin and Moonlight Moria continued towards the Sound Hidden Village. Lin's face lit up with joy as he looked at the ninjutsu scrolls and intelligence revealed in the space scroll, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily at the thought of the expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face upon his return. Moonlight Moria quietly distanced himself from Lin, observing his hearty laughter. Lin then realized his behavior, awkwardly chuckling at him. "I'm not bothered by it." Sound Hidden Village. In a dim underground laboratory, Kabuto Yakushi and Orochimaru were conducting experiments when suddenly a person rushed in. Orochimaru showed an impatient expression, staring intently at the newcomer. The person swallowed hard, saying, "Lord Orochimaru, someone outside claims to be the clan leader of the Uchiha clan and has brought someone to see you." Orochimaru flicked his tongue and licked his lips, revealing an interested expression. He spoke in a raspy voice, "Lead the way." The person carefully led Orochimaru to face Uchiha Lin and then stepped back. Lin and Moonlight Moria dispelled their transformation. Upon seeing Moonlight Moria's towering 6-meter frame, Orochimaru sensed the energy within him, revealing a fervent expression. As he turned his gaze to Lin, his enthusiasm gradually subsided. "Uchiha clan members come to see me. What is the matter?" Lin did not respond. Instead, he spoke to himself. "I believe there is no better scientist in the ninja world than you. I trust that one day science will create everything." Orochimaru was not impatient. On the contrary, he looked at Lin with an appreciative expression. At this moment, Lin also stated something important. "I want you to submit to me." Orochimaru did not immediately refuse, but displayed a sinister expression while retorting, "What can you offer me?" Lin breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Although he was not afraid of Orochimaru, a confrontation could still leave him injured. Moreover, Orochimaru possessed numerous forbidden techniques that were difficult to counter. He did not wish to engage in battle with someone as genius as Orochimaru in the field of science. Furthermore, Lin was already certain that Orochimaru would definitely follow him. With a confident expression, Lin said to Orochimaru, "I have discovered another world that differs from the ninja realm." He pointed to Moonlight Moria, saying, "He is the one I brought from another world." Even Orochimaru revealed an expression of disbelief at this moment. Then, regaining his composure, he revealed a fervent expression and pondered, "It seems I have no choice but to accept." Lin said to Orochimaru, "There are many scientists in that world as well. You two will surely have a common language." Orochimaru looked at Moonlight Moria and then asked Lin, "Can I take a vial of his blood?" Lin replied to Orochimaru, "In that world I do not care about the life and death of others. However, you must not lay a hand on our companions or the Uchiha clan." Orochimaru waved his hand in agreement, thinking to himself, another world. How peculiar. What was the Uchiha clan in the previous world? Lin said to Orochimaru, "We have already found a place over there. You can take as many people as you want. We will leave tomorrow morning." After drawing blood, Orochimaru ran off to conduct his research. The next morning, Orochimaru arrived before Lin with dozens of people. Lin recognized many familiar faces, including Kinshiki Sujetsu and the 4 from the Sound Hidden Village, all subjects of Orochimaru's experiments. Or rather, they were ninjas who had succeeded in Orochimaru's experiments. At that moment, Lin's guardian Yun flew towards him with 2 red-haired individuals. Since they had come to the ninja realm, there were some people Lin still wanted to take with him. The two individuals were Uzumaki Karura and her mother Uzumaki Kane. Lin had sent a clone to rescue them yesterday. They were willing to follow Lin, and although Uzumaki Naruto was still clamoring to go home, he had calmed down. Lin opened a portal and brought Orochimaru and the others to the pirate world. There were only a few houses here and it had not yet been developed. However, the castle was too cumbersome. Lin felt that such a large castle was unsettling for a single person to inhabit. Upon arrival, he gathered everyone in the cleared area where the castle once stood and said, "Now we have arrived in another world. I have also gained a status in this world, so there is no need to live in fear. Now let me explain the distribution and situation of this world to everyone." After finishing his explanation, the Uchiha upper management Lin and Orochimaru began a meeting. Lin took out a blueprint from the space scroll and spread it on the table. It detailed the divisions of each area designed by Lin himself. The island was enclosed by city walls adorned with the Uchiha clan's emblem with a gate for entry and exit. The Uchiha clan's territory was located in the upper right corner. The Uchiha territory was adjacent to the school, while the other areas were primarily wasteland used for farming. The land was allocated according to the population of each family. Lin did not treat anyone specially as he also resided in the Uchiha territory. The office, school guard station, and mission acceptance square were all situated in the center. Missions were still the same as before. Others would post missions for them to accept. The upper left corner was designated as Orochimaru's experimental base, cleverly hidden within a large forest. The lower right corner mainly featured shops and entertainment venues. The lower left corner was the residential area for others. There they could purchase land. Once bought, they would pay a certain tax annually, receiving protection from the Uchiha clan. Moonlight Morius residence was near Orochimaru. Lin's design plan was revised in some areas, but the general situation remained the same. After the meeting, Lin went to see Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, how is your research on Moonlight Morius blood progressing?" Orochimaru, upon hearing this, revealed a fervent expression. His bloodline shows no significant changes from ordinary bloodlines, just more vitality. However, I found a different substance within his bloodline. It's very tiny, hardly noticeable unless examined closely, but it can be roughly identified as black. Lin understood at that moment what it was. "The substance you are referring to is known as a bloodline factor in this world. You also heard about something called devil fruit in this world. Eating a devil fruit alters the bloodline factor. The fruit Moonlight Moria consumed is the shadow fruit, which allows him to control shadows. There are various other fruits in this world. I will try to collect more for you. Please continue your research." A month later, the Yuzhibo clan had firmly taken root in the first half of the Grand Line. The clan boasted myriad formidable fighters, and Lin alongside Yuegwang Molia stood among the two Shichibukai. The Yuzhibo mission system had also evolved, publicized through newspapers. Their enterprise became protecting merchants, and occasionally posting assassination contracts, though such assignments commanded exorbitant prices. The lower left residential quarter filled with newcomers. After a few days of work, Lin entrusted operations to Yuzhibo Fu Yu. The head of law enforcement was Yuzhibo Jishui, the academy principal Yuzhibo Yu, the vice principal Perona, and Xuanhua Mingren likewise settled in. They studied at the ninja academy, and everything was progressing for the better. Today Lin gathered Deshiwan and members of the Yuzhibo family together in the plaza. "Tomorrow we face the navy in competition. We may not be certain of victory, but we must give it our all." Lin used his Sharingan to control several Sea Kings, steering them toward Navy headquarters. They arrived at the Navy headquarters the next day. The contest was set upon the headquarters plaza, a square that at the height of war could hold 100,000 Navy personnel. At the center stood a 50 by 50 meter arena. The plaza around it was packed with Navy personnel and reporters. In the highest seats before the platform sat Marshal Zhang Guo, Vice Admiral Ka Pu, and Vice Admiral He. The next row held 5 seats occupied by Admiral Huangyuan Bolisolino, Admiral Chiquan Sakasiji, Admiral Qingji Kazan, the Yuzhibo clan leader Yuzhibo Lin, and beside him the former clan leader Yuzhibo Fu Yu. Yuzhibo Ime sat beside Lin. Below them were Vice Admirals Yuegwang Molia de Shiwan, Yuzhibo Yu, and Yuzhibo Jishui. Once everyone had assembled, Zhang Guo rose to speak. "Welcome to today's contest between the Yuzhibo and our forces." After roughly half an hour, Lin began to grow impatient. Zhang Guo then addressed the important details. "This contest with the Yuzhibo will be divided into 4 rounds. Each side will field 40 participants. We begin today with the first round, unknown duels. Winners advance, the defeated are eliminated. From these matches we will select 40 contestants for tomorrow's competition. No deliberate harm is permitted. If a combatant loses consciousness or yields, the match is over. Now let the matches begin." Lin nodded to the nearby Yuzhibo enforcement squad, who returned the gesture. He leapt onto the arena, slapped his hand to the ground, and poured vast chakra to divide the ring into 5 sectors. Lin and Zhang Gui had discussed this arrangement beforehand. Both sides intended to field their new blood rather than deploy their high-ranking veterans. The overall commander of the matches was Admiral Zfa. Remaining participants included 2 more Yuzhibo and 2 Navy representatives. Contestants took the field one after another. Lin left the logistics to Yuzhibo Fu Yu and did not concern himself with the details. Lin noticed among the Yuzhibo Jun Ma Lu Yuzhibo Yun Yuzhibo Shi Zhongwu. Zhongwu's constitution had stabilized thanks to the efforts of Lin and the Kuayu Xianen. He could now control his body freely, and would no longer relapse into his former violent fits. On the Navy side, Lin also recognized several familiar faces. Simo Gu de Lucutina Zfa's disciple Ain Desichi and a few others Lin did not know. Zhang Gui's drawing of lots was nearly complete. First match de Luca vs Yuzhibo Siyuan. They were assigned to the central arena. Both nodded to the referee and the bout began. Yuzhibo Siyuan struck first. Katon Great Fireball Technique. A massive sphere of flame surged toward De Luca, who calmly evaded and closed the gap upon Yuzhibo Siyuan. Knowing his taijutsu would not match his opponent, Yuzhibo Siyuan hastily formed 2 shadow clones and dispersed into 3 angles encircling De Luca. De Luca stood amid the 3 images trying to discern the true body but failing. Yuzhibo Siyuan continued to rain down shuriken attacks. De Luca could only defend passively with iron blocks searching for an opening. Seeing the clones attack, Zhang Gui turned to Lin and asked Yuzhibo, Lin, these clones, why are they different from what you told me? They can attack, Lin replied calmly. These are not ordinary clones but shadow clones. Ordinary Bunshin lack consciousness and only serve to confuse. Shadow clones can fight. They are formed by splitting off a strand of the original spirit and imbuing it into the clone. Zhang Gui considered this and asked, there must be side effects then. Lin could not help but admire Zhang Gui's acuity. From his question alone one could deduce consequences. Yes. When a shadow clone dies or is dispelled, all its memories transfer back to the original, which can disturb the mind. And if one cannot endure it, one may lose consciousness. For that reason, ninja rarely employ shadow clones in actual combat. Lin was speaking the truth. Not everyone like Mingren possessed nerves so thick they could simply filter out the unimportant and carry on. Zhang Gui nodded. Yuzhibo Siyuan's attacks could not breach De Luca's defense, so he switched tactics and prepared another fire technique. As Yuzhibo Siyuan formed the seals, De Luca seized his chance. With a single slicing strike he cleaved 1 clone, then struck another, shattering it. As Yuzhibo Siyuan absorbed the memories, the blade wielder appeared before him. The blade pressed to his throat. You lost. Yet Yuzhibo Siyuan did not concede. With a wicked smile he dissolved into smoke. The true Yuzhibo Siyuan had hidden underground and then sprang up to grab De Luca's ankle. De Luca, having long sensed with observation haki, perceived the move. He evaded and used a finger thrust to hold Yuzhibo Siyuan beneath the chin. You lost. Yuzhibo Siyuan bowed his head and said, I lost. The referee then announced first match. Navy's De Luca is victorious and advances to the next round. Lin had not expected De Luca to wield observation haki. Marshal Zhang Gui, your navy still proves superior. That navy member can already use observation haki. Zhang Gui made no reply. Ka Pu beside him burst into loud approving laughter. Lin boy, I love to hear you say that. Zhang Gui covered his face in mock disdain, feigning unfamiliarity. Lin liked Ka Pu's disposition. He had possessed the same temperament in his past life. Yet in the ninja world he had no intimate friends. Only when with Yi did he reveal that past life side of himself. Now seeing Ka Pu mirror his nature, Lin gradually relaxed, laughing heartily as he conversed with Ka Pu. Zhang Gui could not help but wonder, was the Yuzhibo clan leader not usually so unhinged? How could he exhibit such a personality now? Yuzhibo Fu Yu awkwardly rubbed his head. He had long known Lin to be this way, even if the trait rarely surfaced. He had never imagined that when it did show it would be so ludicrous. Only 39 participants remained from yesterday's competition, which is also the last hope for the final contender to advance. Both competitors are among the younger participants in the tournament. However, no one dares to underestimate them. Although Uzumaki Xianglin lacks offensive techniques, her chakra reserves and recovery abilities are exceptionally strong. She can directly outlast her opponent. Despite being young, Daisuke has already made some progress in swordsmanship, though it may not seem significant in this elite competition. However, Rin has come to watch, as she has already taken Xianglin as her disciple and wants to see her growth over the past month. Sasuke and Naruto are still too young, and Itachi won't allow Sasuke to participate. Naruto still doesn't know anything, and Rin teaches him slowly. Participating in such competitions would only be giving away free points. The match between Uzumaki Xianglin and Daisuke begins. There are no grand jutsu as they engage in a fierce battle with shurikens and swords. There are no flashy ninjutsu, only plain taijutsu. After a brief exchange, both sides retreat, having sustained some injuries, with Uzumaki Xianglin being the more seriously wounded. Daisuke has almost no injuries. Uzumaki Xianglin bites her arm to suppress the pain, and her wounds visibly begin to heal. The onlookers' eyes gleamed with frenzy as if they wanted to claim this girl for themselves. Sengoku inquired, "Who is this girl? How can she heal her wounds so quickly?" Rin loudly proclaimed, making sure everyone in the square could hear, "She is my disciple Uzumaki Xianglin." Upon hearing this, the crowd's gaze softened. Once Uzumaki Xianglin's injuries healed, she continued to fight Daisuke. Uzumaki Xianglin skillfully dodged attacks using her perception and counterattacked. Daisuke was equally resolute, swiftly closing in on Xianglin. She struck down with her sword. Xianglin was hit, and blood began to drip. Daisuke did not give her a chance and advanced again. Xianglin struggled to hold on with her shuriken. As her shuriken began to break, Xianglin bit her arm once more. After recovering some injuries, she quickly retreated using the shadow body technique. She blocked Daisuke's advance while using Healing Palm to treat herself. Realizing her injuries were healing, Daisuke knew her time was limited. One sword-style Shiyu. A flash of blade light appeared and Xianglin's clones dissipated. Daisuke also appeared right in front of Xianglin, executing a swift strike. The speed of this strike was extremely slow compared to the shave, yet it would still be accompanied by the shave's afterimage striking everything in its path. Before Xianglin could react, Daisuke was already in front of her, the blade just a meter away from her neck. Uzumaki Xianglin had no strength left. Am I really going to lose like this? Suddenly a golden light appeared behind her, and several golden chains extended from her back. They sealed Daisuke. With her last bit of strength, Uzumaki Xianglin shot several shurikens. Daisuke fell after being struck by a few. Uzumaki Xianglin also fainted. Just as the referee was about to announce the result, Daisuke endured the pain from the shurikens and the dripping blood. She stood up using her sword against the ground. I also have my reasons for not losing. I announced the final match 80-40. Daisuke wins? After saying this, Daisuke collapsed. Rin nodded at Uzumaki Xianglin's mother beside her, who then came to the center of the arena to use Healing Palm on both Xianglin and Daisuke. Once the treatment was mostly done, they helped them off the stage. Although Uzumaki Xianglin lost, Rin was not angry. In the battle, she awakened the golden lock, which was already commendable. It's not that strong convictions will always lead to victory. Who doesn't have their own beliefs? After waking up, Xianglin approached Rin and said, "Teacher, I'm sorry I lost." Rin smiled and patted her head. "You didn't lose. The moment you mastered the golden lock, you have already won in my heart. Isn't failure also a form of success?" At that moment, Uzumaki Xianglin understood. Winning or losing isn't important. When you gain something from the battle, learn from your lessons and keep striving, you have already won. After several days of competition, they finally arrived at the matches to determine the top 20 to 10. This is the most exciting part. On the Uchiha side, the remaining participants are Jumuru Jugo, Uchiha Cloud, Uchiha Shikido Maru, Jurubu, Uchiha Akatsuki, Hozuki Sujetsu, and Perona. Originally, Moonlight Moria did not want Perona to participate, but she insisted on coming herself. To avoid Moonlight Moria, Perona secretly registered. Though Rin is reluctant to admit it, those trained by Orochimaru are indeed formidable. For instance, Jumuru has a chance to take first place, as does Jugo. The Navy has one more person than the Uchiha, giving them a slight advantage. After all, their foundation is solid. The Navy's remaining members include Smoker, Drakein, Binsmingshi, Emojin, Tutiya, Shuntina, and Meng Lang. The Navy's remaining participants are all elites, including someone like Smoker, who belongs to the Logia type. Meanwhile, no one from Rin's side has mastered armament hockey or observation hockey, although Drake has learned observation hockey. Rin has to admit that she may have underestimated her opponents. She is uncertain who will take first place. The matches for the top 20 have become more intense, with the arena expanding. Now only some tough competitors remain. After a period of rest, the drawing for the matches begins. The first match is Jugo vs. Tutiya. Both competitors step onto the arena. Jugo stands at 2 meters tall, which is considered tall in the ninja world, yet he appears short here. Tutiya, on the other hand, is an impressive 4 meters tall. That's double Jugo's height. He wears a navy uniform and his remaining muscles are prominently displayed. His face exudes confidence, but he looks only 20 years old despite his towering stature. In previous battles, Tutiya primarily relied on taijutsu. Among the 6 generations, he excels in iron block and finger gun, typically using iron block to deflect attacks and finishing with finger gun. Tutiya has also utilized his abilities to defend using the earth underground, but he cannot elementalize. Rin suspects he should be a paramecia type with the earth fruit. However, he rarely employs his abilities, relying mostly on taijutsu. The match begins at the referee's signal. The first match of the top 20 judo versus Tatiya begins. As the match began, Zhongwu and Tu Taishu rushed towards each other with the fastest speed. With a loud clash, both sides threw their punches with all their might, creating a powerful explosion that sent dust swirling around. However, it seemed that Tu Taishu could see through the smoke, landing a punch that sent Zhongwu flying. Yet Tu Taishu did not possess Kanbunshiku haki. This left Lin quite astonished. How can the Warring States general determine direction in the smoke without Kanbunshiku haki? Warring States merely smiled and said, "You'll find out shortly." Zhongwu was struck by Tu Taishu's full-powered punch. Although he wasn't seriously injured, he felt the impact. As Zhongwu stood up, Tu Taishu quickly approached him with a rapid movement and delivered another heavy punch. Zhongwu braced himself against the punch, tightly grabbing Tu Taishu's body to prevent him from escaping. As Tu Taishu prepared to throw another punch, Zhongwu activated Zai Bao Xiyin, a technique that absorbs the physical form and cells of others, transforming them into his own cells. This allowed his injured body to recover at an astonishing speed. Tu Taishu sensed the loss of power within himself and hurriedly used Shave to escape from Zhongwu's grasp. With some recovery from his injuries, Zhongwu approached Tu Taishu before he could react. Tu Taishu quickly employed his ability to fold the ground into a wall, blocking Zhongwu's punch. Zhongwu's punch shattered the soil, but it also obscured his line of sight. Tu Taishu used Rantui to shoot two flying blades at Zhongwu. Meanwhile, Zhongwu activated his Sage transformation, which greatly enhances his strength, speed, and defense. With the help of Lin and the Slug Sage, Zhongwu's Sage transformation did not make him wild, but his appearance remained unchanged. As the dust settled, Zhongwu now stood at 3 meters tall. His body was entirely black. With sharp fangs and protrusions on his back, Zhongwu swiftly approached Tu Taishu, using Bao Chui Ji, striking the opponent with a partially Sage-transformed arm. Tu Taishu quickly used Shave to evade. The moment he left his previous position, it was struck by Zhongwu, creating a large pit. Zhongwu continued to pursue as Tu Taishu kept moving. At this moment, Lin realized what Tu Taishu was doing. He was not a paramecia-type user of the Earth fruit. Although Zhongwu had the upper hand, Tu Taishu had already accomplished what he needed to do. The Navy truly hides its talents, having such capable individuals. It seemed Zhongwu was in dire straits. As Zhongwu chased after Tu Taishu to strike, Tu Taishu stood still, smiling and not evading. Zhongwu thought he was simply exhausted. Just as Zhongwu charged forward, numerous roots suddenly emerged from the ground, ensnaring him. Tu Taishu was not a paramecia-type user of the Earth fruit. Instead, he was a paramecia-type user of the root fruit. He could produce tiny fruits. When planted in the soil, they would sprout thick or thin roots based on his predictions. Previously, he had used the thin roots to move the soil. He was not helpless earlier, rather he had planted the fruits throughout the area he traversed while using Shave. As soon as he thought it, the arena would be entangled by roots. Zhongwu could not escape. He was bound and first used Ijinyan, striking the ground with his Sage-transformed arm, but the shattered ground quickly grew back, tightly restraining him. Moreover, they absorbed his Sage transformation power. Just when Tu Taishu thought he was about to win, the roots absorbing Zhongwu's power became violent. They no longer obeyed Tu Taishu's control and began to attack indiscriminately, already targeting those around them. Zhongwu's Sage body is somewhat similar to the Sage mode in the Dragon Cave. With a furious power, anything or anyone absorbed would become wild. Tu Taishu could only forcibly retract the roots. This prevented the surrounding navy and civilians from being attacked, but he himself fell down. Zhongwu approached Tu Taishu, who was struggling to open his eyes. "I lost." When the referee was about to announce, Zhongwu interjected, "You haven't lost yet, let's continue fighting." Saying this, he transferred energy from his own body to Tu Taishu, stabilizing the energy within Tu Taishu as altered by Lin and the Slug Sage. However, this was only limited to Zhongwu willingly transferring energy to others. Although Zhongwu sometimes became wild, he was inherently kind-hearted. During his childhood, when he went berserk, he would isolate himself. He never harmed others. Although no one spoke to him, he could understand the language of animals. Each time he went wild, he would do his utmost to suppress it. After Tu Taishu stood up, Zhongwu smiled. Although this smile appeared fierce under Sage transformation, those around could still sense his gentleness. Zhongwu walked to the opposite side of the rugged arena and nodded towards the referee. The referee looked at General Warring States, who nodded in acknowledgement to continue. The match began again. Zhongwu's Sage transformation was about to end. He needed to strike decisively. He continued to chase and attack Tu Taishu. Although Tu Taishu had regained his mobility, he could not match Zhongwu's speed and Sage transformation. Zhong Wu closed in on Tu Taisher using Gang Wan Fu hardening part of his arm to grab his opponent. After grabbing Tu Taisher, who barely escaped using shave at a critical moment, Zhong Wu had already achieved his goal. Now Tu Taisher had reached the edge of the arena. Zhong Wu attacked him in a way that left no room for evasion. No matter which direction he took, he would be attacked by Zhong Wu. Zhong Wu unleashed his most powerful attack duo Lian Buzi Lian Pao, transforming his cells to resemble barnacles and releasing numerous compressed chakra bombs at point-blank range. The chakra bombs behind Zhong Wu intensified. Tu Taisher first used the roots to absorb energy from the soil, replenishing himself, then utilized the roots to attach soil blocks to himself. Finally, he used iron blocks and formed a wall with roots in front of him, attacking Zhong Wu with a fist made of roots. After Zhong Wu endured the attack, the chakra bombs behind him were fully charged. They erupted with astonishing power. As the smoke cleared, Tu Taisher was half kneeling on the ground. Although he had defended, he had lost the ability to move. "I lost. You are truly formidable, Zhong Wu." After saying this, Tu Taisher collapsed. Zhong Wu released his sage transformation and stepped off the arena. He fainted. Zhong Wu had used too much power during sage transformation and had also taken a punch in the end. Xiang Lin helped him back and began treatment. Tu Taisher was also assisted back. The members of the Uchiha clan on the ground began to recover, preparing for the next match after a while. On the viewing platform, Uchiha Rin nodded at Sengoku beside him and said, "The Navy truly has exceptional talent. They would rather forfeit the match than harm innocent people. That is the essence of a true Navy." Sengoku also nodded in appreciation, saying, "Your Uchiha clan would not take advantage of others' misfortunes." Lin looked at Sengoku's proud expression and replied, "Of course the competition must be fair and just." As Lin conversed with Sengoku, a notification sound echoed in his mind. "The simulation count has been reset." Lin opened the simulation panel and saw that the simulation count had changed to 1. Eagerly he began this simulation. Talent: noble lineage, reborn into a prominent family, but one could be either a son or a servant. Alien: the body structure has changed, appearing unlike a normal person. Peaceful amulet: you will receive a peace talisman at birth. The peaceful amulet will enhance luck. Suddenly a hint of gold appeared at the end, which was precisely what Lin needed most. Byakugan: you will be born into the Hyuga clan, possessing Byakugan capable of 360-degree vision with no blind spots. You can see the flow direction of chakra. X-ray vision: you can see the acupoints within the body. However, whether you belong to the main family or a branch family depends on luck, as does the purity of the bloodline. Lin saw that the final talent was precisely what he desired. However, the bloodline's purity was based on luck, although the talent could not be inherited upon death. Byakugan's ability could. To awaken Lin's abilities, a pure bloodline was necessary. A diluted bloodline would only enhance Byakugan's capabilities but would not evolve into the Tensigan. Who knows when he would encounter this bloodline again? Lin decided to take a gamble and chose the Byakugan bloodline. Simulation began. Age 0: you were born as a girl. In the Hyuga branch family, 45 years into the Leaf Village. The Third Shinobi World War officially broke out. Age 3: the Ninetales incident broke out, and the fourth Hokage sacrificed himself. Your parents also sacrificed themselves to protect you. The Third Shinobi World War came to a close, and the Leaf Village welcomed an era of peace. Age 6: you have been exceptionally intelligent since birth, and the Hyuga family sent you to the Ninja Academy. There you made many friends. Age 7: you became a genius in the Ninja Academy, but you could not compare to your peer Uchiha Itachi. You viewed Uchiha Itachi as your goal, aspiring to surpass him. Age 8: you were defeated by Uchiha Itachi but simultaneously awakened your Byakugan. The members of the Hyuga family placed a caged bird seal on you. Your Byakugan no longer had a complete 360-degree view. A narrow angle appeared, indicating that your Byakugan bloodline was not pure. However, you were still stronger than ordinary Byakugan ninjas. At this moment, Lin realized he had lost the gamble. The purity of his Byakugan bloodline had not reached the desired level. Lin looked at the description and increasingly felt like Niji. He sighed, acknowledging that although his Byakugan was not pure, having it was better than nothing. Age 11: you successfully graduated from the Ninja Academy a year early. During your time at the academy, you learned gentle fist techniques. Age 12: you spent the year practicing with the Hyuga clan instead of undertaking missions. You managed to use the 8 trigrams 32 palms and barely executed the heavenly spin. Age 13: you had learned to use heavenly spin and successfully promoted to Chunin with the Hyuga clan continuing to nurture you. Age 15: you learned the 8 trigrams empty palm and could also use the 8 trigrams 64 palms. You created a technique to amplify chakra points, concentrating all chakra into a single point using Byakugan. This would greatly enhance the explosive power and speed of your attacks. Using other techniques also significantly increased their power. You successfully promoted to Jonin and were assigned by the Hyuga clan to oversee Hinata's class. Age 16. Because you are a girl, the Hyuga clan made you Hinata's protector, ensuring her safety at all times. Age 19. Pain invaded the Leaf Village. Hinata went to rescue Naruto, and unable to stand by, you went to protect Hinata but were killed by Pain. Naruto saved the village and you were revived. Age 20. The Fourth Shinobi World War broke out. You, Hinata, and Niji were assigned to the 2nd Combat Unit. In the Close Combat Joint Military Detachment, you successfully thwarted the attack from White Zetsu. The final battle began. When Obito attempted to kill Naruto, Hinata stepped forward to defend. But this time it was not Niji who saved Hinata but you. You successfully protected Hinata and said your final goodbye to her. You died. You earned 7,000 simulation coins. This time 7,500 added to the previous 8,000 left you with 5,000 after using 3 portals. In total you have 12,500 simulation coins. Skills: Byakugan 360-degree vision capable of seeing the acupoints within the body and the flow of chakra. Advanced Byakugan is divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. The top tier represents the purest bloodline like Hyuga Hanabi and Hyuga Hinata. The distinction between advanced and top tiers is not merely a single level, it is based on bloodline purity with a significant gap between them. 7,500 simulation coins. 8 trigrams empty palm, utilizing your palm to compress air into shockwaves for attack. 1,000 simulation coins. The lack of Byakugan prevents you from reaching your full potential. Amplification point technique, concentrating all chakra into a single point using Byakugan and acupuncture. This technique increases explosive power and speed. 2,000 simulation coins. Lin pondered, feeling that the subsequent skills were of little use. Only Byakugan would enhance his current strength. Lin greeted Sengoku and went to the restroom, not daring to extract in front of him. He was unsure of what changes would occur upon extraction. Extract Byakugan! Lin felt a warm current rising from within him, gathering at his eyes, and his body felt warm. Suddenly the warm flow vanished and sharp pain shot through his eyes. Veins appeared around his eyes and tears of blood involuntarily flowed down. Lin could only endure the pain, not daring to cry out. Strong individuals like Sengoku would come running at the slightest sound. After about 10 minutes, Lin opened his eyes, which had transformed into Byakugan. He could see through walls and perceive the movements of others. He could also sense their chakra flow. However, only the chakra of those from the Naruto world flowed, while the chakra of those from the pirate world gathered in the brain and cells, remaining stagnant. They merely existed in a simple state. Yet their cells were much stronger than those of the Naruto characters. Lin understood why their physical condition was vastly superior. It turned out that excessive chakra extraction could harm the cells, leading to a decline in physical condition. Only continuous physical training could maintain the vitality of the cells. Moreover, some could even enhance cell vitality. Lin realized the importance of physical techniques. It seems I need to strengthen their physical training when I return. Their physical techniques were too inferior compared to those in the pirate world. Lin tested his abilities and discovered he could switch between Byakugan and Sharingan but could not possess both simultaneously. The quality of his Byakugan had also improved, allowing him to see further. Its quality had increased by about 1/5. The Sharingan's power also increased, with its ocular power rising by 1/5. However, the ocular power recovery of the Sharingan remained the same. The vitality of the cells within his body had also increased, enhancing his chakra, speed, strength, and defense by approximately 1/5. Lin silently returned to his seat, continuing to watch the match. On the Sabaody archipelago, as the competition was open to all, there were telephone snails at the Navy headquarters. When the people here saw that the Navy gave up the competition to protect the civilians, they erupted into enthusiastic applause. The Navy is indeed our belief. That Navy did well. Rayleigh sipped his drink, watching the live broadcast above. He muttered to himself. The Navy truly has a group of people with justice in their hearts. Lin returned to his seat after finishing a match. It was a match between Uchiha Rin and Smoker. As expected, Smoker won. His Logia-type Devil Fruit was just too overpowering. Uchiha Rin had not yet learned Haki, so he couldn't even touch Smoker. Within just a few minutes, Smoker secured the victory. Now the match was between Kidomaru and Drake. Round 3 of the top 20 to 10. Kidomaru vs. Drake. Start. As the match began, Kidomaru set aside his playful demeanor, knowing he had to give it his all. Kidomaru used his 6 hands to continuously expel chakra from his mouth, creating a web. Secret technique: Spider's Nest Open. Using chakra to produce a small spider web. It could restrict the enemy's movements. Kidomaru wove a net, aiming to bind Drake. The spiderweb approached Drake. Drake didn't even look and used gale foot. The spiderweb shattered upon contact. Seeing that the ordinary spiderweb was ineffective, Kidomaru tried again. Secret technique: spider's sticky gold. Spitting out metallic spider silk. Drake used gale foot again, but this time the spiderweb did not break and a clinking sound was heard as it struck the web. The gale foot was deflected. Drake showed a look of surprise, no longer underestimating his opponent, realizing that this enemy was different from before. Drake swiftly approached Kidomaru without giving him a chance and slammed down with his axe. Kidomaru saw no place to dodge. He used secret technique: sticky gold armor, secreting sticky gold from his sweat glands to form a protective membrane, turning his skin metallic. This was to withstand physical attacks. Although Kidomaru blocked the attack and did not lose consciousness, he was still sent flying, soaring several dozen meters before he finally stopped. Kidomaru wobbly stood up, knowing he could no longer hide. He activated his curse seal level 2. First, his body was covered in curved lines. The ends of the lines twisted into circles. Gradually his skin began to turn black. Each of his 6 arms sprouted a horn. His hair turned white and stood upright, and the third eye on his forehead opened. He looked like a monster. After transforming, Kidomaru summoned his summoning beast, which was an enormous spider. Kidomaru stood atop the spider's head, and together they wove a net that flew toward Drake, covering the sky. Drake used observation haki to sense where the nets would land, dodging while closing in on Kidomaru. Once close, he struck the spider with his axe. But the spider did not budge, instead using the spider web to bind Drake. Secret technique: spider battle bow, heartbreaking. Kidomaru's ultimate weapon. It was a bow with high destructive power, shooting arrows made from high-density sticky gold that had a hit rate of 100 to 120. This time Kidomaru unleashed an arrow at 120, a shot with immense power aimed at Drake. In a moment of peril, Drake activated his devil fruit. The Zoan-type ancient dragon fruit transformed him into a massive dragon. He broke free from the web's bindings, but Kidomaru's arrow struck him, leaving a wound on his body. However, the wound was not severe. At that moment, Drake felt a surge of fear. If he hadn't activated his devil fruit form earlier, that arrow would have either killed him or caused serious injury. Drake snapped back to reality and forcefully collided his dragon head against the spider. The spider was sent flying several meters. The struck spider suddenly burst open, releasing a swarm of tiny spiders that raced toward Drake. Drake utilized observation haki to evade while rushing toward Kidomaru. Kidomaru used the spider silk to maneuver around the arena, attacking with his bow and arrows. But eventually he was bound to be caught. As expected, Drake emerged victorious in the end. Lin sat in the stands watching Drake. When he confirmed that no one was watching him, he quietly activated his Byakugan to examine Drake. Drake's chakra was not flowing through his body but existed within his cells. However, within those cells he discovered a peculiar type of chakra. This chakra was a deep green, different from others. Yet it appeared to be flawed. Lin understood that this was the defect of the devil fruit, likely being vulnerable to seawater and sea prism stone. While Lin continued to observe, he was unaware that a figure had appeared in the corner of Uchiha's arena. How peculiar! To possess both Sharingan and Byakugan. Lin felt someone's gaze upon him and looked in that direction but saw nothing. Could I have been mistaken? Lin shook his head and continued to watch the match. Meanwhile, the figure in the corner was gasping heavily behind the wall. No wonder he is the leader of the Uchiha clan, he is so perceptive. After saying that, the person quietly retreated, disappearing from sight. Lin continued to watch the match. He turned to Sengoku beside him and said, "Admiral Sengoku, let's make a deal." At that moment Sengoku was uncertain of Lin's intentions and could only ask, "You go first. Then he'll decide." Lin smiled and said, "Admiral Sengoku, it seems that the Navy has a greater chance of winning this match so far. If the Navy wins in the end, could you sell us the training methods for haki and observation haki?" Sengoku rested his chin on his hand, pondering. Lin probably won't have the training methods for haki and observation haki. To establish oneself in the world of pirates, these two skills are essential. Sengoku nodded, saying, "Alright, but we want 20 rank and 10 rank ninjutsu." Lin thought for a moment, considering that he currently had a considerable number of people from both his own group and Konoha, and he didn't mind agreeing. "Okay. So it's settled." Sengoku added, "Don't forget the previous wager. If we lose, you need to include chakra refining techniques in the haki training methods you buy." Lin thought it over and nodded. "Alright, if we win in the end, you can also exchange ninjutsu for your warships and devil fruits." Lin and Sengoku reached an agreement. They both wanted to develop their forces. Lin needed training methods, devil fruits, and warships. The Navy needed ninjutsu. Thus both sides could exchange what they needed. Lin was unaware that his Byakugan had been revealed. He continued to quietly watch the match. The fourth match of the top 20 Jun Malu vs. Mo-jin begins. Mo-jin stood at about 3 meters tall, but his physique was relatively slender. Dressed in black and wearing black glasses, he bore a striking resemblance to the insect breeding clan from the world of Naruto. As Jun Malu stepped onto the stage, bone spikes erupted from his body. Corpse Bone Path Tang Song's Dance. Numerous bones sprout from the body, allowing for high defense against impact while striking the opponent in close combat. While using this technique to protect himself, Jun Malu unleashed again. Corpse Bone Path 10 Finger Penetration. The bones in his fingers shot out like bullets in an instant. With the power of the Corpse Bone Path, the finger bones could grow infinitely. Even if all the finger bones were fired, they could be regenerated. Dozens of bones shot out. Mo-jin could only hurriedly dodge. As the bones were fired, Jun Malu moved forward, pulling out his own bones. Corpse Bone Path Stake Dance. He drew a bone knife from his right arm. Jun Malu wielded the bone knife, executing Corpse Bone Path Willow Dance. A series of attacks utilizing soft body techniques without any unnecessary movements combined with the bones. Mo-jin continuously used iron blocks for defense. Finally, he found an opportunity to attack with his finger spear. However, all his attacks hit the bones, failing to break through their defense. Jun Malu's sword struck again, and this time Mo-jin used the body flicker technique to dodge quickly. He was completely helpless against Jun Malu. Neither his attacks nor defenses could match Jun Malu's. After relentless effort, Mo-jin finally managed to create a hole in the defensive bones with his finger spear. But when he attempted to attack again, the bones restored to their original state. Mo-jin could only hurriedly evade, searching for an opportunity, but unfortunately he was pierced by Jun Malu's bones while Jun Malu remained unscathed. After more than 10 minutes under the overwhelming strength, Jun Malu won effortlessly. At this moment, Yakushi Kabuto approached Lin's side. Lord Lin, Lord Orochimaru requests your presence. Upon hearing this, Lin nodded towards the results of the battle nearby and followed Yakushi Kabuto towards Orochimaru. Upon arriving at Orochimaru's base, Lord Lin, you truly are a hidden gem. Orochimaru wore a playful expression. To possess both the Sharingan and Byakugan at the same time is quite remarkable. At this point, Lin also displayed a worried expression. Had Orochimaru been monitoring him all along? Lin's expression turned fierce. If Orochimaru had been monitoring him, then he had no reason to exist. Orochimaru, you have been watching me. Orochimaru extended his tongue, licking his lips. Not really, I just saw you when I asked Yakushi Kabuto to find you. Lin understood at this moment. So it was merely a coincidence. However, Lin did not let his guard down. Orochimaru was like a snake. Yet his expression towards Orochimaru softened somewhat. Lin continued to ask Orochimaru, "Why did you want to see me?" Orochimaru smiled. "The transplantation of the Uzumaki bloodline that you requested has been arranged. It can be transplanted at any time. However, there will be an adaptation period after the transplantation during which various symptoms may appear. This adaptation period can vary in length." Lin thought for a moment, and felt that now was not the right time. It would be best to wait until after this match to undergo the transplantation. If the adaptation period were too long, it could cause trouble with the warring states. It'll come for the transplantation after the top 20 matches are over. I can only pray that the adaptation period won't be too long. You should continue researching the bloodline factors for now. Also, regarding the devil fruits, if you need more, feel free to ask me for them. After saying this, Lin left no time for Orochimaru to respond. Orochimaru watched Lin's retreating figure, muttering to himself. He truly is a mysterious person, to possess both Byakugan and Sharingan. Moreover, his Sharingan's ocular power is significantly greater than that of ordinary Sharingan. How did he discover this world? And how does he understand this world so well? These are all questions worth pondering. Yakushi Kabuto then spoke to Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, why didn't you ask him about the reason earlier? Orochimaru smiled. If he doesn't want to say it himself, no matter how many questions I ask, he won't answer. Besides, his strength surpasses ours. Forcing him may not lead to a good outcome. After saying this, he walked towards the experimental table. Halfway there, he turned back and said to Yakushi Kabuto, "Moreover, we need to gain his trust now. He was able to discover this world. In the future, he will surely discover more worlds. By following him, we can explore the wonders of more worlds. For instance, the bloodline factors of this world are quite marvelous. And the scientists from different worlds, I really want to meet them right now." On the other side, Lin had already returned to the viewing platform to continue watching the matches. After June Malice match, another battle began between Uchiha Akatsuki and Binzi, and undoubtedly Binzi won with overwhelming strength. Lin pondered in his heart how he should obtain the cells of Hashirama. As far as he knew, only Konoha possessed Hashirama's cells, so it seemed he needed to find an opportunity to go to Konoha. Although Orochimaru also had some of Hashirama's cells, that day was not even enough for research, let alone transplantation. Lin also did not know whether the white setsu produced by the Outer Path's demonic statue counted as Hashirama's cells. After all, Hashirama's would release also originates from the divine tree. Moreover, white setsu like Obito could use would release wrapping around Dado. It was even more difficult to use the lower tier wood golem technique. However, Obito remained unscathed after transplantation. Lin considered that his body possessed the Otsutsuki bloodline. This should be able to withstand it. Compared to Konoha's Hashirama cells, Lin wanted the Hashirama cells produced by the Outer Path's demonic statue even more. The Outer Path's demonic statue is related to the Ten-Tails, and wood release also comes from the Ten-Tails. Lin wanted to see if he could further awaken his Otsutsuki bloodline after receiving it. But this was premised on first transplanting the Uzumaki bloodline. In this way, his recovery ability and chakra would be greatly enhanced, as would his physique. Thus, the adaptation period for wood release would be significantly shortened. Moreover, the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan are distant relatives. If he possesses both bloodlines, could it allow Lin to directly obtain the sage body? Lin also hoped that the Hashirama cells would be more effective. It might enable him to directly awaken the Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan only activated right before his death. Lin speculated that there might be a transitional period, which is the adaptation period. After this adaptation period, he would awaken the Rinnegan. But this adaptation period should be the same as his own. It is possible that he could awaken the Rinnegan in just a few months. The 20 versus 10 competition lasted for 5 days and finally came to an end. After a month of discussions between the warring states and Uchiha Rin, the competition to choose the champion was initiated. During this month, they aimed to make them strive harder to surpass themselves. In the previous matches, the first match was Zhongwu versus Tusher, with Zhongwu emerging victorious. The second match was Uchiha Yun versus Smoker, with Smoker winning. The third match was Kyotomi versus Drake, where Drake claimed victory. The fourth match was Jun Malu versus Emojin, with Jun Malu winning. The fifth match was Uchiha Akatsuki versus Binzi, and Binzi won. The sixth match was Ghost Lantern Water Moon versus Iron, with Iron victorious. The seventh match was Uchiha Shi versus Mingshi, with Uchiha Shi winning. The eighth match was Jirobo versus Mantis, where Mantis emerged victorious. The ninth match was Perona versus Yangtsu, with Perona winning. The final match was Tina versus Shuan, and Tina won. This clearly shows that the Navy's foundation is much stronger than that of the Uchiha clan. The Navy's chances of winning are significantly higher. During this month, Uchiha Rin had to strive for more on his own. Smoker's natural type devil fruit is quite difficult to deal with. However, none of Uchiha Rin's people knew how to use armament hockey. During this month, Rin had to do his utmost to teach them how to master armament hockey. But that was nearly impossible. Even Luffy didn't learn armament hockey in a month, let alone them. Nevertheless, one must remain hopeful. Rin hoped they would learn armament hockey, enabling them to face Smoker's natural type devil fruit. If they couldn't master armament hockey, then the victory in this competition would belong entirely to the Navy. Without armament hockey, they wouldn't even be able to touch Smoker, let alone talk about victory. After the competition ended, Rin controlled the Sea King to pull the island back next to Sabaody Archipelago. Rin brought Ime to Sabaody Archipelago. As he walked through the streets, he felt the uniqueness of this place, with bubbles floating in the air around him. Rin took Ime out to play, which was the first time he had done so since his arrival in this world. Since crossing over, Rin had been busy with various matters every day, making it difficult to find time to go out and have fun. After playing for a while, Rin returned Ime to the Uchiha ship. He then went to Orochimaru's base. "Alright, Orochimaru, it's time to begin the transplant of the Uzumaki bloodline." Orochimaru showed an interested expression. Kabuto started preparing. Rin lay on the operating table as Orochimaru took out various experimental tools and first anesthetized Rin. In an instant, Rin lost control of his body, and could only watch helplessly as everything unfolded. After an hour of transplantation by Orochimaru, Rin slowly fell asleep. When Rin awoke, he found himself in a nutrient solution. His body was in severe pain. At that moment, Orochimaru entered. Seeing Rin awake was quite a surprise for him. Rin hurriedly asked, "What happened to me? Why does my body hurt so much? Why are you awake so soon? If you're awake, it means you've adapted to the Uzumaki bloodline, which is now merging into your body. Given your current condition, in about 2 days you will truly possess the Uzumaki bloodline." After hearing Orochimaru's words, Lin felt the unusual sensation in his body and gradually noticed a warm current flowing within him, easing the pain. Lin activated his Byakugan and opened it. Looking at his body, he discovered that the activity of his cells had significantly increased, indicating that Lin could now refine chakra more effectively. The stronger the cell activity, the better the recovery ability of the body. Lin attempted to refine chakra and found that he could do so far beyond his previous level. After observing, Lin asked Orochimaru, "How long have I been asleep? Did anything major happen during this time?" Orochimaru ignored Lin and continued with his experiments. Kabuto, adjusting his glasses, replied, "Lord Lin, you have been in a coma for a total of 20 days. During these 20 days you survived on the nutrient solution. Nothing major happened during this time. All matters were handled by Uchiha Fugaku. On the day you fell into a coma, someone came to visit. Other than that, there were no major events." Lin nodded, remaining in the nutrient solution as his cells were merging with the Uzumaki cells. His body was in severe pain, making it impossible to move. Even activating the Byakugan was a struggle. Walking was out of the question, so he decided to stay quietly in the solution. 2 days later, Lin emerged from the nutrient solution feeling incredibly light. His hair had turned light red. Lin clenched his fist. He felt that his strength had at least doubled. Lin took out a kunai from the spatial scroll and made a small cut on his arm. The kunai left a wound on his arm, but it healed instantly. Lin smiled and nodded in satisfaction. He felt that his chakra had increased by at least 5 times, and this enhancement was still growing. The activity of his cells had also increased by at least 2-fold. However, this was not what intrigued Lin the most. What fascinated him was that both his Sharingan and Byakugan had undergone a certain evolution. The power of the Sharingan had increased significantly. This was not the reason for Lin's joy, rather it was the enhanced recovery ability of the Sharingan that excited him. Lin felt that his recovery ability could now sustain his half-body Susanoo, and the number of protective clouds had increased to 4. The Byakugan had also evolved. Lin's Byakugan was no longer pure white, it now had a hint of blue which was barely noticeable unless closely examined. However, Lin knew that his Byakugan was evolving towards the Tensigan. The level of his Byakugan had reached its peak, giving birth to a unique ocular technique similar to Obito's Kamui. It was called phantomization. When using this ability, Lin's body would become ethereal, allowing him to pass through various objects and people, though he could not attack in this state. However, Lin could deactivate the phantomization at any time, which could last for a maximum of 2 minutes. As the Byakugan evolved, Lin felt that this duration would increasingly extend. He would also develop even more powerful ocular techniques. This phantomization was different from Obito's Kamui, which connected to a different space. Lin's phantomization, however, did not allow him to enter or exit space, it merely transformed him into an ethereal state. Obito's Kamui could even draw people and objects into a separate space and release them at will, things that Lin could not accomplish. After all, Lin's ability allowed for the entire body to become ethereal, not just a specific part. With his current abilities, Lin was already quite satisfied. Host Uchiha Rin. Chakra Shadow Level. Devil Fruit Natural Type Thunder Fruit No Side Effects. Bloodline Limit Sharingan Guardian Cloud Size as Desired Susanoo Byakugan Void Whirlpool Bloodline. Chakra Attribute Fire. Ninjutsu Palm Immortal Technique Fire Release Great Fireball Technique. Physical Technique Armament Haki Observation Haki. Genjutsu Mirror Dimension Hell's View Technique. Tools Kunai Blood Fragment Blade. Talent Genjutsu Genius. Summoning Technique Snail. Fire Release Talent. Invisibility. Simulation Currency 4,500 Simulation Coins. Lin stayed in Orochimaru's laboratory for a month. A significant event occurred in the pirate world. After Fire Fist Ace failed to challenge Whitebeard, he joined the Whitebeard Pirates. But Lin wasn't concerned about that right now. He sat in the Uchiha office looking at his attribute panel, suddenly recalling something. His armament haki and observation haki were too rudimentary. In such a condition, he couldn't possibly enter the upper echelon of pirate combat power. Moreover, Lin still lacked Conqueror's haki. Lin wanted to train his armament haki and observation haki, but he had no way to do so by himself. He could only seek a teacher for guidance. Given the current situation, there was only one person close enough who could teach him with complete certainty. Lin arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. Upon entering the kicking bar, he saw a woman in her 30s lounging at the counter. However, Lin would not underestimate her, for she could acquire a vast amount of intelligence. Moreover, she was the vice-captain of the pirate king Rayleigh's wife. It couldn't be that simple on the surface. Besides, she was not merely in her 30s. Given her current age, she must be at least in her 50s or 60s. After Lin entered the bar and hadn't spoken yet, Shaki spoke up. The renowned 7 Warlords Uchiha clan leader, what brings you to my humble bar? Lin didn't waste words. He didn't believe the woman before him couldn't see through his intentions. I am here to find the Pirate King's Vice Captain Silver's Rayleigh. Shaki also didn't indulge in chit-chat. You are looking for Rayleigh? He just went out saying he was going for a drink. Lin nodded, left 300,000 berries and left. Lin knew where Rayleigh had gone. Given Rayleigh's habits, Shaki wouldn't give him money to buy alcohol. Rayleigh must have sold himself. Then robbed the people who bought him to earn money. Lin exclaimed upon seeing this. Rayleigh is quite the little moneymaker. Lin had also pondered a peculiar question in his past life. If he placed Akatsuki's Kakuzu in the pirate world and taught Kakuzu Rayleigh's trick, how much money would Kakuzu make? And how long would it take before all the auction houses blacklisted him? Lin arrived at Area 1 of Sabaody Archipelago. Sabaody Archipelago consists of 79 trees divided into 6 major areas. Areas 1 to 29 are mainly human trafficking shops and illegal auction houses. Areas 30 to 39 mainly feature Bubble Park and other attractions. Lin had just stepped into the lawless area of Island No. 1 where he noticed many gazes directed towards him. He understood that these individuals intended to capture him for profit. With a cold smirk, Lin utilized the Guardian Cloud to control the blood-shattered blade, which immediately soared into the air, charging toward one of the onlookers. With a swift strike, he sealed the man's throat. Lin continued to slaughter dozens in succession, causing the surrounding gazes to slowly withdraw. He knew that these people had begun to fear him. Money is for the living, and Lin stood there allowing them to capture him for a price, but would they have the life to spend it? After a long journey, Lin finally arrived at the largest auction house in Area No. 1. He walked straight in but was stopped by 2 security guards. Lin did not waste words. Using his blood will eye, he effortlessly gained entry. Once inside, Lin casually found a seat and began waiting for Rayleigh. A well-dressed man stood on the auction stage. After introducing himself, the auction commenced. The first item is a pirate with a bounty of 70 million berries. Upon finishing, he pointed to the side. 2 individuals brought up a cage, unveiling it with a red cloth, revealing a dazed man with a noose around his neck. This pirate possesses formidable strength. He can be a slave or ensure your safety. The starting bid is 1 million berries, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 100,000 berries. Now let us begin. A flamboyant man raised his bid. 1 million berries. 1 million berries. Who else wishes to claim this man? Naive indeed. 2 million berries. I bid 3 million berries. In the end, the man who initially bid secured him for 30 million berries. Lin also noticed some other races among the bidders: the Longhand clan, the Little People clan, and even the Giants. He thought to himself to bid for one from each. Lin wanted to understand what made these races and their genes different. This would all depend on Orochimaru. He was no longer a fool, having recognized the brutality of the human world and pirates. Lin had also dismissed his earlier thoughts of saving the world. Now he simply wished for a good life for himself and his family. During the penultimate auction item, Lin finally spotted Rayleigh. If he did not see him now, he would have to consider if he had come to the wrong auction house. As the auction for Rayleigh began, Lin did not want to waste time. He immediately raised his bid to 50 million berries. Who is that person? So wealthy. Having bid for so many people, does he still have money? At that moment, a person sitting in the corner spoke. Don't underestimate him. He is the leader of the Warlord of the Sea, the Uchiha clan. It is said that his family has several members with the strength of Warlord of the Sea. Even the Warlord of the Sea, Gecko Moria, is associated with them. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals quietly distanced themselves from Lin. So it's him. No wonder he's so wealthy. After the crowd learned of his identity, no one else placed a bid, allowing Lin to successfully acquire Rayleigh. Just as Lin was about to leave, the final item of the auction was presented. It was not a person but a devil fruit. This is a devil fruit we have found. However, we have consulted the devil fruit encyclopedia and found no record of its abilities. Thus the starting bid is 100 million berries, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 1 million berries. Lin pondered. It was just right to prepare a devil fruit for Orochimaru. This one was just perfect. In the end, Lin also spent 300 million berries to acquire this devil fruit. After the auction concluded, Lin instructed the individuals to deliver the auction people to the Uchiha clan, ensuring they were handed over to Orochimaru. He then went alone to meet Rayleigh. Lin and Rayleigh arrived at Island No. 13. Lin turned around and bowed to Rayleigh. After all, he had something to ask of him. Rayleigh quickly dodged, saying, "You are the famous leader of the Uchiha clan. How could an old man like me possibly bear that?" Lin didn't listen to Rayleigh but said, "Uncle Rayleigh, you can bear this bow. I want you to teach me hockey." Rayleigh remained silent, simply standing there quietly. Lin knew Rayleigh was going to refuse. He just felt embarrassed to speak up. After thinking for a moment, he continued, "I can tell you a secret you don't know but you want to know." Rayleigh laughed softly, saying, "Tell me what secret you think I don't know. If it's interesting, I might consider teaching you hockey." Lin thought for a moment, and felt that if he mentioned Ace, Rayleigh would probably teach him. But the chances were slim. It was more likely Rayleigh would kill him to silence him. After all, this secret concerned Ace's life and death. If others found out that Ace was the child of the Pirate King, the Marines and the world government would undoubtedly eliminate him at all costs. Lin thought for a moment, and decided to mention something else which also related to the world government. After making up his mind, he revealed a confident expression. "I know who the sun god Nika is." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh showed a look of surprise, and his right hand slowly enveloped in armament hockey, the Conqueror's hockey, pressing towards Lin as if he was ready to strike at any moment. Seeing this, Lin raised his hands and quickly waved them, saying, "I mean no harm. If I had any malicious intent, I would have already reported this information to the world government." After hearing this, Rayleigh relaxed the hockey in his hand but still kept a wary eye on Lin. Lin also let out a breath. He hadn't expected the situation to be this serious. Moreover, from just now he felt that Rayleigh's Conqueror's hockey might be comparable to that of the four emperors. After sensing the previous pressure dissipate, Lin realized that Rayleigh was stronger than he had imagined. Rayleigh, seeing Lin fall silent, continued to ask, "Don't you know who it is? Hurry up and say it. If what you say is correct, I can teach you hockey." Seeing Rayleigh's promise, Lin felt relieved and spoke out. Previously he had been afraid that after revealing this, Rayleigh would refuse to teach him hockey, but now he felt at ease. "The sun god Nika is the grandson of the marine hero Monkey D. Garp. He is the son of the Revolutionary Army leader Monkey D. Dragon and Monkey D. Luffy, who ate a devil fruit known as the Gum Gum fruit. It is also called the mythical Zoan-type Nika fruit. Each mythical Zoan fruit contains a will. They choose the person they wish to select. Luffy is the one chosen by the sun god Nika." Rayleigh nodded after listening. He was aware that mythical Zoan devil fruits contained a will. After hearing Lin's explanation, Rayleigh knew he was not lying but truly understood. "How did you find out?" Lin smiled and activated his Sharingan. Pointing to his eyes, he said, "This is the Uchiha clan's Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the final form of the Sharingan. Each pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan possesses two ocular techniques. One of my techniques allows me to foresee the future." Lin couldn't possibly tell Rayleigh that he had crossed over from another world and that he knew everything happening in this world. Lin believed Rayleigh wouldn't believe him and would consider it an excuse for his own claims. Rather than that, he might as well say that it was his Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular technique which could be verified by the Uchiha clan. Rayleigh also hadn't expected there to be such a clan and such a terrifying eye. Rayleigh was not someone who didn't keep promises. He said to Lin, "I am also not someone who breaks promises. Come to the bar tomorrow morning at the knockdown bar. I will take you to practice hockey, but I will only teach you for 2 years. What you learn in those 2 years is up to you. I will only teach what I know." With that, Rayleigh ignored Lin and walked toward the knockdown bar. Lin strolled back, slowly thinking to himself what he could learn in the 2 years under Rayleigh's guidance. He felt he should be able to learn a lot. After 2 years, he thought of Luffy's situation. However, Lin was still a bit worried. After all, his physical talent was too poor. As he pondered, he came up with an idea. He could summon a slug to heal himself. He wondered if he could summon the slug here. If he could with his Uzumaki bloodline and the slug's healing abilities, he could practice hockey tirelessly using Shadow Clone Jutsu. After practicing for 2 years, even if his physical talent was lacking, he could reach Luffy's level after 2 years. As Lin walked, he unknowingly arrived at the shore, boarding the exclusive Uchiha ship to return. Upon returning, Lin immediately went to Orochimaru's base. When Lin arrived, he found Orochimaru happily fiddling with various potions. Several individuals of different races that he had bought were standing nearby. However, compared to before, their faces had gained a bit of color. Lin knew that Orochimaru had not directly used them for live experiments, but had instead drawn some blood to begin research. Lin tossed the devil fruit he had auctioned off to Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, this is the devil fruit I acquired at the auction. I don't know what effects it has yet, but judging by its appearance, it should be a Zoan devil fruit. I'm giving it to you for research. Also, please don't kill those people I brought back from the auction. I spent a lot of money on them." Lin's intention in saying this was to protect these individuals from being taken by Orochimaru for human experiments, as Lin was very much against human experimentation. Orochimaru understood Lin's implication and smiled, saying, "Rest assured, I won't use them for human experiments. Their genes are significantly different from ours, which makes them very worthy of study. I don't want them to die now. Lin nodded and continued to ask about Kimimaro and Jugo's conditions. Before merging the bloodlines, he had written down his insights on armament haki and observation haki for Kimimaro and Jugo. Since he wouldn't be able to teach them directly, he could only provide some insights for them to ponder. They haven't figured out what you gave them yet. Lin understood that this process couldn't be rushed. After all, it would take at least a month to learn it, let alone for them to study it themselves. After asking, Lin reminded Orochimaru once more before heading back. Sabaody Archipelago. Island No. 14. 3 days have passed since Lin's first met Rayleigh. During these 3 days, Lin and Rayleigh gradually began to understand each other. It could be said that they became friends through conflict. Lin referred to Rayleigh as Old Man while Rayleigh called Lin Little Brat. They stood facing each other. Lin took the initiative and said, "Old Man, I want to know how strong I am now. Let's have a competition." Rayleigh nodded. He was also curious about Lin's strength. It would also serve as a training opportunity for him. Perfect, I can see what your current strength is. It will help me teach you how to use armament haki and observation haki more effectively. Lin and Rayleigh arrived at Sabaody Archipelago's Island No. 18. Rayleigh had initially planned to find a deserted island for their sparring. However, Lin insisted on sparring at Sabaody Archipelago. He wanted the news to be reported to the major powers, showing that he had Rayleigh backing him. While smaller factions wouldn't move against the Uchiha clan, the four emperors still posed a significant threat that required caution. Rayleigh was a great choice for protection. Rayleigh was well aware of Lin's intention, but he chose not to intervene. After all, the Uchiha clan leader standing before him had many unknown secrets. He had his own speculations. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want them to be wiped out by the four emperors. More importantly, he and Lin had already discussed this. They were both teacher and friend. Lin faced Rayleigh and exhaled deeply. He first used the summoning technique to summon a slug. In this world, Lin could not summon slugs directly. However, through the system he could consume simulation coins to create a small portal. The larger the portal, the more simulation coins it consumed. Summoning the slug also required the consumption of simulation coins. Lin summoned a slug the size of a palm, which cost him 50 simulation coins. Lin felt that he didn't have enough simulation coins. With the back and forth, summoning a palm-sized slug cost 100 simulation coins. How would he manage if he needed to summon larger slugs? Rayleigh saw Lin form a hand seal, bite his finger, and place it on the ground. After a puff of smoke, a small slug appeared, and Rayleigh was quite surprised. "What was that thing, little brat?" Lin looked at Rayleigh and smiled. "Ha ha ha, even you don't know everything. This is called the summoning technique. It allows one to form a contract with animals, enabling them to summon them to fight alongside themselves." Lin finished speaking and set the small slug on his shoulder. "This is my summoned beast, the slug. It mainly assists with healing and replenishing chakra, allowing for rapid recovery from injuries." Rayleigh raised a hand and beckoned. "Now that's a good thing. Little brat, why not summon 10 or 8 of them for me?" Lin looked at him speechlessly. Rayleigh understood the awkwardness of the situation and coughed. Lin placed the slug on his shoulder and directly activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. He took out the blood-edged blade and summoned 4 guardian clouds. One attached to the blood-edged blade while the others floated around him. Lin exhaled. "Let's begin, old man." Rayleigh nodded and used armament haki, striking out with a slashing strike. Lin controlled the guardian clouds to form a shield in front of him. It easily blocked the slashing attack. Rayleigh was also surprised. He hadn't expected the guardian clouds to have such an effect, though he was only slightly taken aback. Lin controlled the blood-edged blade attached to the guardian clouds and charged at Rayleigh while he used fire release great fire annihilation from behind. A massive fireball surged toward Rayleigh. Rayleigh, with armament haki on his left hand, punched the blood-edged blade away. With his right hand he swung his sword, unleashing the fire release. The attack carved through the flames, but instead of dissipating it flew toward Lin unabated. Lin's shadow clone was struck by the attack, turning into a puff of smoke. Lin's real body appeared behind Rayleigh and threw a punch. At that moment Rayleigh sensed him with observation haki. Rayleigh, with armament haki on his back, took Lin's punch hidden and then turned to knock Lin away. "Little brat, how did you get behind me?" "My observation haki only sensed 2 identical versions of you appearing for a split second, then one vanished, leaving just one. I thought it was you. What was it called?" "Ah. Ninjutsu. It must have failed. Turns out you were just invisible. But how did your invisibility evade my observation haki?" Lin hadn't expected his invisibility to be so potent that even Rayleigh's armament haki couldn't sense it. He had simply wanted to test it out, not anticipating it to truly work. Lin did not directly answer Rayleigh's question. "Perhaps It's a special ability. He then manipulated the natural lightning fruit to conjure a lightning dragon that was 10 meters long. It charged violently toward Rayleigh, incinerating the grass and trees along its path. As the lightning dragon approached Rayleigh, Lin activated another ocular technique, size manipulation, enlarging the blood-edged blade to 40 meters. Lin used the guardian clouds controlling the blood-edged blade, but it was still somewhat strenuous. The current size of the blood-edged blade was nearing the weight limit that the guardian clouds could support. Lin felt he was about to reach his limit, and quickly separated a guardian cloud to attach it to the blood-edged blade. This was not the end. Lin used fire release to unleash a massive fireball. It attached to the front of the blood-edged blade. Lin once again controlled the lightning fruit to unleash lightning, combining it with the flames on the blood-edged blade. Lin utilized his clumsy armament hockey. However, he only managed to cover it with a small amount of armament hockey before it dissipated. Lin couldn't help but sigh. His armament hockey was truly lacking. After a while, Lin had finished gathering his strength. When he previously used size manipulation, he discovered that he could also make the objects he touched invisible. Lin made the 40-meter-long blood-edged blade invisible as well. Therefore, during the power-up, Rayleigh could not see it. The blade enveloped in armament hockey struck with a simple yet effective slash, cutting the lightning dragon in half. After defeating the lightning dragon, Rayleigh realized that Lin had disappeared using invisibility. He activated his observation hockey and searched thoroughly. Having fallen for invisibility before, he needed to be cautious this time. Just as Rayleigh suspected Lin was about to attack from behind, his observation hockey detected something ahead. He also heard Lin's voice. "Rayleigh, let me show you my technique, lightning fire slash." A massive blade 40 meters long engulfed in flames and lightning suddenly appeared before Rayleigh. "Hey little brat, is this still a spar? You're definitely trying to get back at me while you have the chance." Although he said this, the blade was already honestly enveloped with armament hockey and conqueror's hockey. Lin's 40-meter-long blood-edged blade collided with Rayleigh's blade in the blink of an eye, erupting into a violent explosion of lightning and flames. The conqueror's hockey, now tangible, swept over the entire island. No. 14. After a second or two, a tremendous explosion occurred, affecting the entire Sabaody archipelago. The Sabaody archipelago. It was originally a day filled with sunshine and gentle breezes, bustling with a diverse crowd of people. But suddenly, in the sky above Island 14, an astonishing explosion of flames and lightning erupted, accompanied by black lightning. The conqueror's hockey swept across the entire Sabaody archipelago. Under Rayleigh's control, this overwhelming aura did not cause substantial harm to the civilians of the Sabaody archipelago. They merely lost consciousness for a brief moment. Shaki sensed that this aura belonged to Rayleigh. Stepping out of the bar, she looked towards Island 14, saying, "Isn't it just about you using your hockey? What is this nonsense?" At the same time, reporters on the Sabaody archipelago began to mobilize. "Hurry! This power is coming from Island 14. We can't let them get ahead." Meanwhile, on Island 14, Lin and Rayleigh stood facing each other amidst the chaos of flames, lightning, and hockey ravaging the ground. The ground had become pockmarked. Lin was kneeling on one knee, panting heavily. The blood blade returned to its normal size in his hand, while the small slug on his shoulder was healing him and replenishing his chakra. Rayleigh, on the other hand, was in much better condition compared to Lin. His clothes were slightly tattered and he had some scorch marks on his body, but he had not sustained any significant injuries. This also demonstrated Rayleigh's incredible strength. He shook off the dust from his clothes, sheathed his sword, and walked towards Lin. Upon reaching Lin, he slapped the top of Lin's head. While angrily admonishing, he said, "Are you practicing, or do you want me dead? You don't even know how to control your strength when you fight." Lin covered his head with his left hand. With his right hand he drew circles on the ground, muttering, "Aren't you fine? Besides, you said to use my full strength earlier." How could someone like Rayleigh not hear Lin's words? He slapped Lin's head again, saying, "Still dare to talk back? If you keep this up, I won't teach you hockey anymore." Lin could only pout, saying, "I know I was wrong, old man." Rayleigh was satisfied, nodding in approval of Lin's apology. After all, this was the first time Lin had apologized to him during their days together. "Lin, you say you haven't used all your power yet. Now let's see it. I want to see your limits. And I'll tailor a training plan for you." Lin nodded. "Old man, I'm about to start." He knew that reporters were already on their way. This was also a moment to showcase his strength. The weak would be bullied and beaten. This was the lesson he learned from his past life. Now he aimed to display his power as much as possible so that others would fear him. Although he had previously unleashed a complete Susanoo, it hadn't exhibited much power, and there would surely be those who doubted him. This time Lin was ready to deliver a decisive blow. With that, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan again, and terrifying ocular power erupted from his eyes. Slowly a 10-meter-tall white skeletal frame began to form. The frame gradually enveloped itself with muscle definition and finally armor. It took the shape of a semi-physical Susanoo standing 10 meters tall. Lin did not stop there, he continued to use his Mangekyo Sharingan. Slowly the Susanoo grew legs. Wings formed on its back and at its waist a blade resembling the blood blade materialized. Ultimately a complete Susanoo towering at 150 meters was fully formed. Lin stood atop the head of the Susanoo gripping the blood blade. He swung it down and the Susanoo mirrored the action. Drawing a 50-meter-long great sword he swung it toward Rayleigh. Rayleigh was surprised that Lin could use such a thing, but while he was astonished he drew his own sword enveloping it with both Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki to collide with the Susanoo. Reporters from other islands of the Sabaody archipelago rushed to Island 14, but as soon as they set foot on the island they were greeted by the towering 150-meter Susanoo. They had never seen anything so massive, and they were left dumbfounded. However, some quickly regained their composure. Quick, record this. This is big news. Yes, hurry. The people around also snapped back to reality. They quickly grabbed their cameras and began taking pictures. At that moment some sharp-eyed observers noticed that there was someone inside the Susanoo, but they couldn't make out who it was. They alerted their companions. It was possible that their companion had a special devil fruit. Upon closer inspection they realized that Lin was the one inside the Susanoo. Just as this conclusion was reached, a powerful wave of Conqueror's Haki swept through Island 14, knocking everyone unconscious. The battlefield between Lin and Rayleigh on Island 14 had slowly begun to crack apart. However, neither Lin nor Rayleigh noticed. They were still engaged in an exhilarating duel. Lin swung the sword of the Susanoo, while simultaneously unleashing fire release from the Susanoo. Rayleigh, however, was not too disheveled. He merely used his sword imbued with Conqueror's and Armament Haki to defend himself, though he was still pushed back a distance each time. Gradually Lin noticed the dark clouds gathering in the sky. But Rayleigh had no idea what Lin was planning. After seeing that the clouds in the sky had accumulated sufficiently, Lin used one of his guardian clouds to form a bow and another guardian to form an arrow. Lin utilized his size-changing abilities to turn them into weapons that the Susanoo could wield. He summoned the lightning from the sky to gather around the Susanoo. Gradually astonishing bolts of lightning erupted around the Susanoo. The eyes wrapped in armor crackled with electricity. Lin rested his left hand on the bow. With his right hand he infused lightning into the bow, an arrow unleashing a full power strike. The bow transformed from the guardian cloud soared rapidly toward Rayleigh's location. Rayleigh dared not take the hit. Hidden relying on his Kenbunchaku Haki, he managed to evade the attack in advance. However, the arrow struck the ground. The lightning attached to it began to ravage the earth. Suddenly the ground slowly cracked apart, and the fissure widened. Lin sensed something was wrong and hurriedly dispelled the Susanoo, reverting the guardian cloud back and stowing it away. But this did not prevent the ground from collapsing. Lin could only ride the guardian cloud and pull Rayleigh up, soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, the people on Island 14 had started to regain consciousness under the effects of Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki. When they awoke, they saw that Island 14 was beginning to crumble apart. They quickly called to those around them to run towards the other islands. After 10 minutes, Island 14 of the Sabaody archipelago slowly sank beneath the waves. Island 14 of the Sabaody archipelago had originally been a hub for human trafficking, but it paled in comparison to Island 1 and gradually became a deserted island. Over the islands of Sabaody on the 14th island, Lin and Rayleigh were flying above the 14th island on the guardian cloud. The two stared at the scene before them with wide eyes. Lin spoke first. I didn't mean to do it. At this moment Rayleigh also snapped back to reality. He slapped Lin on the head, saying, "Lin, look at the mess you've created." Lin rubbed his head, feeling wronged, and said, "Isn't it because you told me to go all out? If you hadn't said that, would there have been any aftermath?" Rayleigh glared at Lin fiercely. "Don't you dare talk back. This is not your doing." He pointed at the 14th island, which was already submerged beneath the sea. Lin awkwardly coughed and said, "I also didn't intend for this to happen. What should we do now?" Rayleigh chuckled. "What else can we do? We both know about this. If we don't speak of it, how will anyone else know?" Lin smirked slyly. "I never expected such an idea to come from you." Rayleigh waved his hand and laughed heartily. "It's nothing at all." After laughing, Rayleigh realized this wasn't a compliment. Fuming, he said, "Besides this method, do you have any other ideas?" Lin sat on the guardian cloud, supporting his head with his hand deep in thought. Seeing Lin like this, Rayleigh thought he might have a good idea. "So do you actually have a plan?" After 2 or 3 minutes, Lin replied. "No." At this moment Rayleigh was left speechless. After a long while he jumped down from the guardian cloud and instructed Lin. This matter has nothing to do with us. We were never here. Also am leaving first. I know your strength. After you finish your match at the Navy headquarters, come learn hockey from me. After Rayleigh left, Lin anxiously rode the Guardian Cloud back to the Uchiha clan slowly. The next morning, shocking news swept across the world. The current warlord of the sea, Lin Uchiha, and the vice-captain of the Pirate King Silver's Rayleigh clashed in the 14th zone of the Sabati archipelago, causing the 14th island to sink. In the new world aboard the Moby Dick. Dad, something big has happened again. Marco rushed to Whitebeard with a newspaper in hand. Whitebeard, drinking and hooked up to N4, saw Marco enter and boomed. Gururara! Marco, what's going on? Is there a new pirate emerging? Marco didn't answer immediately but reminded Whitebeard. Dad, maybe you should drink a little less. It's not about a new pirate. It's about the current warlord of the sea, Lin Uchiha, clashing with Rayleigh in the Sabati archipelago. They caused the 14th island to sink. After saying this, Marco handed the newspaper to Whitebeard. Whitebeard drinking as he read the newspaper. When he saw the photos of Lin's complete body Susanoo battling Rayleigh, he burst out laughing. This warlord of the sea has some skill after all. But if he bullies my son, I'll show him the wrath of the strongest man in the world. Continuing to drink, he asked. How has Ace been getting along with you guys? Marco nodded beside him. Hearing Whitebeard's question, he quickly replied. Ace has started to accept us. He is gradually blending in. Whitebeard smiled with satisfaction. Gururara. On an island in the New World. Red-haired Shanks held the newspaper, looking at the reports. I didn't expect this warlord of the sea to be stronger than usual. But I can't believe you would actually take action against Rayleigh. Shanks looked seriously at the photos. Although the images were blurry, he could tell that Lin and Rayleigh hadn't actually clashed. It looked more like a sparring match. After reading, Shanks laughed joyfully, realizing he had misunderstood earlier. At that moment, Ben Beckman heard his laughter. He inquired, Captain, what's going on? Shanks, after hearing this, tossed the newspaper aside. Nothing. Let's hold a feast. The crowd around also started to stir. On Onigashima in the New World, Kaido held a jug of wine in one hand and a newspaper in the other. Not bad. This thing should be a mythical Zoan devil fruit. Too bad he is a warlord of the sea, otherwise I could try to recruit him. After saying this, he tossed the newspaper aside and said to Jack in front of him, How's the business with Joker go? Jack replied confidently. Joker has already agreed. Kaido nodded and laughed heartily. That way you'll have a steady supply of devil fruits. On Cake Island in the New World, Big Mom looked at the newspaper her daughter brought over and sighed regretfully. If he weren't a warlord of the sea, I would definitely marry a daughter off to him. After saying this, she lost interest and instructed her children to bring out sweets. She then began to eat heartily. Meanwhile, those in the Four Seas and the first half of the Grand Line were not as calm as the Yonko. They were shocked by this news, realizing the Uchiha clan was not to be trifled with. Those who had previously had designs on the Uchiha clan gradually reigned in their thoughts. On the island of the Uchiha clan, those pirates and some nobles also began to behave themselves. At Navy headquarters, a meeting was held with admirals and vice-admirals. They were discussing the matter of Lin Uchiha. I believe this is a good thing. Lin, as our warlord of the sea, demonstrated such strength to intimidate some pirates. However, they destroyed the 14th island of the Sabati archipelago. It seems a bit unreasonable not to face some punishment. His intimidation of pirates is already enough to atone for his actions. A heated discussion ensued. Some believed Lin was right while others thought he was wrong. The higher-ranking admirals Tsuru Garp and Sengoku remained silent, quietly observing. As the argument grew more intense, Tsuru stood up and said, Although he damaged the 14th island, he also intimidated the pirates. However, since he caused damage to the island, some citizens will certainly make a fuss. So let's call Lin over tomorrow to discuss this matter together. Others nodded in agreement with Vice Admiral Tsuru's words. We should first ask the involved party what they think and how the incident unfolded before making plans. Sengoku looked on and announced, Tomorrow we will notify Lin and ask him to come discuss this matter with us. This issue can be big or small. If it's minor, it's just about damaging an island and we can simply make Lin compensate. But if it escalates, Lin's actions might incite public outrage. The Uchiha clan's ancestral land. Ime was preparing breakfast for Lin, having lived with him ever since he activated his Manjiki Sharingan. However, feeling that her strength could not match Lin's, Ime decided to learn some skills to take care of him, starting her culinary training with Uchiha Mikoto. By now, Ime had achieved a modest level of culinary skill. Lin's 3 meals a day were all prepared by her. Meanwhile, the news of Uchiha Lin sinking an island had stirred up quite a commotion outside. Yet the person involved, Lin, was still lazily lying in bed. At that moment Uchiha Kane rushed in excitedly. "Daughter, where has Uchiha Rin gone?" Ime clearly did not react in time, unsure why her father was acting like this. "He's still sleeping." Uchiha Kane paid no mind to Ime and quickly entered Lin's room. Upon entering the room, Kane saw Lin still fast asleep. He immediately used his loudest voice to wake him up. Lin sat up, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Yawning, he asked, "Uncle Kane, what's the matter?" Seeing Lin's indifferent expression, Kane became quite furious. "What's the matter? Your sinking of Island No. 14 in the Sabadi archipelago has spread throughout the world. The Navy has already sent someone to invite you to the headquarters to discuss this matter." Lin, upon hearing this, instantly sat up in bed. "What the heck? Who leaked this news? I thought no one knew about it." Kane shouted angrily. "How could such a large place as Island No. 14 be sunk without anyone knowing?" Lin rubbed his head, dazed, thinking that it seemed to be the case. Lin shook his head to clear his mind and began to change his clothes. After all, he needed to dress appropriately for the Navy headquarters. Mariford. After disembarking from the warship, Lin saw a Navy Rear Admiral coming to greet him. "King under 7 Warlords Uchiha Rin, Fleet Admiral Sengoku sent me to pick you up." Lin waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he did not care, and followed the Rear Admiral to the reception room. Inside the reception room, all the Vice Admirals and above were present. Lin casually sat down in a seat, rubbing his eyes. He seemed indifferent to the matter at hand. Sengoku, seeing his attitude, was extremely furious. "Uchiha Rin, look at the good deed you've done. You directly sank an island. The public now has a negative impression of your Uchiha clan, and you still act like this. Now think about how to deal with it." Lin waved his hand, completely unconcerned. "What to do? Just build another island. Such a simple task, and you really don't understand it." Sengoku, hearing this, almost fainted from anger. "Build an island? Do you think it's that easy? It will take years to accomplish this task." Lin, after hearing this, still appeared nonchalant. He rested his head on his hand, contemplating. Finally, Lin revealed a look of realization. Sengoku thought he was finally taking this matter seriously, but Lin spoke up. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, how about we make a deal?" Sengoku was speechless at that moment. "What time is it? You still want to make a deal?" After pondering, he continued. "Go on, tell me your proposal." Seeing this, Lin thought Sengoku was about to refuse, but then Sengoku suddenly said, "How about this? You Navy control the anger of the public, and I will give you a method to test chakra attributes." After saying this, Lin felt he had become extremely clever, and wore a sinister smile, while internally he was laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, just a method to test chakra. The Navy will never grasp it. To exchange such a small chakra test paper for such huge benefits, I'm truly brilliant." Sengoku stood by, deep in thought. "What do you mean by that?" Lin realized he hadn't explained the use of chakra to them. Chakra attributes are divided into 5 types: fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning. When possessing a certain chakra attribute, one can use corresponding ninjutsu. After saying that, Lin demonstrated. "I possess fire attribute chakra, so I can use fire attribute ninjutsu." With that, Lin executed the fire release great fireball technique. A ball of flame erupted from Lin's mouth, exploding in the center of the reception room. Lin controlled the chakra to keep the explosion's range very small. Sengoku saw such an effect. He also understood the use of chakra. However, without chakra test paper, one could not detect the corresponding chakra attributes at all. Sengoku nodded, agreeing to this suggestion. "Okay, it's settled. The next competition is in 7 days. Remember to prepare your ninjutsu." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Lin knew they had already secured victory. Lin also understood that they had no one here capable of using haki, and he could not defeat Smoker. Lin remained silent and walked away. Seeing Lin's dejected expression, Sengoku's displeasure also dissipated. As Lin walked out, he let out a slight sigh. "Now what method do I have to win against Smoker?" Lin brainstormed and finally thought of a solution. Sea stone, a weapon made of sea stone. With that, he could touch Smoker. This way we would still have some chance of victory. Although Lin had thought of a method, he couldn't obtain sea stone. Sea stone is produced in Wano. That's Kaido's territory. If I go, it would surely be a one-way trip. Now there's only one option left. To find Don Quixote da Flamingo. He sells arms and has business dealings with Kaido. He will definitely be able to provide weapons made of sea stone. 7 days is sufficient time. I should set off as quickly as possible. Who knows what unexpected events might happen on the way. Lin shook his head. Since he had thought of a way to win, then let's give it a try. Lin quickly summoned the Guardian Cloud, climbed aboard, and flew towards the new world at his utmost speed. The fastest method now is to use the Guardian Cloud to pass through Fishman Island. Although I could fly over the red line, being seen as an enemy there is certain. After all, they do not allow anyone to fly over the celestial dragons. Lin is a king under 7 warlords. Although I could report it, and then pass through the red line, it would definitely take longer than passing through Fishman Island. Lin thought this through and decided not to think about it anymore. He had already arrived at Sabedi Archipelago and felt he could reach Dressrosa in a day and a night. It would take another day to return. He would only have 5 days there, which was still adequate, but time was limited. Lin felt he was ready. He arrived at the seaside, wrapped himself in the Guardian Cloud. Through the visual sharing of the Guardian Cloud, he observed the situation in the sea. Then he charged towards Dressrosa at his fastest speed. After a day of effort, Lin finally arrived at Dressrosa. Walking through the streets of Dressrosa, he observed the local customs and culture. Lin did not go directly to find Doflamingo. He felt that there was still plenty of time and decided to enjoy some time in Dressrosa first. As Lin passed by the arena, he noticed a notice posted above. The arena tournament was about to begin, and the champion would receive a nature-type devil fruit, gaining the attention of Lord Doflamingo. The registration location was at the entrance of the arena, welcoming everyone to sign up enthusiastically. After reading the notice, Lin had already marked this nature-type devil fruit with his label. Ding! A special mission detected. The system has issued a special mission: win the championship at the arena tournament without being discovered. Mission reward: Operation Fruit, no side effects. Lin looked at the long-lost system and accepted this mission even though the task system had been cancelled. However, such special missions could occasionally be issued. When Lin first arrived in the pirate world, the system had given the task of becoming a warlord of the sea. When Lin became a warlord of the sea, the system's reward also arrived: a pet egg. The system did not specify what kind of creature the egg belonged to. Lin had no way of knowing either. The egg was not large, only 30 centimeters in size. After obtaining it, he placed it at home to hatch together with Ime, but so far there had been no signs. The devil fruit he first simulated obtaining was given to Uchiha Tiawa. He was the first person besides Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui to fully learn one of the 6 styles. Lin believed his strength could win the championship. However, not being discovered was a bit challenging. He thought about his Sharingan fire-release ninjutsu and thunder fruit, all of which had already been revealed. So far, he had basically no undisclosed abilities left. After some thought, Lin finally recalled an ability he had not used before. At the arena registration area, a man wearing a vortex mask approached. He walked animatedly and spoke in a cheerful tone. "Hello, is this the registration place? I want to sign up." The staff didn't expect to encounter such a peculiar person. Wanting to see what was inside through the hole left by the vortex mask, the masked man shook his head and put on a serious expression which looked quite comical. "You won't be able to see me like this. I want to sign up. And I am quite formidable." The staff covered his head and casually apologized. I'm sorry. What's your name?" The masked man continued with a serious expression. "A Fei. I am a Fei. This was Lin's true form. He had transformed 2 guardian clouds, one into the vortex mask and the other into the Akatsuki's red cloud black robe. Lin's guardian cloud had a little trick of changing colors which he had just discovered today. He needed to play the cheerful A Fei in the pirate world. Meanwhile, in another location, Lin's clone arrived at the palace of Dressrosa, where he saw Doflamingo waiting for him. Lin knew that as soon as he entered Dressrosa, he would be noticed by Doflamingo. After all, if he had not been detected, Doflamingo would not be worthy of managing such a large nation. Doflamingo approached with his distinctive stride, leading those beside him. "Fufufu, isn't this the famous Uchiha clan leader? What brings you here?" Lin did not answer his question but replied, "Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat?" Doflamingo chuckled. "Then come in." Lin followed him inside and sat down in a reception room. Realizing the timing was right, he got straight to the point and said, "I need some sea prism stones. You should have some here, right?" Although Doflamingo did not know what he intended to do, he thought about how to take advantage of him. "Fufufu, we do have them. But I don't know what the clan leader of the live streaming family will need to pay." Lin looked at his smile and understood his intention, replying, "Name your price. As long as it's not too outrageous, I can agree." After several rounds of haggling, Lin finally bought the sea prism stone weapon at a satisfactory price. Lin did not leave but said to Doflamingo, "I have heard there is a competition here. Aren't you going to take me to watch it?" Lin thought to himself, "It's all the fault of my true form. Why can he participate in the competition, while I can only discuss these tedious transactions here? Since I cannot compete, I will go watch you compete." Later I will cause you some trouble. Ha ha, I must see his expression. I am so clever. Lin never expected to create such a clone. Doflamingo smiled. Although he didn't know what Lin was plotting, he nodded in agreement. Lin's true form had already entered the preparation area of the arena, but he couldn't help but shiver. And he sneezed. Just as he was about to rub his nose, he realized he had a mask on, and lowered his hand. I wonder who is thinking of me. Lin entered the arena waving his hands and shouting loudly, "Hello everyone, I am a Fae. Please take care of me." Those who were tense at that moment were startled by his loud voice. A fierce pirate 3 meters tall with scars on his eyes and chest glared at him. When he saw a figure only about 1.7 meters tall wearing a vortex mask, with bandages wrapped around his legs and dressed in a red cloud-black robe, smiling brightly, he regarded him as an easy target. Coupled with that earlier statement, he felt a desire to intimidate others with him. The pirate walked up to a Fae and said with a fierce expression, "You little brat, you disturbed me." A Fae's expression changed from cheerful to apologetic. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." The pirate, seeing a Fae's demeanor, threw a punch and said, "It's too late now. I've already killed 56 pirates like you." Seeing the punch coming, a Fae hurriedly shouted, "Ah, I'm doomed. What should I do?" He turned to the side, but it did not have the desired effect. However, the pirate's fist passed right through a Fae's body. A Fae exclaimed, "I am going to die, I'm going to die." As he spoke, a Fae lay on the ground. After a while he stood up, patted his body, and let out a big sigh of relief. "Didn't hit me. I survived. Run." After saying that, a Fae fled as if flying. The pirate stood still, his fist having struck the ground but not retracted. The onlookers witnessing this scene scattered in fright. However, a few remained. One person walked up to the pirate. With a gentle push, the pirate fell over. The person approached, observing closely, and found that the pirate was not dead, just unconscious. Moreover, there was still a trace of lightning within him. The person stood up and lightly said, "Interesting. Dressrosa." In the arena, 2 people, a man and a woman, ascended the podium. "Hello everyone. Welcome to this grand arena competition. I am your commentator, Happy." The woman beside him continued, "I am AI. This competition is sponsored by Lord Don Quixote da Flamingo. The winner will receive the nature-type earth fruit. This competition is divided into 4 zones A, B, C, and D, with each zone producing a champion who will gather for the final match. Now the competition in Zone A begins." Pirates gradually entered the arena from 4 different directions, including some notorious pirates. The host pointed at a pirate who stood 10 meters tall, saying, "Giant conch bounty of 100 million berries." Then he pointed at a bald pirate with a scar on his head. "Bald Ilrit bounty of 90 million berries. Pirate white conch bounty of 200 million berries. Black Tiger brothers, the older brother has a bounty of 70 million and his younger brother has a bounty of 50 million. A Fae was also assigned to Zone A. As soon as he entered the arena, he greeted the people around him. "Hello everyone, I am a Fae from the Akatsuki organization." Yes, upon seeing a Fae like this, the pirates quietly distanced themselves, fearing he might infect them with his craziness. The surrounding audience burst into laughter. A person approached the host and whispered a few words. The host was initially shocked, but then announced, "Our Lord Don Quixote da Flamingo and the Shichibukai Lord Uchiha Rin are here to watch the match. Please give them a warm welcome." Da Flamingo and Lin appeared in the stand, sitting in the most conspicuous position. "Ha ha ha, it was Uchiha Rin who insisted on coming to watch the match." The host nodded and immediately announced the start of the match. A Fae was shocked to see Lin on the stage. Wasn't he supposed to return after trading his clone? How could he suddenly be here? Lin caught a Fae's gaze, winked at him, and revealed a sinister expression. A Fae felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing that look. However, he quickly averted his gaze. Although he didn't know what was happening, the match was the most important thing now. After the match began, chaos broke out all around. In front of him stood the giant white conch. "Kid, you bullied my little brother in the arena, didn't you?" A Fae quickly shook his head in denial. "I did nothing." But the giant white conch completely ignored his explanation and threw a fierce punch at a Fae. A Fae quickly dodged backward, looking as if he effortlessly avoided the blow. Seeing him like this, white conch thought a Fae was an easy target, and continued his aggressive attacks, cursing continuously. Various insults flowed incessantly. "You bullied my little brother. If I don't kill you, how can I face my followers?" Though he said this, he didn't actually care about his little brother's life or death. He spoke this way in the arena to attract more people to his side. "You keep dodging, what kind of fighter are you? If you have the guts, face me head in. Cowards like you can't achieve anything." A Fae couldn't stand the slurs any longer, thinking that if he let himself be defeated, perhaps the giant would quiet down and not do anything extreme. As the match neared its end, he stood up thinking that if he could just take a hit and win the victory, he would be fine. So A Fei did not dodge this time. White Conk's punch hit A Fei directly. A Fei didn't suffer any harm but pretended to faint instead. Upon seeing A Fei faint, White Conk burst into laughter. Just when A Fei thought he would be ignored, White Conk continued to mock him. What use is a coward like you? What kind of parents would give birth to trash like you? What kind of woman would choose a worthless person like you? Ha ha ha, if you have a wife I will take care of her. After White Conk finished speaking, he laughed heartily, causing many people in the arena to join in. Lin's clone sitting in the stands suddenly felt a sense of ominous foreboding. A Fei slowly stood up. His gaze was cold, devoid of the previous laughter. Lin had crossed over from modern society. He was very averse to killing. Although he had witnessed cruelty and made decisions in his heart, when it came to the moment of killing he felt immense fear. Thus far since his arrival he had never killed anyone. At most he had just issued orders while watching. Now his aversion to killing had diminished to zero. Lin understood that reasoning with these pirates was futile. If you back down they will only become more aggressive. When Lin first arrived in the pirate world he didn't see any pirates attacking civilians. After all, his identity as one of the Shichibukai was well known, and he had previously treated civilians as his own. He wouldn't allow pirates to bully civilians in front of him. Thus he still held on to the image of pirates like Luffy who were kind and helped others. Even the worst pirates wouldn't be so vile as to harm wives and children. But now Lin finally understood. This was the true pirate world, unlike what he had seen in the comics. Not all pirates are like Luffy and his crew. A surge of anger welled up within him. In this world the most important things to him were his parents, and the parents he had yet to see. He would not allow anyone to lay a hand on them or speak disrespectfully. If he couldn't protect his own family, how could he guard anything else? Suddenly a surging aura swept across the entire arena. Many civilians and ordinary pirates in the arena fainted. Doflamingo also stood up from the stage. Conqueror's Hockey! Lin stood up from the arena, and a black chain suddenly appeared in his hand. Lin swung the chain in his hand. It automatically wrapped around White Conk. White Conk struggled desperately, but the chain remained unyielding. No matter how hard he tried, the chain only tightened further. Lin approached him and spoke in a deep voice. What did you just say? White Conk continued to shout. I advise you to let me go. I am a pirate with a bounty of 200 million and I have countless followers. Even if I can't kill you, I will take action against your wife and parents. Just as he was about to say more, White Conk cautiously caught a glimpse of the eyes behind the swirling mask. It was a white eye, but it was mixed with some blue and red. Lin continued. What did you say? White Conk finally felt fear. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Just treat me like a fart and let it go. Lin covered his mask with one hand, revealing his unique white eyes, and laughed heartily, his laughter echoing throughout the arena. The arena was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Ha! It's too late. Dressrosa, the arena was eerily quiet. It's already late, Lin said as he instantly appeared before the white seashell. Utilizing the guardian cloud, he grasped the neck of the white seashell with one hand, lifting him forcefully. The white seashell struggled incessantly, but Lin had not been idle during his 2 months here. Moreover, the Sea Kings here were infused with abundant energy. Lin's strength had surpassed the average level of a major general, even though the white seashell was formidable. However, Lin could clearly see the acupoints within the white seashell's body through his Bikugan. He utilized small currents to seal these acupoints, leaving the white seashell feeling utterly powerless. Gradually, the white seashell ceased to breathe. Lin casually tossed him aside, as if crushing a wanted pirate with a bounty of 200 million was akin to squashing an ant. The onlookers swallowed hard at that moment. After the killing, A Fei returned to his playful demeanor, saying, What's wrong with you all? Am I that terrifying? The surrounding people began to avoid his gaze. A Fei noticed but continued. Shall the match go on? At this point the host finally reacted and the match resumed. The chaos resumed, yet everyone tactfully kept their distance from A Fei's area. After all, who wants to live a long life? A Fei was quite pleased to see such a scene, as he intended to be the last one standing like the sixth. The sixth brings me joy. After a moment, A Fei lay on the ground, closed his eyes and began to sleep. The surrounding people saw A Fei starting to doze off. However, they did not approach him, fearing it was a scheme. After observing for a while and confirming that A Fei was genuinely inactive, some pirates began to stir. But so far no one had made a move, they merely entertained thoughts in their minds. After a while they were sure that A Fei was truly asleep. 5 pirates slowly crept forward, surrounding him silently. Among them, it seemed, the leader whispered to the others, If we just kill him, I can surely make a name for myself. When they came back to their senses, A Fei had vanished. The pirate leader was left dumbfounded. "Where is he? You bunch of useless fools, you couldn't even keep track of him," one of the pirates said. "We saw him sink into the ground." The pirate leader shot him a look of disbelief, saying, "Do you take me for a fool? How could he sink into the ground?" A face silently emerged from beneath the ground behind the pirate leader. "Let me show you my strongest technique. This move even I wouldn't dare to take heed in." The surrounding pirates involuntarily shivered at those words. At this moment the pirate leader also reacted, turning towards Afei. But Afei gave him no chance, pulling out a kunai from his spatial scroll. "Konoha Taijutsu secret technique kunai 1,000 years killing." Afei tightened his grip and plunged it directly into the back of the pirate leader. In an instant the pirate leader clutched his rear tightly, slowly collapsing to the ground. At this moment the others also clenched their buttocks. The audience expressed a guilty look while some women covered their faces and scolded him as a rogue. Lin, sitting in the audience, quietly turned to the nearby Doflamingo and asked, "Could you withstand this move?" Doflamingo looked at him with an expression of disbelief, and then quietly replied, "No." The commentators at the commentary booth were completely stunned. After regaining their composure, they remarked, "Afei's move is not something an ordinary person can withstand." The audience erupted into loud laughter upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Afei stood up in the arena, raising both hands and giving the remaining competitors the middle finger, shouting out loud, "I am the sixth. The sixth brings me joy." The competitors in the arena felt a surge of anger upon seeing Afei's gesture. However, thinking back to the earlier kunai technique, they instinctively tightened their rears. That surge of anger was silently suppressed. Lin then walked to a corner of the arena and began to sleep. The surrounding people at that moment no longer dared to target him, quietly distancing themselves. After all, no one could endure that kind of attack. The match continued for 30 minutes, and only Afei and the last two remained. The final two were dueling as they could not defeat Afei. However, exerting their full strength might earn them Doflamingo's favor, who was still seated above. As they faced each other, Afei suddenly appeared behind one of them and attacked again. "Konoha Taijutsu secret technique kunai 1,000 years killing." The man collapsed to the ground instantaneously. Afei sank back into the ground. The opponent, witnessing Afei's unscrupulousness, quickly covered his rear, remaining on guard against him. At that moment, Afei suddenly appeared in front of him. "Childless kicking technique." Afei kicked sharply between his legs. All the men in the arena covered their groins. It seemed they all heard the sound of eggs cracking. The man who was kicked down clutched his groin and began to convulse on the ground. The commentator was at a loss for words, only able to awkwardly chuckle. Afei stood on the stage laughing heartily. "This is a skill I've honed since childhood. I win, right, referee?" The commentator, regaining his senses, nodded. "In Zone A, the victor is At this moment, Doflamingo spoke a few words to the person beside him, who then approached the commentator and whispered. The referee then announced, "In the future, no one is allowed to use the 1,000 years killing and childless kicking technique in the arena, or else they will be disqualified. This is the decree of Lord Doflamingo." The audience and competitors in the arena erupted into thunderous applause. After all, those moves had been too shameless. Afei at this moment thanked everyone around him. However, the people around him did not congratulate him, but instead expressed their disapproval, with some female spectators cursing him as a rogue. Afei paid no mind and continued to express his gratitude. Under the commentator's urging, he slowly walked down from the duel stage and approached the preparation area. The surrounding people quietly distanced themselves from him. After all, this was no longer in the arena, and everyone feared encountering such techniques. Afei remained cheerful, greeting those around him with a smile. However, this time it was different. The crowd responded with smiles, not daring to ignore him. After all, the 1,000 years killing and childless kicking technique could easily take their lives. Even now, they still did not know what kind of personality Afei had, nor his formidable strength. The ability to crush a pirate with a bounty of 200 million barehanded was truly terrifying. Such strength was not something people like them could afford to offend. Dressrosa. The host stood on the stage of the arena, passionately announcing, "After 4 days of fierce competition, the 4 champions from the 4 districts have emerged. Today marks the final battle for the championship. It is also the moment for the emergence of the owner of the natural type earth fruit. Let us take a look at the champions from each district." In District A, the masked man Afei unleashed his conqueror's haki right from the start, instantly eliminating many competitors. He cunningly secured the championship. Afei stepped onto the stage, still greeting everyone around him cheerfully, as if the earlier comments had nothing to do with it. The spectators around him expressed their astonishment. Afei remained unbothered, saying, "Thank you for the warm welcome. I will do my best to win the championship." The champion of District B is the Pirate King with a bounty of 300 million. Known for his fists, he shone brightly in the B District competition. The champion of District C is a king. This king single-handedly defeated another kingdom. In the C District competition, he also triumphed over his old rival to claim victory. The champion of District D is a very mysterious pirate with a bounty of 300 million. In the first round, he seemingly did not showcase his true strength. We eagerly await this match. The 4 contestants converged on the arena from 4 different directions. The spectators erupted in enthusiastic applause. Today, Don Quixote da Flamingo and Lin did not attend. Lin's clone left after watching Ah Fei's match, and da Flamingo felt there was no need to come. Next, I will explain the rules of the match. The 4 contestants will engage in a free-for-all. After 15 minutes, 4 ferocious fish will appear. One of the boxes will contain the genuine devil fruit. The person who obtains it will acquire the abilities of the natural type earth fruit and win the competition. Now the match begins. As soon as the match started, the Pirate King targeted Lin while the king approached the mysterious pirate. I have watched your match in District A. Your strength has earned my recognition. Let's have a fair fight. I haven't felt the pain of defeat in a long time, let me experience it from you. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Ah Fei, who no longer wore his usual smile. He stood there with a serious expression. The people around, including the 3 in the duel, froze in place, and the atmosphere grew quiet. They all knew this was a sign that Ah Fei was about to get serious. Just as they expected an intense battle to ensue, Ah Fei silently uttered a phrase. "You're going to die." Upon hearing this, everyone assumed Ah Fei intended to kill him. However, he quietly added, "Because villains die from excessive dialogue." At this, all fell silent. Suddenly, a few crows flew overhead. Call! 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 The pirate seemed to feel insulted, veins bulging on his forehead. His fists clenched tightly as he lunged. "Are you insulting me? Then die!" His fist struck the ground, creating a deep pit with a radius of 5 meters, stirring up intense smoke. According to anime logic, where there is smoke, there are no injuries. Ah Fei emerged from the smoke completely unscathed, still grinning cheerfully. He, you missed." Upon hearing his laughter, the Pirate King felt it was a profound insult, increasing the speed of his punches. But all his punches passed through Ah Fei's body. Ah Fei lay lazily on the ground as if the punches were not aimed at him. The Pirate King had lost all rationality. He had never endured such humiliation in his life. He removed the gloves from his hands. "You are the first person to make me take off my gloves. I will definitely defeat you." Last night his punches moved at a speed invisible to the naked eye towards Ah Fei. Yet all his punches went through Ah Fei. Not a single one struck him. Ah Fei calmly waited for him. After 5 minutes, the Pirate King grew weary. He revealed a slight opening. With one punch, Ah Fei sent him flying. The Pirate King tumbled for a while before standing up. Ah Fei did not give him a chance, delivering a series of quick punches to his chest. The Pirate King was knocked back. After a moment, he stood up, realizing he had not landed a single punch on Ah Fei. "Who exactly are you? Moreover, I have never seen your punching technique before." Ah Fei squatted on one leg, extending the other straight forward with both fists poised. "Wing Chun, Ah Fei." At this moment, the king and the mysterious pirate were also engaged in an intense exchange, with the mysterious pirate gaining the upper hand. At this time, the devil fruit also appeared. 4 ferocious fish swam rapidly in the sea. The Pirate King's eyes sparkled upon seeing the devil fruit. No longer paying attention to Ah Fei, he dashed towards one of the fish. That fish also charged towards the Pirate King, who knocked it out with one punch. He approached the treasure chest only to find it empty, then continued to rush towards another fish. The other 2 also charged towards a fish. That fish, sensing danger, dived back into the sea, but one was caught, leaving only 2. That fish also contained no devil fruit. Just as they were on guard against the fish in the sea, the mysterious pirate suddenly charged at the king and struck him down instantly. Afterward, he licked the blood off his blade. His speed was astonishing. Everyone except Ah Fei failed to react before the king was killed. At this moment, the Pirate King again found a fish and quickly charged forward. Through his white eyes, Ah Fei saw that the treasure chest attached to that fish contained the devil fruit, rapidly disappearing into the ground. It reemerged right in the path of the Pirate King. With one punch, he sent the Pirate King flying. Ah Fei quickly reached the fish and seized the treasure chest. Upon opening the chest, there it was, a yellow-brown devil fruit inside. At that moment, the commentator announced, "Congratulations to Ah Fei for winning this championship." Just as everyone else was basking in joy, a shadow appeared before Ah Fei. It swiftly struck him with a knife and his head fell instantly. That shadow was the mysterious pirate from before. The pirate also removed his hat, and at that moment someone recognized him. The pirate known as the Thief Ghost with a bounty of 300 million is cunning and treacherous, known for his disguises. He looked at Ah Fei and spoke softly. I have been watching you for a long time. Your phasing technique is something I've studied extensively, and I finally found its weakness. You phase proactively, not passively, as long as I am fast enough. You won't be able to react. Although you are impressive, the victory in this match ultimately belongs to me. Ha! The pirate stood on the stage laughing loudly. Dressrosa in the arena, everyone was still processing what had just happened when Ah Fei's head rolled onto the ground. The Thief Ghost standing in the arena burst into loud laughter. But as he laughed, his expression suddenly changed. A knife pierced through his chest, blood dripping from the blade onto the floor. The Thief Ghost stiffly turned his head and saw a swirling mask and a pair of pure white eyes with a hint of light blue. It was Ah Fei, who he was supposed to have killed. The Thief Ghost glanced at the corpse on the ground, asking haltingly, why? Why? Ah Fei pulled the knife out of the Thief Ghost's body and wiped the blood off the blade. The Thief Ghost fell to the ground while Ah Fei crouched down. Looking at the Thief Ghost's lifeless expression, he spread his hands and said, I told you long ago. Villains die from talking too much. Couldn't you just have gone in and delivered a finishing blow? The fallen Ah Fei then transformed into a swirl of white mist and vanished. This was the modified shadow clone technique developed by Lin. While splitting off the shadow clone, he utilized the guardian cloud to cover his entire body. When this shadow clone sustains fatal damage, it does not immediately disappear. The guardian cloud briefly stabilizes the clone. However, there are still drawbacks. The clone can only last for 5 minutes and will vanish immediately upon receiving fatal damage again. The guardian cloud's coverage over the shadow clone does not provide the intended increase in defense, which left Lin feeling rather speechless. Ah Fei took the devil fruit from the Thief Ghost and leisurely walked out of the arena. The people in the arena finally reacted, erupting in intense applause and cheers. Walking down the street, Ah Fei reached a secluded corner and used the guardian cloud brought back by Lin's clone to return directly to the Uchiha clan. A group of people appeared at the spot where Lin had just disappeared. Where is he? How did we lose him? This is bad. How are we going to explain this to Lord Doflamingo? Lin was unaware of all this. He returned to the Uchiha clan and distributed the sea stone weapons brought back by his clone to Genmaru and the others. He also gave some sea stone to Orochimaru for research. Lin sat in the Uchiha clan's office holding the earth fruit. Lin pondered whom to give it to. After a long thought, he finally decided that this earth fruit had a very high ceiling in the natural type. He wanted to give it to one of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, or Uchiha Fugaku. However, the weakness of eating the devil fruit was too obvious. Being afraid of seawater and sea stone, they would be weakened after consumption. Lin thought it best to keep the earth fruit for now. He would consider it again after Orochimaru cracked the devil fruit or when the system had corresponding functions. After deciding, Lin put away the earth fruit and opened the system panel. In the lower right corner of the panel appeared a gift box. Upon completing a task, the rewards would be directly issued to the lower right corner. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the surgery fruit, no side effects. Obtained simulation coins 3,000, currently a total of 8,000 simulation coins. A red heart-shaped devil fruit appeared before Lin. He picked it up and examined it, finding it identical to the surgery fruit he had seen in his past life. Lin looked at the explanation on the system panel and discovered that the Nasadific devil fruit could allow simultaneous use of multiple devil fruits and was not affected by sea stone or seawater. Previously, Lin had been worried about whether eating it would result in his body exploding, but with the system's explanation he felt much more at ease. Lin carefully took a bite of the surgery fruit and found that it tasted similar to the thunder fruit he had eaten before. It tasted just like ordinary fruit and was not unpleasant at all. Lin thought this might be a manifestation of having no side effects. After finishing the devil fruit, Lin felt a peculiar power within his body. He spread his arms and shouted, "Room!" A transparent dome enveloped the entire office. Lin carefully sensed and took out the blood-shard blade. With a swift slash, the table in front of him was instantly cut in half. The blade's light flickered and the table was reduced to fragments. After completing this, Lin controlled the fragments to piece them back together. In less than a moment, the table had been restored to its original state. After doing all this, Lin carefully sensed the changes in his body and used chakra to flow throughout. When the chakra reached his abdomen, Lin distinctly noticed that it felt different from before. Lin discovered that after eating the surgery fruit, a force of space seemed to have appeared within him. There was also a power of lightning nearby. However, with Lin's current perception, he could only vaguely sense its existence. Yet he had no idea in what form it existed. It was thanks to Lin's acquisition of the Vortex bloodline and Byakugan that he was able to grasp chakra more proficiently, allowing him to perceive such subtlety. Thus he had not sensed it after consuming the thunder fruit earlier. After realizing that no matter how he perceived it he could not grasp it, Lin gave up struggling and continued to experiment with his surgery fruit. He thought of the applications of Trafalgar Law's surgery fruit from his past life. ROM command. Lin raised a finger, and the table before him lifted into the air. Initially it felt a bit awkward to use, but gradually he got the hang of it. Lin wondered if he could use 2 devil fruits simultaneously. He decided to give it a try. However, the space was too small for him to exert his full power. Lin quickly made his way to the Uchiha clan's training ground. He first used the surgery fruit. Room. He opened the operating room. Then he used the thunder fruit to condense a lightning dragon that was 1 meter long. Lin took a deep breath. He attempted to swap positions between the lightning dragon and a kunai not far away. Just when Lin thought he was about to succeed, the kunai approached, and the lightning dragon vanished into thin air. Lin sat on the ground deep in thought. After repeating the experiment several times, he finally discovered the issue. Lightning is not a solid, it is merely an element in nature. When swapping, it does not directly exchange like a solid, instead the lightning disappears during the exchange. After understanding the reason, Lin began to think of a countermeasure. Since lightning is not solid and disappears during the swap, he should increase the power of the lightning to make it as close to solid as possible. Lin started experimenting and found that it was indeed possible to swap. However, the power of the swapped lightning would be greatly reduced. Lin had just condensed the lightning dragon using 5 units of lightning. After the swap, only the original power of the lightning remained. This left Lin very disappointed. He had thought the disappearance would only amount to half, but it exceeded his expectations significantly. Lin sighed. Although I can swap now, the power will be greatly diminished. With this time I might as well condense a few more lightning dragons. Forget it for now, I can improve it slowly later, there will always be a way. At the naval headquarters the sky was clear and the atmosphere was lively with crowds of people gathered in throngs. Today marked the final few matches between the Uchiha clan and the Navy, and the earlier battles had already ignited their fervor. The competition for the top 10 would surely be thrilling. Consequently, the number of spectators had significantly increased compared to before. However, there were no pirates among them, as pirates are not fools to voluntarily approach the naval headquarters. Most of them were concentrated on the Sabeti archipelago watching the live broadcast. Reporters had projected the state of the naval headquarters onto the Sabeti archipelago via telephone. The screens on the Sabeti archipelago were also surrounded by spectators, including some notorious pirates. In addition to the Sabeti archipelago, there were also some lawless individuals watching the live stream. They were also placing bets, speculating on who would emerge as the final champion. The perspective shifted back to the naval headquarters, where the announcer declared the official start of the competition following the opening ceremony. First, let's introduce our top 10 contestants. First up are the Navy contestants: Smoker, a natural-type devil fruit user with the smoke fruit, and Drake, an ancient Zoan-type user in the form of a dinosaur. Next we have Aina, user of the reverse fruit, Binz, a user of the flourishing fruit, Tina, a user of the barrier fruit, and a Mantis user on the Navy's side. The Navy holds 6 positions among the top 10. Next up are the contestants from the Uchiha clan: Weightless Bone Boy, Kinemon Uchiha Sho from the Uchiha clan, and Perona, a user of the ghost fruit. Considering the current situation, all the contestants from the Navy are devil fruit users, giving them a significant advantage and a high probability of winning. The Uchiha clan's side is not weak either. Alright, without further ado. This competition is a knockout round where every 2 contestants will face off, with the victor advancing and the loser being eliminated. Once the competition narrows to the top 5, the format will change to a round robin, but for now it remains a knockout. Thus each contestant must not lose in any match. Now let us have Fleet Admiral Sengoku draw the match order. Sengoku shook the box in his hands. Finally he slowly pulled out the paper. First match: Kinemon vs. Tina. Second match: Uchiha Sho vs. Smoker. Third match: Perona vs. Ain. Fourth match: Drake vs. Binz. Last match: Weightless vs. Mantis. After drawing the lots, Sengoku returned to his seat. The crowd erupted in intense applause and began to discuss among themselves. Who do you think will win? I'm betting on Smoker, after all he is a natural-type devil fruit user. I have more faith in Drake. His ancient Zoan-type form is particularly impressive. The announcer on stage also declared as the noise around subsided. The knockout round is now underway. The first match: Kinemon vs. Tina, is now starting. In the center of the duel arena, Zephyr was already standing there, acting as the referee given his status as a Marine Admiral. He could intervene in the match as necessary. Seeing both sides signal readiness, Zephyr nodded and waved his hands indicating the start. At the very beginning, Kinemon drew bones from his body, transforming them into a sword and charging at Tina. Tina, unwilling to back down, transformed her arm into a barrier, extending it forward to ensnare Kinemon before rapidly retracting, attempting to trap him within. However, Kinemon was not one to comply easily. He dodged with a ghostly movement. He continued to rush toward Tina, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. In terms of raw power, Kinemon greatly surpassed Tina, but he lacked strong ranged attack capabilities which provided Tina with an opportunity. Tina's barrier fruit was not particularly powerful in ranged attacks, but her ability in that domain far exceeded Kinemon's. If Kinemon were to get in close, Tina would have no chance. Tina understood this as well and swiftly used Shave to create distance between herself and Kinemon. While distancing herself, she continued to use her barrier fruit to constantly disrupt Kinemon, further increasing the gap between them. Kinemon recognized his disadvantage. During the chase, he also utilized his only ranged attack capability. Corpse Bone Pulse 10 Finger Piercing Bullet. Tina did not expect Kinemon to possess such a ranged skill. She attempted to evade quickly, but the attack was too close. Tina could only force herself to twist her body, diverting Kinemon's attack away from her vital points. Kinemon's bone grazed Tina's thigh, causing her to stagger and fall to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Kinemon rapidly approached Tina, stopping 2 meters away from her. Tina hurriedly gathered her strength to use Shave. Just where she had been moments earlier, a cage emerged from the ground, enclosing Kinemon inside. Tina controlled the barrier to continuously attack Kinemon. Kinemon fashioned a suit of armor from bones to defend his entire body. While it provided some defense, he still appeared quite disheveled. Tina outside was also not faring well. Besides her thigh, her waist had also sustained a deep wound that exposed bone. At this point, Kinemon had no need for further attacks. As long as he continued to defend, he would naturally win when Tina could no longer hold on. Outside, Tina endured the excruciating pain and attacked frantically. She knew this was her last chance. Thus they continued for 10 minutes. Tina collapsed to the ground and Kinemon was able to escape. He only had a few minor wounds on his body. Kinemon's victory was inevitable given the vast power difference between them. Tina ranked lowest in strength among the 10 who advanced. Her journey thus far could largely be attributed to luck. Each opponent she faced was relatively weak. Reaching the top 10 was already a blessing from luck. However, as the saying goes, luck is also a part of strength. At this moment, the announcer on stage declared, "The first match of the knockout round is concluded." Kinemon emerged victorious while Tina would stop at the top 10. Although it was a pity, the audience applauded to congratulate them for providing such a splendid feast. The audience erupted in intense applause with discussions swirling around. What a shame. If only Lady Tina had not faced Kinemon, she could have advanced to the top 5. I don't think so. Tina's strength is the weakest among these contestants. You bastard. What are you saying? The crowd began to argue due to these words. Fortunately, the Navy intervened in time, preventing the altercation from escalating beyond verbal exchanges. The announcer, noticing their quarrel, quickly announced, "In half an hour we will proceed to the next match, Uchiha Show from the Uchiha clan vs. Smoker, a natural-type devil fruit user from the naval headquarters. Please stay tuned." He aimed to shift their attention to the next match. The announcer's efforts were not in vain as the crowd ceased their argument and began discussing the upcoming match. Who do you think will win? I believe Smoker from the Navy has a greater chance of winning. After all, he is a natural-type devil fruit user. I think so too. The majority of the audience believed Smoker would turn the tide in this match. However, they were unaware that Lin had crafted sea prism stone weapons for the members of the Uchiha clan. Naval Headquarters. The second match of my competition has commenced. The second match features Uchiha Shi from the Uchiha clan vs. Smoker from the Naval Headquarters. In the arena, Uchiha Shi and Smoker stand facing each other, sparks occasionally flashing in their eyes. Uchiha Shi activates his Totomo Sharingan, transforming his eyes to a vivid red. In the center of his eyes are 2 Tomo. At the age of 23, Uchiha Shi possesses a Totomo Sharingan, already an elite within the Uchiha clan. In the previous matches, Lin had instructed them not to use the Sharingan. This match is primarily for training and honing physical skills. While activating the Sharingan may increase their chances of victory, it would also lead them to believe that the Sharingan makes them invincible, which Lin does not wish to see. Throughout these days, Lin has observed the personalities of the Uchiha clan members. Half of those who become ninjas tend to become arrogant due to their Sharingan, and while pride is acceptable, arrogance is undesirable. Lin wants this match to teach them that there are always those stronger than themselves. If they can change their attitude through this match, Lin believes it will be more important than winning. Illusions are virtually unbeatable for those in the world of One Piece. Although they can rely on observation haki to dispel illusions, they can use conqueror's haki to counter illusions. However, typical people in the world of pirates generally do not possess observation or conqueror's haki. Even if they do possess these abilities, they would reveal significant weaknesses when attempting to dispel the illusions. The illusions cast by the Sharingan are far more potent than ordinary illusions. The time taken to dispel them is significantly longer, leaving them without the capacity to counterattack during this period. Thus Lin requires that no illusions be used in this match, only ninjutsu and physical techniques, reserving the Sharingan for the final elimination rounds. Lin sighed as he observed Uchiha Shi's expression. Uchiha Shi stood with his hands on his hips, looking proudly at Smoker. "You are Smoker," he said, pointing to his Sharingan. "Do you see this? This is the proof of the Uchiha the Sharingan. In the face of these eyes, your attacks are meaningless. Just give up." Smoker looked at him with a foolish expression. Uchiha Shi was infuriated by his reaction. "You are finished. I will make you submit, and then I want you to kneel before me and apologize." At that moment Zephyr also announced, 10 and 5 out. The second match, Uchiha Shi vs. Smoker, begins. Uchiha Shi swiftly drew a kunai from his waist and charged forward. Smoker was equally unyielding. He drew his weapon and smoke erupted from under his feet as he flew forward. In the blink of an eye they collided. The weapons clashed, sending sparks flying. In an instant it was a dazzling display of physical techniques. With his Sharingan, Uchiha Shi quickly found an opening to stab at Smoker's waist with his kunai. Smoker remained stationary, showing no signs of defense. However, a lack of defense did not mean he was not attacking. At the same time, Smoker swung his weapon towards Uchiha Shi's head. As Uchiha Shi's kunai made contact with Smoker's waist, he realized his kunai could not reach Smoker at all, hitting only wisps of smoke. Smoker's weapon was already at Uchiha Shi's face, who hastily used the body replacement technique to evade. Smoker's weapon shattered the wooden dummy in an instant. Uchiha Shi stood not far away, a bead of cold sweat on his forehead, his heart still racing. Thankfully, his Sharingan detected the subtle changes the moment the kunai made contact with Smoker. Fortunately, he was fast enough to have time to use the body replacement technique. Otherwise, had Smoker's strike connected just now, he would have either died or been seriously injured. This highlights the difference between the worlds of Naruto and One Piece. If he were in the world of pirates, someone with Uchiha Shi's strength would definitely have endurance and defense exceeding their speed. In the Naruto world, however, assassination is paramount. Speed takes precedence. Although Uchiha Shi dodged that attack, it cost him a significant amount of chakra. During that brief moment, it was impossible to carefully control his chakra expenditure. The chakra expended for that body replacement technique was greater than that of a brank ninjutsu. Smoker would not give him any time to rest. Using Sora, he quickly closed the distance. Uchiha Shi could only vaguely see the trajectory of Sora with his Sharingan, which was only at the Totemo level. If it were 3Demo, he could clearly see Sora's trajectory and weaknesses. But that was sufficient for Uchiha Shi. He drew a kunai and threw it in the direction of Smoker's movement. Smoker did not pay it much mind. After all, such a weapon was ineffective against his natural-type devil fruit. Just as he thought the kunai would pass through him, Smoker suddenly had a bad premonition. He quickly used Iron Block. The kunai pierced through the iron block, embedding itself into his arm, drawing forth streams of blood. A wave of weakness washed over his body. The smoke fruit was now useless. Smoker fell from the sky. Originally, Uchiha Shi intended for the kunai to embed itself into Smoker's body, but his Sharingan was still only at the Totemo level. Hitting Smoker's arm was already lucky. Although Smoker had used Iron Block, his physical constitution was still formidable. The kunai did not fully pierce his arm, but managed to penetrate half of it. In the arena, he could no longer use his left arm, but with a few months of rest he would recover. If this were in the Naruto world, that kunai would have definitely pierced through his arm. The kunai fell from the air as Smoker was sent flying, and he rolled several times on the arena before coming to a stop. Smoker struggled to stand up, clutching his arm. He looked at the kunai and noticed that the color at its tip was different from that in the middle. The tip was darker than the middle section. In an instant, Smoker realized that it was sea stone. "Is that kunai's tip made of sea stone?" "Yes, what of it? This is a weapon forged by our clan leader. I didn't expect it to have such an effect on someone with a natural-type devil fruit. The clan leader specifically instructed me that such a weapon must be used unexpectedly to have a significant impact, which is why I used it when you were careless." At this point, Sengoku's face darkened. "You could have just used it openly. Why act so sneaky?" Sengoku glanced at Lin, who had already stood up from his seat. He walked towards the restroom like a thief. Uchiha clan leader, where are you off to? After this question, everyone in the stands looked at Lin. Lin, feeling awkward, could probably dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes, thought to himself, Uchiha Shi, you bastard. You actually exposed me. Lin scratched his head and laughed heartily. Haha, what else could I do? I'm going to the restroom. Sengoku shot him a disdainful look. Is that so? I suddenly don't want to go anymore. Lin stammered, chuckling as he returned to his seat. At the Navy headquarters, Smoker stood up in the arena. Although he was injured, such wounds meant little in the pirate world, considering his physical resilience was no joke. After rising, Smoker became more cautious. He was aware that his Logia-type devil fruit would be ineffective against sea prism stone weapons. He pondered over strategies. His smoke fruit could not be utilized. Using it would expand his presence, making it easier for Uchiha Shi to hit him. Only the smoke he emitted wouldn't count as his true self. Uchiha Shi wouldn't be foolish enough to refrain from attacking once Smoker stood up. Uchiha Shi quickly formed hand seals and unleashed the fire-style fireball jutsu. Uchiha Shi spat out a fireball with a diameter of 3 meters while simultaneously throwing a sea prism stone kunai. He leaned forward, swiftly closing in on Smoker. Uchiha Shi understood that his ninjutsu would have no effect on Smoker. His only way to attack Smoker was by using the sea prism stone. Thus Uchiha Shi's fire style served primarily as a distraction. The real killing move was the kunai, and his taijutsu following closely behind. After experiencing a setback, Smoker did not dare to be careless. He no longer attempted to take the fireball hidden and used the shave to evade. As he moved away, the fireball crashed to the ground, charring the surrounding area black. Thick smoke erupted. A kunai was also embedded at the center of the fireball explosion. Smoker was relieved he had dodged. Had he stayed there, that kunai would surely have incapacitated him. While Smoker was contemplating, several sounds of slicing through the air emerged from the smoke. A few sea prism stone kunai flew out from the mist. Those kunai were now close at hand. Smoker knew that given his current abilities he could not evade them. The white fist, transformed from smoke, blocked the kunai, scattering them in all directions, while the white fist struck powerfully towards the trajectory of the kunai. While using kunai, Uchiha Shi had already shifted positions, making it impossible for Smoker's white fist to reach him. Uchiha Shi darted out of the smoke as Smoker finished his white fist. Engaging in close combat, although Smoker was restricted from using his Logia abilities, his taijutsu skills were still superior to Uchiha Shi's. Seeing he was at a disadvantage, Uchiha Shi quickly retreated while forming hand seals to use fire-style fireball jutsu in 4 directions around Smoker. The fire-style struck the ground, rising smoke surrounded Smoker. Uchiha Shi entered the smoke at that moment. Although the smoke obscured vision for both sides, Uchiha Shi possessed the Sharingan. Though it couldn't compare to the Byakugan's insight, it was still superior to Smoker, who lacked Haki. Through previous matches, Lin had already discerned Smoker's smoke fruit abilities. At this stage, Smoker lacked the ability to directly control the smoke around him. He could only assimilate his body with the surrounding smoke to manipulate it. Uchiha Shi's strategy was to force Smoker to assimilate with the smoke, allowing him to attack freely with kunai. During his time in the pirate world, Lin also observed a crucial fact: using water style in this world had no effect on devil fruit users. Even if using water from the One Piece world, water style would still be ineffective against users of devil fruit. Lin had even asked Orochimaru to research this matter. However, there had been no results so far. After a period of study with no outcomes, Lin decided not to pursue it further. Though he had lost one trump card, the Uchiha clan still had 4 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. In the arena, Smoker had yet to assimilate with the surrounding smoke. Uchiha Lin had already noticed this. How could Sengoku not? He had warned Smoker before the match. Seeing Smoker not making a move, Uchiha Shi attacked again. Smoker did not retaliate, but instead defended, passively waiting for an opportunity. He waited for the smoke to dissipate. After a moment of defense, the smoke finally cleared. Smoker found his opportunity to counterattack, instantly using Shave to appear before Uchiha Shi. Uchiha Shi was prepared, his speed surpassed Smoker's. The kunai swiftly pierced Smoker's left thigh. Just as Uchiha Shi thought Smoker would lose strength, he was suddenly struck by a weapon and sent flying. As the kunai was about to pierce him, Smoker quickly released his weapon, throwing it. This way, even if Smoker lost strength, his weapon would still hit Uchiha Shi. By the time Uchiha Shi reacted, he was already hit. He did not release the kunai in his hand. This led to Smoker's strike, sending him flying, while he also pulled the kunai out from Smoker's thigh. Uchiha Shi stood up in a disheveled manner. After that blow, he was heavily injured. Compared to Smoker, who faced him, Uchiha Shi was in a much worse state. Smoker chuckled, recalling what Sengoku had said to him before the match. "Smoker, I have been observing the Uchiha clan for a long time. Ninjas are generally fast, but their defense is extremely poor. If you create an opening and hit him once, he won't die but will be heavily injured. Remember this. Uchiha Shi coughed up blood, struggling to stand. He gathered his last strength to throw several kunai with his right arm. Smoker was shocked that he could still counterattack. He could only use shave to dodge, but in doing so he aggravated his left leg injury and stumbled to the ground. The shave was not executed. Yet the kunai passed through his body. Uchiha Shi had only one sea prism stone kunai left. Throughout the match, the kunai he carried included both sea prism stone and regular ones. The other kunai were in the scroll. Uchiha Shi's situation was dire. His chakra was nearly depleted, and he could not afford to use chakra on the scroll. Uchiha Shi forced himself to approach Smoker, who was still shocked that the previous kunai was not made of sea prism stone. By the time he reacted, Uchiha Shi was already before him. Smoker could only hastily retaliate with his weapon. Uchiha Shi's weapon pierced through Smoker's chest, but no blood oozed out, only wisps of smoke emerged. Smoker knocked Uchiha Shi unconscious with his weapon. His earlier panic had all been an act to lure Uchiha Shi. Uchiha Shi was already exhausted from the previous encounter. His speed was nowhere near what it had been. Smoker had observed Uchiha Shi's intent to strike at his chest. As Uchiha Shi attacked his chest, Smoker preemptively elementalized his chest, dodging the sea prism stone weapon strike. As the referee announced Smog's victory, thunderous applause erupted throughout the naval headquarters. This was the most exciting match they had ever witnessed. A battle of psychological tactics, brilliant strategies, and magnificent martial arts. Although Uchiha Shisui lost, the audience did not mock him. Lin smiled and nodded from the stands. This was the outcome he desired. He wanted to use their defeat to influence the Uchiha clan, hoping to change their character. Lin suddenly thought that he also needed to educate them on anti-fraud measures, as the Uchiha were too easily deceived. Like Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, who were misled by the will of fire, and ended up destroying their own clan. Even worse were Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara, who were left dumbfounded by Black Zetsu's manipulations. Lin wanted to install an anti-fraud app in their minds. At this moment, Lin's system also lit up. The simulator's time was up. It was time to simulate again. Lin opened the simulator. Talent chakra: you will possess chakra at birth, but the amount will be particularly small. Blue animal world: you may not necessarily be human. You could be an animal, or a hybrid of human and animal. Blue special event: when you turn 10, a significant event will occur in your world. It could either destroy the world or save it. Note: after turning 10, when the special event occurs, simulate 1 year as 1 month. Seeing the talent above, Lin immediately chose the special event without a second thought. Talent special event. At 0 years old, you were born in the year 45 of Konoha, coinciding with the Third Shinobi World War. You were born in the Rain Village, a place that sees constant rain and never glimpses the sun. 1 year. 5 years, Lord Pain the god took control of the Rain Village. In these 5 years you showed no talents to become a ninja, but you were exceptionally intelligent. Your parents died at the hands of Konoha's ninja, and you were saved by God. You became homeless, but due to your intelligence God took you in. At 9 years old, your sharp mind earned you the position of treasurer in the Akatsuki, and you never made a mistake in your accounts. Lord Kakuza highly appreciated you. Lin looked at the descriptions before 9 years old, noting that he had no ninja talent, which was quite poor. Yet somehow he managed to become the treasurer of the Akatsuki. This left Lin utterly astonished. He continued to read, and when he reached 10 years old his eyes nearly bulged out. He never expected the special event to be like this. At 10 years old on this day, a golden and purple light shot into the sky, merging to form a gigantic screen visible to everyone. A mechanical voice echoed throughout the ninja world. Many in the ninja world attempted to use ninjutsu to attack the screen, but their techniques simply passed through it. At this moment the screen emitted beams of purple light towards everyone. These purple lights formed chat boxes upon reaching them, covering the entire ninja world, allowing everyone to speak freely. However, there were restrictions. Only those of shadow level strength could speak freely. Jonin could make 50 statements a day, Chunin 30, and Genin 20. Ordinary people could only make 10. Everyone in the ninja world chatted excitedly within the chat boxes. At this moment the screen reacted, displaying several large characters that listed the top 10 strongest organizations in the ninja world. The screen also showed visuals: 10th place Haiden. The screen included introductions, exciting battles, and scenes of death. Lin was also very shocked to see such images. He quickly inquired of the system about what was happening. However, after waiting for a long time, the system did not respond. Lin could only continue watching. 10 years and 1 month 9th place Juzo. 10 years and 7 months. During this period the ninja world also experienced peace. All villages remained vigilant, not engaging in blind warfare, and sought to learn more from the screen. At this time the screen also revealed the third place. Conan. 10 years and 8 months. The screen revealed the second place, Nagato Pain. It also provided an introduction. Under the pressure of Hanzo the Salamander, and Danzo of Konoha, Yahiko committed suicide in front of Nagato. At this moment Nagato went berserk. He also changed his dreams, wanting to collect the nine-tailed beasts to create an ultimate weapon, one that could destroy a country in an instant, inflicting pain upon the world. And then escape from suffering. After attacking Konoha, he was moved by Naruto Uzumaki and ultimately used the power of the Rinnegan to revive the people of Konoha, sacrificing himself in the process. 10 years and 9 months. During this time other villages tightened their protection of the tailed beasts, while also anticipating and remaining vigilant against the Akatsuki's strongest member. First place, Uchiha Obito, Masked Man. After witnessing the death of his beloved Rin during the Third Shinobi World War, he vowed to create a world where Rin could exist again. He personally initiated the Fourth Shinobi World War. He became the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, overcoming its backlash, and truly became the Ten Tails host. In subsequent battles he had a moment of awakening, standing opposite Uchiha Madara. He joined the Ninja Alliance. In the battle against Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto Uzumaki, and Kagaya Otsutsuki, he sacrificed himself to save Naruto, reuniting with his beloved. At 11 years old the ninja world gradually came to peace. Through the exposure on the screen everyone understood the enemies they would face in the future. They began to unite. Uchiha Obito and the Akatsuki also realized they had been used and started to reform. The screen continued to reveal the top 10 shinobi of the ninja world. Top 10 villains of the ninja world. At 20 years old the people of the ninja world began to prioritize technology, inventing machines to venture into space, and at this point the screen disappeared. The people of the ninja world were very reluctant to see it go. They named it the Peace Screen. The ninja world united, naming itself the Ninja Federation, with the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages serving as its 5 leaders. At 50 years old the ninja world developed spaceships and began its journey into space. At 65 the god passed away. At 85 years old you sat in a recliner flipping through an album while recounting stories from your era to your grandson sitting beside you. You sighed inwardly, saying, "It seems I will not witness the downfall of the Otsutsuki clan. God, I am coming to join you." You pointed to the photo of God in the album. Slowly you closed your eyes. Simulation ended. The simulation has ended. This time the simulation yielded 0 simulation coins. Lin sat in the stands staring blankly. He never expected that the self in the simulation actually liked Shao Nan, and with the help of the screen the ninja world surprisingly achieved peace. What surprised Lin even more was that without any other good talents he couldn't even become a ninja, let alone achieve other goals. This was the first time Lin had a setback after such a long time in the simulation, and there was not a single option for abilities. Lin thought for a moment, and decided to open another talent slot, otherwise just one talent was too few. Lin opened the task for the second talent slot, at least 5 shadow-level powerhouses in the family 35. Seeing this task Lin was completely stunned. The Uchiha clan clearly had 5 shadow-level powerhouses himself: Uchiha Fugaku, Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shisui. After thinking carefully for a while Lin understood the reason. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi had not truly integrated into the Uchiha clan, rather they were spies sent from Konoha. Lin kept recalling in his mind and finally pieced it together. During the first return to the ninja world, when the Uchiha were moved to the pirate world, there was indeed a period when Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui disappeared at different times. At that time they must have returned to Konoha to discuss plans with Hiruzen Sarutobi and report the situation. However, thinking back to the expression on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face when he returned to Konoha, Itachi must have mentioned him, but that curious gaze also indicated that Itachi did not disclose his abilities to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Comparing this to the expression of Don Quixote Moria, Lin knew that Itachi hadn't disclosed everything to Hiruzen Sarutobi, just like in the current pirate world. Upon closer thought it was evident that Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were not so easily deceived. In the original work Uchiha Shisui did not harbor resentment after Danzo took his eye. Instead he gave his other eye to Uchiha Itachi, asking him to protect Konoha. Even if he saved him, at most Itachi would have a bit more goodwill towards him, but his core goals would remain unchanged. The same applied to Uchiha Itachi. In order to protect the village he could directly annihilate the Uchiha clan, and his feelings for Konoha certainly outweighed those for the Uchiha family. Furthermore, he had the mindset of Hokage from a very young age. It was impossible for him to abandon the will of fire after pulling Uchiha Shisui over. As Lin pondered he sighed. He had indeed underestimated Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. However, Uchiha Shisui did not use Kodoama Tsukumi on him, which indicated that they still had feelings for the Uchiha clan. Lin speculated that Itachi's decision not to participate in the annihilation of the Uchiha upon returning to the ninja world showed he had concerns, possibly that he currently did not want to part with Uchiha Sasuke. He still wanted to cherish the beautiful moments with Uchiha Sasuke. However, more likely he was afraid that Konoha would betray him and drag both him and his brother down. After all, he was well aware of Danzo's character, let alone Uchiha Itachi. Moreover, with a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan in front of him, how could he not take action? At the same time, Danzo definitely knew that his weakness was Sasuke. As long as he captured him, he wouldn't need to fear Uchiha Itachi. Lin slowly began to think of ways to integrate them into the Uchiha clan, believing in the Uchiha, but after racking his brain he could only conclude he could only slowly change the personality of the Uchiha clan so that the two of them could gradually accept the Uchiha family. It seemed that after this competition he also needed to prepare well to change the personalities of the Uchiha people so that Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui would trust his family. This is the most important step. As long as the Uchiha's personalities become lively and approachable, then Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui can gradually accept the Uchiha. As Lin was about to close the simulator, a gift package suddenly popped up on the simulator. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task of world peace and receiving a gift package 1. Lin revealed a look of sudden realization. He previously thought that after the task system disappeared, tasks would only be issued by the system when encountering special events, but he did not expect there would actually be hidden tasks. Lin thought this simulation would be in vain, but he did not expect there would still be hidden tasks and even a gift package. Lin felt that whatever this gift package contained, it wouldn't be a loss. Without further ado, Lin directly opened the gift package. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a random secret realm creation card for the pirate or ninja world. Random secret realm creation card for the pirate or ninja world. Randomly create a secret realm in the pirate or ninja world. The secret realm can accommodate 2 people. In the secret realm, 1 year passes while 1 day passes outside. Upon entering the secret realm, all abilities will be lost, and one must start cultivating from scratch. If one dies, they will automatically exit the secret realm and cannot re-enter. After exiting, no abilities from the secret realm will be obtained, but one can gain experience, combat techniques and haki training, as well as ninjutsu techniques, etc. Upon entering the secret realm, one can choose 1 talent to bring back to reality after the end. Lin planned to go with Imei. After all, it could accommodate 2 people. Imei's strength was still far inferior to Lin's. Although Lin wouldn't let her encounter danger, he specially had a protective cloud follow her. But what if? What if danger arises and Lin gets entangled? Then Imei would be in danger. Lin still wanted Imei to have means of self-defense. The secret realm was a very good choice with different time flows allowing for better cultivation. The most critical aspect was that Lin wanted to change Imei's cultivation talent. After all, Imei's talents were quite poor and could not compare with Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Lin's talent was quite good, especially having the Otsutsuki bloodline. Previously, Lin thought that his Otsutsuki bloodline did not help his talent. His talent was learned so quickly with the help of the system, and his hidden Otsutsuki bloodline was somewhat irrelevant. However, over time Lin discovered that the Otsutsuki bloodline was indeed advantageous. His speed in cultivating Busashoku Haki and Kanbunshoku Haki was much faster than that of ordinary people. Lin also realized that his various ninjutsu were largely due to his Otsutsuki talent, with only a small part being the system's talent function. This was discovered after Lin integrated with the Uzumaki bloodline. After the integration, his Otsutsuki bloodline was also partially activated. Lin also found that after merging with the Uzumaki bloodline, he obtained chakra of all attributes, and could learn more ninjutsu with stronger talents. However, Imei did not have such talent. Her cultivation speed was particularly slow, and could not catch up with Lin. If she could obtain good talents in the secret realm, it would compensate for this. Naval Headquarters. The battle in the arena is in full swing, and amidst the referee's commentary and the cheers and applause of the audience, the elimination rounds have proceeded smoothly without any unexpected incidents. Only a few have successfully advanced to the top 5 from the naval headquarters. 3 have qualified: Smoker, who wields the smoke fruit of the natural system; Drake, who possesses the ancient Zoan-type Allosaurus form; and finally Ein, who has the Paramecia-type reversal fruit. While Ein's strength is considerable, it is not overwhelmingly powerful. Among the Navy in the elimination rounds, he can only be considered average. His advancement primarily stems from the perplexing nature of his fruit's ability. The reversal fruit causes anyone it touches to regress 18 years in age. Most individuals standing in the arena are in their 20s, and once touched by Ein, they revert to the form of a young child. Although they retain their original combat prowess, no one can quickly adapt to a childlike body within a few minutes, which gives Ein a significant advantage. Junmilla, being only 18 years old, is at great risk of disappearing upon contact with Ein, which deeply concerns Lin, as Lin cannot guarantee that Junmilla could return after vanishing. Here we must not dwell on Junmilla's age. If he were too young to qualify for the top 5, it would indicate a serious flaw in this competition. Drake's strength is evident, as he has mastered both armament hockey and observation hockey, making his victory well-deserved. Although the match cannot be described as a complete domination, he comfortably secured victory. From the outset, Drake employed his usual strategy, pressuring his opponent until they could barely breathe. In the end, he used his devil fruit power to directly knock out his opponent without even employing armament or observation hockey. This illustrates that Drake's main combat strength lies in the combination of his fruit ability and physical techniques. On the Uchiha side, there are only two competitors, Shogo and Junmilla, both of whom Lin holds in high regard, and they both advanced as expected. Junmilla's opponent is Tina, and as anticipated, he won the first match without issue given the vast disparity in their strengths. Shogo's opponent is Binz, who possesses the flourishing fruit. Binz's strength is not at the top level among the top 10, but it is above average. The vines produced by his flourishing fruit are quite similar to the root's fruit of the earth element, but his flourishing fruit is the superior variant. The vines he produces are sturdier and grow faster, yet like the root's fruit, they can only grow in areas with seeds and grass. Once these vines ensnare an opponent, the more they struggle, the tighter the vines become. Few among the top 10 can escape the effects of Binz's fruit ability. However, Shogo is one of those few. As a sage body, he can enhance his strength, speed, and more, concentrating his power in one area. Thus, Binz's vines pose no threat to Shogo whatsoever. Shogo's speed is simply too much for these vines to keep up with. Even if he accidentally gets caught in the vines, while he cannot say that escaping is effortless, it does not require much effort. So after the competition began, Shogo relentlessly pursued Binz, who had no chance to fight back. Binz's strength and speed simply cannot match Shogo. In their initial exchanges, Binz was sent flying by a single punch from Shogo. After being knocked away, Binz learned his lesson. Realizing he could not match Shogo's strength, he began to retreat. As he retreated, he attempted to use the power of his fruit to attack. However, Binz underestimated Shogo's speed, mistakenly believing that Shogo's great strength would come at the cost of slower speed. But Binz was wrong. Under the enhancement of the sage body, Shogo's speed is not inferior to his strength. Binz found himself at a disadvantage in an instant. Fortunately, he managed to dodge just in time. However, in doing so, Binz was left with no choice but to engage in a prolonged retreat. After all, he could not defeat me, nor could he evade. Binz aimed to gradually wear down Shogo's stamina. When Shogo became fatigued or careless, he planned to swiftly counterattack using his fruit ability, catching him off guard. However, things did not go as planned. Shogo remained extremely cautious and alert, failing to expose any significant weaknesses. Binz could only hope to attack after Shogo became weary. But Shogo did not tire, while Binz himself began to fatigue, his speed decreasing and the usage of his fruit ability becoming increasingly sluggish, leading to greater stamina depletion. Binz could only feign a weakness to lure Shogo, hoping to ensnare him with the vines. Indeed, Shogo fell for the trap. Having endured a lengthy battle of attrition, he began to grow impatient. Whenever there is an opportunity, he aims to end the match swiftly. Although Shogo had been healed by Lin and the Slug Sage, his habit of being volatile when entering the sage body remains. However, this habit has not been completely eradicated, it merely makes him less irritable. After all, the Dragon Cave Sage mode carries this flaw, which even Lin and the Slug Sage cannot resolve. Binz used his vines to restrain Shogo and unleashed his strongest fruit ability, intensifying the constriction. However, after maintaining this for several minutes, Shogo gathered all his strength in his arms, unleashing a force far exceeding what Binz could control. The vines shattered into countless pieces under his might, and Binz was also affected by this overwhelming force. Although Binz still had some stamina left, it could not stir up much of a storm. Under Shogo's relentless assault, Binz ultimately lost his combat ability. Shogo secured victory as expected. Perona was defeated by Ein during the matches. Throughout the competition, Ein was dodging Perona's negative ghosts, as coming into contact with a negative ghost would end the match. Not everyone possesses the ability to overcome negative ghosts like Usopp. During the time Perona's soul was separated from her body, Ein seized the opportunity to swiftly use Sora, reaching Perona's corporeal form and activating his fruit ability. In an instant, Perona was transformed into a child. With her childlike body, she found it difficult to adapt, struggling even to walk, let alone fight. Ein easily won the match. Although Perona's oversight and inability to move her body played a role, it was Ein's fruit ability that was the key to his victory. It is also evident that Ein's physical prowess is not particularly impressive. His strength lies in his fruit ability. After the elimination rounds produced the top 5, the real championship matches were set to begin. The final matches were initially planned as a round-robin format. However, before the competition began, Lin conceived an alternative format. He believed the previous round-robin was a waste of time, and that his proposed method would be much more beneficial to them. Lin conveyed his proposed competition format to Sengoku, and after discussion they decided to abandon the previous round-robin format in favor of Lin's suggested method. Naval Headquarters. The final match has now begun. At this moment the announcer also declared the competition rules. In the final match we will determine the champion through the last round-robin tournament. The rules of the round-robin tournament are as follows: each pair will compete. A naval officer then quietly whispered a few words into the announcer's ear and handed him several pieces of paper. Seeing the content on the paper, and hearing what was whispered, the announcer nodded, feeling very shocked, yet he maintained his professional integrity. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. After discussions between the Navy and the Uchiha clan, it has been decided to change the upcoming competition rules. The new rules are as follows: 5 contestants will randomly select a strong member from either the Uchiha or the Navy as their opponent. The Navy will select from the strong members of the Uchiha, while the Uchiha will select from the strong members of the Navy. Whether defeated or successful in defeating opponents, there will be 8 judges to score. The 8 judges will consist of 4 from the Navy and 4 from the Uchiha. The Navy judges will include Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and the 3 admirals Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Akiji, and Admiral Akainu. The judges from the Uchiha side will be Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Rin, former clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, and top Uchiha elites Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. Each score will range from 1 to 10. During the tally, the highest score and the lowest score will be removed. The contestant with the highest total score will be crowned champion. Now let the 8 judges move to the front judging platform. Lin and Sengoku's platform is at the top, while the newly constructed judging platform is around the arena, allowing for better visibility. Although this is of little concern to these powerful beings, it still needs to be done for appearances. Sengoku agreed to change the competition rules mainly to ascertain the top powers within the Uchiha clan. Although Lin is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he is unaware of when the Uchiha clan might rebel. After all, with Lin's strength bolstered by the full manifestation of Susanoo, he possesses power comparable to that of an admiral, albeit temporarily. More importantly, he has a formidable clan. If it were just Lin's strength alone, the Navy could mobilize its admirals. However, Lin possesses a powerful family. A large-scale conflict would result in significant losses for the Navy's elite. Losing many elite soldiers would jeopardize the Navy's control over the first half of the Grand Line to some pirates. This is something Sengoku does not wish to see. Therefore, he seeks to understand the Uchiha clan's strength and formulate countermeasures promptly. Better safe than sorry. Lin's desire to change the format of the competition also stems from his own thoughts. This way of competing allows for better training and provides a comparison of gaps between strong individuals. But most importantly, Lin aims to keep Junmaru and Chogo away from Ein. Ein's fruit abilities are too restraining for Junmaru and Chogo, both of whom are close combat fighters. Ranged attacks are scarce and close combat is inevitable, bringing them into contact with Ein. Once touched by Ein, Junmaru and Chogo would regress to infants. How can infants fight? Although Lin's plan was to guide them after the Uchiha lost, how could he resist the temptation of acquiring warships and training methods for armament hockey, observation hockey, and conqueror's hockey? Moreover, the competition by now has little to do with the Uchiha. Although Junmaru and Chogo are Uchiha members, their followers are Orochimaru. Those Uchiha clan members with Sharingan had already been defeated earlier, which is enough for Lin, given the hope of winning the championship. Isn't that a wonderful thing? Lin also wishes to achieve 2 goals with 1 arrow. After the judges announced the competition rules, the audience erupted into intense applause. With such competition rules, they can witness battles between higher-level powers. Amidst the roaring applause, the results of the drawing also slowly revealed themselves. The Navy's representatives are mostly rear admirals with only 1 or 2 vice admirals. The strongest vice admiral in the Navy is only comparable to an 800 million bounty pirate. Excluding Garp and Tsuru. The Uchiha side sends a few mostly elite jonin whose strength is roughly equivalent to that of rear admirals. After all, the Uchiha still lacks the foundational strength of the Navy. Although Lin has 5 shadow-level powers, 2 of them are from Konoha, and Orochimaru only cares about his research, showing no concern for external matters. If Lin could see this, he would sincerely express, "I'm having a tough time." As the applause slowly faded, the announcer at the podium excitedly announced the start of the drawing. Sengoku's companion took out a box and Sengoku slowly drew a piece of paper from it. Sengoku first drew a contestant from the Navy. Drake vs. Uchiha Tiekai, who further strengthened his power after consuming the ancient saber-toothed tiger fruit, now only a step away from shadow level, yet he cannot cross that step. Smoker vs. Uchiha Inaka, a veteran elite jonin who is considered one of the better elite jonin. Ein vs. Uchiha Hakadai, also an old elite jonin from the Uchiha. Lin laughed upon seeing the drawing results, inwardly lamenting that even if his luck were worse he couldn't draw such opponents. It is unclear whether the Navy is unlucky or fortunate. The misfortune is that the elite jonin drawn from the Navy is precisely the 3 strongest elite jonin of the Uchiha clan, and they are all experienced veterans. They might lose their combat capabilities at the very start of the match. Being too strong or too weak will both affect the scoring. If too strong, they might lose consciousness before even a few exchanges. If too weak, they would simply suppress their opponents in battle. Fortunately, if they can endure for a while longer, the scoring will significantly improve and their strength will undergo a qualitative leap after the match. After all, combat is the most effective way to increase strength. Next, it was Lin's turn to draw lots. Upon drawing a piece of paper, his expression darkened instantly. Drawing again, Lin slapped his mouth, wondering why he had to be so unlucky. Fortunately, Aimie quickly grabbed Lin and said, "Lin, brother, don't do that." Garp had come over earlier and sat behind Sengoku. He curiously leaned over and upon seeing the names on the paper couldn't help but laugh. "Your luck is worse than Sengoku's." The 2 names on the 2 pieces of paper Lin drew were Vice Admiral Mole and Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. As the drawing began from left to right, the final results were Genra vs. Vice Admiral Mole and Chogo vs. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Lin looked at the slip in his hand, feeling speechless. He thought to himself, "Jun Mao, I didn't mean to, but having stronger opponents is crucial for your improvement." This is what I was thinking. That's why I summoned the Mole and the Ghost Spider. Everything is part of my plan. It can't possibly be that my luck is bad. After all, I had exceptional luck when selecting talents in the simulator. If the simulator could talk, it would definitely want to jump up and shout at Lin, saying if it weren't for the system secretly boosting the refresh records for high talents, with your luck you'd probably only get gray talents, and you wouldn't even see a purple one. Lin rubbed his nose, feeling a bit shameless for his thoughts, but he comforted himself, "I'm just increasing their difficulty. This way winning the championship will be meaningful." Moreover, the elite members of the Navy and Uchiha can only begin their counterattack 5 minutes after the match starts. The first 5 minutes must be seized. With a nervous heart, Lin watched the match on stage. The first round was Navy's turn. Ian vs. Uchiha Hakadai. As soon as the match started, Ian launched an attack without wasting a second. He drew a pistol from his waist and fired several bullets, rapidly charging forward as the bullets were fired, transforming the gun in his hand into 2 short blades. Uchiha Hakadai easily dodged the attack. Ian had already reached in front of him, thrusting the short blades towards Hakadai. Such an attack could hardly hit Hakadai, who was an elite jonin from the Uchiha clan. Hakadai easily evaded again. Seeing his first attack missed, Ian was not surprised. The sharp blades in his hands quickly lunged forward. Hakadai, seeing the blades before him, activated his Sharingan. All of Ian's attacks were easily dodged by Hakadai. Ian also realized that his attacks had no effect on Hakadai. The only thing he could rely on now was the power of the devil fruit. However, if he couldn't even touch his opponent, no matter how powerful the fruit was, it would be useless. Ian was aware of this and began to think of ways to hit Hakadai. He first threw out 2 smoke bombs, wanting to catch his opponent off guard in the smoke. As the smoke cleared, Ian quickly judged Hakadai's position based on the sounds he made. Ian still hadn't learned to use observation hockey. He could only sense the opponent's movement trajectory through sound. Ian quickly approached Hakadai. Just as his palm was about to touch Hakadai, he saw Hakadai smiling at him. That expression seemed to say, "I have seen through all your tactics." Hakadai dodged and quietly disappeared into the smoke. At this moment, Ian could only rely on sound to judge Hakadai's movements. However, the surroundings were eerily silent, resulting in a stalemate in the match. As the smoke slowly dissipated, Ian finally saw Hakadai. They locked eyes, and Ian could see the Sharingan in his eyes, which seemed able to perceive all his movements. While holding a dagger warily, Ian quickly pondered. He realized that Hakadai could dodge all his attacks and could see his movement trajectory in the smoke, likely due to those eyes. How can I hit him? If I can't touch him, I'll just have to hold out until he attacks after 5 minutes. What should I do? Ian slowly thought, and ideas began to form in his mind. He continued to attack rapidly, gradually pushing Hakadai towards the corner of the arena. Hakadai didn't think much of it. After all, he didn't believe a kid could come up with any effective countermeasures. He thought Ian was just venting his anger. Just as Ian envisioned, Hakadai slowly approached the corner of the arena. Ian saw that Hakadai had reached the position he had planned. He quickly pressed both hands to the ground, unleashing all the powers of his fruit. Ian's stamina was rapidly depleting. The ground beneath Hakadai began to writhe, rushing toward him in the blink of an eye. Without giving Hakadai time to react, the smoke cleared and he was trapped by the earth. The ground rose to Hakadai's chest, rendering his legs completely immobile. Ain's Devil Fruit ability can also revert objects to 18 years ago upon contact. However, doing so would significantly increase the stamina consumption. The corner of the arena was higher than other areas, like a staircase 18 years ago. Ain cornered Hakadai in the arena using the abilities of the Devil Fruit. By reverting the land at the edge of the arena to 18 years ago, he could use the ground to control Hakadai. This way he could use the Devil Fruit to revert him to his childhood, and win. Currently Hakadai was completely trapped underground with only his head able to move. However, he showed no signs of panic. Even trapped underground he remained calm, smiling at Ayan. Ayan sat on the ground breathing heavily. Having just used a large-scale fruit ability, Ayan could hardly handle it. The fact that he could use it at all was impressive. Ayan sat on the ground slowly recovering. Once he felt better and regained some stamina, he staggered to his feet and wobbled towards Hakadai. He took out the short blade again. Although Hakadai was currently restrained, Ayan remained very cautious. The 5 minutes were almost up and Hakadai could attack at any moment. So now Hakadai could attack Ayan. Lin in the stands smiled at Sengoku beside him and asked, "Who do you think will win this time?" Sengoku furrowed his brow, huffed, and said, "You have observation haki, I don't believe you haven't noticed." Lin pouted. "It's not interesting at all chatting with Mr. Carp is much more fun." "Haha, Lin kid, that was well said." Carp laughed heartily while munching on sabe. This remark only darkened Sengoku's face further. Ayan now advanced, slowly approached Hakadai, who was trapped underground. Hakadai was the first to speak. "I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such brains, tactics, and abilities." "Thank you for your compliment." Ayan smiled back. Hakadai maintained his smile and replied, "I will not surrender. The honor of the Uchiha clan forbids it." "You go ahead." Ayan was slightly surprised but still sheathed his short blade and slowly approached Hakadai. Ayan intended to use the fruit's ability to turn Hakadai into a child and revert him back after the match ended. This way he wouldn't harm him and could still claim victory. Just as Ayan's hand was about to touch Hakadai, a sudden bad premonition surged within him. The smiling Hakadai before him suddenly transformed into swirling smoke, dissipating into the air. Only Ayan was left stunned in place. A haze of smoke dissipated. Hakadai appeared behind Ayan, his kunai poised threateningly at Ayan's neck. Ayan seemed to have predicted something. Before the kunai could reach Ayan's neck, he seized it. Ayan blocked the kunai with his hand, quickly activating his fruit ability. The kunai instantly transformed into a stone. Ayan quickly reacted as well, reaching out to touch Hakadai. Upon seeing his kunai turn to stone, Hakadai swiftly retreated as Ayan's hand approached. Smiling from a distance, Hakadai said, "How did you predict that?" Ayan exhausted slumped to the ground yet struggled to stand, replying, "It was the observation haki that I suddenly awakened just now. I must thank you for that." "How did you manage it?" At the instant the land changed, a thick haze was produced, obscuring your vision. "I used the shadow clone technique in the smoke, creating a clone that remained in place to distract you while I used the transformation technique. Transforming into a stone, I watched quietly as events unfolded. This is the ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, the shadow clone technique and the transformation technique." Hakadai finished speaking, quickly forming hand seals and unleashing a fireball the size of 5 meters. Fire release, great fireball technique. Ayan could only awkwardly evade, relying on the recently awakened observation haki. It was only just awakened. This ability could only be utilized in moments of danger. In ordinary battles, such newly awakened observation haki couldn't be controlled at will. Under the cover of the smoke created by the great fireball, Ayan drew his handgun, loaded it, and fired in one fluid motion. Hakadai effortlessly dodged, tilting his neck. After dodging, Hakadai retrieved another kunai from his backpack. He simultaneously threw both kunai. Although Ayan lacked the observation haki, he could freely unleash such an attack. Even injured now, he could still evade. But how could Hakadai let it go so easily? The kunai thrown first was not that simple. The first kunai collided with the second kunai, altering its trajectory upon impact. Such a maneuver was very easy for Hakadai's Sharingan, especially with his vast combat experience. Mistakes were impossible. As Ayan just steadied himself from dodging, the kunai grazed his thigh. Stumbling, Ayan fell to the ground, but he still forced himself to stand. Hakadai would not let such a great opportunity slip. He shot another kunai which grazed Ayan's other thigh. Ayan fell to the ground instantly. After all, this wasn't a real battlefield, and Hakadai still showed some mercy. He wouldn't kill Ayan directly. Ayan sat on the ground, gasping heavily. After using his fruit ability, his stamina was significantly depleted. He had barely managed to evade earlier, and now he was injured. He had lost all strength, unable to move his limbs. Until now he had been holding on, otherwise he could have fainted at any moment. Seeing Ein like this, Hakudai approached him. "You're in this state, and you still want to continue fighting. Just admit defeat." Ein, however, did not give up. He propped himself up with his hands, trying to slowly stand. "I will not give up. This match concerns the honor of the Navy. More importantly, it concerns the trust of the Navy among the civilians. Only if we win this match will they trust us more. They will willingly allow us to protect them. I cannot lose." Hakudai remained silent, standing quietly without any action. Hakudai saw the current Ein, who resembled his younger self. Back then he too fought fiercely to protect his family like Ein does now. Now he had entered middle age and had long lost the fervor of youth. Having witnessed the brutality of war, he would gladly accept death if the Uchiha clan demanded it. However, he had lost the passion of his youth. In Ein he saw his own shadow. The difference was that one wished to protect his family while the other aimed to protect the people of the entire world. Hakudai was the calm faction of the Uchiha clan, unlike the combat-oriented ones. He was among the few who remained composed. Others from the Uchiha clan would certainly not act this way. The Uchihas were known for their ruthlessness, coldness, and pride. Now Hakudai was gentle, considerate, and humble. "Lord Ein, we have always supported you." "Yes, Lord Ein." The surrounding audience continuously encouraged Ein. Ein struggled to stand up, swaying as he walked towards Hakudai, his hand still dripping blood from where he had gripped the kunai. As Ein's hand barely touched Hakudai's shoulder, he slowly fainted. Hakudai supported Ein and laid him on the ground, his hand glowing green as he used healing technique to treat Ein. After a while of treatment, Ein slowly regained consciousness. Though his injuries had healed, his stamina had not recovered much. He forced himself to stand. "Thank you, I lost." "You're welcome. With such a mindset, you're already strong and you resemble the young me quite a bit. We would all risk our lives for what we wished to protect. I wanted to protect the Uchiha clan while you wished to protect the people of the entire world. Now I possess some abilities to protect my clan. I hope you can be like me in the future." Hakudai said this and walked towards the sidelines. As he was about to leave the arena, he turned back and said, "You haven't lost yet. This match is judged by scores, although you didn't defeat me. Your performance just now was already quite impressive. I believe you are the champion." Upon hearing these words, Ein regained his confidence, standing up from the ground and walking towards the judging panel. Lin and Sengoku were also pondering the final scores at this moment. In the end, Ein received 3 scores of 9 and 5 scores of 10. After discarding the highest and lowest scores, he ultimately received a score of 58, just 2 points shy of a perfect score. Although Ein's physical skills were the weakest among the 5. He compensated for this with his combat intelligence. His exceptionally high battle IQ was the reason for such a high score. Upon hearing this score, Ein's face broke into a smile once more. He bowed towards the judging panel and happily left the arena. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Few in the audience had high hopes for Ein. She was the weakest in physical skills among all the candidates. Although she had a devil fruit, as long as she couldn't touch her fruit ability, she couldn't use it. Very few believed in her. But she proved herself, conquering many audience members with her intelligence. "Lord Ein, I have always believed in you." "So it turns out you've always had such a dream, Lord Ein." The audience buzzed with discussion. The second match began after the arena was reset. The second match was between Junmaru and Major Mole. Naval Headquarters. The sun was setting. The 4 remaining matches had concluded smoothly, with all 4 participants standing nervously before the judges. The scores for the last 4 participants were not announced immediately but were reserved for the final reveal. The first to compete was Ein, who compensated for his lack of strength with exceptional battle intelligence, ultimately scoring an impressive 58 points. Next up was Jun Ma Lu, and the judges slowly announced his score. The battle between Jun Ma Lu and General Mole was not filled with the top-tier tactics seen in Ein's match. Jun Ma Lu's confrontation was a straightforward blood-pumping fight. However, the power gap between Jun Ma Lu and General Mole was substantial, and there was no doubt that Jun Ma Lu lost. Nonetheless, Jun Ma Lu managed to cause some trouble for General Mole. In the final moments of the match, Jun Ma Lu unleashed his strongest move. Corpse Bone Veins Dance of the Bracken. Sharp bones burst from the ground to attack the opponent. Once the growth ceases, the sheer quantity is overwhelming, covering the entire ground and launching a comprehensive assault that is nearly impossible to defend against. Moreover, Jun Ma Lu could attach himself to the extending bones and launch attacks with the strongest spear. The arena was entirely covered with sharp bones. Jun Ma Lu constantly shifted positions, using his strongest spear to strike at General Mole, who could only rely on his observation haki to evade continuously. 5 minutes prior, General Mole had to keep dodging. When the 5 minutes were up, General Mole began his counterattack. During one of Jun Ma Lu's attacks, General Mole braced himself and took a hit. Jun Ma Lu was taken aback that the person before him could withstand his attack directly. General Mole had not forgotten the warlord's instructions during the match. During the match, try using Sea Prism Stone handcuffs to see if they can suppress his abilities. Find out if he is truly a ninja or a devil fruit user. While Jun Ma Lu was still in shock, General Mole produced Sea Prism Stone handcuffs and cuffed Jun Ma Lu's left hand, at which point Jun Ma Lu reacted. Quickly dodging, Jun Ma Lu ensured his right hand was not restrained. He extended a bone with his right hand, shattering the handcuff on his left. He once again concealed himself among the bones. General Mole had previously thought Jun Ma Lu's abilities were from a devil fruit, but now he understood it was ninjutsu. General Mole was greatly shocked. He had not expected such powerful ninjutsu. Jun Ma Lu learned from his previous lessons, continuously emerging from the distant bones. The strongest spear from his arm suddenly grew to attack General Mole. General Mole resumed his previous strategy, dodging once more. In the end, it was General Mole who discovered Jun Ma Lu's ninjutsu flaw that led to his victory. Using his observation haki, General Mole quickly located where Jun Ma Lu would next appear. The moment Jun Ma Lu emerged, he utilized Shave to arrive at Jun Ma Lu's position. Covering his fists with armament haki, he smashed all the bones beneath and around Jun Ma Lu. As the bones shattered, Jun Ma Lu appeared. At that moment, Jun Ma Lu realized General Mole's intention. By destroying all the surrounding bones, General Mole ensured that Jun Ma Lu could no longer merge with the bones, forcing him to seek out other bones nearby. Previously, Jun Ma Lu had expended a significant amount of chakra when using this technique. He could not use it again. General Mole certainly could not allow Jun Ma Lu to approach. Jun Ma Lu understood this, and sharp bones erupted from his body as he charged at General Mole. Just when General Mole thought Jun Ma Lu was going to duel him, Jun Ma Lu suddenly turned and dashed toward the adjacent bones. General Mole used Shave to intercept Jun Ma Lu's path, kicking him back. Jun Ma Lu realized that his clever ploy had been seen through. Not wanting to think of anything else, he directly engaged General Mole in battle. In the end, as expected, General Mole emerged victorious. Jun Ma Lu's performance stirred excitement among the audience. Now, as Jun Ma Lu stood before the judges, Zephyr revealed the score he had given at the end of Jun Ma Lu's match. As soon as Jun Ma Lu's match ended, Lin and the Warlord had already provided their scores, but they were only now being announced. In the end, Jun Ma Lu scored 5-7 points, just 1 point less than 9. He had narrowly missed claiming the championship. Jun Ma Lu returned to his position feeling dejected. Next up to reveal their score was Smoker, the natural type smoke fruit user. Smoker relied too much on the abilities of his fruit. In previous matches, the natural type fruit abilities had proven to be highly effective. However, this was the final match. The Uchiha clan had mastered Sea Prism Stone weaponry. Smoker's natural smoke fruit had little effect and instead appeared quite lackluster. Using the smoke fruit, Smoker expanded his body size, making him an easier target for incoming attacks. Although Smoker was still proficient in some martial arts, it was impossible for him to compare with Uchiha Daohua. Moreover, Uchiha Daohua was a member of the Uchiha's counterattack faction. 5 minutes earlier, Smoker could only use the smoke fruit in conjunction with martial arts for a frenzied offense. But these attacks were utterly ineffective against Uchiha Daohua. Uchiha Daohua lazily evaded, looking down on Smoker. Seeing Uchiha Daohua's expression, Smoker was furious and unleashed his ultimate move, World of Smoke, continuously emitting smoke from his body. The smoke was not part of Smoker's body, and the density would increase, suffocating anyone trapped within it. The entire arena was engulfed in smoke. Uchiha Daohua activated his Sharingan amidst the smoke and slowly realized the air he could breathe was diminished. Uchiha Daohua quickly used wind release to disperse the smoke, but the dispersed smoke soon enveloped him again. The 5 minutes had elapsed. Uchiha Daohua no longer concealed himself. He unleashed his maximum power wind release, clearing all the smoke from the arena. Though Uchiha Daohua was quite astonished, as a member of the Uchiha clan he held his pride. 5 minutes later, Smoker found himself in an even worse situation. Uchiha Daohua showed no mercy and launched a furious assault. Smoker could only defend, continuously unable to counterattack. After just a few minutes he was defeated. Ultimately, Smoker's score was not high. He lacked Jun Ma Lu's combat strength and iron strategies, though he did display solid natural-type devil fruit abilities and martial arts skills. However, there were no particularly standout aspects. His score was not notably high, merely 55 points, thus missing out on the championship. Smoker returned to his position feeling dejected. The next scores to be announced were from Drake and the final results for Zhongwu. At the Navy headquarters, the moment to announce Drake's results has arrived. Drake possesses the strongest strength among all the promoted candidates, having preliminarily mastered both Byusoshoku Haki and Kenbunshoku Haki along with a robust physical constitution and exquisite martial arts. Moreover, with the enhancement of the Zoan-type ancient species demon fruit, Drake's strength will further increase. He must also face Uchiha Taihohyo, the first person below the shadow level who, after acquiring the Zoan-type ancient species saber-toothed tiger form, has compensated for his deficiencies in physical strength. His endurance, strength, and speed have all greatly improved. Uchiha Taihohyo's physical constitution is now comparable to that of a vice admiral in the Navy. He has become the top contender below the shadow level, as reaching the shadow level is no easy feat. In a sense, Moonlight Moria is not even his match. Moonlight Moria is also quite strong, possessing Byusoshoku and Kenbunshoku Haki. After all, without formidable strength, how could he be recruited as one of the 7 warlords of the sea by the Navy? Previously, Moonlight Moria had even clashed with Kaido. He cannot be as weak as depicted in the original story. After Moonlight Moria joined the Uchiha family, the world government revoked his position as a warlord of the sea. After all, Lin is already a warlord of the sea. The world government has given this position to Don Quixote da Flamingo. The confrontation between Drake and Uchiha Taihohyo is undoubtedly the most intense of these matches. In the first 5 minutes, Drake did not make a move, simply standing there and uttering a single sentence. "Let's start fighting after 5 minutes. I wish to have a fair match with you. Although I may speak during this time, I can learn a great deal from it." Uchiha Taihohyo is considered neutral within the Uchiha family, either impulsive nor leaning towards the faction of Uchiha Daowa. He nodded slightly in agreement with Drake's request. Although he could consult Fleet Admiral Sengoku, 5 minutes is a wait he can afford, allowing Drake some time to prepare. After 5 minutes, the battle officially commenced. There were no flashy techniques, just pure raw physical combat. Muda 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 muda. Ora 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 ora. In the martial arts battle, Uchiha Taihohyo did not have a significant advantage, although he possessed a Zoan-type demon fruit. Drake also had one. Furthermore, Uchiha Taihohyo excels in speed and ninjutsu. To suppress Drake in martial arts is already quite a feat. After some exchanges of martial arts, both sides distanced themselves and utilized their respective fruit abilities. Drake's body continued to grow, ultimately transforming into a towering creature approximately 7 meters tall. Meanwhile, Uchiha Taihohyo's body elongated, eventually becoming a giant tiger measuring 3 meters high and 5 meters long, with sharp teeth emerging from his mouth, 2 of which were 0.5 meters long. The 2 colossal beings suddenly appeared in the arena, drawing a round of applause. Among them, the shape of the ancient dragon was particularly imposing. However, Uchiha Taihohyo was far superior in speed. With the enhancement of the saber-toothed tiger, he moved even faster, armed with sharp limbs and teeth. His attacking power was also greatly enhanced. Uchiha Taihohyo circled around the ancient dragon, striking swiftly when opportunities arose, biting down, and then quickly retreating to continue circling. Drake's speed had already been inferior to Taihohyo's. Now transformed into an ancient dragon, he could only endure the attacks passively. His Kenbunshoku Haki was only at a preliminary level, although he could foresee some images. His Bodhi's speed could not react in time. There was simply no time to evade, let alone counterattack. Drake could only shake the ground to slow Uchiha Taihohyo's speed, hoping to catch up. However, contrary to his wishes, this degree of interference was nothing to Uchiha Taihohyo. Within just a few minutes, Drake's body was already covered in numerous wounds. Moreover, his entire body was drenched in blood. Drake understood he could no longer remain passive and began to devise a plan. As Uchiha Taihohyo's teeth sank into his left leg, Drake stumbled and knelt down. At that moment, Drake swung his head towards Uchiha Taihohyo and attacked. Seeing Drake still in his original state, Uchiha Taihohyo couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Even after so many transformations, he still doesn't change his strategy. Truly. Before Uchiha Taihohyo could utter the word "fool," he realized something was amiss. Uchiha Taihohyo's teeth were stuck, unable to pull free, as if firmly embedded in Drake's leg. As Uchiha Taihohyo attacked, Drake continuously contracted the muscles in his legs, tightly clamping down on Uchiha Taihohyo's teeth. Although it was excruciatingly painful, this was the only method he could conceive to deal with Uchiha Taihohyo. Everyone was astonished by Drake's approach. Uchiha Taihohyo also did not expect to encounter someone like him. He was truly a madman. Uchiha Taihohyo did not use ninjutsu to escape. Before stepping onto the stage, Lin had instructed him not to use ninjutsu. Loyal to the Uchiha family, Uchiha Taihohyo would never violate the orders given by clan leader Lin. After all, as a member of the Uchiha Taihoyo takes pride in himself, he would not resort to ninjutsu to deal with a mere child. In that instant, Drake also slammed his head forward. Uchiha Taihoyo was sent flying. Drake's entire dragon body toppled down. The gaping wound on his left leg several centimeters wide was still clearly visible and dripping blood. Drake's condition was now extremely serious. After all, extracting a tightly held object from within tense muscles is no simple task. Had it not been for Drake's possession of the Zoan-type evil demon fruit, he would have fainted long ago. On the other hand, Uchiha Taihoyo was in a much better state. Although he had been struck by Drake's head, his possession of the Zoan-type demon fruit allowed him to recover easily. In the subsequent matches, Uchiha Taihoyo became more cautious and fought more carefully, avoiding the mistakes he had made earlier. Although there were minor incidents along the way, Uchiha Taihoyo ultimately emerged victorious. One was a freshly graduated recruit from the Navy under Zifa, while the other was an elite from the streaming family. If Uchiha Taihoyo could not defeat Drake, he would have no face left to live. Now Drake stands before the judges awaiting his score. His face is filled with confidence. As the numbers slowly reveal themselves, the confident expression on Drake's face gradually fades, replaced by a look of sorrow. In the end, Drake received a score of 57, just 1 point shy of the first place winner. But that 1 point difference feels like a vast chasm. After receiving Drake's score, it was now Zhongwu's turn to be evaluated. Zhongwu's opponent was Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, one of the stronger vice admirals in the Navy headquarters. Especially his life return ability, allowing him to freely manipulate his hair, forming 8 arms like a spider, and executing the 8-sword style. With the enhancement of his immortal body, Zhongwu benefited greatly in speed, strength, and endurance. In the first 5 minutes of the match, he seized the opportunity and launched a frenzied attack. However, these attacks were insignificant to Ghost Spider, who easily dodged them with his exceptional observation haki. He paid no mind to Zhongwu's assaults. Zhongwu realized this but found it impossible to counter the observation haki, forcing him to think of strategies while attacking. Gradually, Zhongwu discovered his inability to counter the observation haki. However, he slowly came up with a solution, relentlessly attacking to corner Ghost Spider within the arena. Eventually, Ghost Spider was pushed into a corner of the arena. Zhongwu activated his immortal body, gathering all his strength into his arms and striking the ground with tremendous force. The ground instantly shattered into pieces. At that moment, Ghost Spider understood Zhongwu's intent to corner him, even with his observation haki, which could not help him evade certain situations in this confined space. Yet Ghost Spider merely remarked, "Young man, you are too inexperienced." He activated the Navy's Faith Iron Block. Choosing to take the hit, the dust settled, revealing Ghost Spider standing unscathed. Although the Iron Block was known for enduring blows, it did serve a purpose in critical moments. Zhongwu knew that such minimal attacks were ineffective against Ghost Spider. As he stirred up smoke, he threw a kunai and used the shadow clone technique to create a clone. He charged quickly at Ghost Spider. Although Ghost Spider was enveloped in smoke, his observation haki remained active, observing the incoming kunai and 2 Zhongwus. Ghost Spider showed no intention of dodging, indeed the kunai landed beside him. He looked at the 2 Zhongwus before him and fully activated his observation haki. However, Ghost Spider's observation haki could not discern which Zhongwu was the real one. The 5 minutes were up and Ghost Spider was ready to counterattack. Without concern for which Zhongwu was real, Ghost Spider utilized Life Return to form 3 arms from his hair and unleashed the 8-sword style, instantly shredding the 2 Zhongwus into pieces. However, both Zhongwus transformed into smoke, while the kunai next to Ghost Spider morphed into Zhongwu's form. It turned out that just before the smoke engulfed the area, Zhongwu had transformed from the kunai to create 2 clones to confuse his opponent. Despite his opponent's observation haki, it was unable to discern these 2 techniques. Zhongwu hoped to use this ploy to strike Ghost Spider. Zhongwu swiftly bound Ghost Spider with chakra, causing an explosive release of energy. The arena was instantly devastated, engulfed in flames and smoke. As the smoke gradually cleared, Zhongwu emerged trembling and clearly exhausted. That last strike had consumed most of Zhongwu's chakra and stamina. After all, it was impossible to secure victory with just 1 blow, so he could not exhaust all his chakra. He had suffered significant injuries. Just standing was an accomplishment. Ghost Spider, at the explosion's epicenter, was now covered in blood, his clothes tattered. Ghost Spider stood up, still haunted by the previous attack. If it weren't for his use of observation haki to sense the danger and dodge at the last moment when Zhongwu bound him, he had evaded the fatal blow. Then he fully reinforced his armed haki while using the iron block alongside Life Return, utilizing his hair to shield against the attack. This was how he defended against that strike. If he hadn't used Life Return, although he could have blocked that hit, he would have suffered injuries. The blood on him was not his own. It was Zhongwu's blood. As the smoke dissipated, Ghost Spider used his observation haki to locate Zhongwu's position and executed the eight-sword style. He severely injured Zhongwu. In the following attacks, Zhongwu was already at his limit. Ghost Spider would not let this opportunity slip away. No longer underestimating his opponent, Zhongwu understood this and summoned all his strength, gathering it once more into his arms. Channeling all of his chakra and strength for a final desperate strike, he amassed all his power into his arms. The arena was instantly shattered. If the previous hit only damaged one part of the arena, this strike obliterated half of it. Yet this attack was still blocked by Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider's hair, enhanced by life return, could form shields and various weapons somewhat akin to Lin's Guardian Cloud. However, Lin's Guardian Cloud was superior. Nevertheless, Ghost Spider's ability to transform his hair in such a way was already quite impressive. Zhongwu found himself unable to evade, having exhausted his chakra earlier. Now he was barely managing to stay upright. Gradually he fell. Now Zhongwu stood before the judging panel hoping for an excellent score. As the scores were gradually revealed, he ultimately received a score of 57. Although Zhongwu's performance was commendable, earning a score of 57, he still did not win the championship. The commentator announced after an intense competition, all results have been revealed. Navy Headquarters Ein scored 58, Uchiha Clan Junmaru scored 57, Navy Headquarters Smoker scored 55, Navy Headquarters Drake scored 57. Uchiha Clan Zhongwu scored 57. The final champion was the Navy Headquarters, winning by a single point with a score of 58. The other contestants also performed admirably. The award ceremony is about to begin. The awards were equally provided by both the Navy Headquarters and Uchiha. On the Navy's side, Sengoku stepped up to the podium, revealing a treasure chest. Inside was a devil fruit. Though its specific type was unclear, even the least valuable devil fruit was worth at least 100 million berries. Now it was Uchiha's turn. Lin silently retracted the crystalline kunai in his hand. Initially he only intended to give one kunai, but seeing that the Navy had awarded a devil fruit made him feel that giving just a kunai would seem quite stingy. Lin approached the podium and began with courteous words. The Navy is fortunate to have such a new generation of strength. Thank you for the compliment, Uchiha clan leader. Lin retrieved a knife from the space scroll and handed it to Ein, explaining, this knife is one I borrowed from Orochimaru. Oh no. It is borrowed. This knife possesses some characteristics of Junmaru's bones. When you press the red button, bones will spring forth from the knife, which are very sharp. When you press the green button, the bones will shoot out in all directions. This can be fired once every 5 days. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was in his laboratory contemplating, am I missing something? Though this weapon belonged to Orochimaru. Lin had stolen it, so it was his. Giving it to Ein made his heart ache. Ein had already guessed that this knife was stolen from the Uchiha scientist, but seeing its excellent features, he felt grateful. Thank you, Lin clan leader. At the Navy headquarters, Lin was aboard the ship of the Uchiha clan, accompanied by Uchiha Shisui. As they arrived at the Navy headquarters, 3 days had passed since the competition. During these 3 days nothing significant happened at sea. Some pirates, upon witnessing the Navy's strength, had become considerably more subdued. However, this did not affect the powerful pirates of the New World, as those who could enter were all formidable. Today Lin came to the Navy headquarters to fulfill a promise. Before the competition, he and Sengoku had agreed on a wager. Additionally, he was there to trade for the training methods of the armament haki and observation haki. Even under normal circumstances, Lin, no matter how shameless, would keep his word, as words once spoken were like water poured out. After all, he represented the honor of the Uchiha clan. As the Uchiha clan's ship approached the Navy headquarters, Lin spotted Sengoku, Garp, and Crane waiting to greet them. He wasn't sure if they were there to welcome him, or the ninjutsu he possessed. Since they came to greet him, ignoring them would be inappropriate. Lin chatted and joked while following Sengoku to the reception room. He was still having fun with Garp. They chatted casually as they gradually passed through the training grounds and arrived at the conference room of the Navy headquarters. Sengoku pointed to the chair opposite him, signaling Lin to sit down and talk. Lin was not at all polite and plopped down in his seat. He began chatting with Sengoku. After a while, Lin took out a box from his spatial scroll filled with scrolls. Inside are the chakra refinement technique, the body technique, and some crank ninjutsu. Lastly, if your Navy wins, I will not go back on my word. This is our wager. As the leader of the Uchiha, I value integrity and will not betray our prior agreement. Sengoku nodded. Crane took the box from the side. Lin then produced another box similarly filled with scrolls. Admiral Sengoku, do you remember our previous transaction? Sengoku nodded. Of course I remember, we established it together back then. Lin smiled, opened the box, and explained. We discussed exchanging 20 rank ninjutsu and 10 rank ninjutsu for the training methods of armament haki and observation haki. Here are 20 rank ninjutsu and 10 rank ninjutsu. I keep my promises. I just wonder if we can exchange now. Sengoku picked up a scroll from the box and examined it. He took hold of a blue scroll which was clearly a water-type ninjutsu. The scroll contained information on hand seals, precautions, power, and how to train, among many other details. Sengoku studied the scroll in front of him. Sengoku, renowned for his wisdom as a strategist with the Zoan-type Buddha form, slowly began to grasp some of the principles after reading it several times. He also noted the sequence of the hand seals. After finishing, Sengoku set it aside and took out a second scroll. The second scroll was red, indicating it was a fire-type ninjutsu, and it also contained various details. After confirming that the scrolls inside were all normal, Sengoku felt relieved. After all, he still had to be cautious. When Sengoku brought the box over, he signaled to Crane with his eyes. Sengoku's longtime comrade understood his intentions in an instant. A few minutes later, Crane approached with 2 books in her hands. Here are the training methods for armament haki and observation haki that you requested. Lin took the 2 books without looking, trusting the Navy's integrity. He believed they would not provide him with false training methods for armament haki and observation haki. Lin stored the items away and chatted with Sengoku for a while longer. Before leaving, he remarked to Sengoku, I have more ninjutsu. If you want, feel free to bring something to trade. Lin returned to the Uchiha clan to begin his own tasks. First, Lin went to Sabaody Archipelago to greet Rayleigh. Uncle Rayleigh, I've got some matters to attend to lately, and won't be able to come and learn haki from you. I will return to learn haki after a year. I hope you understand. Rayleigh was a reasonable person and did not make things difficult for Lin. They chatted for a bit before Lin returned to the Uchiha clan, as he had more important things to accomplish. Lin first instructed Uchiha Fugaku to gather all members of the Uchiha clan together. In the Uchiha clan square, Lin stood at the highest point looking down. Many Uchihas below were whispering among themselves. Lin picked up the microphone and began to speak. The topic I want to address today is very important. Everyone present must listen carefully. As soon as Lin finished speaking, the Uchihas below quieted down considerably. After all, as the clan leader, Lin still held some authority. 3 days ago, we faced a crushing defeat against the Navy. None of our Uchiha clan members made it into the top 5. Do you know why this is? Hearing this, the Uchihas felt a sense of shame and lowered their heads. However, some still whispered among themselves. This outcome was due to your carelessness, arrogance, and disrespect towards your opponents. As soon as Lin finished speaking, the voices of rebuttal grew stronger below, though no one dared to openly voice their disagreement. You all think I am mistaken. But on the contrary, each of you believes that having the Sharingan makes you remarkable, acting like you are the best in the world. The recent competition against the Navy has shown us otherwise. Some of your previous viewpoints are incorrect. When you think you are the strongest, someone will always surpass you secretly. Just like me now. There are many who are stronger than me in this world. So I will study and humbly seek guidance from others. Look at your own faces with such arrogance. Who would want to teach you? Do not think that humbly seeking guidance is a shameful act. When you return after learning, you will see the benefits of asking others for help. Now the Uchihas had their heads lowered and no voices of rebuttal arose, as the facts were in front of them. Even if they thought highly of themselves, losing to the Navy was still a fact. Lin took a sip of water and continued. In the battle against the Navy, I believe you all have witnessed. They do not possess the Sharingan, yet they can still defeat us, and their perception far exceeds ours. Do you know why this is? It is due to the 2 martial arts they research, namely armament haki and observation haki. Armament haki. I won't waste words here. Observation haki. Don't think you are the strongest. There are always people outside of this world and talents beyond talents. You do not need to seek guidance from others. Within our Uchiha clan there are strong individuals. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Fugaku are all formidable. Spend more time seeking guidance and also adjust your tempers. Hide your arrogance and be more polite. Perhaps the old man you casually greet is a powerhouse. After Lin finished this statement, the eyes of everyone on site sparkled. Seeing this, Lin nodded with satisfaction. The Uchiha were still too easy to persuade. Perhaps he should teach them about fraud prevention next. Otherwise, this way they would inevitably be deceived sooner or later. After finishing his speech, Lin gathered the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan in the conference room. I will be away for a while. During this time, all matters will be handled by Uchiha Fugaku. As soon as Lin finished speaking, the scene became lively. Leader, where are you going? Leader, what are you going to do? Leader, please don't go. You don't need to worry about that this time. I must leave. I have very important matters to attend to. Before I leave, I need to arrange a few things. The people present fell silent as they all recognized Lin's unwavering determination to depart. I understand. Leader, please tell me how you want to arrange things. We will complete them seriously. First, it's the training methods for armament hockey and observation hockey obtained from the Navy. You'll leave this to Uchiha Fugaku. You arrange for the Uchiha's Jonin and Elite Jonin to practice. Try to ensure that all Jonin and Elite Jonin learn it. Armament hockey and observation hockey are fundamental to survival in this world. Without them, even those with Logia-type devil fruits cannot be dealt with. You and Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui should practice first. Your learning speed will definitely be faster than theirs. Once you master it, teach them as well. From then on, everything will be managed by Uchiha Fugaku while I go meet Orochimaru. After speaking, Lin left 2 books on the table and walked towards Orochimaru's base. Orochimaru's base. Orochimaru and Kabuto were conducting experiments. Kabuto, pass me that potion. All right, Lord Orochimaru. And give me the first potion in the second row of that cabinet. At that moment, Lin burst in. Orochimaru, what are you doing? I have something to discuss with you. As Orochimaru saw Lin, he accidentally added more of the potion. The potion reacted instantly, changing from blue to red. Countless bubbles erupted. You idiot! Run! Orochimaru quickly reacted, shouting loudly at Lin. At the same time, he pulled Kabuto and ran quickly towards the door. Lin realized he had caused trouble. As a ninja, he quickly summoned the 3 remaining guardian clouds on him, transforming them into 3 dome-like shields. He covered the potion with them and ran out. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed, producing a loud sound. However, it did not unleash any destructive power, only creating noise. Lin and Orochimaru slowly walked into the laboratory. Lin recalled the guardian clouds only to find that he had just 2 left. The third was already covered in cracks. It could break at any moment. Lin turned to Orochimaru and said, "Why are you researching such dangerous things in the Uchiha clan?" Orochimaru, seeing Lin questioning him, retorted, "The experiment was supposed to be very safe. It was you who had to shout. Would what happened afterward have occurred if you hadn't shouted?" Lin wanted to continue explaining. "Why didn't you leave a note? How was I supposed to know you were experimenting?" Upon hearing Lin's rebuttal, Orochimaru pointed to a note on the door. The note read, "Currently experimenting, please do not disturb." Lin looked at it awkwardly, scratching his head. "Well, that's not my fault. Who told you to research such dangerous things?" Orochimaru, not angry at Lin's accusation, replied, "Wasn't it you who told me to research it?" Earlier, after Lin had just integrated the Whirlpool bloodline, he instructed Orochimaru to study bombs. Lin wanted to recreate some weapons from his past life, like nuclear bombs. If he could develop a nuclear bomb here, who needed armament hockey and observation hockey? Just one nuclear bomb could ensure world peace. Lin countered Orochimaru. "But the nuclear bomb I mentioned is far more powerful than what you were just researching," Orochimaru explained. "The nuclear bomb you speak of cannot be produced with the technology of your era. We can only gradually enhance its power." After finishing, he asked Lin, "What do you need me for? You always take one of my inventions every time you come here. You stole my bone sword last time, what are you going to take today?" Lin patted Orochimaru on the shoulder. "Don't say it like that. You are after all the Uchiha scientist. Isn't it just borrowing some inventions? What's the big deal?" Orochimaru waved his hand. "Say it, what is it?" Lin rubbed his hands together. "I need some inventions to ensure my safety, as I will be going out soon." Orochimaru constantly complained inwardly. "With your strength I can't even beat you. What do you need for protection?" Although he thought this, he still led Lin to his invention room. Although Orochimaru in the original story conducted human experiments, he was still called a scientist. How could he possibly not have any inventions? Orochimaru was simply more skilled in human experimentation. While it wasn't shown in the original work, he had indeed invented many items, some of which were quite impressive. Especially upon arriving in the pirate world. After witnessing some peculiar objects in that world, he modified his inventions and researched even more. As soon as Lin entered Orochimaru's invention room, his eyes sparkled. He wanted some inventions to prepare for entering secret realms. Although upon entering the secret realm one would only retain learning talents, Sharingan ninjutsu, and physical strength, nothing else could be taken in. However, weapons could still be brought inside. Lin's space scroll, the ninjutsu scrolls within, and his blood one fragment could all be taken. However, Lin's weapons did not include anything for life protection or attacks. Lin had given his only life-saving weapon to Mei, leaving him with only the blood one fragment blade, which was still just an ordinary sword with some sharpness, lacking any special skills. It also had no life-saving skills. Thus, before entering the secret realm, Lin still needed to find some weapons. Upon entering, Lin instructed Orochimaru to explain the functions of the inventions inside. Although he had been in before, he still did not know many of the items' uses and could only ask Orochimaru. Before entering, Lin had already thought about how to speak to Orochimaru. Upon entering, Lin explained his request. His excuse was not that he needed them for himself, but rather to leave them for Mei, wanting some weapons to ensure her safety. Lin followed Orochimaru to the deepest part of the invention room. Inside there were only 3 items: Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword, a shield, and a peculiar object. After entering, Orochimaru said to Lin behind him, "These 3 are my best weapons." Orochimaru walked up to the Kusanagi sword and explained to Lin, "This is the Kusanagi sword, a divine weapon, and my paired sword. I cannot give this sword to you. Using this sword would be pointless for you." Lin impatiently waved his hand and took out his own blood fragment blade, saying, I'm aware. Your sword is not as good as my blood fragment blade. Don't worry, I won't take it." Seeing Lin already had a sword, Orochimaru felt relieved. Previously, Lin had always kept the blood fragment blade in a space scroll, relying mainly on his Sharingan and ninjutsu in battles. Lin's swordsmanship was too poor. It was understandable that Orochimaru had never seen it before. Lin planned to learn swordsmanship from Rayleigh when he learned hockey, as having a good sword was important. How could one not practice swordsmanship, treating a good sword as mere decoration? Orochimaru walked toward the shield only to realize that Lin had not followed. Turning around, Orochimaru saw Lin sneakily holding the Kusanagi sword. Lin also noticed Orochimaru and awkwardly scratched his head. Although it was very embarrassing, he had no intention of putting down the Kusanagi sword. As the saying goes, how could you let go of the fat meat that has already reached your mouth? Just as Orochimaru was about to tell Lin to put down his sword, Lin shamelessly stored the Kusanagi sword into the space scroll. Orochimaru swallowed the words he was about to say. Once something was taken by Lin, it was impossible to get it back. No matter how he pleaded, Lin would not return it. At most, he would give him some garbage as a gesture. Don't ask how Orochimaru knew this. He had experienced it countless times. He turned his back, choosing to ignore it. At the same time, he thought angrily, I should not have had such high hopes for him. I thought if he had a good knife, he wouldn't want to take my knife anymore. It seems I was overthinking it. I must keep a close eye on him at all times. If I'm not careful, my invention room might be emptied. I can't defeat him with his Mangekyo Sharingan. I definitely cannot win. Even if I try to reason with him, his mouth is like a machine gun. Moreover, I owe my arrival in this world to him. I cannot openly turn against him. I still want to study the science of other worlds. For example, in the pirate world there are magical bloodline factors, devil fruits, cyborgs, and formidable swordsmanship. If I could find a completely new world, there would be even more directions to research. Therefore, I cannot be without Lin right now, but he is being too excessive, taking my weapons right in front of me. But I have no way to stop him. This is truly difficult for me. I can only ask him for some devil fruits, cyborgs, and various races. What comforts Orochimaru is that no matter what request he makes, as long as it is related to his research, Lin will try his best to find it. Among them, Lin has already brought back 4 or 5 devil fruits. Although they are not very powerful, they are sufficient for Orochimaru's research. As for different races, Lin has basically brought back 1 of each for his research, including some rare transformation technology and modified weapons. Lin has managed to bring back a little, but he has not brought any samples related to cyborgs. Orochimaru plans to make more requests before Lin leaves. This would help to mend the small heart that was hurt when Lin stole the Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru also plans to take the opportunity to squeeze Lin a bit. After all, he has taken his divine weapon, the Kusanagi sword. It would not be right not to profit from him. Thinking this way, Orochimaru felt a bit more balanced, but his heart still ached. Lin awkwardly rubbed his head and said ahem. You haven't introduced the other 2 items yet. Hurry up and introduce them to me. After saying this, Lin didn't give Orochimaru a chance to react, and pulled him toward the shield. Orochimaru felt speechless. He had never seen someone so shameless. When Lin pulled Orochimaru in front of the shield, he didn't give Orochimaru time to question, and urged him to quickly explain about the shield. The shield had a diameter of about 30 centimeters. It was a standard round shape, very similar to Captain America's shield. Unable to argue with Lin, Orochimaru could only point to the shield and explain, alright, I won't argue with you. This shield took me a year to create. Lin understood the significance of this shield. After all, it took even a brilliant scientist like Orochimaru a whole year to make. One can imagine the power of this shield. This shield can withstand attacks of shadow-level strength, and will automatically deploy when it detects you are receiving fatal damage. It does not require chakra. Upon hearing this, Lin was astonished. This shield was very similar to the token he had given to Ime, but each had its own advantages. Lin slowly reached out to the shield, and as soon as his hand touched it, the shield transformed into flowing particles, slowly gathering in Lin's left hand, forming a black bracelet interspersed with blue. On the bracelet, 3 buttons formed simultaneously: a red button only 2 centimeters big, another blue button of the same size. There was also a green button. Orochimaru explained, since such a large object is difficult to carry, I used the principle of scrolls to store items to create this shield. In addition to deploying automatically when receiving fatal damage, pressing the red button will also deploy it. Pressing it again will retract the shield automatically. Lin pressed the red button and the shield indeed deployed automatically. He knocked on the shield, and it made a thudding sound. Lin also discovered that this shield was very sturdy. After retracting the shield, he pointed to the blue button and asked, "What about this one?" Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled. "This is my best invention. This shield integrates the principles of scrolls, so it has a space similar to that of a scroll. You can use it like a space scroll. You can press the button on your wrist to store items." At this time, Lin also noticed the button on his wrist. That button was white. Lin had not expected it to have such a function. The blue button, when pressed, will launch hidden weapons. Pressing the green button allows you to equip hidden weapons in the center, and various items can be equipped. When equipped, the green button turns gray. Pressing it again will turn it back to green. Pressing the blue button will shoot it out. Various items can be equipped like shuriken and kunai. Upon hearing this, Lin made a disdainful expression. Seeing this, Orochimaru smiled. "If that's the case, I wouldn't have mentioned it. This shield took me a year to make. Now I will explain the item next to it. That item is meant to be used in conjunction with the shield." Lin looked at the peculiar object beside it. "These weapons will have significant uses in the following chapters, so I need to write them in detail." The oddly shaped object beside him resembled 4 chips fused together, very similar to a trident except that it was square on top rather than pointed. Lin pointed at the strange object and asked Orochimaru, "What is this thing? What use does it have compared to the shield in my hand?" Orochimaru smiled knowingly and said, "This is the key. After I joined the Akatsuki organization, I witnessed the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan and one of its abilities I have replicated using my science." Lin became intrigued upon hearing this. "Oh, that sounds very interesting. After all, it is an ability of the Rinnegan. Each one is quite powerful." Orochimaru noticed Lin's lack of surprise and was curious. "Have you also seen the Rinnegan? You seem not at all surprised." Lin could not reveal to Orochimaru that he was a time traveler, so he merely pointed to his own eyes and said, "Have you forgotten my Sharingan's abilities?" At that moment, Orochimaru recalled Lin's Sharingan abilities. "Your Sharingan's foresight is truly fascinating. You can even foresee the Rinnegan's powers." Lin, feeling somewhat impatient, urged, "What exactly is this ability? Hurry up and tell me. Stop keeping me in suspense." Orochimaru noticed Lin's growing impatience and began to explain. "It's hard to explain in words. Let's conduct a little experiment. Bring that object close to the shield." Lin picked up the oddly shaped object and brought it near the shield. The strange object flowed into the shield like particles. Lin observed the shield and noticed that there was no change. Lin voiced his doubts. "Why is there no change?" Orochimaru did not explain, but led Lin outside, opened the shield, and pressed the green button. That was the button for inserting hidden weapons. He threw a kunai at the shield, and just as the kunai was about to touch the shield, it disappeared. Orochimaru instructed Lin to press the blue button for launching hidden weapons. After Lin clicked it, the earlier kunai was launched out. Lin did not find this surprising at all. Orochimaru again used ninjutsu on the shield. Although it was just a standard fire style, it was directly absorbed by the shield. When Lin pressed the launch button, the fire style executed by Orochimaru was shot out from the shield. Lin was impressed by this function as it resembled the Rinnegan's ability to absorb ninjutsu. It was also very similar to the Rinnegan of the Otsutsuki. It could absorb ninjutsu and simultaneously release it. This function would be very useful in combat, allowing one to store some ninjutsu for later use during difficult times. Seeing such a function, Lin felt that this shield was already his. It would be extremely useful for him in entering secret realms where all abilities would reset. However, with this shield he could preload ninjutsu. Once inside, his weapon would remain unaffected. This weapon was truly a timely assistance for Lin. Lin revealed a cunning expression to Orochimaru. Seeing this expression, Orochimaru understood Lin's intentions. Whenever Lin wore such an expression, he would take many things from Orochimaru. Before Lin could speak, Orochimaru said, "You don't need to look at me like that. This thing is exactly what you need. Otherwise I wouldn't have brought you here. Just prepare me some experimental materials in return. Lin nodded and hugged Orochimaru. You truly are my good brother. You think of me when you have good things. I can't let you down either. Lin took out a devil fruit from his space scroll. This devil fruit was an ordinary zoantite fruit originally meant as a gift for Orochimaru. Lin threw the devil fruit to Orochimaru. This is for you. I will prepare more devil fruits for you in the future. You just focus on your research. By the way, the different races I sent you, they are not causing any trouble, right? Lin still held some hope for the different races he had purchased, not completely devoid of empathy. Lin, having gone through 9 years of compulsory education, could not bear the slave industry in the pirate world. He wanted to change this pirate world into the kind of world he had in his past life. Although Orochimaru had assured Lin that he would not harm those people, Lin still did not entirely trust him, especially considering Orochimaru's history of numerous human experiments. Orochimaru smiled and said, I won't lay a finger on those people. They have already been assigned to various tasks. Are there not enough pirates in the pirate world? Using these pirates for experiments is far better than those people you bought. Lin held no goodwill towards those pirates. Their fates were of no concern to him. The people Lin had purchased were already considered part of the Uchiha clan. Their presence in the Uchiha family still held some significance, merely providing them a place to stay. The rest depended on themselves. Lin returned to the Uchiha clan with the shield. He first summoned a slug. Little slug, please inform Slug Sage. During my absence I wish to summon several larger slugs to guard the Uchiha clan, and it may last for a long time. At least for a year. Lin usually did not notify when summoning, but now he needed to summon larger slugs to stay for an entire year. During this time Lin would not be able to dispel the summoning technique. He felt it was necessary to inform Slug Sage. Linku and I understand. I will relay your message to Slug Sage. You can summon me again in an hour. As the slug vanished, Lin began preparing, knowing there would be no life-threatening danger. However, the longer he stayed, the stronger his power would become, and the deeper his insights would be. Lin first checked his space scroll, which contained various ninjutsu scrolls, kunai, and shuriken. Lin placed his blood on a fragment of the blade at his waist. He pre-attached one protective cloud to his sword, one to his shield, and the remaining one to the space scroll. Lin's shield could store 25 ninjutsu. He stored his 5 most powerful attribute ninjutsu, 4 of each. In total he stored 20 ninjutsu. The little slug also returned with news. Slug Sage had agreed. Understanding this, Lin summoned 3 slugs, each 6 meters long and 10 meters in length. In a tranquil forest, a small wooden house is nestled among the mountains. Surrounding the house is a fence forming a courtyard centered around the wooden structure. Under the large tree beside the courtyard, a man and a woman are seated in meditation, refining their chakra. These two are Lin and Imei, who have entered this secret realm. Lin opened his eyes, exhaling softly as he murmured, My chakra has reached the level of a genin. Soon it will advance to a chunin level. It is time to understand the world we have come to. Lin and Imei have been in this world for a month, yet they have not sought to discover what era this world belongs to. They only know that this is a ninja world and have secluded themselves to begin their training. After all, regardless of the era, strength is the foremost priority. After a month of training, Lin's chakra is nearing the level of a jonin. He is confident that even if a regular jonin were to face him without caution, they would not stand a chance. However, should a real fight occur, Lin would not be a match for an elite jonin. His chakra has merely reached the jonin level, while ordinary jonins are no match for him. Imei has also cultivated her chakra to the level of a genin. If she were to unleash her full potential, even a mid-level chunin might not be her opponent. Lin and Imei have progressed remarkably fast. Part of their rapid advancement is due to the ninjutsu they brought from Lin's space scroll. The importance of ninjutsu in the ninja world is undeniable, yet mastering it is also exceptionally difficult. Only prominent clans possess the heritage of ninjutsu, but this poses no problem for Lin, as his space scroll contains an overwhelming number of techniques. Another significant reason for their progress is their enhanced talents. When they entered the secret realm, both Lin and Imei had the opportunity to select their talents. Imei was exceptionally fortunate. When choosing her talent, she drew the rare Shadow-level ninjutsu talent. Shadow-level ninjutsu talent grants access to 7 elemental chakra types. By diligently practicing, she can cultivate the ninjutsu of the 7 elemental chakra types to a shadow-level standard. With certain opportunities, she might even advance to a super shadow level. As strength reaches the super shadow level, talents will undergo transformation. Lin's talent draw was not particularly impressive, yet his Otsutsuki bloodline provides him with significant potential. At the very least, it ensures he reaches the super shadow level, but Lin's Otsutsuki bloodline seems to be directly from the main family. In a letter from his parents it stated that his Otsutsuki bloodline would automatically activate at the age of 25. At that time he would gain access to the Byakugan Sharingan and all sorts of chakra, yet this activation of his Otsutsuki bloodline would only slightly surpass that of the branch family. He would merely reach the baseline standard of the main family. After all members of the main family consumed chakra fruits upon reaching adulthood. The letter also mentioned that if he could gather all the top-tier bloodlines, his Otsutsuki bloodline would further enhance. This is similar to the direction of evolution achieved by the Otsutsuki main family through consuming chakra fruits. However, after integrating these bloodlines by the age of 25, when his Otsutsuki bloodline activates, it would be comparable to that of the main family members. However, Lin could consume another chakra fruit. Once consumed, his Otsutsuki bloodline would surpass that of the main family, and might even evolve further. Although he still needs to collect various bloodlines to activate them, without the Otsutsuki bloodline merging, incomplete bloodlines could lead to his demise, as no body can withstand the fusion of multiple bloodlines. Even in the original story, Yakushi Kabuto merely fused other bloodlines. Without merging the Sharingan Byakugan or Hashirama cells, just fusing the Uzumaki bloodline was exceptionally painful. He was on the verge of collapse. Let alone other individuals. Upon entering the secret realm, Lin and Imai's Uchiha clan Sharingan talent did not vanish. It was merely reset to the level where the Sharingan had not been activated at all. Upon entering the secret realm, they could observe the levels of various talents. Lin's Sharingan is naturally top-tier, capable of evolving to the level of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Imai's Sharingan is merely mid-tier and can only evolve to the Totemo Sharingan. She is unable to evolve to the Threetomo Sharingan. Throughout this month, neither Lin nor Imai's Sharingan has undergone any evolution. After all, during this month they have been busy refining so much chakra and practicing numerous ninjutsu, leaving them no time to cultivate their Sharingan. Moreover, the Sharingan requires stimulation to awaken. In this month their lives have been quite stable, devoid of any such stimulus. Let alone awakening the Sharingan. However, Lin's Byakugan has activated. His Byakugan is of a high grade. Lin awakened it during an accidental training session. He restarted his training with the Byakugan, which accelerated his ninjutsu cultivation. After all, he had trained in it before, it was merely a matter of retraining. The training is definitely faster. Lin's chakra reaching the Jonin level is primarily due to his Uzumaki bloodline, which is top tier. Within a month, Lin's chakra has already reached the Jonin level. And it continues to increase. Lin plans to wait until Imai's chakra reaches the Chunin level before venturing out to learn what era this world belongs to. At this moment, Imai under the large tree also opened her eyes. She suddenly leapt into Lin's arms, exclaiming, "Brother Lin, my chakra has already reached the Chunin level. My talent has truly improved a lot. To think I've cultivated to Chunin level in just a month. Thank you so much, Brother Lin." Lin gently patted Imai's head, saying, "It's all thanks to your own hard work." Imai bounced toward the wooden house, saying as she ran, "Brother Lin, it's already noon. Aren't you hungry? I'll go make you something to eat." Lin smiled at Imai and replied, "Slow down, what if you trip?" Imai replied without looking back, "I'm not that clumsy," as she ran into the house. Lin smiled and resumed his meditation. Just as he settled down, he heard the sound of metal clashing nearby. Lin activated his Byakugan. He discovered two groups of people engaged in combat not far away. The pursuers numbered 10, while the ones being chased were only 5, and they were protecting a 6-year-old girl. Observing them, Lin noted that they were dressed in very archaic attire, and there was no chakra flow within them, merely ordinary warriors clashing swords. There were no signs of ninjutsu or chakra. Lin pondered. "I'll go take a look. It's a good opportunity to learn what era we are in this ninja world." Lin cautioned Imai in the room, saying, "Imai, stay put for now. I'll step out for a bit. Be careful and stay safe." Imai replied while cooking, "Got it, Brother Lin." "Jimei, run. I will hold them off." The leader among the 5 stopped fleeing and turned to face the pursuers. The others surrounding him also turned around. "Daddy!" The little girl was already crying, unwilling to leave her father's side. The 10 pursuers surrounded them completely. The 5 adults formed a circle to protect Jimei in the center. Jimei clung tightly to her father's pant leg. Jimei's father sighed and spoke in a somber tone. "It seems I am destined to die here today. But even in death I will ensure your escape." He gently patted Jimei's head as if to comfort her. "Do not be afraid, all of you will die here." The leader holding a knife said to Jimei's father, "Hello?" At that moment Lin suddenly appeared on a nearby tree. Waving his hand to greet them, both sides were startled by Lin and quickly distanced themselves. The pursuers felt relieved seeing that Lin was alone. He thought Lin was a reinforcement for Jimei's father. he instructed the others nearby. Do not waste time, get rid of him. Lin noticed their intent to attack. He waved his hand saying, I mean no harm. I only wished to ask a few questions. And if I get angry even I would fear myself. However, they ignored Lin and instead wore mocking expressions. Lin shook his head. His figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was right in front of the person who attacked him, swiftly drawing a bloodthirsty blade from his spatial scroll and slitting their throat. After finishing these actions, Lin returned to the tree, wiping the blood from the blade as if the person who just died had nothing to do with him. I told you when I get angry I fear even myself. You did not listen. The leader, seeing his fallen comrade, shouted angrily at Lin. Damn it! You actually killed Uchiha, everyone attack. Kill him to avenge Uchiha. After saying that, he raised his knife and charged at Lin while the 9 others followed suit in a furious assault. Lin did not wish for such conflict to arise, but now it was unavoidable. He could only deal with them. Lin simultaneously created 8 shadow clones. All of them rushed out wielding kunai while his main body faced their leader with the bloodthirsty blade. In just an instant of confrontation, Lin's clones overwhelmed them, resolving the situation in less than a minute. After dealing with them, Lin dispelled the shadow clones. Lin felt the fatigue in his body inside. In the pirate world, this level of combat would be nothing. The energy in the pirate world is much denser than in the ninja world. This is also why people in the pirate world generally live to be 60 or 70 years old, and still possess formidable combat strength at that age. In the ninja world, very few reach such an age, let alone maintaining good combat strength at 60 or 70. However, the ninja world has its own advantages. There are far more people with chakra in the ninja world than in the pirate world. In the pirate world, only 1 person in 1,000 can possess it. Although it cannot compare to the conqueror's haki, it is still very rare. Lin also did not understand why people from the pirate world would possess chakra. One of the greatest advantages of the ninja world is that the 3 great holy lands have abundant natural energy. This is something the pirate world lacks. Lin pondered for a moment, and decided to stop thinking about it. He walked up to Jaimai's father. Jaimai's father quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, Benefactor, thank you. My name is Yeyu Njili. I am very grateful to you. Without your help we might have perished here. May I ask your name, Benefactor? Lin waved his hand unconcerned. I am Lin. I have a few questions to ask you. Benefactor, feel free to ask. I, Yeyu Njili, will surely answer to the best of my knowledge. Who were the people chasing you just now? Why were they after you? Upon hearing this, Yeyu Njili sighed and said dejectedly, The group that chased us just now is from the Yuanao family. The Yuanao family has always been rivals with our Yuyuan family. This time I don't know what kind of luck the Yuanao family has, but they actually have a ninja join their family. During this process of competing for resources, the Yuanao family allied with that ninja and wiped out our Yuyuan family. We were simply no match for them. As the patriarch of the Yuyuan family, under their coercion and out of desperation, I announced the dissolution of the family. The members of the Yuyuan family also dispersed. Only a few of us remain. But the Yuanao family did not let us go and sent people to hunt us down. We barely managed to escape here. Then, Benefactor, you saved me. Lin understood the situation and nodded, addressing Yeyu Njili. You must be tired, right? My house is nearby. Come sit at my place. Lin led Yeyu Njili and the others towards the wooden cabin. Lin did this because he possessed sufficient strength. He was not afraid of them having the strength to defeat him. The more important reason was that it was rare to meet people, and he needed to clarify which era this was. All right, to prepare for what is to come. Lin returned to the small wooden house where Imei was already waiting at the door to greet him. Brother Lin, you finally returned. I was so worried about you. Imei threw herself into Lin's arms, pounding on his chest with her hands. Did I not come back? After saying this, Lin whispered in Yaimai's ear. Get up quickly, there are people around. Imei then noticed the others around. She emerged from Lin's embrace, pretending as if nothing had happened. However, the blush on her face betrayed her. Lin also explained who the people he brought back were and instructed Imei to prepare more food. He sat down at the table with Yeyu Njili and began to chat. Gradually, Lin understood the current state of the ninja world. It was the era of clans. Although each country had its leaders, their influence was minimal. The true power was in the hands of those strong families. What Lin did not expect was that this era was approaching the establishment of Konoha. The current ninja world revolves around clans. All ninjas are from clans, and small families like theirs might not even have a single ninja. However, the major clans that resound throughout the world have many ninjas. The most powerful clans are well known, such as the Uchiha clan left by Indra, the Senju clan left by Ashura, the Hyuga clan which possesses the Byakugan, the Uzumaki clan, a distant relative of the Senju clan, the Take-Torai clan which possesses the Shikatsumiyaku. The leader of the Uchiha clan is Uchiha Taijima, the father of the legendary Uchiha Madara. The leader of the Senju clan is Senju Hashirama, the father of the god of shinobi. Since this is the Warring States period, Lin is looking forward to it. The battle between the Shura of the ninja world Uchiha Madara and the god of ninjas Senju Hashirama. As he pondered, Lin's eyes suddenly brightened. Since the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan can produce two geniuses, the Shura of the ninja world and the god of ninjas, then why can't the Hyuga clan give birth to a genius known as the god of Byakugan? Lin thought of an idea in his heart, feeling quite good about it. Byakugan cannot be enhanced through training. At the moment it is awakened, the level of Byakugan is fixed. Thus at the moment Lin awakened his Byakugan, Lin's Byakugan manifestation was born. So now Lin can use Byakugan. If it were only a manifestation, Lin still couldn't compare to the Shura of the ninja world or the god of ninjas, but Lin's talent had not disappeared. As long as he finds a way to the moon, Lin can evolve into the Rinnegan possessing the Rinnegan. Lin feels that he can definitely contend with the god of ninjas and the Shura of the ninja world. After finishing the meal, Lin arranged for them to stay here. They would leave tomorrow. Lin had other matters to attend to and couldn't follow them all the time to ensure their safety. Moreover, Lin had no such obligation. Lin and Ime lay on the bed. Lin opened the space scroll. After entering the space scroll, Lin wanted to search for some ninjutsu that could help him. After all, the difficulty of becoming a genius of the Hyuga clan is extremely high, especially since they also possess Byakugan. Byakugan allows one to see through and observe people's chakra. Using genjutsu, one can see clearly with Byakugan. So for Lin now, this is just a goal. He hadn't even thought of the very first step. Lin kept searching in the space scroll. He wanted to find a suitable ninjutsu. After a night of searching, Lin finally found the ninjutsu he had longed for. His plan was set in motion. Lin walked out of the space scroll. He began to learn the ninjutsu. At this time, Yaimai's father and his group also left. After all, they had to live and couldn't stay here forever. Lin did not keep them. After they left, Lin took out several ninjutsu that he had found while searching for the other ninjutsu. The learning difficulty of those ninjutsu is very high. Even with Lin's talent, it wasn't particularly fast to learn, and success would require a lot of time. Lin took out all the ninjutsu and began a day-to-day learning process. While cultivating, Lin discovered some issues. Even if he mastered the ninjutsu, he was uncertain about when Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were born, so he definitely needed to prepare early. Lin planned to move next to the Hyuga clan. Before they left, Lin asked Yaimai's father for a map and studied. The Uchiha clan, Senju clan, and Hyuga clan formed a triangular formation. A river divides them. The northern side of the river is the Senju clan and the southern side is the Uchiha clan. The Hyuga clan is located upstream of the river. Lin felt that this geographical position was excellent. He could observe the situations of the Uchiha clan, Senju clan, and Hyuga clan. He could also observe the birth situations of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Lin decided to go for it. He packed important items into the space scroll and with Ime headed towards the Hyuga clan. In a small house near the forest beside the town next to the Hyuga clan, this is where Lin settled. During this time, Lin had learned those ninjutsu. And he was preparing. During this time, Lin had learned that Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were about to be born. The child of the Hyuga clan leader was also about to be born. This was something Lin had not anticipated. Previously, he had been thinking of how to infiltrate the Hyuga clan to become a child of the Hyuga clan. Now the opportunity was right in front of him. Lin also did not expect that his most difficult problem would be so easily solved. However, Lin felt that it was still not very secure here. He was still not very certain of everyone's birth times. Lin sent out shadow clones to infiltrate the three clans and continuously observed. Lin's shadow clones used the system's talent to become invisible and infiltrated the three great clans. When Lin entered the secret realm, he had experimented and found that the system's talent had not disappeared. This also made some tasks easier for Lin. After entering the three great clans, the shadow clones found the mothers of the Suntobu-born Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, as well as the lady of the Hyuga clan. Continuously observing. At the same time, the shadow clone in the Hyuga clan found the lady of the Hyuga clan and secretly attached a protective cloud to her. The same was true for the mothers of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Lin did not expect that his protective cloud could still be used after entering the secret realm. Lin had previously thought that the protective cloud was not a weapon, but now it seemed to be quite a weapon. However, it still had many limitations. Many functions of the protective cloud could no longer be used. It could only use the teleportation and observation functions. Teleportation, it can teleport to the location of the protective cloud. Observation, it can turn the protective cloud into its own eyes and observe the surroundings through it. Although these functions remain, the main change of the protective cloud has disappeared. Only these less important functions remain. Defensive capabilities have disappeared. When the protective cloud attacks an opponent or defends against an attack, it turns into fragments. Don't ask how Lin knows this. Didn't he see that only 3 protective clouds were left out of 4? When Lin first entered the secret scroll, he was surprised to find that the protective cloud had come in wanting to experiment to see if its original functions were still there. As a result, he lost the protective cloud for no reason, which made Lin feel quite distressed. After all, once he came in, the abilities of the Sharingan disappeared, and it was impossible to recreate it. Losing one really meant losing one. After placing the protective clouds on the 3 individuals, it merged into an invisible place on them. After merging, the protective cloud disappeared. However, Lin could still see it. Although he knew that the merging function was still there, he had not tested it before observing the surroundings while merging. This experiment made Lin discover that it could still proceed simultaneously. Although the merging function remained, it did not provide any defensive attack bonuses. After completing all preparations, Lin had the shadow clones quietly return. The 3 great clans, even the Hyuga clan, did not notice any abnormalities. Thus Lin completed all arrangements without anyone's knowledge. Lin continued to live a mundane life in the small town next to the Hyuga clan. However, secretly Lin established an organization called the Akatsuki to accept any escort and assassination missions. After all, even though Lin is a very powerful ninja, he would still worry about money. Lin couldn't rob others, he could only make up for his living expenses this way. However, Lin's purpose in establishing this organization was not just to make money. On a quiet little path, a convoy passed by consisting of 4 horse-drawn carriages flanked by 6 mounted riders. They leisurely set off towards the horizon. As they approached the valley ahead, a group of bandits charged down from the hills. One of the riders, seemingly the leader, spoke to the others behind him. You all go and deal with this. Don't waste any time. Those behind him nodded in response. They all drew their kunai and rushed forward. The group of bandits did not include any ninjas. The 5 of them swiftly dispatched the attackers. After dealing with the situation, the convoy set off once more. The 6 riders were naturally Lin, Yayu, and Geely, and those whom Yayu and Geely had brought along. As for why Yayu and Geely joined Lin's Akatsuki organization, that story goes back 5 months. 5 months ago, Lin had just finished setting everything up in the Hyuga clan when someone came knocking at the door. Upon opening the door, Lin found Yayu and Geely and his group along with the injured Yayu and Jime. Yayu and Geely and his companions looked disheveled, their clothes in tatters. Their garments were stained with blood. As soon as Lin opened the door, Yayu and Geely knelt down, followed by the others. Please, I beg you, save my daughter. If you save her, I will willingly serve you for the rest of my life. Lin quickly helped them up, saying, calm down. First, he'll have Ime treat Jime. He led them inside and had Ime take Jime into the bedroom to begin her treatment. Lin first treated Yayu and Geely and his group. Afterward, he began to chat with them. As soon as they sat down, Yayu and Geely hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Lin, you saved my daughter, and I will follow you from now on. Lin smiled and did not say much more, considering that keeping them around might not be a bad idea. Lin wanted to establish the Akatsuki organization, which would merely be a hired team. He knew he couldn't stay there forever, nor would he manage it himself. Although Lin was the leader of the Uchiha clan, he had not engaged in any affairs. He had left all matters to Uchiha Fugaku. Now, with Yayu and Geely coming to him, a clan leader who could manage things better than he could, Lin thought it would be great. Nodding to himself, Lin agreed to Yayu and Geely's request to follow him. Since Yayu and Geely had joined Lin, he was now part of Lin's affairs. Lin asked Yayu and Geely what exactly happened. Why have you returned looking like this after just a few days? Yayu and Geely sighed, looking embarrassed as he replied, after we left, we went to a nearby town to buy some supplies. While gathering, we were discovered and pursued by members of that clan. Jime was accidentally injured while we were escaping with her. We struggled immensely to escape. Jime is just a child, and we adults, being strong, managed to get out, but afterward she fainted. Her injuries worsened. We only knew basic bandaging techniques and couldn't save Jime, so in desperation we thought of you. We also heard that you were heading to the Hyuga clan, which was not far from where we set off. So we decided to try our luck and hurried over. Fortunately, we found a house in the forest, and upon finding it, I knew we had found you, my lord. I hope you can save Jime. I know you have no obligation to do so, so I offered such a condition. I didn't expect you, Lord Lin, to agree. I am truly grateful to you. After learning the details, Lin understood and continued the conversation. Eventually, under Yaimai's care, Jimei was out of danger and Lin took them in. Lin learned the names of the other three men named Yayuan Zhu, Yayuan Xian, and Yayuan Gangben. The only girl was named Yayuan Ling, who he wondered if she had any relation to Yayuan Rin, whom Obito liked. Initially, Lin planned for them to do some odd jobs. However, over time he discovered that they all had some basic ninja training. Especially Jimei, who had excellent ninja talent. From that moment on, Lin began to teach them ninjutsu, training them to become ninjas. Over 4 months, Yayuan Jili and his group reached the rank of genin. Although they were just genin in a world where clans dominated ninjas, it was already quite remarkable for commoners. Lin did not teach Jimei ninjutsu but assigned her training tasks instead. After all, Jimei was too young and Lin planned to teach her ninjutsu when she was older. For now it was sufficient to lay a solid foundation. When they reached genin, Lin allowed them to resolve their own grievances. The clan that attacked them only had 1 genin. Yayuan Jili, with 5 genin at his side, easily took revenge. After avenging themselves, Yayuan Jili was even more devoted to following Lin. After they moved in, Lin expanded his small wooden house into a 3-story villa. The 3-story villa was well equipped with various facilities for Lin and his companions to live in. Lin and they constantly took on tasks in secret to sustain their lives. This time the task was an escort mission, simply ensuring a person reached their destination safely. The task was quite simple. Although they encountered some ninjas along the way, Lin easily resolved the situation with his strength. They successfully collected their commission. On the way back to the wooden house at night, Lin and Yayuan Jili chatted happily about the reward. Over the 4 months, Lin and their relationship had grown closer. Lin, being an optimistic person without any airs, quickly got along well with them. In front of the wooden house, Imei and Jimei had been waiting for a long time. After everyone finished a warm meal together, Lin lay in bed preparing to do what he did every night. Through the surveillance cloud he observed the situation, and just as Lin was about to fall asleep he noticed something unusual. The wife of the Hyuga clan was about to give birth, and upon seeing this Lin was filled with excitement, jumping up from the bed. "Do you know how long I've waited for this moment?" Imei beside him looked at Lin with concern. "Lin, are you alright?" Lin scratched his head and calmed his excited heart. "My plan is about to begin." On a moonless and windy night, the Hinata family mansion was bustling with activity. The patriarch of the Hinata family in his 30s paced anxiously outside, walking back and forth around the courtyard, more worried as he heard the wails from within the house. Someone next to him comforted the patriarch, saying, "Do not worry, everything will be fine." However, this only deepened the patriarch's concern. This is their first child and they have not been able to conceive for several years since their marriage. This is the first time she is pregnant. How can I not worry? The sounds of wailing filled the room. It will happen soon, the baby will be born shortly. As time passed, the wails in the room ceased, replaced by the sound of a baby's cries. The child had finally been born. The person who assisted with the delivery opened the door and joyfully announced, "Congratulations, Patriarch! It's a boy. Mother and child are safe." The patriarch of the Hinata family was overjoyed and shed tears of happiness. He quickly rushed inside, arriving at the bedside to greet his wife who had just given birth. "Chin, are you okay? Thank you for bearing our child." "I'm fine, Dijian. This was all worth it. We finally have our child," she said with a look of contentment at the newborn beside her. Hinata Dijian saw the newborn and immediately picked the child up as the baby continued to cry, spinning around while exclaiming, "I have a son now." The baby stopped crying as soon as Dijian held him. Instead, the infant began to giggle. Chin, lying in bed, watched everything with a look of satisfaction. Unbeknownst to them, however, in a dark corner of the room someone was silently observing them. That person was Lin, who had entered the room earlier through the guardian cloud. He had activated his invisibility before arriving, so no one noticed him. Lin approached the wife of the Hinata family, who was lying on the bed next to the patriarch, who was holding the newborn, and there was the baby giggling in Dijian's arms. Although Lin felt reluctant to disturb such a warm family moment, he was not a saint and proceeded with his plan. Lin retrieved a dead infant from his space, one who had drowned in the river. He was unaware of which family had discarded the child into the water. However, to preserve a soul, a complete body was essential, so Lin brought the child back. After retrieving the body, Lin used surgical fruit to treat the infant, making it indistinguishable from a normal body except for the lack of a soul. He had also specifically chosen a visually appealing infant, believing it to be a boy, only to find upon returning that it was a girl. Lin prepared to search for another one, but time was short. The Hinata matriarch was already in labor, so Lin had no choice but to transfer the soul into the girl's body. Upon entering the secret space, Lin was unaware that he could use the devil fruit. By chance he discovered its use, but it required further development. He returned to the moment he had just consumed the devil fruit. Without further delay he quickly formed seals and executed the ninjutsu he had practiced for half a year. Lin first performed the soul-severing technique, splitting his own soul in two, allowing the practitioner to switch between the two souls. After the two souls were separated, the new soul would inherit all the talents and bloodlines of the original. Although Lin had researched this ninjutsu, it appeared advantageous to split his soul into two, granting him double the combat power. However, this technique had its drawbacks. The new soul would not retain the skills of the original, and would only possess the talent and bloodline, necessitating retraining. Moreover, chakra would not be divided. The new soul would need to cultivate in the body it entered, and the soul would certainly Additionally, it would enter a month-long period of weakness, during which the bodies controlled by the two souls would be incapable of any action. They could only speak, but their bodies would be utterly immobile. After the soul weakened, its power would significantly decline. After performing this ninjutsu, a wave of weakness hit Lin, causing him to collapse to the ground. If it weren't for his invisibility, a talent that would not be dispelled by weakness, Lin felt he would have been exposed. However, possessing the Otsutsuki bloodline, even though it was not yet activated, he still had the Uchiha and Uzumaki bloodlines, which were not to be underestimated. With the aid of his Uchiha bloodline, Lin's soul gradually began to recover. Lin estimated that within 2 years the soul he had split off would be restored. Gradually the feeling of weakness faded from his body. This was the effect of the Uzumaki bloodline. Simultaneously, Lin activated the surgical fruit's gradual surgery, which slowly mitigates fatigue, injuries, and pain, preventing the body from feeling discomfort temporarily. After leaving combat, the damages, pains, and fatigue would be returned to the body. This was a technique Lin had redeveloped over 4 months. He felt that his thunder fruit and ninjutsu attack methods were sufficient. Thus Lin focused on the surgical fruit primarily for healing. Slowly he got back up, but continued to breathe heavily. At that moment Lin noticed two perspectives appearing before him. One was the perspective of the recently split soul, and the other was that of his original soul. Although Lin found it strange, he saw his split soul weakening rapidly, and knew he could not wait any longer. Lin quickly formed seals and cast another ninjutsu. Soul transfer technique, which transfers one's soul or another's from the physical body, then moves it to another physical body. The talents and bloodlines would also follow the soul into the new body. This technique Lin found had drawbacks. It could not be interrupted during use, or the practitioner would pay with their life. The soul being exchanged could not exist without a body. If it lacked a body for over a minute, the exposed soul would directly enter the practitioner's body, forcing the practitioner's soul out. The expelled soul would forever vanish. Lin transferred the soul of the newborn Hinata baby into the body of the dead infant, placing the soul he had split from into the body of the newly born Hinata infant. Lin did not dare to show any signs of delay. His invisibility time was running out. At the moment the ninjutsu was completed, he used the guardian cloud on Ime to teleport away. In the instant Lin teleported away, the baby in his arms took a breath, while the infant in Dijian's hands slowly fell asleep, pausing for a moment before resuming breathing. In a tranquil forest stood a humble wooden cottage. Inside, Lin slowly stirred awake, yet as he attempted to rise he found his body utterly paralyzed. Only his facial muscles responded. He felt profoundly weak, as if the slightest touch might topple him. At that moment Ime entered through the doorway carrying a bowl of rice. Upon seeing Lin awake, she rushed into his arms, tears glistening in her eyes, and whispered, "Brother Lin, you're finally awake. I've prepared your meal, please eat quickly." She placed the bowl before him. Lin tried to lift his hand, but could not move. He murmured helplessly, "Ime, I can't move right now. I used a forbidden jutsu, one with lingering side effects. For 1 month my limbs will remain immobile. I'll need your care until then." "No hardship at all." Ime shook her head. "So long as Brother Lin lives, nothing else matters. And please, no more perilous jutsu afterward. You worried me so terribly. Don't fret, I won't repeat it. You dare try again." "Ime, I was wrong. No more chances, never again." As Lin and Ime exchanged tender words, Genji Yohara entered with 4 others, and just outside the door Yohara Yomi crouched silently. Flustered, Ime fell quiet and began feeding Lin in silence. Genji Yohara stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Lord Lin, you've awakened at last. Yesterday a stranger arrived requesting to join our organization. His appearance is most unusual. I hesitated, so I deferred judgment until your awakening. Since you remained unconscious, I told him you were away on urgent business, and would return only after some time." Lin opened his mouth to say he'd go meet the man himself. Then recalled something urgent. Hastily he asked Ime, "How many days have passed since I fell unconscious?" She rested her chin on her palm, pondering briefly. "Approximately 3 days," Lin's face tightened with alarm. 3 days. Then what of my other self, the Hyuga heir? If I've been comatose, he may be too, perhaps even presumed dead, having lain motionless for 3 days since birth. That cannot stand. He also realized, his mind held no dual perspective. No overlapping awareness. This deepened his dread. I prepared meticulously for this split, planned for every conceivable failure over the coming month of bedridden recovery. Yet could it truly end like this? So absurdly. As Lin wrestled with these thoughts, a sudden infant's wail pierced the silence. Ime sprang up and dashed out, calling back over her shoulder. Brother Lin, wait just a moment. I'll return shortly. Moments later she reappeared cradling a newborn. Before Lin could ask, she said gently, This is the infant you brought home the day you collapsed. Memory returned. Lin understood as the son of the Hyuga clan had the child bore the Byakugan, a rare gift and a formidable asset worth cultivating. He instructed Ime to safeguard the infant, for now that was not his priority. Then turning to Genji Yohara he asked, Where is he now? He claims residence in the adjacent forest, and insists on meeting you personally, replied Genji Yohara, bowing respectfully. Lin felt a flicker of curiosity. Who could this be? Yet more pressing matters demanded attention. Bring him to me, Lin commanded. Genji Yohara bowed once more and withdrew. Lin waved a hand wearily. I wish to be alone, please all step out. Just as they turned to leave he added, Yohara Ryo, take them and craft me a wheeled chair. I cannot walk for a month, mobility is essential. Yohara Ryo nodded swiftly and led the others out without delay. All departed, except Ime. Once the door closed behind them, Lin sank inward, focusing his consciousness. After several minutes of meticulous searching he finally located his splintered soul. Closing his eyes he traced the resonance, until his awareness settled upon the infant's fragile form. He saw himself swaddled in the gentle arms of Hyuga Koto. Relief washed over him. He had not been abandoned. His preparations had borne fruit. Now he began sifting through the infant's nascent memories. At last he uncovered the root of the anomaly. During the excruciating soul-splitting he had forcibly implanted his consciousness into another vessel, damaging its integrity. Fortune favored him. The Otsutsuki bloodline within him had shielded his essence from total annihilation, which such violent fusion would otherwise have inflicted. He sensed his soul slowly mending, imperceptibly yet undeniably alive. That alone was grace enough. Further scrutiny revealed the core issue: his fractured soul lacked sufficient strength to govern two bodies simultaneously, hence the current state wherein only one vessel could be consciously directed at a time. The other acted purely on instinct, or followed the primary self's preset intent, devoid of independent thought, like an automaton, precise but unthinking. It was fortunate indeed that the host body was an infant, not an adult. Otherwise the dissonance would have been instantly apparent. But this was temporary. As his soul regained strength, dual control would return, and full coherence be restored. Because only one body retained conscious memory, the other's experiences remained locked away, accessible only through deep mental excavation. There Lin discovered this infant had already been named Hyuga. Lin gazed upon the beautiful woman before him, Hyuga Koto, and felt the unmistakable thrum of shared blood in his veins. A soft sigh escaped him. He let the thought drift away. Having confirmed no further anomalies, he withdrew his awareness and returned fully to his original body. A profound calm settled over him. His sacrifice had not been in vain. Now came the time for rest and reassurance. At that moment Ime wheeled in a finely crafted chair. Brother Lin, I'd like to take you outside, and perhaps meet the one who seeks to join us. Of course, Brother Lin. With tender care she lifted him into the chair. Then she pushed him gently toward the courtyard, stopping beneath the pavilion he himself had built. This pavilion was his sanctuary, where in idle hours or between missions Lin, Genji Yohara, Genji Uchiha, and Genji Shin gathered. They sipped tea, nibbled sweets, played mahjong and cards, finding quiet joy in simple companionship. Reclining in the chair, Lin observed Yohara Ryo tending the infant Yohara Yomi, playfully teasing the child. The three men absorbed in their card game across the way, and behind him Ime steady and serene. In that suspended moment Lin felt pure unguarded peace, and closed his eyes to savor it. Then as time flowed onward, Genji Yohara returned, leading the stranger into the pavilion. Lin opened his eyes, and stared astonished. You! Why are you here? We finally meet Uchiha Lin. Should I call you by another name? Lin conversed with him loud enough for everyone around to hear. When everyone looked over they saw a being that resembled neither man nor ghost. They quietly distanced themselves from him. The speaker was extremely peculiar, hardly resembling a human. The person was entirely black, wearing human clothing, possessing eyes and a mouth, but upon closer inspection it was nearly indistinguishable. He seemed to flow like black liquid. He could also move freely. This person was none other than Kurizetsu. As Lin caught sight of Kurizetsu, his mood soured and he stared in astonishment at the being before him, echoing in his mind, "Why has Kurizetsu come to find me? He should be seeking out Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara. After all, they are the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, crucial to reviving Kaguya. Why would he come to find me? Moreover, he called my name. What is going on? I've never met him before. And what did he mean by that last sentence?" Additionally, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were already born before Hinata's Kodo was born. But it was only by a month or two. He should be looking for Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama. Lin constantly pondered in his mind, confirming that he had indeed never seen Kurizetsu, and could only clarify Kurizetsu's purpose for being here. Despite these thoughts, Lin felt no panic. He knew all of Kurizetsu's plans and that he could not deceive him, for his strength was not that formidable. Kaguya did not leave him with much power. With Lin's current strength he could easily defeat Kurizetsu, but Lin was uncertain whether he could kill him. Though he was weak, he was after all a being split from Kaguya. In the original work he was sealed along with Kaguya and not killed. Lin was unsure if he could kill Kurizetsu in an instant. If he acted rashly, Kurizetsu would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to eliminate him. If he couldn't kill him, Kurizetsu would certainly deceive Uchiha Madara into seeking him out, thus ruining his plans. It would be a lose-lose situation, and he could only inquire, "Kurizetsu, what are you here for?" Kurizetsu must have a purpose for seeking him out. "I'm here to join the organization you established." Kurizetsu seemed unfazed that Lin recognized him and stated his purpose for being here. Lin was unaware of Kurizetsu's intentions and pondered the pros and cons of Kurizetsu joining the organization. Kurizetsu's involvement would surely bring benefits. Kurizetsu's abilities would definitely provide the organization with accurate and swift intelligence. Once Kurizetsu joined the group, Lin could slowly uncover his true motives. Furthermore, with him in the organization, Lin could monitor him. If Kurizetsu were to act against him, Lin would surely sense it. He would no longer be so passive. However, Lin did not yet know Kurizetsu's true purpose for joining the organization. The closer Kurizetsu got to him, the greater the chance he would act against Lin. And Kurizetsu is a 1,000-year-old schemer, extremely patient, having endured for a millennium. He might strike when you least expect it. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito were both thoroughly deceived by him. Lin carefully contemplated and felt that it was still best to allow Kurizetsu to join his organization. Lin did not know why, but a feeling arose in his heart that Kurizetsu would not harm him. During their earlier conversation, Lin also felt a wave of warmth. It was as if he and Kurizetsu had met before and shared a bond of friendship. Lin did not understand what was happening, but it still influenced his decision. "Alright, I agree to let you join our organization, but I have some conditions." Kurizetsu maintained a nonchalant attitude. It seemed that no matter what conditions Lin proposed, Kurizetsu would agree. "You may speak." Lin pondered carefully, though Kurizetsu had joined his organization. A feeling of warmth arose in his heart. But this would at most lead him to agree to Kurizetsu's joining. It would not lessen his vigilance against him. "Without my permission you cannot wander freely. You must appear within my line of sight every day. You must report to me when going out." "Where are you going? How long do you plan to be away?" Lin thought that by putting forth such conditions Kurizetsu would retreat. After all, his conditions had already affected Kurizetsu's plans. But to Lin's astonishment, Kurizetsu showed no reaction and calmly answered, "Fine, I agree." Lin was also taken aback. But since he had agreed, Lin certainly would not go back on his word. He instructed Yawara Kiji beside him, "From now on he is a member of our organization. Prepare a room for him." After speaking, Lin turned to Kurizetsu and warned, "You'd better not have any other thoughts. I am always watching you. If you make any unusual moves, I will eliminate you by any means necessary. If you behave well, perhaps I can grant you some freedom." Lin was also uncertain of Kurizetsu's intentions. He could only warn him this way. Kurizetsu did not get angry. Instead, he meaningfully said to Lin, "I have no plans to harm you, nor do I harbor any evil intentions. You can rest easy." After saying this, Kurizetsu followed Yawara Kiji into the room. As Kurizetsu approached Lin, he did not directly enter the room but came to Lin's side. Yawara Kiji attempted to stop him, but Lin shook his head, allowing Kurizetsu to approach. He wanted to see what Kurizetsu was up to. Kurizetsu came closer, leaned down, and whispered softly in Lin's ear, "Don't be too wary of me. After all, we are on the same side, sharing a common enemy." "Is that so?" Otsutsuki Lin. After saying this, Kurizetsu walked toward the room without looking back. Lin sat in his wheelchair shocked by what Kurizetsu had just said. How did he know about my Otsutsuki clan identity? Who told him? I have not mentioned my identity as an Otsutsuki to anyone. Moreover, he mentioned that we are on the same side. Does he mean that we are both defectors from the Otsutsuki clan? But I have no memories of the Otsutsuki clan. Could it be due to being a transmigrator? I haven't received certain memories. Yet Lin recalled he had been hostile toward Kurizetsu, yet Kurizetsu had shown no surprise, indicating that they had never met and were not friends. This suggests that his previous assumptions were incorrect. What could be the reason? Lin was utterly perplexed. There was too little information regarding this matter. Lin planned to learn more from Kurizetsu later to decode this missing memory. He could only sit in his wheelchair basking in the sun while pondering Kurizetsu's words. A month later, Lin was able to move normally again. He slowly stood up from his wheelchair and stretched his back. Finally able to walk. As Lin took a step, he stumbled slightly. Fortunately, Mei was there to support him. Lin patted his chest, flicked his hair, and narcissistically said, "Thank you, Mei. If I had fallen, my handsome face would have been ruined." "Lin Gage, you are so vain," Imei muttered softly. Although her voice was very quiet, Lin still heard her. "What do you think I'm not handsome?" he replied, leaning his face closer and giving her lips a gentle peck. Yaimai's face instantly flushed. "Lin Gage, there are people here." She quickly ran back to her room. Ha, Imei is still as shy as ever. Although Imei and Lin had been together for almost a year, she was not shy when they were intimate. She was quite generous, but the moment someone was watching, Imei transformed back into a bashful girl in love. Sitting in the pavilion were Naira Geely, members of the Naira family, and Heijue, all with their heads propped up looking like they were enjoying the show. Moreover, Naira Rei had actually brought over a watermelon. A group of them shamelessly began to eat the water. Lin turned around and saw them enjoying the watermelon. The pose he was about to strike immediately fell apart. He thought they were going to eat it all without inviting him and immediately questioned them. "You don't even call me to eat watermelon." To his surprise, they all replied in unison, "We're eating your watermelon." Among them, the baby that Naira Rei was holding was giggling happily. This baby had been cared for separately by Naira Rei and Imei. They even specially named him Uchiha Yi. The surname was Yaimai's idea. After Lin brought the baby back, she had taken a special liking to him. Plus, his original name in the Hyuga family was Yi, so he was named Uchiha Yi. Imei also specifically told Lin that he would be the baby's mother while Lin would be the father. Lin was quite speechless but accepted it gladly. After all, he was the one who brought the baby back. Standing under a big tree, Lin dramatically shouted at them, "Get out of here!" They scattered in all directions. After they all left, Lin slowly made his way to the center of the pavilion, preparing to reach for the last piece of watermelon. After all, who would refuse food? As he reached down, a jet black hand suddenly emerged from beneath the table and snatched the last piece of watermelon. Lin could guess with his toes who it was. "Heijue, give me back my watermelon!" Heijue had been with the organization for a month, spending every day with Lin, slowly transforming into this. Heijue had changed from a cautious figure to a playful one. After Lin heard what Heijue whispered in his ear and confirmed that Heijue was online with him, he no longer viewed Heijue with hostility. Although there were still some underlying tensions, they were only subtle. Lin did not show it on the surface. Heijue seemed to have dropped his cautious nature, playing alongside Lin as if he were family. Lin even composed a poem for Heijue. "Children with mothers are like treasures. Children without mothers are like weeds." After Lin recited the poem, Heijue ignored him for a while. However, after Lin's persistent apologies, Heijue eventually forgave him. Naira Geely and the others were no longer as terrified as they had been when they first met Heijue. Especially seeing Heijue becoming increasingly silly due to Lin's influence, they were at a loss for words. They worried that Heijue was turning into another version of Lin. Lin did not seek trouble with Heijue, as this had become a common occurrence over the month. He stretched and sat in the pavilion sipping tea while checking his physical and spiritual condition. After a month, Lin's soul had also recovered somewhat. His vision was back to what it was when the soul was first divided, and he could see through two perspectives. The main perspective occupied the vast majority, while the secondary perspective only took up a small portion. The secondary perspective could move freely according to Lin's consciousness, and could also be turned off. To initiate the control, he only needed to concentrate his mind. Lin's body and soul had regained some strength, allowing him to control two bodies simultaneously, though he felt that excessive control might lead to a split personality. Lin could only delegate the control of Hyuga Yi to his instinctive responses. This instinctive control felt very similar to shadow clones, yet it was even more effective. 10 minutes later, Lin suddenly discovered a peculiar feature: he could simultaneously access the memories of both bodies. It wasn't like before where memories would only surge when transferring to the other body. Lin felt that this was much better than before. In case of any emergencies, he would immediately be aware. After checking his soul condition, he was very satisfied it had recovered even better than he had expected. Lin opened the system's attribute panel. After entering the secret realm space, he had also tested the system's functions. Only this attribute panel was usable. The others were completely unusable. The system displayed that it was updating. Lin wondered what new features would emerge this time. Attribute panel host Uchiha Rin. Age 14 years. Chakra Elite Jonin Shadow Level Combat Power Jonin Super Shadow Chakra Attributes Fire Water Earth Wind Lightning Yin Yang. Bloodline Uchiha Bloodline Top Tier Uzumaki Bloodline Top Tier. Don't ask why the Uzumaki bloodline is top tier. Both Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Karui have top tier bloodlines. After all, Uzumaki Karui could single-handedly take on a small wooden man at the start of the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original work, and there is no need to mention Uzumaki Naruto. Hyuga Bloodline High Tier Abilities: Byakugan Intangibility Single Tomo Sharingan Armament Haki Unavailable Observation Haki Unavailable Conquerors Haki Unavailable Ninjutsu Fire Release Great Fireball Technique Shadow Clone Technique Lightning Release Earthwalk Genjutsu Mirror World Shift Sharingan Genjutsu Taijutsu Konoha Gale Konoha Whirlwind Devil Fruit Thunder Fruit Lightning Dragon 100000V Special Surgical Fruit RM Slow Surgery Items Blood Shattering Blade Simulation Currency 7,000 Simulation Coins. Just when Lin thought the simulation was about to end, there was another page next to the simulator. With curiosity, Lin opened the next page. Host Hyuga Yi. Age 1 month. Chakra none. Combat power inferior to an ordinary person. Chakra attributes fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, yin yang. Bloodline Hyuga Bloodline High Tier Uzumaki Bloodline Top Tier Abilities none. Ninjutsu none. Genjutsu none. Taijutsu none. Devil Fruit Thunder Fruit Surgical Fruit. Items none. Lin saw this attribute panel and understood that this was the attribute panel of the split soul. After Lin finished reviewing this attribute panel, he couldn't help but exclaim, WC. Why is everything none? It looks like a third-rate product. Lin stared at the attribute panel, feeling increasingly uneasy. What the hell? Why hasn't he inherited my Uchiha bloodline? What's going on? Lin was completely baffled. It turned out that he had not fully transformed his soul before losing consciousness, compounded by the excessive consumption of both his soul and body. He hadn't completed the jutsu properly while casting it. Additionally, beneath the scroll for this jutsu in the space scroll there was a piece of paper. The paper read: this jutsu is not yet perfected, and some talents may be lost during the acceleration. The soul power consumed will also be greater. When Lin took this jutsu, he hadn't seen this note at all. Perhaps it was due to the long passage of time. The color of the note was very similar to that of the wood. This also left Lin unaware that he had picked up a flawed jutsu. It was fortunate for him that nothing went wrong while casting it. Otherwise, the consumption of Lin's soul could have been even more severe, potentially leading to his death. Another part of the reason was that Hinata's body was too weak. He simply could not bear so many talents. He even inherited the talent of the devil fruit, yet the Uchiha bloodline remained untransferred. However, Lin was unaware of all this. He merely thought it was due to his incomplete mastery of the jutsu that he missed this opportunity. He hadn't completely transferred all his talents. Yet Lin was not greedy. Having the whirlpool bloodline, the Hyuga bloodline, the thunder fruit, and the surgery fruit was already sufficient. After all, if he possessed the Uchiha bloodline, it would be hard to explain to the Hyuga clan after awakening the Sharingan. Even with the thunder fruit and surgery fruit fully developed, they would not be inferior to the Uchiha bloodline. With this thought, Lin stopped feeling gloomy. What was lost was lost. After all, he still possessed bloodlines that were not weaker than the Uchiha. 6 years later, by a small river stood a child with a hedgehog hairstyle, dressed in a black outfit and shorts. A purple belt was tied around his waist. "This time I must make it to the other side," said the child as he picked up a stone and threw it at the river in a slanted manner. The stone hit the water, bounced twice, and then sank. "Damn it! I refuse to believe this," he exclaimed, picking up another stone to throw. But it was the same as before. The stone bounced a few times on the water before sinking again. Just as the hedgehog-haired boy was about to try again, a stone flew out from behind him. It bounced 8 times on the river surface and flew directly to the other side. The hedgehog-haired boy turned around in dissatisfaction, seeing a mushroom-head boy of the same height. This boy wore a scarf and a green vest along with deep blue pants. "Who are you?" My name is Hashirama. As for my surname, it's not convenient to say, the simple-minded boy replied, adding, For now let's consider you my opponent in stone skipping. I threw it to the other side. Without a doubt these two would become the legendary figures in the ninja world, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Hashirama also shared his stone skipping insights with Madara. As Madara prepared to try again, a stone flew down from upstream, bouncing several times on the water before sinking. A boy with long red hair walked down from upstream, saying to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, Still, my stone skipping technique is a bit better. This boy was about the same height as them, wearing a white top and white long pants. The newcomer was Hinata. Senju Hashirama exclaimed in surprise. Wow, your stone skipping skills are even better than mine. Uchiha Madara, feeling proud, retorted. What's so impressive about it? I can do it too. Humph. After saying this, he picked up a stone, walked to the riverbank, and used the technique of throwing shuriken to toss the stone. However, it only bounced twice on the water. Seeing Uchiha Madara use the shuriken throwing method to throw the stones, Senju Hashirama understood that Madara was a ninja, but he did not point it out. A flock of crows flew over the river, cawing loudly. Uchiha Madara turned angrily and pointed 2 fingers at Hinata and Senju Hashirama, saying furiously, You two bastards! You're purposely standing behind me to distract me, right? Insensitive. When someone stands behind me, I can't go. Hinata watched all of this with a smile. Senju Hashirama squatted down, immediately looking dejected, and fell silent. You really have an annoying self-awareness symptom. Uchiha Madara, upon hearing this, instantly felt displeased. I really don't know if you're a good person or just talk too much. He then yelled at Lin, who was nearby. And you, what's so funny? Lin didn't pay attention to what Uchiha Madara said about him, instead recalling Madara's earlier remark about being unable to go when someone stood behind him. Lin lay on the ground laughing heartily. Although he found it somewhat funny when he saw it on TV before, he did not expect it to be so amusing to witness Uchiha Madara looking at him with resentful eyes while saying it. At that moment, a corpse floated down the river. Upon seeing this, Senju Hashirama's expression changed, and he ran over, splashing through the water. Seeing how Senju Hashirama moved through the water, Uchiha Madara realized that Hashirama was also a ninja, but chose not to expose it. After seeing the deceased, Senju Hashirama suddenly thought of something. He turned to Uchiha Madara and Hinata and said, I have some matters to attend to and need to head back. What's your name? Uchiha Madara, upon hearing this, also reacted and said to Senju Hashirama, I'm Madara. It's not convenient to say my surname either. After Uchiha Madara spoke, he turned to Hinata and asked, What about you, arrogant fellow? Hinata disregarded Madara and instead replied to Senju Hashirama, I'm Yi. My surname is also inconvenient to say, just like yours. After the three introduced themselves, Senju Hashirama hurried back. Before leaving, Hinata taunted Uchiha Madara, saying, A defeated opponent in stone skipping. You're despicable. Uchiha Madara felt even angrier, but Hinata had already left. Uchiha Madara could only keep cursing Hinata in his heart. Damn, he ignored me. Next time we meet, I must teach him a lesson. Yes, next time we meet, I must crush him underfoot and make him admit that I'm stronger than him. Uchiha Madara stood there constantly fantasizing. After finishing his fantasy, he felt great. Before leaving, he practiced stone skipping again. But he hadn't managed to skip across the river each time. Finally, on the last attempt, Uchiha Madara successfully threw a stone to the other side. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Hyuga returned to the Hyuga clan. As he approached the clan's main gate, villagers and clansmen alike greeted him warmly. Greetings, young clan head. And welcome back, young clan head. Naya nodded in return. Hello, everyone. And from early childhood, Ya had displayed extraordinary talent. He was exceptionally intelligent with remarkable aptitude in both ninjutsu and taijutsu. And even more astonishing, by the age of 3 he had awakened the Byakugan, and not just any Byakugan, an advanced variant. Hyuga Tokima, the current clan head, and Ya's father, had recognized his son's prodigious gifts at a very young age, and thus began grooming him as heir apparent. Ya himself remained puzzled while every Hyuga bore pale pupilless eyes. His own were distinctly black, only turning white upon activation of the Byakugan. He suspected his inherited Uzumaki bloodline, supreme in potency, might subtly influence his Byakugan in advanced but comparatively lower-tier dojutsu. For instance, his hair was vividly crimson. In his earliest years, before turning 3, his red hair and black eyes drew mockery from some clansmen who whispered he was a bastard. Only his status as the clan head's son spared him exile. Yet once his Byakugan manifested and his genius became undeniable, those same voices fell silent, and soon proclaimed him the Hyuga clan's unseen century prodigy. yet bore no grudge. After all, they were kin, slaughtering them all would leave only himself and his parents. The clan itself would vanish. More significantly, on Ya's 5th birthday, Hyuga Tokima formally announced him as young clan head, and redirected the clan's full resources toward his cultivation. Ya saw no reason to hold a grudge. He was destined to become clan head. Petty grievances could not fracture familial harmony. Though a few opposed his appointment, the majority supported it wholeheartedly. From birth Ya had been approachable, never aloof or arrogant. Even after enduring childhood scorn, he never wielded his authority to punish those who'd mocked him. They in turn felt profound gratitude, knowing that in other clans such transgressions might have cost them life or banishment. Moreover, they believed Ya's brilliance would lead the Hyuga clan to unprecedented prosperity. Thus Ya's ascension to young clan head was natural, and accompanied by abundant resources. Within the clan he mastered numerous jutsu. Though the Hyuga primarily practiced gentle fist taijutsu, they retained foundational knowledge of ninjutsu. Just as Ya entered the compound, a young man approached him directly. Still, their preference lay in physical discipline and gentle fist. Most chose to hone taijutsu over studying ninjutsu. Ya, however, excelled equally in both ninjutsu and taijutsu, so every forbidden or rare jutsu the clan possessed became his exclusive domain with no objection from elders. After all, if no one else trained them, why hoard scrolls? Better to entrust them to one who could truly master them, especially within the same bloodline. Just then Ya noticed the young man approaching and greeted him. "Uncle Takushima, hello, what brings you?" Takushima smiled faintly. "Young clan head, the clan head instructed me to inform you upon your return. Please see him immediately. He wishes to speak with you." Naya nodded. "Thank you, Uncle Takushima. I'll go to father at once, he mustn't wait long." "Of course, young clan head, please go ahead." And with a final bow, Ya strode toward his father's chamber, exchanging warm greetings with passers-by along the way. After a journey punctuated by greetings, he arrived at Hyuga Tokima's study. The moment he entered, he found his father immersed in paperwork, a necessity for governing a clan of over 1,000 souls. Such numbers demanded relentless administrative labor. Being clan head was no light burden. Endless documents awaited signature each day. Ya bowed slightly. "Father, I'm here. What is it you wish to discuss?" At the sight of his son, Tokima's eyes lit up like a drowning man spotting land. His excitement was barely concealed, yet he cleared his throat, composed himself, and said, "Ahem, you're no longer a child, and as heir to the Hyuga it's time you assumed responsibility for governance." Ya recoiled instantly. "Father, spare me the pretense. I know exactly what you're after. You simply wish to shirk your duties." And unfazed by exposure, Tokima feigned indignation. "What do you know? You're still a boy. This is training, preparation for leadership. Don't you understand?" Ya shot him a withering look, disdainful, unimpressed. "Humph. Training." And he shook his head unmoved. "I refuse to handle state affairs for you, unless of course I mention your secret savings to mother." "What? How did you?" And Tokima's face paled, then flushed with panic. Ya smirked. "I've known for ages, and I know precisely where you hide them, inside the toilet tank." Though clan head of the Hyuga, Tokima lived in awe of his wife. While he held sway over great matters in daily life, he was all but invisible, especially after the infamous incident when she discovered his hidden stash and made him kneel outside their door all night. Having witnessed his father's shameless antics, Ya had quietly resolved to stay vigilant, not least to prevent his father from betraying him. Now confronted with Ya's effortless revelation, Tokima could only sigh and resume his paperwork, tears glistening in his eyes. "Ahem, father, perhaps a small token of appreciation is in order. After all, you did try to offload your burdens onto me." "What? Are you pushing your luck now, brat?" Ya merely strolled toward the door, glancing back with a playful sigh. "Oh dear, I wonder how mother would react upon learning about your little nest egg." Defeated, Tokima wept as he withdrew a modest wad of cash from his sandal. "Son, don't exploit your old man like this, that's all I have left." Ya snatched the money with exaggerated disdain, and dashed gleefully out the door. Watching his last coins vanish, Tokima slumped in despair, muttering bitterly, "Curse brat. Tonight I'll move my stash, somewhere he'll never find it." Then, shoulders slumped, he resigned himself once more to the life of a dutiful, overworked patriarch. Yoro happily strolled through the Hyuga family's marketplace, holding money earned from gambling. However, in this war-torn era, self-sufficiency is essential. Each family cannot trust others too much, leading to the necessity of merchants to maintain their operations. Thus, those from the Hyuga family who could not become ninjas engaged in business, and the family owned its own marketplace. Yoro arrived at his frequently visited barbecue restaurant. As soon as he entered, the manager greeted him warmly. "Young master, what brings you here? Are you here to inspect the work?" Everything we do is excellent. No worries, I just came to eat barbecue. Bring me the best you have. Sure, young master, please wait a moment. We'll serve you some desserts first. Yoru nodded and waited. When Yoru was declared the young master at the age of 3, he had envisioned a luxurious life. However, his parents never gave him money, not even pocket money. Sometimes Yoru even doubted whether he was their biological child. Although his soul wasn't, his body certainly was. Thus Yoru began his entrepreneurial journey. Although he had no idea how to start a business, memories from his past life, especially about food, guided him. Anything he casually picked could become a sensation in the ninja world. Therefore Yoru chose barbecue, as there weren't many delicacies in this war-torn time. As a result, Yoru's barbecue became immensely popular. Yoru made a considerable amount of money from his barbecue venture, but Hyuga Takuma took all of Yoru's earnings, telling him he would keep it for now since he was too young and would return it when he was older. This thought made Yoru extremely angry, prompting him to report where Hyuga Takuma hid his private stash. This led to Takuma kneeling at the door for an entire night. The money confiscated by Takuma was taken by Hyuga Kin. Yoru initially wanted to reclaim some of it. However, Kin used the same excuse as Takuma. What does a child need so much money for? You are still too young. We'll give you the money when you grow up. She even lectured Yoru. Despite this, over 3 years Yoru gradually began to see them as his parents. Though his soul belonged to Lin, his body instinctively reacted. Initially Yoru found it hard to accept, but he slowly began to embrace it. In his past life, Lin was an orphan who had never seen his parents. He had immersed himself in anime and novels. Here Lin felt the warmth of love from Yoru's parents, and he started to accept them. Those who lacked love craved it even more. Returning to Lin's side, he had moved away from his previous location to a hidden paradise. In 6 years Lin learned a great deal of ninjutsu, and his Sharingan evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan. After more than 6 years of hard work, Lin's strength reached the level of a super shadow. Additionally, he developed numerous skills with the Thunder Fruit and the Surgery Fruit, but they paled in comparison to the ninjutsu he had mastered. In the world of ninjas, Lin leaned more towards learning ninjutsu. The difficulty of developing devil fruits here was much greater than in the pirate world. During these 6 years, the organization Lin created grew larger, establishing many branches in the ninja world. He appointed 5 leaders, including Iwara Yoshimi, his wife Aimie, and others to manage the organization. However, the true management fell to Yoshimi's father and 3 others. Aimie and Yoshimi were merely figureheads. Aimie stayed by Lin's side as he couldn't bear to let her work. Yoshimi was simply playful, with all 5 leaders being elite jonin at the very least. Among them, only Aimie reached the level of a shadow and activated her 3-tomo Sharingan, nearing the Mangekyo Sharingan. Under Lin's guidance for 6 years, Yoshimi had just reached the level of elite jonin. Besides that, Lin established an intelligence organization to gather information on various families in the ninja world. No one was better suited for this than Kurizetsu, so Lin naturally entrusted the intelligence organization to him. Over the 6 years, Lin gradually began to trust Kurizetsu. The Yawara family also revived, and those who had followed Lin became higher-ups in the Yawara family. While it sounded nice to call it an organization, it was essentially a place for accepting missions. Some of those who joined Lin's organization were part of it, while others merely came to accept tasks. Lin didn't mind this. After all, it was merely the first step. His ambition was to establish this organization as a ninja village that could rival the 5 great ninja villages. Thus Lin didn't hold a grudge. Those who took on tasks would receive slightly less compensation, but they dared not complain as they couldn't afford to offend Lin. Despite this, many still joined the organization. The organization Lin established could now rival some smaller families. It also had the strength to contend with larger families. Naturally, as Lin's organization grew, it sparked discontent among some people. However, after Lin forcefully suppressed a few families, such voices diminished. The families in the ninja world also tacitly acknowledged that Lin's organization was a family, granting him some respect. Lin sat in the reception hall surrounded by the leaders of various branches: Yawara, Yoshimi, Aimie, Kurizetsu. All were present. Lin sat in the main seat, scanning all those below him. After surveying the room, he slowly began to speak. Today I have an important matter to announce. Those in other seats swallowed hard. They had spent a long time with Lin and had never seen him this serious before. Lin continued gravely with the next sentence: "This matter pertains to the future of the organization. We must discuss it here." Upon hearing this, the attendees' expressions grew more serious, as if the very air had solidified. Lin's next statement left everyone astonished. "Aimie and I have come of age. We are getting married." Hearing this, everyone was stunned except for Aimie, who blushed. Lin couldn't understand why Aimie blushed after spending so much time together. Moments later, everyone reacted. They began to congratulate Lin and Aimee. Congratulations. Congratulations, Master. You are both getting married. I was so anxious watching you two before. Ji-mei playfully stuck out her tongue. How can I keep an eye on him? Ji-mei's face instantly filled with despair. Master, please assign me another task. Lin turned around to arrange other matters. Yara Ling Yu and Ili Xian can take care of the food and clothing arrangements together. After Lin finished arranging everyone's tasks, he prepared to conclude the meeting. All right, everyone's tasks have been organized. This matter is extremely important. Everyone must properly explore and arrange their duties. Do not mess this up. Also, Heijua, when you deliver the message, avoid any conflict with them. This is my day of great joy, and I do not want my mood ruined by anyone. Also, you can invite members from your respective organizations to attend this wedding. The more people who come, the livelier it will be. It will help liven up the atmosphere. After Lin finished speaking, Ili Xian beside him expressed some concern. But it will cost a lot of money. And the wedding will also require a lot of money. Lin was aware that Ili Zin's personality and perspective were particularly money-loving, often counting money alone in secret. Lin waved his hand nonchalantly. It's fine, spend freely. I have plenty of money now. It's alright to spend as much as needed. Besides, this is Yaimai's wedding, so it definitely requires a bit more spending. You don't need to worry. After Lin spoke, Ili Xian still felt a bit pained. However, Lin knew she wasn't concerned about anything else but rather about the money. After arranging everything, Lin gave a few instructions and left. Ili Xian remained behind after everyone had left, silently shedding tears. At this moment, Ji-mei walked over and saw Ili Xian hiding there crying. She approached and asked, Xian, why are you crying here? Who bullied you? They'll go help you beat them up. Is it, Master? Ili Xian, however, continued to cry, murmuring, planning a wedding costs so much money, all of it is hard-earned money. Even though it's not mine, I still feel so sad. Moreover, this is the organization's money. With so much money, how long will it take for me to earn it back? I'm so heartbroken. Whoa. Ji-mei was momentarily speechless upon hearing these words. It turns out Ili Xian was feeling sorry for that money. Ji-mei could only walk away silently, leaving her to cry alone. 3 days later, Heijua had successfully delivered all the invitations using his abilities. Basically, all the prominent families had received theirs. Uchiha clan. Uchiha Taijima sat at the head of the table, surrounded by high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan, with Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna sitting nearby. You have all seen the invitation from the Akatsuki organization. Their leader is getting married. Should we attend this event or not? The elder sitting next to him said. They likely did not invite just our clan. They must have invited other clans as well. If we do not go, it would offend the Akatsuki organization, which is now considered a powerful clan. We are still in conflict with the Senju clan. If the Senju clan belittles us in front of the Akatsuki, it would be detrimental to us. Therefore, we must attend this time. However, clan leader, you cannot go. If this is their scheme, your presence could lead to dire consequences. After all, you are the clan leader, the pillar of the Uchiha clan. Let me go instead. Uchiha Taijima nodded at the elder's words, as he also thought so. There should not be any battles during this period. I'll go myself. Other clans I inquired with have also received invitations. They wouldn't attack so many clans at once. So there's no need to worry. Taking this opportunity, I also want to see the strength of the Akatsuki organization. Before Uchiha Taijima left, he did not forget to bring Uchiha Madara along. Senju clan is also holding a meeting, and the outcome is quite similar to the Uchiha clan, with the clan leaders attending and bringing Hashirama along. Vortex clan. Hyuga clan is also in a meeting, and they are aware of this matter. There were no surprises. The final decision was for Hyuga Takuma to take Hyuga Yora to the Akatsuki organization. Back to Lin's side. Lin was resting in the courtyard. Heijua rose from underground at this time. Seeing Lin sitting in the courtyard made it convenient for him to report. I have delivered all the invitations you gave me. Lin nodded. You don't need to report such trivial matters to me. Just make sure you are aware of it yourself. However, Heijua did not leave but continued. I'm not here to report just this matter. Lin showed an interested expression. What else is there apart from this? The place you previously arranged for me to find on the moon has been located. Lin revealed a surprised expression. He had not expected this. Heijua found it in just a few years. He thought it would take several more years to locate. During their 6 years together, Lin gradually understood some things. Although not everything, Lin had begun to assign some tasks to Heijua. On the day of the wedding, almost all invited families have arrived. The Uchiha clan, Senju clan, Uzumaki clan, and Teitori clan. Lin stood in a large courtyard where everyone could sit while patrol teams maintained the order of the wedding. The wedding took place in this courtyard with a grand stage at the back. A long red carpet led from the entrance to the center of the stage. Lin stood at the entrance welcoming everyone. The first to arrive was the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Taijima entered with Uchiha Madara carrying gifts. Lin shook hands with Uchiha Taijima and greeted him. "Congratulations! Today you are getting married and the Uchiha clan is here to celebrate with you." Lin nodded and replied, "Thank you for your support, clan leader of the Uchiha. Please come this way." Lin guided the 20 members of the Uchiha clan to the front of the wedding stage. Next came the Senju clan. The clan leader Senju Hashirama walked in with Senju Tobirama. After a polite exchange, Lin arranged for the Senju clan members to sit at the front on the other side of the stage. Senju Hashirama noticed the Uchiha clan already seated opposite them. The Uchiha members spotted him as well, and given the long-standing rivalry, Uchiha Taijima immediately mocked. "Oh, isn't that the leader of the Senju clan? Why so late? Did you lose the previous battle? Too many bodies to deal with causing you to arrive late." Senju Hashirama, unfazed by the taunts, retorted, "Humph. I wonder which clan leader has a son almost dead." Uchiha Taijima became enraged at this response, firing back. "Humph. You're not any better." Both sides drew their weapons and tensions flared. Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama noticed the escalating confrontation. They had previously thought of both sides merely as ninjas, not realizing they belonged to rival clans, and were somewhat surprised to see the families facing off. More than surprise, there was a sense of helplessness. After all, they had found friends who turned out to be enemies destined to meet again on the battlefield. After contemplating, Uchiha Madara gestured towards Senju Tobirama, hoping to invite him over for a few words. However, Senju Tobirama looked perplexed. He didn't understand what Uchiha Madara's expression meant. Uchiha Madara, unwilling to give up, continued to signal. Senju Tobirama, still puzzled, scratched his head, unable to decipher Uchiha Madara's meaning. Uchiha Madara was taken aback by Tobirama's cluelessness, wondering how he could miss such a clear signal. Uchiha Madara realized he would have to devise a plan to discreetly invite Senju Tobirama away without the clan leaders noticing. Lin was astonished at the unfolding events. Lin hadn't anticipated that they would escalate to fighting so soon after he stepped away. He hurried forward to intervene. "Both sides should take a moment to cool off. Today is my joyous day. Everyone, please do not disrupt this wedding. Let's set aside past grievances and enjoy the occasion. Let it be for my sake." With Lin's intervention, the tension began to ease as both sides approached him. They all pondered that the first to strike would surely face Lin's anger, and sweet words from the other side would only bring harm to their clan. There was a risk of their clan being destroyed under the combined attack of the Akatsuki and opposing families. In this war-torn era, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. As both sides calculated their next moves, the clan leaders ultimately ordered their members to sheath their weapons and began exchanging harsh words. "Humph. Senju Hashirama, I will let you off this time for the sake of the Akatsuki leader, but next time we meet your luck will run out." Senju Hashirama, not one to back down, replied, "Humph. That is what I should say." As they were bitter rivals, Lin arranged for them to sit on opposite sides of the red carpet, ensuring they were kept at a distance. Lin feared that if he walked away for even a moment, they might start fighting again. Once everything was arranged, Lin returned to the entrance to welcome the other families. The next to arrive was the Hyuga clan. Lin saw Hyuga Hayashi, the clan leader of the Hyuga clan, and his clone Hyuga Niji sharing a smile. This smile went unnoticed by everyone. Lin led the Hyuga clan to the front of the stage. Hyuga Hayashi nodded in acknowledgement to the Uchiha and Senju clan leaders who were already present. There was no animosity between the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha or Senju clans, so they did not interfere with the tensions between the two. Thus their attitudes were somewhat amicable. After all, they all aimed to ally against the opposing clan. So the leaders of the Senju and Uchiha clans greeted the Hyuga clan warmly. At that moment, Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama also spotted Hyuga Niji. They were momentarily speechless, realizing that they previously thought they had lost a friend. Now, however, both their friends belonged to other clans. Uchiha Madara pondered how to invite him out for a conversation. Uchiha Madara discreetly signaled to Hyuga Niji, and Niji instantly understood. Hyuga Niji nodded in agreement. Uchiha Madara felt relieved, grateful to finally meet someone who understood his signals. Previously, he had thought Senju Tobirama simply could not read his signals, and wondered if there was something wrong with his way of expressing himself. Now it seemed that Senju Tobirama was just not perceptive enough. In his mind, he continued to strategize how to discreetly invite Senju Tobirama away, given that his cluelessness made it quite a challenge. After the Hyuga clan exchanged greetings with both sides, they found a place to sit down. Lin stood at the entrance continuing to welcome the other clans. The next to arrive was the Uzumaki clan. All the families have arrived and the seats in the courtyard are completely filled with people. At this moment Elisen took the microphone and walked onto the stage commencing the wedding ceremony. Once Elisen stepped onto the stage, the venue fell silent. After all, the Shao organization is also a prominent family, and they were given some respect. Elisen began his speech. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is an honor to welcome all the families to this wedding ceremony. Today I am thrilled to serve as the officiant for the wedding of Mr. Yuanlin and Miss Yuanmei. I feel incredibly honored to deliver the wedding vows for this perfect couple on such a sacred and solemn occasion, and it brings me immense joy to witness this union of love. Here I declare the wedding of Mr. Lin and Miss Mei officially begins. After Elisen finished his words, the venue was enveloped in silence. After all, how many weddings have they attended where such a scene unfolded? They had never heard such an opening speech. Once they processed it, enthusiastic applause erupted. Whispers filled the air. The wedding of the Shao organization's leader is indeed extraordinary. Yes. I want to use this set of opening remarks when I get married too. I wonder if she could help us host our wedding. Indeed. Who will ask her? After announcing the opening ceremony, Elisen began the formal wedding proceedings. Today fortune has descended upon us, and this auspicious place has been graced with another joyous occasion. On this warm and beautiful day, let us welcome the star of today's wedding, the groom, Mr. Yuanlin. As Elisen spoke, music began to play. Lin appeared in a set of red traditional attire adorned with a red silk sash around his waist. He wore a long-sleeved red shirt and matching traditional red trousers. Both his shirt and trousers were embroidered with golden dragons. On his feet were a pair of red cloth shoes. Walking along the red carpet in sync with the music, he approached the stage while waving to the people around him. When Lin reached the stage, the music faded away. Now it seems our groom is quite handsome indeed. Today is your wedding. Do you have anything you wish to say? Lin took the microphone from someone nearby and said, Welcome, esteemed guests, to my wedding. I am very pleased to have all of you here. Please set aside personal grievances, enjoy the feast, and forget all worries. Well, that is all I wanted to say. After Lin finished speaking, the crowd enthusiastically applauded, although many still held on to their grudges. Moreover, many were somewhat wary as they were unsure if there was some plot behind this event. In the world of ninjas, schemes are not uncommon. Alright everyone, let's not waste more time. Now let us introduce the other main character of our wedding, our beautiful bride Yuanmei. The music played again. Everyone in the venue turned to look at the entrance of the courtyard. They were curious to see who the leader of the Shao organization had married. After all, none of them had seen her before. Lin had taken great care of Mei, and essentially all the arrangements were made by Lin and other members of the organization. Mei mostly stayed at home cooking and doing housework while also looking after Yi. A red figure appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. First, two children emerged, each holding a flower basket in their hands, scattering pink petals as they made their way forward. Mei wore a red traditional dress with a golden headdress resembling the phoenix crown worn by ancient queens, and her attire was embroidered with golden phoenixes. With a phoenix crown and a flowing gown adorned with two mandarin ducks, she wore a jade pendant at her waist, the same one Lin had given her. On her feet were a pair of red high heels. As she walked down the red carpet accompanied by the pink petals, the music highlighted her beauty even more. Following her was Ji Mei, also in a red traditional outfit, though much simpler compared to Mei's elaborate attire. She held a tray with a pure white box on it. As the two emerged, the venue erupted with applause and chatter. Wow, she's so beautiful. Yes, she's stunning. Her outfit is lovely too. I wish I had a dress like that. Indeed, I wonder how it was designed. What I want to know more is what's in that box. I want to know too. It must be something very precious, right? As the discussions continued, Mei reached the center of the red carpet and stood there. She gazed at Lin across from her. We have now seen the beautiful bride, Miss Yuanmei. Today's bride is exceptionally beautiful, like a celestial being descended from the heavens. My bride has now reached the exchange area. Let us now invite the handsome groom to present flowers and welcome his bride. Lin, having heard this, took the red roses from someone nearby, stepping forward in sync with the music. Holding the flowers, he slowly walked towards Mei. Upon reaching her, he knelt on one knee and raised the flowers he held. He proposed. Will you marry me? Mei nodded, accepting the flowers, and helped Lin up as they walked hand in hand towards the stage. The branches of the red apricot bloom with spring's delight as the jade magnolia bridges the beautiful one's arrival. Draped in a red wedding gown and crowned with a lovely phoenix crown, the bride, basking in happiness and sweetness, walks down the aisle with hearts aligned and hands intertwined. With smiles on their faces, they approach us. Friends, let us sincerely congratulate them, pray for them, cheer for them, and celebrate for them. Blessings to you. To the groom and bride, may your union be perfect. From acquaintances to lovers, then to marriage, you have shared the most beautiful moments. Your love is genuine and pure. 1,000 miles of fate, a match made in heaven. I sincerely wish for your happiness and fulfillment, immersed in joy and bliss. After Ellison finished speaking, the venue erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. At this moment, Lin and May also walked hand in hand onto the stage. Ellison addressed the crowd. Now we proceed to the wedding declaration, esteemed guests, from simplicity and elegance to timeless classics. We shall vividly portray the most romantic moment of life. At this very moment, it is an auspicious day for marriage, a very lucky day. Today our Mr. Lin and Miss May, with hearts that love each other deeply, have finally stepped into this solemn and sacred wedding hall. This is indeed a match made in heaven, as the talented unite with the beautiful. May their love blossom like flowers and last through time. Firstly, I must pose a solemn yet serious question to both newlyweds. I will ask a question, and I request both of you to respond separately. Groom, please step forward and place your right hand over your heart. Extend your right hand, resting it on your chest while looking at the lady beside you, May. Now please listen carefully to my question, Mr. Yuan Lin. Do you wish to take the lady beside you, Miss Yuan May, as your lawfully wedded wife? To honor her, love her, and protect her? To walk hand in hand with her for a lifetime? Lin looked at May beside him, his gaze filled with affection, and said sincerely, I do. Now the same question. I would also like to ask the bride May to step forward and hear my question clearly. May obediently stepped forward. Do you wish to take Yuan Lin as your husband? To love him forever, honor him in sickness, and in health and wealth and in poverty? To walk hand in hand with him for a lifetime? May's rosy cheeks made her even cuter with her actions. I do. Now we will proceed to the most important part of the wedding ceremony. Lin and May personally carried several wooden plaques inscribed with the names of Lin's parents and May's parents, as only Lin and May had arrived in this world. Thus we can only marry in this simple manner. However, once Lin exits the secret realm, he will hold the proper wedding for May. Once everything was arranged, Xian walked to the corner of the stage. Everyone present began to murmur, what is this for? I don't know. But it looks like it must be very important. With the vast sky and the boundless earth, the two newlyweds are a match made in heaven. It is the will of heaven, a blessed union. First, please face heaven and earth, the groom and bride. Bow to heaven and earth, thank the fate. Kneel. Lin and May knelt down on a mat, facing the direction of the red carpet. Thank the heavens for blessings. 1 bow, may our bond last forever. 2 bows, wish for happiness and health. 3 bows, rise. Lin and May respectfully knelt down, bowing 3 times to heaven and earth. They stood up. Lin and May turned around and bowed to the wooden plaques on stage. May our family thrive and our descendants flourish. To return the favor to our parents. The blessing of nurturing from our elders. Kneel, thanking our parents for their upbringing. 1 bow to honor our parents' nurturing. 2 bows, wish for the health of our parents. 3 bows, rise. 100 years of cultivation to share the same boat. 1,000 years of cultivation to share the same pillow. The groom and bride kneel facing each other, bowing in front of the flower hall. Kneel. Lin and May turn to face each other, kneeling respectfully. The universe in harmony, the lute and zither in tune. 1 bow, the mandarin ducks fly together, the couple united in heart. 2 bows, husband sings, wife follows, may we have children soon. 3 bows. Rise. Lin and May helped each other stand up. From this day forth, Mr. Lin and Miss May are united as husband and wife. The attendees were also mesmerized by the grandeur of Lin and May's ceremony. They did not expect such a simple wedding could be so grand and splendid. In this blissful marriage, mere kisses and hugs, sweet moments, are far from sufficient. It must encompass greater responsibilities and commitments. Now the two will exchange their precious tokens to symbolize these responsibilities and commitments. Lin looked at May across from him, kneeling on one knee. He took out a beautiful box from the spatial scroll. Upon opening, a beautiful crystal ring lay inside. May, do you wish to be my wife? In the days to come I will protect you. Do you agree? May's face turned pink as she extended her left hand and said, I do. Lin placed the ring on May's left ring finger. After Lin stood up, May also took out a similar ring from the box beside her to place on Lin's right ring finger. Lin gazed deeply into May's eyes and kissed her tenderly. This kiss lasted a full minute. After the kiss, Lin looked lovingly at the shy May. All right, both of you, our ceremony is not yet complete. You have plenty of time to kiss tonight. After Xian finished speaking, the audience burst into laughter. Though they seem like small rings, they are incredibly precious and meaningful. The round shape symbolizes a complete life together for the two. The two rings are like bells symbolizing the sweet and happy life of the couple starting from this moment, beginning from zero. Now you two holding the rings raise them high to accept everyone's blessings. A thrilling moment, an unforgettable moment. Let's give them a round of applause. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Wow, this wedding is truly spectacular. Indeed, indeed. From now on my wedding must be like this. I wonder if there are more programs. In the presence of all guests we bind our fates and join in matrimony. May this couple enjoy a long life together. Love each other for 100 years. Thus I declare the wedding ceremony of the groom and bride officially concluded, and I wish all friends and family well. May fortune and joy be upon you, happiness and health. Does the groom have anything to say? Lin took the microphone and said to Yume, if heaven allows me 3 wishes, the first would be to be with you in this life, and the second to be with you in the next life, and the third to never be separated from you for all eternity. If you leave, I will love you through my tears. If your heart fades, I will love you through life. If life disappears, I will love you through reincarnation. If the world vanishes, I will love you in heaven. I cannot guarantee or promise anything, but I will do it. If one day you feel hunger, you will surely see me smiling and starving in your embrace. Upon hearing Lin's words, Imai's face turned instantly red, feeling even more shy. Lin held Imai's hand tightly. After speaking, Lin faced the family heads present, and said, dear friends and family, today marks my joyous occasion. Please enjoy your meals and drinks. Set aside your grievances. There are still some performances for you to enjoy. After the wedding concluded, Lin and Imai walked down the stage hand in hand. Changing outfits. A group of people pushed carts filled with food to each table, presenting various dishes they had never seen before. On stage, a group of dancers appeared, dancing elegantly to the music. Everyone present looked at the food on the tables, then at the dancers on stage, marveling in awe. The food was something they had never encountered. The dance was unfamiliar. The music was unheard of. Everything at the scene felt entirely foreign to them. So foreign that it was unlike the world they knew. After the wedding ceremony concluded, Lin and Imai stepped out of the courtyard and changed into fresh attire in the house where they resided, just adjacent to the venue. It was not far at all. The wedding had been held right beside their home. Accompanied by Nozomu Haruno, they made their way from table to table, each reserved for a distinguished clan, to share ceremonial toasts. Such rounds were an indispensable rite of the occasion. Lin led the way. Imai carried wine cups and beverage glasses, while Nozomu trailed behind bearing a bottle of sake and a bottle of non-alcoholic drink. Nozomu had utterly ignored the task Lin had assigned her to watch over Yo during the ceremony. Scarcely had the festivities begun when she slipped Yo into her father's care and dashed off toward the courtyard gate, eager to play. But before she could escape the courtyard, Lin intercepted her, and promptly reassigned her to serve drinks. Playtime was out of the question, only dutiful labor would fill her hours. Master, please let me go out and play, just for a little while. I'll be back in no time, she pleaded, eyes wide with innocence. Not a chance, Lin replied firmly. You'll stay right behind me and carry the cups. Ugh, she sighed, crestfallen. Cruel master, always picking on me. One day I'll pummel you into a swollen, pig-headed mess. She muttered these grievances softly as she trailed behind Lin. With Lin's tree shadow technique, her whispers were unmistakably audible to him, and his thoughts echoed sharply. Daring to grumble about me. Once this wedding is over, your training intensity doubles. No, that's too lenient. Triple it. That's the bare minimum. This time you will learn your lesson. Behind him, Nozomu sneezed. She rubbed her nose. Who's thinking about this adorable fairy right now? Mid-sentence she shivered suddenly, then caught Lin glancing at her with a mischievous, teasing look. Her mood soured instantly. She lowered her head and followed silently. She knew well that whenever Lin wore that expression, trouble loomed, and she'd felt its weight before. Indeed, the last time Lin had worn it, her training load had doubled overnight. Lin then led Imai and Nozomu first to their own clan's table, the one occupied by Nozomu's father Kuratsuki and others. Lin offered a toast to each guest, clinking cups and drinking deeply. These were brothers-in-arms, no formalities needed, only warmth and camaraderie. Brief exchanges and shared sips sufficed. When Lin approached Yo, he said gently, Yo, stay here with them. Don't wander off, understood? Yo lifted her gaze from her bowl, blinked slowly, and replied, Yes, father. And father, everything tastes so delicious. Mother, you must cook like this often. Having been shielded tenderly since infancy by Lin and Imai, Yo had grown up unscathed, her innocence preserved, her maturity delayed. Lin had long hesitated to discipline her, regarding her less as a disciple and more as his own child, unwilling to let her endure even a whisper of hardship. Yet gradually Lin realized such indulgence would only imperil her in the harsh world of shinobi. So several months ago he began training her rigorously, to forge her resilience and hasten her adaptation to that unforgiving realm. He resolved to expose her to its cruelty to temper her gentle nature. Even though she was a girl, even though gentleness was her grace, he knew strength was her necessity. Thus Lin decided after the wedding Yo would confront the true face of the shinobi world. Ime nodded warmly. Understood, my little treasure. I'll cook for you every day. Mother, you're wonderful. Yo scrambled onto Ime's lap, pressed a soft kiss to her cheek and whispered, You're especially beautiful today, mother. Lin watched the kiss, and instantly bristled with jealousy. Swiftly he drew Ime close. He kissed her cheek, then turned to Yo with quiet triumph. You're growing up now, you mustn't kiss mother anymore. Understood. Yo rolled her eyes, stuck out her tongue, and grinned impishly. Humph. Mean father. She's my mother. Step away from my wife. Lin retorted, arms still around Ime. You're the one who should step back. You. Mean father. Hey, do you dare speak to me like that? Has your courage swelled beyond measure? Seeing the quarrel escalate, Ime swiftly pulled them apart. She chided Lin. You're a grown man, still bickering like a child. Lin glanced at Yo. Yo glanced back. Both turned away in stiff silence, each exhaling a haughty, dismissive snort. Ime and I are off to toast the other clans. Stay here, and don't wander. Humph. Fine. Mean father. Then Lin, Ime, and Nozomu proceeded to the Hyuga clan. Lin approached Lord Hyuga Tokima, the clan's patriarch, and bowed respectfully. Lord Hyuga, your presence graces my wedding with unparalleled honor. Mr. Lin, the courtesy is mine. I am deeply grateful for your invitation. What a splendid celebration, truly magnificent. And these delicacies. I've never tasted such fare before. Lin took a cup from Ime's tray, and Nozomu poured sake for both Lin and Lord Hyuga. Lin raised his cup. To you, Lord Hyuga, may we share this toast. After brief pleasantries, Lin moved past the patriarch toward the next guest. There he found Hyuga Yo, son of the patriarch, dining quietly. Lin smiled warmly. This must be Lord Hyuga's son, the prodigy I've long heard of, said to have awakened the Byakugan at age 3. A true genius. Allow me to toast you. Hyuga Yo nodded courteously. Though raising a cup to himself felt awkward, he composed himself with quiet dignity. The Akatsuki's leader is as elegant as legend claims, and Lady Ime, your bride, is radiant beyond compare. Ha, too kind, too kind. Lin added, turning to Lord Hyuga. What a fine son you've raised, brilliant, poised, gifted beyond measure, unlike my own daughter, useless at everything, hopelessly naive in temperament. Ha, please don't speak so harshly. Though Lord Hyuga voiced reassurance, inwardly he cherished that very naivety, and hoped his son might one day wed Lin's daughter. Such a union would bind the Hyuga clan to the Akatsuki's formidable strength and influence. After honoring every member of the Hyuga clan, Lin proceeded systematically to the Senju Uchiha and Uzumaki clans, offering respectful toasts to each. Lin raised a toast to the members of the Uchiha Senju and Hyuga clans before continuing to toast others. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara glanced at Senju Hashirama and Hyuga Niji, signaling them to meet outside the courtyard. Hyuga Niji nodded, understanding Uchiha Madara's intention. Senju Hashirama, still scratching his head in confusion, failed to grasp the meaning. Seeing Senju Hashirama's expression, both Uchiha Madara and Hyuga Niji covered their faces with their hands, indicating that they did not recognize this fool, while internally mocking, is he really that clueless? Uchiha Madara did not explain further to Senju Hashirama, but walked over to Uchiha Taijima, whispering in his ear, Father, I don't want to eat anymore. I want to go out for a bit. Uchiha Taijima, who had been chatting happily with others, pondered. In any case, the Akatsuki organization seems harmless during this wedding. He nodded in agreement to Uchiha Madara's suggestion. After agreeing, Uchiha Taijima continued drinking and chatting with other members of the Uchiha clan. After Uchiha Taijima's consent, Uchiha Madara signaled to Senju Hashirama and Hyuga Niji before walking outside. This series of actions did not attract the attention of others. After all, he was just a child. Hyuga Niji also followed suit, saying, Father, I need to use the restroom. Hyuga Hayashi nodded in response, saying, If you need to go, just go. Hyuga Niji then walked towards the courtyard entrance, signaling to Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama scratched his head in confusion, still not understanding the meaning. After thinking for a long time, Senju Hashirama finally understood the implication. He nodded, finally grasping the situation. Following suit, he mimicked his father Senju Butsuma, saying, Father, I want to step outside and see the scenery. Senju Butsuma nodded, indicating his approval. After all, he was just a child and had a playful spirit which did not raise any alarms. Senju Hashirama joyfully ran outside, finally understanding their intentions and successfully escaping. Now he could meet his friends. Senju Hashirama arrived outside the courtyard looking around eagerly. Finally he spotted Uchiha Madara and Hyuga Neji in the corner of the courtyard and ran over excitedly. Uchiha Madara, seeing Senju Hashirama, teasingly said, "You finally made it out." Hyuga Neji chimed in, "It's lucky he could come out at all. With that foolish expression of his, he probably took a long time to understand what we meant, didn't he?" Senju Hashirama awkwardly scratched his head, apologizing with a goofy smile. Sorry for keeping you waiting." "Ha!" Hyuga Neji sighed, covering his face, silently leading Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama to a secluded area on the back mountain. Upon reaching the back mountain, Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Madara fell silent, no longer speaking. Senju Hashirama, puzzled, wondered why they were quiet. He asked, "Why aren't you guys talking?" Despite his inquiry, Uchiha Madara and Hyuga Neji remained silent. Senju Hashirama could only continue to ask, "Why aren't you speaking? Talk to me, Uchiha Madara." Uchiha Madara still kept silent, prompting Senju Hashirama to approach Hyuga Neji, asking, "Why aren't you talking either, Hyuga Neji?" After a long silence, Uchiha Madara finally spoke. "You are from the Senju and Hyuga clans. And you are also the children of the clan leaders." Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama fell silent as well. Although he was a bit foolish, he was aware of certain matters. After a long pause, Senju Hashirama replied, "Yes, you are from the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Madara nodded. "Yes, I am also from the Uchiha clan." After his response, another silence enveloped them. Hyuga Neji then stepped forward, eager to befriend Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Although they had only met once, he had always liked them in his past life. Now that they met again, he still found them very charming. We shouldn't let our identities separate us. Shouldn't we feel happy instead? Moreover, in the future we will become the leaders of our respective clans. When we do, our three clans will usher in peace. The generational hatred between our three clans will also fade with our efforts. After all, we are good friends. Let's reintroduce ourselves. I am Hyuga Neji, the future leader of the Hyuga clan." With that, he placed his left hand in the center of the Although the Hyuga clan had no significant enmity with the other two clans, the Senju and Uchiha clans did. Thus Neji's words were primarily directed at Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama both smiled. Both desired peace. Their younger siblings had perished during the tumultuous war, making them yearn for peace more than anyone. Hearing Neji's words, they found their purpose. They discovered a path to peace and like-minded companions. The three of them looked at each other, then smiled in relief. "Then let's reintroduce ourselves. I am Uchiha Madara, the future leader of the Uchiha clan, destined to end this era of chaos." After the three of them reintroduced and reacquainted themselves, Hinata Yoru, Uchiha Madara, and Senju Hashirama arrived at a cliff where they could see the entire Akatsuki organization. The three sat at the edge of the cliff, happily chatting. Suddenly Uchiha Madara stood up and pointed at Yoru, shouting, "I want to duel with you. Since we are all ninjas, let's see who is stronger. If you lose, I can teach you a thing or two." Although he said this, he had ulterior motives. In his heart, Uchiha Madara thought, Hinata Yoru bullied me when we first met. This time I must regain my honor. I will take this opportunity to humiliate you thoroughly. Uchiha Madara continued to ponder. He also imagined after defeating Hinata Yoru would kneel before him looking like a pig's head, constantly pleading, "Lord Uchiha Madara, I was wrong, please spare me." And he would stand before Yoru, hands on his hips, laughing heartily, exuding the aura of a victor. In reality, Uchiha Madara mimicked this fantasy, standing with hands on his hips and laughing loudly. Hinata Yoru and Senju Hashirama silently distanced themselves from Uchiha Madara, feeling that he was becoming increasingly unhinged. They covered their faces with their hands, indicating that they did not know this person. "Hashirama, do you think Madara has gone mad? Why is he acting so crazy?" "Oh, I don't know. But it's best to keep our distance from him." Hinata Yoru nodded silently. Uchiha Madara snapped back to reality and heard their discussion. He became furious and shouted at Hinata Yoru and Senju Hashirama, "What are you doing? Are you mocking me?" At the same time, he silently thought, "Wait until I beat you into a pulp. You won't be able to laugh then." Hearing Uchiha Madara's accusation, Senju Hashirama instantly shrank back and mumbled, "But what you just did was too foolish." Uchiha Madara initially wanted to comfort the withdrawn Senju Hashirama, but upon hearing those words and seeing his bundled up yet smiling expression, his desire to comfort vanished. He pointed at Senju Hashirama and said, "Get up, Hashirama, I want to duel with you. Let's see who is truly stronger." Senju Hashirama, naturally unafraid, was eager to face Uchiha Madara. He agreed, stood up, and faced Madara, drawing out his kunai. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara was not afraid, as he had proposed the duel. Backing down would be embarrassing. He also drew out his kunai from behind. Hinata Yora lay lazily nearby watching the two with a playful glint in his eyes, adopting a nonchalant attitude. He remarked, "If you can't even defeat Senju Hashirama, then don't come challenging me. After all, the gap between us is not small." While speaking, Hinata Yora made a gesture of international friendship. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were about to duel when they saw Hinata Yora like this, especially his gesture. After seeing this, a surge of anger suddenly ignited in their hearts. The two exchanged glances and instantly came up with an idea. Hinata Yora had yet to notice, still squinting his eyes and lazily lying there. But after a few minutes, when Hinata Yora did not hear any sounds of fighting, he opened his eyes in confusion. "Why are you not fighting yet?" As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama grinning at him, both clenching their fists. There was a cracking sound coming from their fists. Seeing this, Hinata Yora stepped back repeatedly. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama advanced with their fists raised. Hinata Yora retreated to the edge of the cliff with nowhere else to go. He could only cover his face, resigning himself. "It's over, I'm done for. And also, can you not hit my face?" Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama exchanged glances and simultaneously said, "Not possible. Weren't we supposed to avoid hitting faces?" "Hey Madara, why are you pulling my pants down? And Hashirama, what are you doing? Stop hitting my face." After a few minutes, Hinata Yora, looking like a pig's head, sat gloomily on the cliff while Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara stood in front of him. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara faced each other, each holding a kunai. Hinata Yora stood beside them, pressing down his hand and saying, "Senju Hashirama vs. Uchiha Madara ninjutsu competition begin." After Hinata Yora finished speaking, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama charged at each other with their kunai. In an instant their kunai clashed. Sparks flew. Uchiha Madara simultaneously kicked towards Senju Hashirama's lower body. Senju Hashirama did not back down. Jumping up, he placed all his weight on the kunai. Uchiha Madara was forced to kneel on one knee as Senju Hashirama's force increased. The kunai showed signs of strain. Realizing the danger, Uchiha Madara abandoned the kunai and performed several backflips to create distance. In midair, he quickly formed hand seals and unleashed the fire-style Great Fireball technique. Senju Hashirama immediately reacted, dodging while creating two ordinary shadow clones. The three of them advanced towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara shot out 3 kunai. The kunai instantly struck Senju Hashirama's clone, which transformed into smoke. However, one kunai headed straight for Senju Hashirama's main body. Senju Hashirama caught the kunai in his mouth and forcefully threw his head, returning the kunai to Uchiha Madara. As the kunai approached Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara was in the middle of forming hand seals and saw his kunai flying back. As the kunai flew back, Uchiha Madara's fire style was already unleashed. Uchiha Madara attempted to tilt his head to dodge the kunai. While he avoided the kunai flying toward him, he still accidentally got a shallow scratch on his face. When Senju Hashirama threw the kunai, Uchiha Madara's fire style had already been released. Senju Hashirama quickly dodged but was still affected by the power of the fire style. However, it was not a big deal, just a scrape. After being scratched by the kunai, Uchiha Madara reacted. He quickly drew out another kunai from behind and charged at Senju Hashirama. After being affected by the fire style, Senju Hashirama rolled and stood up, also drawing out a kunai and rushing towards Uchiha Madara. In that instant, neither of them took even a second to react. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed once more. However, no matter what, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama stood facing each other, both panting after their previous battle. "Madara, you truly are impressive. Among my peers, no one can defeat me. Hashirama, you are the same. I have finally found a worthy opponent among my peers." "Ha!" Uchiha Madara laughed heartily. After a moment, he looked at Senju Hashirama, and they exchanged a glance. Both drew their kunai and charged forward. Despite their significant fatigue, they collided in an instant. However, Uchiha Madara had expended less energy and possessed slightly greater strength. In an instant, he suppressed Senju Hashirama. The latter could only passively endure the blows. Gradually, Uchiha Madara knocked Hashirama's kunai away and kicked him back. Senju Hashirama quickly reacted and planned to counterattack with an equal exchange of damage, striking Uchiha Madara and sending him flying. Both landed on the ground. Uchiha Madara slowly got back up, while Senju Hashirama, after being kicked, was left without strength. Sitting on the ground gasping for breath, he had no energy left to stand. Uchiha Madara, gritting through the pain, approached Senju Hashirama and laughed. "Ha, I have won." Just as Uchiha Madara finished speaking, a rock fell from the sky, striking him on the head. Unable to withstand it any longer, he collapsed to the ground. "Ha ha ha, Madara, you truly fell for it. Uchiha Madara, sitting on the ground, glared at Senju Hashirama with an angry gaze. When did you throw that rock? Senju Hashirama chuckled. That rock was prepared for you the moment you kicked me, Hinata Yoru announced. Alright, you two have drawn. As Hinata Yoru slowly approached Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, seeing them both exhausted and gasping for breath, he revealed a sinister smile. You both have no strength left, right? You just hit me so hard. Now it's my turn to retaliate. Let's see what you've done to my handsome face. Hinata Yoru rubbed his hands as he approached Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama panicked at this moment, as their previous duel had been with all their strength, leaving them utterly drained. They couldn't even stand anymore. No. Yoru, you will go easy on me, right? Uchiha Madara quietly retreated. He mumbled incoherently. Senju Hashirama also retreated like Uchiha Madara. Do you think that's possible? Hinata Yoru revealed a devilish smile, but he had no intention of letting them off easily like a wolf eyeing its prey. He lunged at Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, giving them no time to react. They had no choice but to hold on to each other tightly. They shouted loudly. No. Yoru. Yoru, don't hit my face. You're ruining my face. How can the handsome Uchiha Madara face anyone now? Impossible. How did you just hit me? I will return the favor now. Yoru, please don't hit my face. I didn't hit your face before. But you pulled down my pants. I was nice not hitting your face after that. Minutes later, the three of them, resembling pigs, huddled together. Senju Hashirama looked over at the pig-like Hinata Yoru and Uchiha Madara, unable to hold back his laughter. Uchiha Madara, hearing Hashirama's laughter, grew angry. Laughing? What's so funny? You're the same. What's there to laugh about? At that moment, Hinata Yoru also began to laugh, turning to Senju Hashirama. Hashirama, don't you think this Tsundere Madara is quite cute? Senju Hashirama nodded in agreement. Yes, I've thought so for a long time. Especially with that expression of his, though it's cute, it's more comedic. Upon hearing this, Hinata Yoru and Senju Hashirama shared a knowing laugh. Uchiha Madara, hearing them, turned around and pointed at Hinata Yoru and Senju Hashirama. Are you two talking bad about me? Yoru, I've already fought with Hashirama. Now I want to fight you. Uchiha Madara thought to himself. Haha, if I can't defeat Hashirama, how can I defeat you? Hinata Yoru nodded in agreement, consenting to Uchiha Madara's challenge. Alright, I accept. But before the match, let me help you recover. I don't want to take advantage of you. Let's have a fair duel so I can show you the difference between us. Uchiha Madara felt joyful at the first part of Yoru's statement. However, upon hearing the latter part, he felt puzzled. It was the Warring States period, and while some medical ninjutsu existed, there was none that could restore both chakra and stamina simultaneously. Yoru, how do you recover? I haven't heard of such ninjutsu. Hinata Yoru shook his head, gesturing with his finger and softly calling out. Arim. A transparent dome enveloped the three of them with a radius of 5 meters, just large enough to cover them without excess. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were astonished by this unusual sight. They marveled continuously. Senju Hashirama even reached out to touch the dome, discovering his hand passed through without touching anything. He exclaimed, Wow! Yoru, what kind of ninjutsu is this? It's so powerful. Can you teach me? Hinata Yoru proudly lifted his head, stating, This is a healing ninjutsu I developed through studying my Byakugan. You can't use it. Yoru said this merely to dispel their doubts. After all, something like the devil fruit was still far from their reach. Although he said that there was some truth to Yoru's words. The ninjutsu he was about to perform required the Byakugan. Uchiha Madara, hearing Yoru's words, was quite confused and turned to ask. Yoru, do you have Byakugan? Yes, I do. Why? Then why are your eyes not white? I remember that all members of the Hyuga clan have white eyes. Why are yours black? Yoru shook his head. He had researched this himself, but had no idea of the reason. I don't know. But I definitely have Byakugan. After saying this, Hinata Yoru moved behind Uchiha Madara and activated his Byakugan. He softly chanted, Healing Technique, observing the acupoints through Byakugan, and using the surgical fruit to locate areas of severe fatigue. The surgical fruit consumes his own stamina to heal. This was a method of the surgical fruit invented by Lin. After learning it, he passed it on to Yoru. Although they shared the same soul, knowledge could not be shared. Ninjutsu and abilities must be relearned. Only the talent remains. Senju Hashirama was astonished after Hyuga Yoru activated his Byakugan, exclaiming in unison, Wow! You're only 6 years old and you already possess the Byakugan. So impressive. Although Uchiha Madara did not want to admit it, he was equally shocked upon seeing Hyuga Yora's Byakugan. He internally acknowledged Hyuga Yora's strength. He couldn't contain his excitement any longer, and wanted to challenge Hyuga Yora to a duel. After 30 minutes, Uchiha Madara's stamina had mostly recovered. However, Yora had also expended some of his stamina. This technique did not consume much energy but was rather time-consuming. Senju Hashirama watched from the side and seeing Uchiha Madara's stamina almost restored exclaimed, "Wow Yora, your ninjutsu is incredible, even Madara's stamina is back to normal." Hyuga Yora stood up, chest puffed out, head tilted back, and proudly declared, "Of course, just take a look at who invented this ninjutsu." Although Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara couldn't see Hyuga Yora's expression, they could imagine how proud he was from his words. Seeing Hyuga Yora's proud gaze, Uchiha Madara shouted in discontent, I never said your ninjutsu was impressive. It's just average. I will definitely create a more powerful ninjutsu to surpass you." Hyuga Yora didn't want to argue and casually waved his hand, saying, Yes, whatever you say is correct." Uchiha Madara's face flushed with anger upon hearing Hyuga Yora's words and seeing his indifferent expression. He pointed at Hyuga Yora and declared, "I want to duel you. Once I defeat you, you won't be so arrogant anymore." Hyuga Yora casually shrugged and stood up as if taking a stroll, moving to a spot and extending his right hand, placing his left hand underneath it. He extended his right index finger, pointing at Uchiha Madara, slightly bending it as he proudly shouted, "Come over here." Uchiha Madara, enraged by this, drew a kunai from behind and charged at Hyuga Yora. Bang! A light sound echoed as Yora drew his kunai from behind to engage in combat with Uchiha Madara. "Hey, I was just joking. Don't get so angry, alright?" "I'm not angry at all. We're just having a normal spar," Uchiha Madara replied haughtily while his kunai became increasingly ferocious in his hands. Hyuga Yora had to take this seriously. After all, they were about the same age. Uchiha Madara was a genius, and despite Hyuga Yora's experience, their strengths were not too far apart. Under Uchiha Madara's fierce assault, Hyuga Yora had to get serious as well. He quickly retreated to create distance from Uchiha Madara. Byakugan. Hyuga Yora activated his Byakugan, his eyes turning white with some veins appearing around them. Uchiha Madara, seeing Hyuga Yora activate his Byakugan, suppressed his anger. He began to take this situation seriously. Uchiha Madara knew he couldn't defeat Hyuga Yora, who had activated his Byakugan. Brute force wouldn't work. He had to employ strategy. Anger would certainly cloud his judgment, otherwise Uchiha Madara would have no chance. However, Hyuga Yora offered no opportunity for him to think. After activating his Byakugan, he quickly formed hand seals and unleashed Wind Release Gale Palm, a technique that utilizes chakra to generate wind and compresses it into a violent gale. As Hyuga Yora executed the wind release, he charged forward with his kunai. Uchiha Madara saw the surging ninjutsu coming at him. He quickly dodged and swiftly formed hand seals in midair. Fire Release Great Fireball Technique. For a counterattack. Hyuga Yora saw Uchiha Madara's fire release and had to abandon his attack. He dodged the attack. Although fire release had never killed anyone in the original story, Hyuga Yora was not foolish enough to take a fire release heat, and especially since he was still a child. His body simply could not withstand it, and a fire release could easily incapacitate him. While battling, Uchiha Madara was also contemplating how to defeat Hyuga Yora, and at that moment he finally thought of a plan. Uchiha Madara pulled out a scroll from behind and retrieved several kunai. He first threw one kunai at Hyuga. Hyuga Yora swiftly dodged it, but Uchiha Madara followed up by throwing two more kunai immediately. The two kunai collided with the first one. The latter kunai instantly changed direction and came at Hyuga Yora from behind. However, Hyuga Yora had the Byakugan. He easily dodged it. Uchiha Madara quickly formed hand seals and used Earth Release. The kunai instantly stuck into the Earth Release, catching the kunai that followed behind and pulling it with force. A thin thread came from behind the kunai, attempting to ensnare Hyuga Yora within it. Hyuga Yora, possessing the Byakugan, had a clear view of what was happening behind him. He instantly jumped up to evade it. Uchiha Madara threw out two more kunai, still using the same method, where the latter kunai struck the former, causing the latter to change direction. The kunai came at Hyuga Yora from behind. Hyuga Yora dodged it effortlessly, not taking it seriously at all. Uchiha Madara continued using Earth Release to catch the kunai, and pulled again, sending another thread his way. Hyuga Yora dodged it effortlessly, revealing a lazy expression as he said, "Madara, do you have any better tricks? If not, I will make my move." Uchiha Madara smiled and said, "You've already lost." Previously 3 kunai collided, one changed direction, one flew away, and one stayed in place. Uchiha Madara again pulled the threads with both hands, but nothing happened. After all, the threads in front and the one connected to the kunai behind were right in front of Uchiha Madara. Hey, I have the Byakugan. How could I not see that? Uchiha Madara ignored Hyuga and cast fire release at the two threads in his hands. Then he cast fire release at the thread on the ground behind him. Hyuga watched with a playful smile. If it were a normal fire release, it would burn from the front to the back, but both ends of the thread were in front of Uchiha Madara, rendering this fire release useless. However, the fire release surged toward Hyuga. Hyuga instantly turned around and saw that the kunai that had remained in place was connected to a thread leading to Uchiha Madara's hand. Hyuga failed to react in time. After all, his Byakugan was not the Sharingan. The Sharingan allowed detailed observation, while the Byakugan excelled in long-range vision and perspective. Moreover, Hyuga had not concentrated chakra on it, and the thread was extremely thin, barely visible even to the Sharingan. Hyuga instantly reacted, grabbed the two kunai from behind and threw them at Uchiha Madara. After throwing, he observed the direction of the incoming fire release. Hinata is now surrounded by a raging fire with only one exit directly in front of him. However, Uchiha Madara stands guard there, leaving him with no chance of escape. If he were to force his way through, Uchiha Madara would retaliate with ninjutsu, preventing Hinata from escaping while the flames roared around him. In his current childlike form, Hinata cannot endure until he crosses through the flames. Furthermore, Uchiha Madara will not simply stand by, making Hinata's situation extremely perilous. Most importantly, Uchiha Madara subtly manipulates the threads of earth-style ninjutsu, causing the flames in his line of sight to inch closer to Hinata, compressing his space for movement. And the speed is astonishing. Uchiha Madara does not wish to give Hinata any opportunity to counter. Why can't I see those threads? This question has lingered in Hinata's mind. Uchiha Madara, proudly placing his hands on his hips, paused the threads in his hand and pointed at Hinata, saying, "Although I know you are stalling for time, I do not know what you plan to do." Hinata is already alert, fully aware that his aim is to delay. Yet he has been seen through by Uchiha Madara. Even though Uchiha Madara knows Hinata is stalling for time, his pride compels him to explain himself. Ultimately, Uchiha Madara cannot resist the thoughts in his heart, and says, "Since you have asked, I shall graciously inform you. After all, we are friends and you are destined to lose. I will ensure you lose with a clear conscience." Hinata, feeling speechless, initially thought his scheme had failed, only to find that Uchiha Madara had still fallen for it. Uchiha Madara's behavior stems from his character, as he had never encountered anyone of his age capable of contesting with him in his childhood. Even when he fought to a standstill with Senju Hashirama, it did not diminish the pride in his heart. Especially after Hinata mocked him before their fight, it only intensified his dissatisfaction. Now Uchiha Madara is able to suppress Hinata and has pushed him into a corner. Naturally, he feels very proud. Uchiha Madara wants to answer Hinata's question, proving himself to be stronger than Hinata. More importantly, he wishes to show off in front of Hinata. Victory is fleeting, but showing off can last a lifetime. Ha ha ha, this is a special thread made by our Uchiha clan, incredibly fine. It is also transparent. Even the Sharingan cannot see it without careful observation. This thread was invented to guard against those who would steal the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Moreover, this thread is sturdier than ordinary threads. Only a jonin using their full strength could possibly cut it. Additionally, this thread possesses the ability to channel chakra. It can make the ninjutsu released through it far more formidable. This thread is quite rare in the Uchiha clan, with only 3 strands available. You now have no way to escape. Surrender. Ha 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 ha. After finishing, Uchiha Madara laughed proudly. Hinata, seeing Uchiha Madara laugh so heartily, suddenly recalled his own laughter in the pirate world before feeling particularly foolish. Embarrassed, he covered his face with one hand. After Uchiha Madara laughed sufficiently, he turned to Hinata with a teasing look in his eyes and asked, "Do you have any other plans? You should surrender quickly. I won't ridicule you." Hinata had initially considered trusting Uchiha Madara, but seeing that mischievous look in his eyes made him realize there was nothing good in store. "Are you sure you really won't mock me?" "Yes," Uchiha Madara replied with a firm gaze. Hinata stared at him with a suspicious look. "Perhaps I might mock you for a bit." Seeing the look in Hinata's eyes, Uchiha Madara spoke with a hint of unease. Hinata continued to glare at him. Uchiha Madara felt a chill down his spine from Hinata's gaze and could only say, "All right, I admit it. I will always mock you and will remember this incident. Every time I see you, I will laugh at you." "Hey, wait a minute. Didn't I say I was going to win? I thought that moment made it seem like you were going to win." "All right. So you were stalling for time. But I won't fall for your tricks again." After saying this, Uchiha Madara stopped paying attention to Hinata and pulled the nearby threads. The flames surged even more towards the center. "Sai, do you really think I have run out of options?" Hinata-yi lamented while standing in the middle of the flames. "Ha ha ha, if you had any other options you wouldn't be stalling for time. I don't believe you have any tricks up your sleeve." Uchiha Madara was not fooled by Hinata-yi's act. His movements grew even faster. "I don't want to use that move, but if I don't use it in this situation I can't escape." After saying this, Hinata-yi rushed forward with a kunai in hand before Uchiha Madara could react, since the only opening was directly ahead. Seeing Hinata-yi charge straight at him, Uchiha Madara was unsure of his intentions but still launched an attack. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Madara unleashed a massive fireball. This huge flame completely blocked the path ahead of Hinata-yi, trapping him in the fire. Hinata-yi, noticing the fireball in front of him, made no attempt to evade and instead charged straight in. "Hey, what are you doing, Yi?" Uchiha Madara became anxious at this moment. Although this fire would not directly take Hinata-yi's life, it would still It was a duel, and Uchiha Madara only wanted to win against Hinata-yi, not harm him, as they were still friends. Senju Hashirama stood up at this moment. He looked at the flames with the same concern as Uchiha Madara. However, amidst their worried gazes, Hinata-yi dashed out from the flames. He was unharmed. Hinata-yi did not pause and charged directly at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was astonished, wondering how Hinata-yi had escaped unharmed. As Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama looked on in disbelief, Uchiha Madara's kunai passed right through Hinata-yi's body without causing a ripple. Hinata-yi's body moved forward, passing through Uchiha Madara, positioning himself behind him with his kunai pressed against Uchiha Madara's neck. With his left hand gripping Uchiha Madara's shoulder, Uchiha Madara could clearly feel the kunai's cold blade against his neck. This all made Uchiha Madara realize that this was not an illusion. He could only helplessly say, "As expected, you are the better one. I have lost. But next time I will not lose to you." After Hinata-yi finished his match with Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama also had a match with Hinata-yi. Hinata-yi felt that Senju Hashirama's strength was somewhat comparable to that of Uchiha Madara, though slightly superior. However, Uchiha Madara's combat skills were superior to those of Senju Hashirama, even though Senju Hashirama also had some unconventional techniques during their encounters. Yet his combat skills still could not match Uchiha Madara. Hinata-yi's normal strength was slightly stronger than Senju Hashirama's, but not by much. Ultimately, he relied on the abilities of his Byakugan to achieve victory. Hinata-yi had the experience from his past life and possessed greater talent than both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, which allowed him to match them evenly. The main reason was that he was still too young. Some ninjutsu could not be performed and his Uzumaki bloodline had not been activated. Only the Hyuga bloodline was awakened. Furthermore, in the previous battles, Hinata-yi had not relied much on his Byakugan. During the battle with Uchiha Madara, Hinata-yi could use his powerful water release to extinguish flames. However, he still chose to use phasing. Mainly, Hinata-yi did not want to discourage them. He wished to give them the illusion that they were just a little bit away from being able to defeat him. More importantly, he did not want to change their personalities. Hinata-yi quite liked their personalities in the original work. Additionally, he wanted to blend in with them. If his strength were too high, it would be harder to integrate with them. Moreover, during his childhood, Hinata-yi primarily focused on the fruit abilities developed by Lin. It was crucial that he had not learned much ninjutsu during his early years. In front of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Hinata-yi could not use the surgery fruit or the sound thunder fruit, so he deliberately maintained the appearance of being only slightly weaker. After finishing his match with Senju Hashirama, Hinata-yi noticed that Uchiha Madara was missing. Hinata-yi activated his Byakugan and discovered Uchiha Madara doing something in the woods below the cliff. Hinata-yi saw it clearly, and an evil thought surged in his mind. He said to Senju Hashirama beside him, "Uchiha Madara is in the woods below the cliff. I wonder what he's doing. Let's go take a look." Senju Hashirama nodded. "Alright, let's check it out." They made their way to the woods below the cliff. Hinata-yi and Senju Hashirama finally discovered Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was using the restroom in the woods. Hinata-yi and Senju Hashirama exchanged glances. They approached Uchiha Madara in a mischievous manner. Uchiha Madara was standing next to a tree with a satisfied expression on his face. But as Hinata-yi and Senju Hashirama reached behind Uchiha Madara's body suddenly tensed up. He shivered and beads of cold sweat appeared on his face. The urine he was about to expel was instantly held back. Senju Hashirama, seeing Uchiha Madara like this, mischievously said to Hinata-yi, "He really stopped. How did he do that? If he had this skill, he wouldn't have to worry about being ambushed by others." Senju Hashirama imagined in his mind that when Uchiha Madara was about to be ambushed, he would suddenly shiver, signaling that someone was behind him. He could then take out his kunai and catch the enemy off guard. However, slowly Senju Hashirama realized something was off, but he isn't usually that sensitive. Only when he is urinating does he become so sensitive to others standing behind him. Furthermore, when he is urinating and someone is behind him, he will pause. So this is his weakness. Hinata thought for a moment, and agreed. Although that's the case, this skill is still very impressive. After saying this, Hinata and Senju Hashirama burst into laughter. Uchiha Madara angrily turned around and shouted at Hinata and Senju Hashirama, "I told you don't stand behind me." Senju Hashirama and Hinata shrugged it off, covering their mouths and chuckling. Senju Hashirama even said, "Found a weakness. Do you believe I will pee on you?" After hearing this, Senju Hashirama and Hinata quickly ran away. Uchiha Madara chased after them relentlessly, shouting, "Try my water release." "That's disgusting. Don't splash it." Senju Hashirama and Hinata ran while trying to avoid Uchiha Madara's urine jutsu. After their playful antics, they exited the woods. The three sat at the bottom of the cliff. Uchiha Madara curiously asked Hinata, "What was that technique you just used?" Hinata waved his hand casually, and said, "That is the ability of my Byakugan." Senju Hashirama then leaned in with a puzzled expression and said, "I haven't heard of such an ability of the Byakugan before. The Byakugan I have seen mostly only has abilities like X-ray vision, long-distance sight, and chakra flow observation." Hinata scratched his head and replied, "Maybe my Byakugan is of a higher level. It might have developed such abilities." Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara gasped in disbelief, having never heard of such a Byakugan. "Hey, I will only tell you this. Don't let my abilities be known to others. I have great trust in both of you." Uchiha Madara stood up and patted his chest confidently, saying, "Of course, just look at who I am. I am Uchiha Madara." Senju Hashirama also stood up. "Me too." While chatting, Senju Hashirama suddenly stood up and said to Uchiha Madara and Hinata, "Madara, I thought of a super powerful ninjutsu, let's practice it together." Uchiha Madara and Hinata simultaneously asked what ninjutsu. Curiosity inevitably arose in their hearts. Hinata also recalled the ninjutsu Senju Hashirama had invented during this period. However, slowly Hinata found that he could not remember anything. Some matters from his past life were already unclear to him. He only remembered a few important things. As for the plot of Naruto, he only remembered some significant events such as the Fourth Great Ninja War. But he could not recall some of the details. Thus, when Senju Hashirama actually came up with a powerful ninjutsu, Hinata was very much looking forward to it. The Supreme Fire Release Illusion Technique Great Shuriken / Part 2, Senju Hashirama declared while forming hand seals. Hinata was speechless after hearing this. He should not have expected what kind of ninjutsu the current Senju Hashirama would invent. Nevertheless, Uchiha Madara commented, "I can't imagine it. Is this technique a taijutsu or a genjutsu?" After hearing this, Senju Hashirama immediately sat down, hugging his legs and burying his face in his knees. He had shut down. Uchiha Madara pointed at Senju Hashirama and said, "Don't get depressed all the time. That's your weakness." Hinata chimed in, "Hashirama, yes, you always get down whenever we say something." Senju Hashirama revealed his face from between his legs. "You two's weakness is thinking him such a person. I deliberately let you think this is my weakness. Then I deliberately let you believe this was my weakness. Then, vertical cliff climbing." Without giving Uchiha Madara or Hyuga time to react, Senju Hashirama coated his feet with chakra and scaled the sheer cliff face. Uchiha Madara and Hyuga immediately gave chase. "You insufferable wretch!" Madara shouted as he ran. "That's hardly fair." Echoed, his pace quickening with every stride. Hashirama glanced down at them from above, calling out with a grin, "I'll take my leave first." "That dejected look, you're putting it on. Damn you, Hashirama, you've picked up Madara's bad habits." Hearing still mocking him, Madara whirled around and roared, "What did you say, you wretched fool?" Seeing the fury blazing in Madara's eyes, instantly accelerated, putting distance between them, refusing even to glance back at that searing glare. Atop the cliff, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Hyuga sat breathless. Hashirama declared proudly, "I won. Because you cheated and started early." They shouted in unison. Hashirama gazed quietly at the surrounding landscape. "What a commanding view! This overlooks the entire forest. Indeed, the distant horizon is crystal clear." Pointing ahead with quiet pride, Madara said, "When it comes to visual acuity, I'll never yield to you." At those words, bristled. "Are you truly trying to show off your eyes before me?" Madara coughed awkwardly. "I never said I'd compete with you. I'm challenging Hashirama, not you. He'll never best me." Hashirama retorted. "Who doesn't know you possess the Sharingan? I'd never test my vision against yours. I'm not a fool. Let's try something else. I guarantee I'll prevail. Madara huffed defiant. As if I'd ever lose to you. The three sat side by side atop the cliff, wind brushing their faces as they absorbed the distant vista. Madara, you're truly formidable. Had I not possessed the Byakugan, I might well have lost to you. And your combat mastery is extraordinary. I'd be honored if you'd occasionally train me. At these words, Madara's expression brightened instantly. Yet he feigned composure. Even if you admit my strength, I won't rejoice. Still, since you spoke so kindly just now, I suppose I'll instruct you from time to time. But then his countenance darkened, his voice dropping slowly. No, on second thought. I'm not truly that strong. Hashirama turned puzzled. What's this sudden humility? If I were truly powerful, my brothers wouldn't have perished. I couldn't even protect them, what then am I? Yeah, and Hashirama fell silent, the weight of his words settling like dusk. Madara, your brothers are gone. Hearing this, Madara's gaze softened with tender devotion. No, I still have my younger brother. As he spoke, his left hand plunged deep into the earth, fingers clenching tightly beneath the soil. No matter what unfolds, I will shield him always. Turning to Ya and Hashirama, Madara asked. And yours? Hashirama answered first. I too have one remaining. His usual levity vanished, his eyes hardened with unwavering resolve. I swear, I will protect him at any cost. Having spoken, Hashirama and Madara both turned expectantly toward Ya. Ya scanned the horizon, sighed softly, and said, I have no siblings yet, but my mother is recently with child. In a few months I'll welcome either a younger brother or sister. And I swear, I will ensure no harm touches her. Though Ya had no blood kin, he loathed war with visceral intensity, for nearly every sorrow across the shinobi world stemmed from its endless carnage. After years of shared trials, he regarded them as family, and now he was truly Hyuga Ya, not Uchiha Rin. Over 6 years, Uchiha Rin had fully cleaved his soul into two distinct entities, no longer one being but two. Though Rin could still enter Ya's body and seize control, as he once did, the last time he did so was 5 years ago. Since then, Ya alone had governed his form. Moreover, Rin had sealed away Ya's memories of his past life, revealing only that he had emerged as a splintered fragment of Rin's soul, sharing only fragments of the broader narrative. Yet after the division, Rin retained the ability to transmit knowledge directly through thought, passing down ninjutsu, fruit-based abilities, and other arts to Ya in silent communion. Ya, however, could not access Rin's memories, while Rin retained full awareness of Ya's experiences. Ya remained utterly unaware of this asymmetry. Thus Ya was no longer an ethereal echo, he was real, grounded, wholly himself, aware only that he had sprung forth from Rin's soul. His thoughts held no unnatural foresight, his mind mirrored that of Madara and Hashirama, present unburdened by prophecy. Gazing at the tranquil expanse, he fell into quiet contemplation. Hashirama rose suddenly and declared, voice resonant and resolute. I've decided, I will found a village belonging to us all. Within it, children shall never be forced to slaughter one another. We'll build academies to nurture them, to forge strength, wisdom, and honor. Missions will be assigned according to individual aptitude and proven capability. A governing council will fairly classify mission tiers, and above all, a village where no child is sent to die on the front lines. Ya sat motionless, lost in thought. Madara scoffed. Only you could utter such naive idealism. Hashirama merely smiled. What do you think? Madara paused, thoughtful. Beside him, Ya met Hashirama's gaze with solemn sincerity. I believe in you. Hashirama's face lit up. Turning to Madara, he asked eagerly. And you, Madara? Madara returned a faint, knowing smile. Not half that. Hashirama beamed, and proclaimed aloud. Then it's settled. Madara reflected a moment, then said, Should this village rise, I'll send my younger brother there to grow safely amid peace, sheltered from this age of chaos. The three drew close, exchanging quiet, knowing smiles, a vow sealed in silence, destined to be fulfilled together. At the confluence of the Uchiha Senju and Hyuga clans, Hyuga Niji, Uchiha Obito, and Senju Hashirama would come here every day to play and refine their ninja techniques. A year has passed since Lin's wedding. After marrying Yaim, Lin fell into a sweet romantic relationship. A passage to the moon found by Kuro. Lin did not go either. He felt that his abilities were still insufficient. Even if he went to the moon, he would be unable to withstand the attack of the giant Rinnegan. Lin decided to wait until his Sharingan could unlock the complete Susanoo before heading to the moon. During this year, nothing significant erupted. However, the war between the Senju and Uchiha clans did not cease. War erupted at any time and place. The Hyuga clan had a relatively stable year. Although there were no major wars, numerous small skirmishes occurred. After all, in this chaotic era, no clan could escape unscathed. During this year Hyuga Niji participated in many battles of varying sizes. This further solidified his plan for Village of Peace. Hyuga Niji wished to live in a safe place free from the constant fear of war. Every child regardless of age found themselves on the battlefield. After Uchiha Obito, Senju Hashirama and Hyuga Niji solidified their dreams, they frequently met. They practiced their ninja techniques daily, sharing insights. Their skills continuously improved through their joint efforts. One day the three of them arrived at the riverbank. However, the previous laughter was absent. Hyuga Niji sensed something was amiss, and quietly distanced himself, standing in the middle of the river. "Let's begin. Let's greet each other with a game of skipping stones." Uchiha Obito spoke first upon seeing the two. The three took out 2 stones each. They threw the stones in a game of skipping. After throwing they paused and simultaneously looked at the stones in their hands. The stone thrown by Senju Hashirama had the words "Runaway" carved on it. The stone thrown by Uchiha Obito had a similar inscription, "Danger, run away." However, the stone thrown by Hyuga Niji bore no inscription, as Uchiha Rin had not shared this incident with him. Seeing the words "Danger, run away" inscribed on the stone left them even more bewildered. The three were astonished at the inscriptions on their stones. Uchiha Obito, while walking towards the Uchiha clan, remarked, "Hashirama Niji, I'm sorry, but I can't play together today." He added, "I suddenly remembered I have something to attend to." Senju Hashirama hesitantly replied, "Is that so? Then I'll head back first." Hyuga Niji quickly followed, saying, Then I'll leave too. Let's continue playing tomorrow." After saying this, the three exchanged farewells and ran off in different directions. At that moment 2 gray figures flashed past Uchiha Obito. The same occurred by Senju Hashirama. 2 green figures swept by. The three simultaneously turned in surprise. Hyuga Niji, upon turning, stared in astonishment at the 4 figures. The 2 gray figures were none other than Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Taijima and Uchiha Obito's brother Uchiha Izuna. The 2 green figures were Senju clan leader Senju Butsuma and Senju Hashirama's brother Senju Tobarama. Both sides also spotted the figures opposite them. Uchiha Taijima, holding the blade behind him, fixed his gaze on Senju Butsuma and remarked, "It seems our thoughts are aligned." Senju Butsuma added, "Indeed, Uchiha Taijima." Uchiha Izuna also chimed in. "And Senju Tobarama." Senju Tobarama also contributed. "And Uchiha Izuna." Thus the 4 were locked in a standoff, a leaf falling between them. As the leaf touched the water's surface, the 4 quickly clashed. Uchiha Taijima faced off against Senju Butsuma, while Uchiha Izuna engaged Senju Tobarama. In that moment of confrontation, Hyuga Niji, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Obito shouted in unison, "Stop!" Uchiha Taijima coldly glared at Hyuga Niji and threatened, "This matter is not for you to meddle in." He continued, "Out of respect for the Hyuga clan I will spare you. Otherwise, before the fight even begins, I would have killed you." Simultaneously, Senju Butsuma coldly regarded Hyuga Niji, saying, "You, a mere child, cannot interfere. If not for your clan, you might not even be alive now." Hyuga Niji found himself at a loss for words under the gazes of the 2 clan leaders. After all, no matter what he said, they would not abandon their plans. This matter needed to be resolved by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Obito themselves. The longer Hyuga Niji spoke, the more likely they were to eliminate him first. If Hyuga Niji even attempted to intervene, they would target him as their primary target to kill. With his current strength, he could not possibly face 2 clan leaders at once. Previously, Hyuga Niji had prided himself on his talent, never taking cultivation seriously. He had only casually trained with the demon fruit. Much of his ability stemmed from childhood talent. Throughout this year, Hyuga Niji slowly realized that his strength was continually lagging behind Uchiha Obito and Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Rin had also not overlooked this. After all, they were now 2 beings. Although split from his own body, Rin provided various ninja techniques for Hyuga Niji to learn. Yet Hyuga Niji simply did not wish to learn. Now he understood the importance of strength, especially in this chaotic era. Without strength, one has no voice. They were not wrong in their previous statements. What they feared was the Hyuga clan, as the 2 clans were already in opposition. If they were to kill Hyuga Niji, it would provoke the Hyuga clan's retaliation, potentially escalating a previous 1 versus 1 war into a 1 versus 2 conflict. This could involve either of their clans, and it was a gamble they could not afford. At the moment of engagement, both Uchiha Taijima and Senju Butsuma thought to themselves, "The training ninjas receive teaches that on the battlefield, no matter the circumstances, one must remain calm. A moment of panic can create a flaw, ultimately deciding life and death." After saying this, Uchiha Taijima looked at Senju Tobarama while Senju Butsuma simultaneously gazed at Uchiha Izuna. However, both adults know very well that once their children are harmed, it is inevitable that their hearts will waver. In other words, the one who strikes first will determine the victor. Senju Butsuma and Uchiha Taijima simultaneously hurled their kunai and blades at the opposing clan's children. Just as the kunai thrown by Uchiha Taijima and the knife thrown by Senju Hashirama were about to strike Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna moments away from claiming their lives. 6 stones hit the thrown kunai and knife, deflecting them away and saving the lives of Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna had already prepared for sacrifice. After all, their sacrifice had meaning. A ninja must always be ready to sacrifice. But in the shocked gazes of the two, the 6 stones saved their lives. Each of the 6 stones was inscribed with words reading, "Run away. There's a trap, run away." These 4 stones were thrown by Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Hyuga Neji. Hyuga Neji knew that his brother was extremely important to them both. So he threw the stones hoping to save them. But he was saved by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The stones thrown by both sides aimed to save their friends' brothers across from them. But fate played a cruel trick as Senju Hashirama saved Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara saved Uchiha Izuna. Yet Hyuga Neji failed to save anyone. At that moment, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama stood in front of their respective brothers, their gazes no longer as calm as before. Uchiha Madara's gaze was cold, ready to strike at any moment. "I will never forgive anyone who attempts to harm my brother." Senju Hashirama also abandoned his usual playful demeanor, resolutely stating, "I feel the same way." Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Hashirama in front of him, then glanced at Hyuga Neji beside him. "Hashirama Neji?" Senju Hashirama asked. "What's wrong?" Hyuga Neji was still lost in frustration. Although he wanted to save their brothers, he had failed, and instead their brothers were the ones who saved them. He had not only failed to prevent their war but also lacked the ability to save their brothers. Hyuga Neji's pride was crushed. Even though he was exceptionally talented and knew certain things, he could not change some fates. This was all due to his own lack of strength. At that moment, Hyuga Neji thought of his master and the words he had said. "Do not believe that because of your talent you know what happens afterward. You are a transmigrator. Do not feel superior. Especially in this war-torn era, strength is the most important factor." Previously, Hyuga Neji had thought these words were useless. As a transmigrator, he believed he was destined to be superior. Everyone else should be side characters while he was the sole ruler of this world. He even harbored disdain for Uchiha Rin. If it weren't for the other party forcibly taking him as a disciple, he might not have agreed. When Hyuga Neji first faced the two, although it was partly due to his own lack of strength, more so he resented Uchiha Rin for not informing him of what was to come. But now he understood. He no longer resented his master, instead he resented his own weakness. He also comprehended the words his master had spoken earlier. Hyuga Neji fell silent and did not answer. "The foolish, beautiful future we spoke of might really be unattainable in the end," Uchiha Madara said. "Neji, you." Upon hearing these words, Hyuga Neji was also extremely shocked as he looked at Uchiha Madara, trying to speak but unable to form any words. "Although the time was short, I was truly happy. Neji Hashirama. Goodbye." After saying this, Uchiha Madara glanced at Senju Hashirama and Hyuga Neji, then turned and walked away. Senju Hashirama did not give up and added, "Madara, you haven't really given up, right? You finally agreed to our idea after much difficulty." Hyuga Neji at that moment forcibly suppressed his frustration and shouted at Uchiha Madara, "Have you really given up? We are friends. We said we would build a peaceful village in this war-torn era. You..." Hyuga Neji did not finish as Uchiha Madara interrupted him. "We 3 belong to different clans. If it were possible, I truly wish our ideas were different. My brother was killed by someone from your clan, and your brother was also killed by the Uchiha clan. Even many members of the Hyuga clan died at the hands of the Uchiha. The same goes for the Uchiha. In this war-torn era, that is how it is. So there's no need for us to be honest with each other. From now on, let's meet on the battlefield." Senju Hashirama, Hyuga Neji. After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, Hyuga Neji wanted to persuade him. "You really still want to be friends with us, don't you?" "We..." Before he could finish, Uchiha Madara forcefully interrupted. "Shut up. I am no longer the Madara of the past. Do not speak to me of such childish and naive dreams anymore." As he spoke, Uchiha Madara turned his head, revealing his Sharingan, glaring fiercely at Senju Hashirama and Hyuga Neji, saying, "From now on, we 3 are no longer friends, but enemies. On the battlefield, I will spare your lives for the sake of our past friendship. Among friends and family, I choose family. I am Uchiha Madara." Uchiha Izuna pointed at Uchiha Madara's Sharingan, exclaiming, "Look! Father-brother's eyes." Uchiha Taijima sighed. Yes, although we didn't obtain information about the Senju clan, we did acquire something else. After Uchiha Madara finished, Hyuga Niji shouted. Don't think I'm afraid of you since you've chosen that I also choose family. There's no need for us to meet again. I am much stronger than you. On the battlefield I will not show mercy just because you were once a friend. Hyuga Niji, glaring fiercely at Senju Hashirama, said. And you? After that, Hyuga Niji also walked toward the Hyuga clan. Madara Niji. Senju Hashirama hesitated, glancing at Hyuga Niji and then at Uchiha Madara, noticing both turn their backs to him, heading towards their respective clans. Taking one last look, Senju Tobirama's gaze also became resolute. If that's the case, I also choose family. Thinking this, Senju Hashirama turned around and walked toward the Senju clan. Thus the three turned their backs to each other, heading toward their respective families, leaving 6 stones behind them in the river. These 6 stones symbolized their childish hearts' dreams and the bond of friendship among the three. But now they had no choice but to walk towards opposition, just like those 6 stones. The stones sank to the bottom of the river. Their nostalgia for friendship and dreams in their hearts were also suppressed deep within. From this day forward, the three were no longer friends but enemies. The three no longer shared the dreams they once